Chapter 1. The Beginning. The rugged beauty of northern Europe, with its towering mountains, turbulent seas, and fleeting summers, profoundly influenced the beliefs of its people. The dramatic landscapes, from the midnight sun to the aurora borealis, stood in stark contrast to the brief but vibrant summers. This duality is at the heart of Norse creation myths. Unlike the warm and serene mythologies of the southern regions, Norse mythology is imbued with grandeur and a sense of impending fate. It revolves around the ongoing struggle between the constructive and destructive forces of nature. The Eddas and sagas, the primary texts of Norse mythology, convey creation stories that echo this theme. 1. A world forged from opposites. In Norse mythology, the creation of the world is a story of contrasts and elemental forces, where opposites collide to bring forth life and order from chaos. This narrative is central to the Norse understanding of the cosmos and the delicate balance that sustains it. The primordial void, Ginnungagap. Before the world came into being, there was Ginnungagap, a vast, yawning void. This primordial chasm was flanked by two vastly different realms. Niflheim. To the north of Ginnungagap lay Niflheim, a realm of intense cold, mist, and ice. This land was desolate and dark, filled with freezing rivers and perpetual frost. To the south was Muspelheim, a fiery realm of scorching heat and flames. This land was the antithesis of Niflheim, dominated by searing heat and inhabited by fire giants. The collision of fire and ice. The interaction between these two realms set the stage for creation. As the icy rivers of Niflheim extended into Ginnungagap, they met the fiery streams of Muspelheim. The intense heat caused the ice to melt, creating drops of water in the void. From these drops, life began to emerge. The melting ice formed a primeval being named Ymir, the first of the giants. Alongside Ymir, the cow Audhumla also came into existence, providing nourishment. Source material from the Eddas. The Eddas provide detailed accounts of this creation myth. Poetic Edda, the Voluspa, Prophecy of the Cirrus, describes the creation process, illustrating the emergence of life from the interplay of fire and ice. Prose Edda. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson elaborates on the creation story, explaining how Ymir's body was used to form the world. Haber 2, Ymir and Audhumla, birthed from the abyss. In Norse mythology, the origins of life begin with the emergence of two primordial beings, Ymir and Audhumla, from the great void known as Ginnungagap. This tale emphasizes the raw, elemental forces that shaped the cosmos and gave rise to the first giants and gods. The primordial void, Ginnungagap. Before the world existed, there was Ginnungagap, a vast empty void that separated the realm of intense cold and darkness, Niflheim, from the realm of heat and fire, Muspelheim. These two extreme environments bordered the chasm, creating the conditions necessary for the birth of life. The birth of Ymir. As the icy rivers of Niflheim flowed into Ginnungagap, they met the fiery sparks and heat from Muspelheim. The intense interaction of these elements caused the ice to melt, and from the melting ice, Ymir, the first giant, was born. Ymir, also known as Orgelmir, was a being capable of producing offspring from his own body. As he slept, the sweat from his armpits produced a male and a female giant, and his legs produced a six-headed giant son. The emergence of Audhumla alongside Ymir, the primordial cow Audhumla, emerged from the melting ice. Audhumla played a crucial role in sustaining Ymir and shaping the future of the cosmos. Audhumla nourished Ymir by providing milk from her udder, which flowed in copious streams. To sustain herself, Audhumla licked the salty ice blocks. As she licked, she uncovered a being named Buri, the progenitor of the gods. Over 3 days, Buri emerged fully formed from the ice. Buri and the birth of the gods. Buri, uncovered by Audhumla's licking, became the ancestor of the gods. He fathered a son named Bor, who married Besla, a daughter of a giant. Together, Bor and Besla had 3 sons, Odin, Vili, and Vi. These 3 gods would later play a pivotal role in the creation of the world and the shaping of the cosmos. The slaying of Ymir, Odin, Vili, and Ve saw the potential for creation and order. They decided to slay Ymir and use his body to create the world. From Ymir's flesh, they made the earth. His blood became the seas and rivers. His bones formed the mountains. His teeth and fragments of bones created the rocks and stones. His skull became the sky, held up by 4 dwarfs named Northri, Suthri, Austri, and Vestri. His brain was used to form the clouds. The gods then used Ymir's eyebrows to create a fortified realm for humans, known as Midgard, providing a sanctuary amidst the primordial chaos. Source material from the Eddas. The Eddas provide a rich narrative of the birth of Ymir and Audhumla. Poetic Edda, the Völuspá, prophecy of the seeress, touches on the creation and Ymir's existence. Of old was the age when Ymir lived. Sea nor cool waves, nor sand there were. Earth had not been, nor heaven above, but a yawning gap and grass nowhere. Völuspá, stanza 3. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson details the emergence of Ymir and Audhumla. It is said that when the hoarfrost melted, it dripped, and the drops quickened into the likeness of a man. He was given the name Ymir, but the frost giants call him Orgelmir. From him descend the races of frost giants, and the cow Audhumla was formed by the same frost, and 4 streams of milk ran from her teats, and she fed Ymir. Gylfaginning, chapter 5. Number 3. Odin, Vili, and Ve, slaying Ymir and the birth of the world. In Norse mythology, the creation of the world is a dramatic tale of transformation, divine power, and the shaping of order from chaos. The 3 brothers, Odin, Vili, and Ve, play crucial roles in this cosmic narrative by slaying the primordial giant Ymir. This act leads to the birth of the cosmos, as known in Norse lore. Odin, Vili, and Ve. Odin, Vili, and Ve are the sons of Bor and Besla. Bor is the son of Buri, who emerged from the ice blocks licked by the primordial cow Audhumla. Besla is a giantess, which makes the trio a blend of divine and giant heritage, embodying both order and chaos. Together, they represent the collective might and creative force necessary to shape the world. The decision to slay Ymir. In the early cosmos, Ymir, the primordial giant, represented a chaotic and unformed mass. The 3 brothers recognized the potential to create order and a habitable world. They decided to slay Ymir, an act of creation through destruction, a common motif in mythologies worldwide. This symbolizes the birth of order from chaos. Source material from the Eddas. The Eddas provide detailed accounts of this mythic creation. The Völuspá, prophecy of the seeress, mentions the slaying of Ymir and the subsequent creation. Of old was the age when Ymir lived. Sea nor cool waves nor sand there were. Earth had not been, nor heaven above, but a yawning gap and grass nowhere. Stanza 3. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson elaborates on the creation story, detailing how the world was fashioned from Ymir's body. From Ymir's flesh the earth was created, and from his blood the seas. His bones became the mountains, and his teeth and fragments of bones became rocks and stones. His skull became the sky, held up by 4 dwarfs. His brain was used to form the clouds. Gylfaginning, chapter 8. This myth encapsulates the Norse belief in the cyclical nature of life and creation, where destruction and death are necessary precursors to birth and order. The slaying of Ymir by Odin, Vili, and Ve marks the genesis of a structured cosmos from the primordial chaos, a testament to the gods' power and vision in shaping the world. 4. From Ymir's body, the birth of Midgard. In Norse mythology, the creation of Midgard, the realm of humans, is a process filled with profound symbolism and divine craftsmanship. The gods Odin, Vili, and Ve transformed the body of the primordial giant Ymir into various elements of the cosmos, turning chaos into order and establishing a world fit for human habitation. The creation of Midgard. After slaying Ymir, the gods used his body parts to construct the world. Each part of Ymir was meticulously transformed to create different aspects of the cosmos. Flesh. The gods crafted the earth from Ymir's flesh. This act signifies the transition from chaotic existence to structured reality, grounding the physical world. Blood. Ymir's blood was turned into the oceans, lakes, and rivers, symbolizing the life-giving and boundary-setting properties of water. It established the vital aquatic realms and defined the edges of the lands. His bones became the mountains and cliffs, representing stability and permanence in the landscape, forming the robust and enduring features of the earth. Teeth and bone fragments. These were scattered to form rocks and pebbles, indicating the presence of smaller, yet essential elements of the world. These fragments filled the landscape with detail and diversity. Skull. The gods used Ymir's skull to create the sky, placing it above the earth and holding it up with the support of 4 dwarfs named Norðri, north, Suðri, south, Austri, east, and Vestri, west. These dwarfs represent the cardinal directions and provide structural integrity to the cosmos. Brain. Ymir's brain was used to form the clouds, symbolizing the ethereal and ever-changing aspects of the sky. The clouds formed from his brain float above, adding to the dynamic nature of the heavens. Midgard. The world of humans. To protect humanity from the chaotic forces that existed outside their realm, the gods created Midgard. Eyebrows as walls. Ymir's eyebrows were fashioned into a great fortification surrounding Midgard, creating a barrier that kept out giants and other chaotic beings. This fortified Midgard, emphasizing its role as a sanctuary and central realm for humans. Central location. Midgard, meaning Middle Earth, lies at the center of the cosmos, balanced between the divine realms above and the darker, more chaotic realms below. This central position highlights its importance and connectivity within the Norse cosmological structure. Symbolism and interpretation. The creation of Midgard from Ymir's body parts carries deep symbolic meaning. Transformation. The transformation of Ymir's body into different parts of the world highlights the theme of creation through transformation, with the gods acting as cosmic organizers who bring order out of chaos. Connection. Each element of the natural world derived from Ymir's body underscores the interconnectedness of all creation. This unity suggests that every part of the world is intrinsically linked to a common source. Protection. The construction of Midgard as a protected realm demonstrates the gods' intent to create a safe haven for humanity, shielding them from the external forces of chaos and destruction. Source material from the Eddas. The Eddas, the primary sources of Norse mythology, provide rich narratives describing this creation. Poetic Edda, the Voluspa, prophecy of the seeress, describes the creation of the world from Ymir's body. From Ymir's flesh the earth was created, and from his sweat blood, the sea, mountains from bone, trees from hair, and from his skull, the sky. Stanza 21. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson offers a detailed account of how Ymir's body was used to form the world. They took Ymir and transported him into the middle of Ginnungagap and made of him the earth. Of his blood they made the sea and waters, and of his flesh the earth was made. But the mountains of his bones and of his teeth and jaws and those bones that were broken, they made stones and pebbles. The creation of Midgard from Ymir's body by Odin, Vili, and Ve is a foundational myth in Norse cosmology. It reflects the gods' power to establish order from chaos and their role in creating a habitable world for humanity. This myth underscores the interconnectedness of all elements of the natural world and highlights Midgard as a central, protected realm, essential for the survival and prosperity of humans. Har 5. Sol and Mani. While the basic story of Sol and Mani, the sun and moon deities, is familiar, Norse mythology offers a richer tapestry woven with symbolism and cosmic significance. Let's delve deeper. Sol, the radiant charioteer. Celestial course. Sol isn't a passive embodiment. She actively drives a magnificent chariot. The two horses pulling it, Arvakr, Eventide, and Alsvidr, swift, represent the relentless passage of time. Their tireless journey across the sky signifies the daily cycle of light and dark. Fiery essence. The source of Sol's light is debated. Some myths depict her setting the sky ablaze, while others mention a flaming object carried on the chariot. Regardless, Sol's light is life-giving and essential. The relentless shadow, the monstrous wolf's skull, hatred, embodies the constant threat of darkness. His relentless pursuit symbolizes the inevitable approach of night and the cyclical nature of existence. Sol's daily escape from Skull underscores the ongoing battle between light and dark. Ragnarok's doom. As prophesied, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, will be a time of chaos. Skull is destined to finally catch Sol, plunging the world into an eternal night. This signifies the end of the known world and the potential for a new beginning. Mani, the reflective brother, brotherhood of light and dark, often depicted as Sol's brother, Mani highlights the connection between them, representing the cosmic dance of light and dark. He pilots a chariot across the night sky, reflecting Sol's brilliance with an ethereal glow. The chaser and the chased. Just like Sol, Mani faces the relentless pursuit of a monstrous wolf, Hedi, enmity. This mirroring reflects the ever-present struggle between light and dark, even in the night. Borrowed light. Unlike Sol's fiery essence, Mani is believed to borrow his light from the sun. This emphasizes the dependent nature of the moon and its role in illuminating the night. Like Sol, Mani is fated to be devoured by Hati during Ragnarok, signifying the end of the celestial order and descent into eternal darkness. Beyond the celestial dance, symbolism and meaning, Sol and Mani represent powerful symbolic forces that transcend their celestial roles. Balance and duality, they embody the essential balance between light and dark, day and night. Their eternal dance across the sky reflects the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. Cosmic order, their constant journeys represent the established cosmic order. The wolves' pursuit symbolizes the threat of chaos and the struggle to maintain balance. Fate and inevitability, the relentless pursuit and prophesied victory of the wolves during Ragnarok, represent the inevitability of fate and the cyclical nature of existence. Sol and Mani, in their eternal dance, offer a glimpse into the Norse worldview, where the beauty of creation is constantly challenged by the ever-present threat of destruction. Source material: Poetic Edda, Voluspa. In the Voluspa, Prophecy of the Seeress, part of the Poetic Edda, the role of Sol and Mani is mentioned, as well as their ultimate fate during Ragnarok. Skoll is the name of the wolf, who follows the shining god to the protecting wood, and another is Hati. He is Hrodvitnir's son, who chases the bright bride of the sky. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. In the Gylfaginning, the beguiling of Gylfi, part of the Prose Edda written by Snorri Sturluson, there is also a detailed account of Sol and Mani. There are two wolves, and one of them, called Skoll, runs in front of her, trying to catch her, and he is the one she is afraid of, and he will catch her. The other one, called Hati Hrodvitnason, runs behind the moon and will catch him, and this will happen. Gylfaginning, Chapter 12. Dafshur 6. Dwarfs and elves, denizens of the Norse cosmos. Dwarves and elves, two distinct and fascinating races, inhabit the vibrant world of Norse mythology. While they share the same celestial realm, their origins, characteristics, and roles differ significantly, adding to the rich tapestry of Norse beliefs. Dwarfs, masters of the earth's depths. Subterranean dwellers, dwarves, also known as dvergar, were believed to reside in the depths of the earth, often associated with mountains and caves. Their realm, renowned for its heat and darkness, was called Svartalfheimr, where they tirelessly worked in their forges. Craftsmen extraordinaire. Dwarves were celebrated for their unparalleled craftsmanship in metalworking, stonework, and gem cutting. They crafted magnificent weapons, intricate jewelry, and majestic halls, using precious metals and gems from their subterranean domain. Mysterious origins. The origins of dwarves are cloaked in mystery. Some myths suggest they were fashioned from the blood of Ymir, the primordial giant, while others propose they emerged from the earth itself. Regardless, dwarves were revered as an ancient and wise race. Elves. Enigmatic dwellers of light and nature. Fair folk of Alfheimr, elves known as Alfar, inhabited Alfheimr, a realm of beauty, light, and enchantment. They were depicted as graceful beings with fair skin, long hair, and a mystical aura. Masters of magic and nature. Elves were deeply attuned to the natural world, possessing innate knowledge of its secrets and wielding formidable magic. They excelled in healing, shape-shifting, and elemental manipulation, aligning themselves with the rhythms of the cosmos. Diverse roles and dwellings. Elves were diverse in their roles and habitats within Alfheimr. Some dwelled in grand palaces amid lush forests, while others lived in hidden groves or underground caverns, reflecting their connection to both surface and subterranean worlds. Dwarfs and elves, contrasting yet connected. Despite their distinct characteristics and realms, dwarves and elves shared a significant place within the Norse cosmos. Both were considered ancient and wise races, inhabiting realms beyond human reach. Their craftsmanship and mastery of magic contributed to the beauty and wonder of the Norse universe. Source material. Dwarfs, masters of the earth's depths. While the Eddas do not explicitly use the term Svartalfheimr for the dwarves' realm, they are referenced as inhabitants of the earth renowned for their craftsmanship. Craftsmen and subterranean dwellers. The poetic Edda's Voluspa, stanza 57, highlights their prowess. Sindri and Brokkr at the bellows they sat, and wrought Mjolnir for mighty Thor. The haft was of holt, the hammer of hide, with wondrous might it was welded. This stanza illustrates the dwarves Sindri and Brokkr crafting Mjolnir, Thor's powerful hammer, showcasing their extraordinary skill in metalworking. Mysterious origins. The Eddas provide no singular explanation for dwarven origins, leaving their beginnings steeped in myth and mystery. Elves. Enigmatic dwellers of light and nature, the Eddas offer glimpses into elves' beauty and their connection to the natural world. Fair folk and nature connection. The poetic Edda's Vafthrudnismal, stanza 26, describes elves dwelling among Yggdrasil's branches. Where dwell the elves, the fair offspring of light? I know where they have their homes. In the branches of Yggdrasil Mimir meets out mead for them. This stanza underscores their association with the world tree Yggdrasil and their affinity for nature. Elven roles and magic. The Eddas touch on elves' magical abilities and wisdom, hinting at their profound roles within Norse mythology. These texts provide invaluable insights into dwarves and elves, showcasing their unique attributes and roles within the intricate tapestry of Norse mythology. 7. The creation of man. In Norse mythology, the creation of humanity is a fascinating tale woven with elements of fate and divine intervention. Here's a breakdown of the story. Ask and Embla, the arrival of humanity. After the creation of the giants, the gods Odin, Vili, and Ve, alternatively Honir and Lodur in some sources, come upon the lifeless forms of two trees, Ask and Embla. Recognizing the potential for life, the three gods imbue these trees with essential qualities. Odin grants them life breath and spirit. Vili, or Lodur, bestows upon them movement and the ability to feel. Ve, or Honir, grants them senses, speech, and potentially facial features or expressions. With these gifts, Ask and Embla become the first humans destined to populate Midgard, the world of humans. The dwelling place, Midgard. Midgard, also known as the Middle Earth, is situated within the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. It's a realm protected by a wall built from the bones of a giant, symbolizing the separation of humanity from the realm of the gods, Asgard, and the giants, Jotunheim. Interpretations and symbolism. The creation story in Norse mythology emphasizes the role of fate and divine intervention in shaping humanity's existence. The use of trees as the source material for Ask and Embla highlights the connection between humans and nature. The bestowing of specific gifts by the gods symbolizes the various aspects that make up human nature: life force, emotions, senses, and communication. Source material. The primary source for the Norse creation myth is the Poetic Edda, specifically the Voluspa, Prophecy of the Seeress. The Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson also provides details about the creation of humans. Here's a relevant excerpt from the Voluspa, stanza 17. Ask and Embla I saw without fate, with little might, man and woman, lacking knowledge, lacking understanding, lacking speech, lacking form, lacking sight, lacking hearing. This stanza describes Ask and Embla before the intervention of the gods, highlighting their initial state of lifelessness. Ask and Embla, the first humans in Norse mythology, created by the gods from trees. Lodur, sometimes identified as one of the gods involved in creating humans, possibly synonymous with Vili. Hoenir, another god who, in some accounts, participates in the creation of humans, potentially synonymous with Ve. Voluspa, a poem in the Poetic Edda, meaning Prophecy of the Seeress, which includes the creation of the world and humanity. In Norse mythology, the creation of humanity is a testament to the interconnectedness of life, the divine origins of mankind, and the pivotal role of gods in shaping the cosmos. There are 8. The tree Yggdrasil. In the realm of Norse mythology, Yggdrasil stands as a majestic and awe-inspiring entity, a towering ash tree that serves as the very axis of the cosmos. Its branches reach up to the heavens, its roots delve into the depths of the underworld, and its trunk anchors the 9 worlds of Norse existence. The world tree's significance. The center of creation. Yggdrasil is believed to have sprung from the cosmic void, Ginnungagap, a primordial chasm where ice and fire clashed. Its emergence marked the beginning of the ordered cosmos, with its branches forming the heavens and its roots extending into the underworld. A bridge between realms. Yggdrasil's branches and roots serve as pathways that connect the 9 worlds of Norse mythology. Asgard, the realm of the gods, resides among its upper branches, while Midgard, the world of humans, lies at its base. Other realms, such as Jotunheim, the land of giants, and Niflheim, the realm of mist and darkness, are also connected through this cosmic tree. A haven for mythical creatures. Yggdrasil is home to a variety of mythical beings, each playing a unique role in maintaining the balance of the cosmos. The wise eagle Ratatoskr carries messages between the worlds, while the cunning squirrel Ratatoskr stirs up mischief between the eagle and the serpent Nidhugger, who gnaws at the tree's roots. Additionally, the four stags Dane, Dvalin, Dunir, and Durathror graze on the leaves, representing the passage of time. A symbol of life and renewal, Yggdrasil's constant growth and the creatures that inhabit it symbolize the ongoing cycle of life, death, and renewal. The well Urðarbrunnar, located at the base of Yggdrasil, is guarded by the three Norns who weave the threads of fate. The well water nourishes the tree and sustains life throughout the cosmos. Source material. The Eddas, the primary source of Norse mythology, provide numerous references to Yggdrasil, highlighting its significance and the rich tapestry of beliefs surrounding it. Poetic Edda. In the Voluspa, prophecy of the seeress, Yggdrasil is described as an evergreen ash that trembles during Ragnarok, the end of the world. Yggdrasil shakes the ancient tree and the giant breaks free. Voluspa, stanza 47. Prose Edda. In Gylfaginning, the deluding of Gylfi, Snorri Sturluson provides a comprehensive description of Yggdrasil. An ash I know there stands, Yggdrasil is its name, showered with shining loam, showered with come the dews that drop in the valleys. It stands ever green over Urðarbrunnar. Gylfaginning, chapter 15. Yggdrasil stands as a testament to the power of nature, the interconnectedness of all things, and the delicate balance that maintains the cosmos. Its presence in Norse mythology serves as a reminder of the ongoing cycle of life, the importance of wisdom, and the enduring strength of the natural world. 9. Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. In Norse mythology, Bifrost, often referred to as the Rainbow Bridge, is a majestic and crucial element connecting the realm of the gods, Asgard, to Midgard, the world of humans. It stands as a vibrant, shimmering arc across the sky, serving both as a physical and symbolic link between the divine and the mortal. The significance of Bifrost, a bridge between realms. Bifrost is the primary pathway for the gods to travel between Asgard and Midgard. It is considered indestructible by ordinary means, but is prophesied to break during Ragnarok, the end of the world. Guardian of the bridge. The bridge is guarded by Heimdall, the vigilant watchman of the gods. Heimdall, with his extraordinary senses, stands at Himinbjörg, Heaven's Fells, where Bifrost meets Asgard, ready to sound the Gjallarhorn to alert the gods of impending danger. Structure and composition. Bifrost is often depicted as a bridge composed of three vibrant colors. Its composition is described as being made from fire, water, and air, making it strong yet delicate. The bridge is also known for its beauty and shimmering appearance, often likened to a rainbow. Ragnarok and Bifrost. According to prophecy, Bifrost will be destroyed during Ragnarok when the fire giants, led by Surtur, cross it to attack Asgard. This event symbolizes the collapse of the cosmic order and the onset of chaos. Sha, source material. The Eddas, which are the primary texts of Norse mythology, provide detailed descriptions of Bifrost. Prose Edda. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson describes Bifrost and its role in the cosmos. That bridge, which is called Bifrost, is the best of bridges. It is made with art and with more skill and cunning than other works of craftsmanship. Although strong and firm, it will break at the time when the sons of Muspel shall go forth to harry and cross it and ride it into the world. Gylfaginning, chapter 13. In Grimnismal, another poem, Bifrost is mentioned as the path that the gods use. Kormt and Ormt and the Kurlaugs twain, these shall Thor wade through every day, when he goes to judge at the Ash Yggdrasil, for the bridge of the gods is burning all red. Stanza 29. Bifrost, with its radiant beauty and crucial role in Norse cosmology, embodies the connection between the divine and the earthly, as well as the fragility of the cosmic order. Its eventual destruction during Ragnarok underscores the theme of inevitable change and the cyclical nature of existence in Norse mythology. 10. The Vanir, the gods of fertility and prosperity in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, the Vanir are a group of gods associated with fertility, prosperity, and nature. They are distinct from the Aesir, the other major group of gods, who are primarily associated with war and governance. The Vanir play a crucial role in the cosmology and religious practices of the Norse people, embodying the aspects of life that relate to growth, wealth, and the cycles of nature. The characteristics and domains of the Vanir: fertility and prosperity. The Vanir are most prominently associated with fertility and prosperity. They are invoked in matters of agriculture, wealth, and the fecundity of both the land and people. Nature and magic. The Vanir are also closely linked with nature and possess strong connections to natural elements and cycles. They are skilled in Cider, a form of magic that involves prophecy and the ability to influence the natural world. Peace and prosperity. Unlike the warlike Aesir, the Vanir are often seen as deities of peace and prosperity. Their role in ensuring bountiful harvests and general well-being made them integral to the daily lives of the Norse people. Prominent members of the Vanir. Njord. Njord is the god of the sea, wind, and wealth. He is invoked by seafarers and fishermen for safe voyages and abundant catches. Njord is also associated with prosperity and is often linked to the fertility of the land. Freya. Freya is the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility. She is also associated with war and death, as she receives half of the slain warriors in her hall, Folkvanger. Freya is a practitioner of Satyr and is revered for her beauty and magical abilities. Freyr. Freyr, the brother of Freya, is the god of fertility, sunlight, and rain. He is associated with the prosperity of the land and is invoked for good harvests. Freyr is also known for his benevolent nature and is considered a symbol of peace and plenty. The Aesir-Vanir War and its aftermath. One of the most significant events involving the Vanir is the Aesir-Vanir War, a conflict between the two groups of gods. The war began due to a dispute over power and was characterized by a series of battles and negotiations. Eventually, a truce was reached, leading to the exchange of hostages to ensure peace. Exchange of hostages. As part of the peace agreement, notable members of the Vanir, including Njord and his children, Freyja and Freyr, went to live with the Aesir in Asgard. In return, the Aesir sent Honir and Mimir to the Vanir. Unified pantheon. The peace treaty resulted in a blending of the two pantheons, with the Vanir and Aesir gods being worshipped together. This unification symbolized the harmonious balance between the different aspects of life that each group represented. The Eddas provide valuable insights into the Vanir and their significance in Norse mythology. Poetic Edda. In the Voluspa, Prophecy of the Seeress, the Vanir are mentioned in the context of the war with the Aesir. Prose Edda. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson provides a detailed account of the Aesir-Vanir War and the subsequent peace. The Vanir, with their focus on fertility, prosperity, and the natural world, provide a vital complement to the more martial and governmental Aesir, enriching the Norse mythological tradition with their unique attributes and stories. Chapter 2. Odin 1. The Father of Gods and Men. Odin, often referred to as the All-Father, occupies the highest position within the Norse pantheon, embodying various roles and attributes that define him as a complex and revered deity. Ruler of Asgard. As the chief of the Aesir gods, Odin reigns over Asgard, the divine realm of the Norse cosmos. From his throne in Valhalla, he oversees the affairs of gods and mortals, maintaining order and balance in the universe. God of wisdom and knowledge. Odin's insatiable thirst for wisdom drives him to great lengths in his pursuit of knowledge. He sacrifices one of his eyes at the well of Mimir to gain profound insight and understanding of the world. Additionally, he hangs himself from Yggdrasil, the world tree, for 9 days and nights, enduring pain and suffering to uncover the secrets of the runes, symbols of magical power. War and death. Odin is revered as a formidable warrior god, leading the charge in battle and inspiring courage in his followers. Fallen warriors who display valor on the battlefield are chosen by Odin to join the Einherjar in Valhalla, where they train and prepare for Ragnarok, the final battle of the gods. Poetry and magic. Odin's association with poetry and magic is evident in his acquisition of the mead of poetry, which grants him mastery over language and creativity. He is also skilled in the practice of Satyr, a form of Norse magic, using charms and spells to shape the course of destiny. Father of many. Odin's lineage extends to numerous gods and heroes, each embodying different facets of his complex nature. Among his notable offspring are Thor, the thunder god renowned for his strength and bravery, Balder, the god of light and purity beloved by all, and Hoder, the blind god whose unwitting actions lead to tragedy. Various names throughout history and across cultures. Odin, the chief god in Norse mythology, is known by many names and titles, reflecting his complex character and diverse attributes. These names are drawn from various historical texts, cultures, and traditions, each highlighting different aspects of his persona. Norse names and titles. 1. Allfather, Alfather. This name emphasizes Odin's role as the father of all gods and humans. 2. Valfather, Valfather, meaning father of the slain. It underscores his connection to fallen warriors. 3. Har-High, one of the three names Odin uses when he appears in disguise in Gylfaginning. 4. Jafnhar, just as high, another name from his disguise in Gylfaginning, indicating his supreme status. 5. Thrithi, third, the third name from the same disguise in Gylfaginning. 6. Grimnir, masked one, used by Odin when he travels incognito. 7. Belverker, a name he adopts while undertaking difficult tasks. 8. Fimbultyr, mighty god, emphasizing his power and strength. 9. Harbarther, graybeard, a name he uses when disguised as a ferryman. 10. Ygr, terrible one, reflecting his fearsome nature. Anglo-Saxon and Old English. 1. Woden, the Anglo-Saxon version of Odin, worshipped in early English history. 2. Wodanas, an early Germanic form of his name, indicating his widespread worship among Germanic tribes. Germanic cultures. 1. Wotan, the name used in Germanic tribes, reflecting his role in their mythology. 2. Wotan, a variation of Wotan used in Old High German texts. Other cultures. 1. Mercurius, Mercury. The Romans equated Odin with Mercury, the god of communication and travel, due to his association with magic and the dead. 2. Hermother. Although Hermother is a separate figure in Norse mythology, some traditions link him to aspects of Odin's persona, particularly in the context of communication with the dead. Notable references in historical texts. 1. Prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson, a key source that lists many of Odin's names and explores their meanings. 2. Poetic Edda, Grimnismal. This poem features Odin reciting a list of his many names. 3. Havamal, another poem in the Poetic Edda offering insights into Odin's wisdom and various names. Source material. The character of Odin and his various roles are detailed in both the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda. Poetic Edda, in the Havamal, Sayings of the High One, Odin imparts wisdom and knowledge through a series of poetic verses, showcasing his profound insights and sacrifices. I know that I hung on a windrock tree 9 whole nights with a spear wounded, and to Odin offered myself to myself on that tree of which no one knows from what root it springs. Havamal, stanza 138. Prose Edda, in Gylfaginning, the deluding of Gylfi, Snorri Sturluson provides a comprehensive account of Odin's attributes and deeds, highlighting his significance as the father of gods and men. Odin is highest and eldest of the Aesir. He rules all things, and mighty though the other gods are, yet they all serve him as children obey a father. Gylfaginning, chapter 20. Odin's personal appearance is distinctive and imbued with symbolic elements that reflect his multifaceted nature. One-eyed god, Odin's most distinctive feature is his one-eyed visage, a testament to his sacrifice at Mimir's well. This singular eye symbolizes his profound wisdom and the knowledge attained through sacrifice. Wide-brimmed hat and cloak. Often depicted with a wide-brimmed hat and cloak, Odin uses these garments to travel incognito through realms. This attire signifies his role as a wanderer and seeker of knowledge. Spear Gungnir. Odin wields Gungnir, an unmatched spear crafted by dwarves, symbolizing his authority in warfare and leadership among the gods. Ravens and wolves. Accompanying Odin are 2 ravens, Hugin, thought, and Munin, memory, who traverse the world to gather information. These birds embody his vast knowledge and omnipresence. Additionally, Odin is often accompanied by 2 wolves, Geri and Freki, symbolizing his predatory nature. Long beard and old age. Odin is typically portrayed as an elderly, long-bearded figure, emphasizing his timeless wisdom and commanding presence. Source material from the Eddas. Odin's character and roles are extensively detailed in Norse mythology. Poetic Edda. The Havamal features verses attributed to Odin, revealing his wisdom and sacrifices for knowledge. Prose Edda. Gylfaginning by Snorri Sturluson describes Odin as the foremost of the Aesir, ruling with unmatched authority and wisdom. Odin's complex persona and relentless pursuit of knowledge define his pivotal role in Norse mythology. Valhalla, the Hall of Fallen Warriors. Valhalla, often described as the Hall of the Slain, is a majestic and mythic hall within Asgard, the realm of the gods, ruled by Odin. It serves as a sanctuary for fallen warriors who have died bravely in combat, offering them eternal glory and a place of honor in preparation for Ragnarok, the apocalyptic battle. Warrior's Paradise. Valhalla is reserved for warriors who have displayed exceptional bravery and skill in battle. Those who die honorably on the battlefield are chosen by Odin and his Valkyries, warrior maidens who serve as choosers of the slain to dwell in this magnificent hall. Feasting and revelry. Within Valhalla, the fallen warriors engage in perpetual feasting and revelry, enjoying an existence of endless camaraderie and celebration. They indulge in lavish banquets, drinking from the mead of Odin, and engaging in contests of strength and skill. Preparation for Ragnarok. While the warriors bask in the glory of Valhalla, they also serve a greater purpose in preparing for Ragnarok, the cataclysmic battle that will ultimately determine the fate of the cosmos. These chosen warriors, known as the Einherjar, spend their days honing their combat skills in preparation for the final conflict. Eternal glory. For the fallen warriors, Valhalla offers not just respite and pleasure, but also the promise of eternal glory. They are revered as heroes among gods and men, their deeds celebrated in song and story for all eternity. Symbolism and interpretation. Heroic ideal. Valhalla embodies the Norse ideal of heroism and valor in battle. It represents the ultimate reward for those who demonstrate courage, skill, and honor in combat. Fate and destiny. The concept of Valhalla underscores the Norse belief in fate and destiny. The chosen warriors are destined for greatness, their lives and deaths predetermined by the Norns, the weavers of fate. Camaraderie and unity. Within Valhalla, warriors from diverse backgrounds and cultures come together in unity, bound by their shared experiences and the camaraderie of battle. This highlights the importance of solidarity and fellowship in Norse society. Source material from the Eddas. The Poetic Edda and Prose Edda provide insights into Valhalla and its significance in Norse mythology. Poetic Edda, in the Grimnismal, the Ballad of Grimnir, Odin describes Valhalla as a place where the Einherjar feast and prepare for Ragnarok. 500 doors and 40 there are, I ween, in Valhall's walls. 800 fighters through one door fare. When to war with the wolf they go. Grimnismal, stanza 10. 500 doors and 40 there are, I ween, in Valhalla's walls. 800 fighters through one door fare, when to war with the wolf they go. Grimnismal, stanza 23. Prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson elaborates on Valhalla in Gylfaginning, describing Odin's hall and its inhabitants. But every day when they have done this, they ride home to Valhalla and sit down to drink, as is said here. All the Einherjar in Odin's court deal out blows every day. Gylfaginning, chapter 20. Then said Gangleri, what have the champions to drink, that may suffice them? Or is water drunk there? Then answered Har, now thou askest strangely, as if Odin would invite kings, earls, and other noble men, and would give them water to drink. I know by my faith that many a man comes to Valhalla who would think he had bought his drink of water dearly, if there were not better cheer to be had there, he who before had suffered wounds and burning pain unto death. But I can tell thee a different tale of this. The she-goat, she who is called Heidrun, stands up in Valhalla and bites the needles from the limb of that tree which is very famous and is called Lerudder, and from her udders mead runs so copiously that she fills a tun every day. That tun is so large that all the champions become quite drunk from it. Gylfaginning, chapter 38. Valhalla, with its promise of eternal glory and camaraderie, occupies a central place in Norse mythology, reflecting the valor and heroism celebrated by the Norse people. It serves as a testament to the enduring spirit of the warrior and the belief in an afterlife of honor and valor. The Feast of the Heroes, also known as the Feast of the Einherjar, is a significant event in Norse mythology, particularly within the context of Valhalla, the hall of slain warriors ruled by Odin. During this feast, the Einherjar, the honored dead chosen by Odin from among the bravest warriors, gather in Valhalla to celebrate their valor and prepare for Ragnarok, the final battle. This feast serves as a time of revelry and camaraderie, where the fallen warriors indulge in food, drink, and merriment, relishing in their status as champions of battle. The feast is not merely a moment of festivity, but also a solemn occasion, as it symbolizes the warriors' readiness to fight alongside the gods during Ragnarok. It is a time for the Einherjar to bond, share tales of heroic deeds, and hone their skills in anticipation of the apocalyptic clash that will determine the fate of the cosmos. In Valhalla, the Feast of the Heroes is depicted as a grand and joyous occasion, echoing with the echoes of victorious battles and the camaraderie forged in the crucible of warfare. Source material from the Eddas. The Feast of the Heroes is referenced in various Norse texts, including Poetic Edda. While there isn't a specific poem dedicated solely to the Feast of the Heroes, its significance is implied in poems such as the Grimnismal, the Ballad of Grimnir, which describes Valhalla as a hall where slain warriors feast and prepare for battle. Prose Edda, in Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson provides a detailed account of Valhalla and the feasting that takes place within its halls, highlighting the valor and camaraderie of the Einherjar as they await Ragnarok. This passage illustrates the grandeur of the feast and the daily life of the Einherjar in Valhalla. The Feast of the Heroes is not just a celebration, but also a symbol of the eternal cycle of death and rebirth, and the preparation for the final battle at Ragnarok. It underscores the valor of the warriors and the hospitality of the gods, providing a glimpse into the heroic culture and religious beliefs of the ancient Norse people. Sleipnir, Odin's eight-legged steed. Sleipnir, meaning slippery or sliding, holds a unique and prominent position in Norse mythology as the eight-legged steed of Odin, the chief god of the Aesir. This extraordinary creature embodies strength, speed, and the ability to traverse the 9 realms of Norse cosmology, making him an indispensable companion for Odin in his various endeavors. Origins and birth. Sleipnir's origins are deeply intertwined with a cunning trick played by Loki, the shape-shifting trickster god. In a series of events leading up to the construction of Asgard, the home of the Aesir gods, Loki, in the form of a mare, offered to help the builders by carrying immense rocks. However, the task proved too demanding, and Loki, unable to fulfill his promise, called upon his father, the giant Svadilfari, to assist him. To prevent Svadilfari from entering Asgard, the gods tasked Fenrir, Loki's monstrous son, with guarding the entrance. However, Loki, in his cunning nature, delayed Fenrir's return, allowing Svadilfari to mate with the mare form he had taken. This union resulted in the birth of Sleipnir, inheriting his father's 8 legs and his mother's divine lineage. Symbolism and significance. Sleipnir's 8 legs symbolize his extraordinary speed and ability to traverse the 9 realms of Norse mythology, including Asgard, the realm of the gods, Midgard, the realm of humans, and the underworld. This ability makes him an invaluable asset to Odin, allowing him to swiftly travel between realms, fulfill his duties, and gather knowledge. Sleipnir's unique nature also reflects Odin's own multifaceted character. Odin, as the All-Father, possesses immense wisdom, power, and the ability to traverse various dimensions, attributes mirrored in Sleipnir's 8 legs and ability to travel across the realms. Source material from the Eddas. Sleipnir's presence is evident in various Norse texts, including Poetic Edda. In the poem Grimnismal, the Ballad of Grimnir, Sleipnir is described as Odin's steed, carrying the god through the heavens and across the 9 realms. Sleipnir, the best of horses, Odin owns. He is gray and has 8 legs. Grimnismal, stanza 48. Prose Edda. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson provides a detailed account of Sleipnir's origins and his role as Odin's steed, emphasizing his unique attributes and significance in Norse mythology. But Odin has a horse that is the best of all horses and is called Sleipnir. He is gray and has 8 legs. Gylfaginning, chapter 16. Sleipnir, with his 8 legs and extraordinary abilities, remains a captivating figure in Norse mythology, symbolizing Odin's power, wisdom, and the ability to traverse the vast cosmos. His presence serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness of the 9 realms and the role of divine beings in shaping the Norse mythological narrative. In the realm of Norse mythology, the Wild Hunt, also known as the Odinseid or Odin's Ride, is a spectral procession of ghostly riders and hounds led by Odin, the chief god of the Aesir. This mythical event, often associated with the changing of the seasons or the impending doom of war, has captured the imaginations of people for centuries, weaving its way into folklore and literature. Characteristics and depictions. The Wild Hunt is typically portrayed as a rapid, ethereal chase across the night sky, with the spectral riders and hounds leaving a trail of sparks or glowing embers in their wake. The riders, often depicted as fallen warriors or noblemen, are said to be engaged in a perpetual hunt. Their spectral forms a haunting reminder of the afterlife and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Odin, the leader of the Wild Hunt, is often depicted riding his eight-legged steed, Sleipnir, guiding the procession through the heavens. His presence in the hunt symbolizes his role as the ruler of the dead, the psychopomp who guides souls to the afterlife. Cultural significance and variations. The Wild Hunt holds a significant place in Norse mythology, reflecting the beliefs and traditions of the Norse people. It is often associated with the changing of the seasons, particularly the transition from summer to autumn, marking the end of the harvest season and the approach of winter. The Wild Hunt motif is not limited to Norse mythology. Similar spectral processions appear in various cultures worldwide, often associated with folklore and supernatural beliefs. For instance, the Celtic Wild Hunt is led by figures like Gwyn ap Nudd or Herne the Hunter, while similar traditions exist in Slavic and Germanic cultures. Source material from the Eddas. The Wild Hunt is mentioned in various Norse texts, including Poetic Edda. In the poem Grimnismal, the Ballad of Grimnir, Odin describes the Wild Hunt as a procession of fallen warriors. 500 doors, and 40 there are, I ween, in Valhall's walls. 800 fighters through one door fare, when to war with the wolf they go. Grimnismal, stanza 10. Prose Edda. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson provides a detailed account of the Wild Hunt, describing its connection to Odin and the afterlife. Then said Gangleri, "What have the champions to drink that may suffice them, or is water drunk there?" Then answered Har, "Now thou askest strangely, as if Odin would invite kings, earls, and other noble men, and would give them water to drink. I know by my faith that many a man comes to Valhall who would think he had bought his drink of water dearly, if there were not better cheer to be had there." Gylfaginning, chapter 38. In the northern tradition, especially during winter's severe storms or seasonal changes, the Wild Hunt emerges as a tale of spectral hunters flying across the cold night sky, their presence marked by the eerie sound of howling winds. These supernatural huntsmen, often depicted as the deceased elves or occasionally fairies, traverse the heavens under the enigmatic leadership of Odin. The Wild Hunt, with its spectral riders and Odin's enigmatic presence, remains a captivating and enduring element of Norse mythology, serving as a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of the living and the dead, the cyclical nature of life and death, and the enduring power of supernatural beliefs. 7. Irmin. In some regions of Germany, Odin was regarded as identical with the Saxon god Irmin. The statue of Irmin, known as the Irminsul, stood near Paderborn and was famously destroyed by Charlemagne in 772. Irmin was depicted as riding a massive brazen chariot across the sky, a path known to the ancient Germans as Irmin's Way, which we now call the Milky Way. The rumbling of his chariot, audible to humans as thunder, never left the heavens and can be seen in the constellation of the Great Bear, also referred to in the north as Odin's Wain or Charles's Wain. The connection between Odin and Irmin underscores the cultural syncretism within Germanic mythology, where deities and their attributes often overlap. Irmin's celestial journey in his chariot reflects the Norse god's association with the sky and the Milky Way, symbolizing the divine presence and its influence over the natural world. Source material from the Eddas. While there are no direct references to Irmin in the Eddas, the symbolism and attributes associated with Irmin can be related to Odin's portrayal in these texts. The Prose Edda and Poetic Edda provide extensive descriptions of Odin's role as a sky god and his associations with various celestial phenomena. For example, in the Prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson describes Odin's dominion over the heavens and his connection to the cosmos, which can be interpreted as paralleling the imagery of Irmin's celestial chariot. Relevant Edda excerpt. The constellation and the cosmic significance of the deities are reflected in various Norse myths, such as the passage from the Prose Edda, where Snorri Sturluson writes about the Aesir god's connection to the sky and celestial bodies. Then said Gangleri, "What is there to be said of the place called Gladsheim?" Hai replied, "In the place stands a hall, higher than any other buildings, and is roofed with gold, and it is called Valhall. There Odin sends those men whom he chooses, and they are called Einherjar. They are warriors who, when they come to Odin in Valhall, every day arm themselves and go out into the courtyard and fight and slay each other." Gylfaginning, chapter 20. This passage, while describing Valhalla, underscores the connection between Odin and the celestial realm, akin to Ermin's association with the sky and the Milky Way. Odin's identification with Ermin in Germanic mythology illustrates the shared characteristics of divine figures across cultures, highlighting their roles in the natural and cosmic order. The imagery of Ermin's chariot in the Milky Way, seen in the constellation of the Great Bear, is a testament to the enduring legacy of these mythological traditions. 8. Mimir's Well. Mimir's Well, also known as Mimisbrunner, is a profound source of wisdom and knowledge in Norse mythology. It is located beneath one of the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree in the realm of the frost giants, Jotunheim. This well is guarded by the wise being Mimir, whose name means the rememberer or the wise one. The story: Odin, the All-Father, sat on his high seat, Hlidskjalf, in Asgard. From this throne, he could gaze out across the 9 realms held within the vast branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. His one remaining eye, sharp and blue as a winter sky, scanned the cosmos. Despite the vast knowledge he had already gathered, Odin was troubled by the whispers among Yggdrasil's leaves. The rustling seemed to foretell doom and an uncertain future, a fate even his extensive wisdom could not fully unveil. He remembered his previous sacrifice at the Well of Erd, where he had hung on Yggdrasil for 9 days and nights to gain the knowledge of the runes. Yet, that wisdom was not enough. Odin knew he needed more clarity to foresee and perhaps alter the course of the looming fate. Odin had heard tales of Mimir, an ancient being who resided among the roots of Yggdrasil in Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. Mimir guarded a well that was said to bubble up from the depths of the cosmos, containing unparalleled wisdom. Determined to drink from this well, Odin decided to seek out Mimir. Disguising himself as an old wanderer, as was his custom, Odin donned a dark blue coat and a floppy hat. This guise allowed him to travel unnoticed, avoiding the attention and challenges that would arise if others knew he was Odin, chief of the Aesir. With his cloak of ravens swirling around him, Odin set out on his quest. The journey to Jotunheim was long and treacherous, but Odin pressed on. The realm of the giants was rugged and hostile, with towering mountains and harsh winds that bit at his skin. Finally, he reached the great roots of Yggdrasil, where Mimir made his home beside his mystical well. As Odin approached, Mimir, with his long white hair and eyes as old as time, sensed his presence. "Who approaches my abode?" Mimir's voice boomed, echoing through the ancient trees. "It is I, Odin, chief of the gods," Odin declared, throwing off his disguise and standing tall. "I have come to partake of your well of wisdom and knowledge." Mimir's eyes narrowed as he regarded Odin. "Odin, whose gallows are Yggdrasil, you must know that the wisdom you seek comes at a great price. Are you prepared to pay it?" Odin stepped closer to the edge of the well, staring into its dark, rippling waters that seemed to whisper secrets from the depths of the universe. "Name your price, Mimir, and I will pay it," Odin said, his voice steady and somber. "The price is one of your eyes, All-Father," Mimir replied. "You must pluck it out and drop it into the well so that all who gaze into its waters will see the sacrifice of Odin." Odin's heart pounded with the weight of the decision. He took a deep breath and with unwavering determination reached up to his face. With a grunt of pain, he plucked out his right eye. Blood trickled down his cheek as he held the eye over the well. With a final resolute act, he dropped it into the water. As the eye sank into the depths, the air around them seemed to shift. The leaves of Yggdrasil rustled high above, whispering Odin's name through the branches. Mimir watched with a mixture of respect and solemnity. Taking his horn, Jallarhorn, Mimir dipped it into the well and filled it with the sacred water. He handed the horn to Odin, who, now the one-eyed god, accepted it gratefully. Odin lifted the horn to his lips and drank deeply. The water was cool and invigorating, filled with the essence of the cosmos. In that moment, Odin's vision expanded beyond the physical realm. He saw the threads of fate weaving through time, the inevitable doom of Ragnarok, and the rebirth that would follow. He saw the intricacies of the future, the struggles and triumphs of gods and men, and the unchangeable as well as the mutable. When he finished drinking, Odin lowered the horn, his remaining eye blazing with newfound understanding. He looked at Mimir, who nodded in silent acknowledgement of the profound wisdom now bestowed upon the All-Father. "May this knowledge guide you, Odin," Mimir said quietly. "You have paid a great price, and the wisdom you now possess is a heavy burden to bear." Odin replaced his eye patch over the empty socket, feeling the weight of his sacrifice, but also the depth of his gain. "Thank you, Mimir. I will carry this wisdom as both a guide and a burden." Turning away from the well, Odin began the journey back to Asgard. Each step was deliberate, his mind filled with visions and insights beyond mortal comprehension. He was now the one-eyed god, with a vision that surpassed any he had ever known before. The rustling leaves of Yggdrasil seemed to echo his resolve, whispering tales of his sacrifice and the wisdom he had gained. Symbolism and significance. Mimir's well symbolizes the profound and often costly pursuit of knowledge and understanding. Odin's sacrifice of his eye emphasizes the concept that true wisdom frequently demands significant personal sacrifice. The well serves as a potent symbol of the depths of knowledge that lie beyond superficial understanding, requiring seekers to delve deeper and sometimes relinquish something precious to access the hidden truths of the universe. Source material from the Eddas, Mimir's Well, and Odin's Sacrifice are detailed in the Prose Edda, specifically in the section called Gylfaginning. This text provides a vivid account of Odin's quest and the sacrifices he made to gain wisdom. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson writes, "Odin is the name of the highest and oldest of the gods. He rules all things, and mighty though the other gods are, yet they all serve him as children obey a father. Frigg is his wife, and she knows all the fates of men, though she speaks no prophecy. As is said here, there stands an ash called Yggdrasil, a mighty tree showered with shining loam. From there come the dews that fall in the valleys. It stands evergreen above Urd's well." Further detailing Odin's sacrifice, the text continues. "Then said Gangleri, much knowledge must Odin have gathered, since he sees everything and knows all things, which is due to the fact that he drinks from Mimir's well. He sacrificed one of his eyes in the well as a pledge." This passage from the Prose Edda underscores the immense value placed on wisdom and the lengths to which Odin, the chief of the gods, would go to obtain it. Mimir's Well stands as a testament to the Norse belief in the power and importance of knowledge and the sacrifices required to attain it. Tart 9. Odin and Vafthrudnir. In Norse mythology, the story of Odin and Vafthrudnir is a compelling tale that underscores the value placed on wisdom and knowledge and the risks associated with the pursuit of such knowledge. This story is primarily found in the Vadasmal, one of the poems in the Poetic Edda. The challenge. Odin, the All-Father, is known for his relentless quest for wisdom. In the Vafthrudnismal, he decides to test his knowledge against that of Vafthrudnir, a giant renowned for his wisdom. Disguising himself as a wanderer named Gainrad, Odin approaches Vafthrudnir's hall and challenges him to a contest of wits. The stakes are high. The loser of the contest will forfeit his life. The contest. The contest begins with Odin and Vafthrudnir asking each other questions about the cosmos, the gods, and various esoteric matters. Odin answers all of Vafthrudnir's questions correctly, demonstrating his vast knowledge. The questions cover a wide range of topics, including the origins of the world, the fate of gods, and the secrets of the universe. One of the notable questions asked by Vafthrudnir is about the origin of the earth and the sky. "Tell me, Gainrad, if thy wit serves thee well, since thou art famed for wisdom, whence came the earth or the high heaven first, wise giant?" Odin answers confidently, showcasing his deep understanding of the creation myth. From Ymir's flesh, the earth was fashioned, and from his bones the hills, the heaven from the skull of that ice-cold giant, and from his blood, the sea. The contest continues with increasingly challenging questions. Finally, Odin asks a question that only he himself could answer. What did Odin say in the ear of his son ere he mounted the bale steed's back? Vafthrudnir realizes that only Odin could know the answer to this question, thus revealing Odin's true identity. Acknowledging defeat, Vafthrudnir concedes that Odin is the wisest of all beings. Significance. The story of Odin and Vafthrudnir highlights several key themes in Norse mythology: wisdom and knowledge. The contest underscores the Norse reverence for wisdom and knowledge, depicting it as a domain where even the gods seek to excel. Disguise and deception. Odin's use of disguise demonstrates cunning and willingness to employ deception to achieve his goals. Mortality and the divine. The high stakes of the contest, with the loser forfeiting his life, reflect the serious consequences associated with the pursuit of wisdom. Source material from the Eddas. The Vafthrudnismal in the Poetic Edda provides a detailed account of this story. Here is an excerpt from the poem where Odin reveals his identity. Much have I fared, much have I found, much have I got of the gods. What spake Odin himself in the ears of his son, ere Baldur he burned on the bale. This line from Vafthrudnismal highlights the moment of revelation and the recognition of Odin's unmatched wisdom. The story of Odin and Vafthrudnir serves as a profound narrative illustrating the centrality of wisdom in Norse mythology, the lengths to which Odin will go to attain it, and the ultimate acknowledgement of his supremacy in this realm. In Norse mythology, the invention of runes is attributed to Odin, the All-Father. Runes are an ancient script used by Germanic peoples, believed to hold magical properties and great wisdom. The story of Odin discovering the runes showcases his pursuit of knowledge and willingness to endure suffering for enlightenment. According to the Havamal, Odin hung himself from Yggdrasil, the world tree, and pierced his side with a spear, enduring 9 days and nights without sustenance. His sacrifice granted him insight into the runes' magical nature. Hanging from the tree, Odin gazed into the well of Erd and saw the runes, screaming in triumph as he grasped their secrets. The runes are not just letters, but are imbued with powerful magic for divination, protection, and spells. Each rune holds unique meanings and significance. By mastering the runes, Odin gained profound knowledge and enhanced his magical abilities. These runes became integral to Norse culture, used by seers and magicians for divination and protection. They were also carved into objects like weapons and amulets for magical purposes. The primary source for this tale is the Havamal from the Poetic Edda, which details Odin's sacrifice and the rune's importance. Through his sacrifice, Odin symbolizes wisdom and knowledge in Norse mythology, cementing his role as the foremost deity. Tartstarch 11, Geirrod and Agnar. In Norse mythology, the tale of Geirrod and Agnar is a compelling story that highlights themes of hospitality, deception, and the wisdom of Odin. This narrative is primarily Poetic Edda, specifically in the poem Grimnismal, the Lay of Grimnir. The story. Geirrod and Agnar, sons of King Hrodung, were full of youthful curiosity. One crisp morning, they begged their father, "May we take a boat and explore the vast sea, father?" King Hrodung, a wise and kind ruler, hesitated. "The seas can be treacherous, my sons." "We'll be careful, father," Agnar insisted, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Geirrod, more reserved but equally eager, nodded in agreement. King Hrodung, unable to resist their pleas, finally relented. "Take only a small boat and stay close to the shore," he cautioned. The brothers set sail, laughter echoing across the waves. But as the day wore on, a ferocious storm brewed on the horizon. Dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sun. The once playful waves turned into angry giants, tossing their small boat like a toy. "We must turn back, Agnar," Geirrod yelled, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. But it was too late. A monstrous wave crashed upon them, sending the boat flying. When Geirrod resurfaced, gasping for air, he saw only splintered wreckage and a vast, empty ocean. Despair threatened to engulf him, but then he spotted a dark shape in the distance. An island. Exhausted but with renewed hope, they swam towards the island. Upon reaching the shore, they collapsed onto the soft sand. Just then, a gentle voice startled them. "Lost and weary travelers, come, rest and replenish yourselves." An elderly couple, their faces kind and weathered, stood before them. They welcomed the boys into their humble hut, offering them warmth, food, and dry clothes. Over steaming mugs of broth, the couple introduced themselves as Hnikar and Hnikar. Unbeknownst to the boys, these were actually Odin, the All-Father, and his wife Frigg in disguise. For days, the boys stayed on the island, learning valuable skills from Hnikar and listening to Hnikar's captivating stories. Odin, disguised as Hnikar, instilled in Geirrod the importance of wisdom, justice, and hospitality, qualities of a great leader. Frigg, disguised as Hnikar, subtly challenged these values, planting seeds of suspicion in Geirrod's young mind. One evening, as they sat by the crackling fire, Hnikar, Odin, turned to the boys. "The time has come for you to return to your homeland." Hnikar Odin then surprised them with a playful wager directed at Hnikar Frigg. "Geirrod, under my guidance, will become a just and noble king," he declared. Hnikar Frigg chuckled. "We shall see, Hnikar. Power can easily corrupt even the purest hearts." The next day, Hnikar, Odin, and Frigg led the boys back to their kingdom. As they parted ways, Hnikar, Odin, whispered a final piece of advice to Geirrod. "Remember, a true king treats all, even strangers, with respect." The boys lingered on the island with their kind caregivers throughout the long, harsh winter. But with the arrival of spring, clear blue skies, and calm seas, a longing for home bloomed in their hearts. Bidding farewell to Hnikar and Hnikar, unaware of their true identities as Odin and Frigg, the boys set sail in a boat provided by Odin. Gentle breezes carried them swiftly towards their homeland. However, as the boat neared the shore, a darkness seemed to cloud Geirrod's spirit. He abruptly leaped out and, with a cruel shove, pushed the boat back into the water. "Sail away into the clutches of that evil spirit," he bellowed towards his brother. As if on cue, the wind shifted, carrying Agnar away from the safety of the shore. Geirrod, burdened by the weight of his terrible act, rushed back to his father's palace. There, he fabricated a story about what transpired, claiming Agnar had been lost at sea. Overjoyed at the return of his prodigal son, Geirrod eventually ascended to the throne. Years passed, and the once promising young boy who left for the island had transformed into a king consumed by suspicion. His reign lacked the warmth of hospitality, a stark contrast to the lessons instilled by the mysterious couple. These were in fact lessons that Odin, the All-Father, disguised as Hnikar, had hoped would take root within Geirrod. Now, driven by his insatiable curiosity and a desire to test Geirrod's character, Odin would return to see if any embers of those teachings still flickered within the king. One night, a harsh wind howled around Geirrod's grand hall, rattling the windows and whipping snow against the walls. As the feasting reached its peak, a figure materialized at the entrance. Clad in tattered rags and a cloak dusted with snow, an old man with a long, white beard stood hunched over a gnarled staff. This was Odin, disguised as Grimnir, a weary wanderer seeking refuge from the storm. He gave his name as Grimnir, but refused to tell whence he came or what he wanted. This only confirmed the suspicions Frigg's raven had planted in Geirrod's mind. His love of cruelty taking hold, Geirrod commanded that the stranger be bound between two fires. The flames danced around him, just out of reach, a cruel torment. 8 days and nights he remained thus, in obstinate silence, without food. Meanwhile, Agnar, who had secretly returned to his brother's palace in a lowly position, couldn't bear to watch the suffering any longer. One night, when all was still, he snuck in a horn of ale, a small act of defiance against his cruel brother and a desperate attempt to ease the disguised god's pain. "Here, stranger," Agnar whispered, offering the horn. "Drink, and find some solace in this darkness." Odin, parched from the ordeal, gratefully accepted the ale. This single act of kindness would prove pivotal in the events to come. At the end of the 8th day, Geirrod sat upon his throne, gloating over the supposed sorcerer's agony. Suddenly, a low, melodic tune filled the hall. It grew louder, a powerful song echoing off the rafters. Odin, his voice booming with newfound strength, sang a prophecy of doom for the king who had so heartlessly tortured him. "The fallen by the sword," he sang, his voice resonating with power, "Ygg shall now have. Thy life is now run out. Wroth with thee are the Desir. Odin thou now shalt see. Draw near to me if thou canst." As the final notes faded, the chains binding Odin clattered to the floor. The flames flickered and died, revealing Odin no longer as a weazened old man, but a magnificent god, radiating power and glory. Geirrod, hearing the ominous prophecy, reached for his sword in a fit of rage, intending to slay the source of his humiliation. But the sight of the transformed Odin struck him with terror. He stumbled backward, tripped, and fell upon his own blade. fulfilling Odin's prophecy in a horrifying twist of fate. Turning to Agnar, the true son of the previous king, according to some accounts, these old stories are indeed filled with inconsistencies. In other tales, Agnar is depicted as Geirrod's son, with Geirrod giving his son his own brother's name. Odin spoke. "Ascend the throne, Agnar," he boomed. "Your compassion has earned you this reward." He then promised to shower Agnar with prosperity, a token of gratitude for the timely draught of ale that had sustained the disguised god during his torment. Source material from the Eddas. The story of Geirrod and Agnar is told in Grimnismal from the Poetic Edda. Here are some key stanzas. "I was called Grim, I was called Ganglari, Herion, Hjalmbari, Thek, Thrithi, Thuth, Uth, Helblindi, Har, Sad, Svipal, San, Svithrir, and Yggdrasil." Grimnismal, stanza 46. Then Geirrod went to take Grimnir off the fires. Grimnir, however, had sat there so long that flames burned through his cloak. Grimnismal, prose after stanza 36. "Odin I am called, Ig was my name before, called Thund and Vak and Skilfing, Vafud and Raptatir, with the gods, Gaut and Jalk amid the gods." Stanza 48. These passages highlight Odin's numerous names and the dramatic revelation of his true identity, which underscore the moral lessons embedded in the tale of Geirrod and Agnar. The story illustrates the virtues of hospitality, the perils of mistrust, and the far-reaching consequences of one's actions in 12. May Day festivals. May Day, a vibrant celebration of spring's arrival and the renewal of life, holds deep roots in Norse mythology and pagan traditions. It is a time to honor the gods, particularly Odin, who is associated with wisdom, transformation, and the cycle of nature. The significance of May Day. May Day rituals were believed to promote fertility and abundance in the coming year. People would gather to dance around a maypole, a symbol of the world tree Yggdrasil, and decorate their homes with greenery and flowers. These festivities were a joyous expression of gratitude for the return of warmth and life after the harsh winter months. Odin's connection to May Day. Odin, the All-Father in Norse mythology, is often depicted as a wanderer, a seeker of knowledge, and a tester of character. He is associated with the natural world, particularly the transition from winter to spring, a time of renewal and transformation. In some Norse traditions, Odin is said to have presided over May Day celebrations, overseeing the rituals and ensuring the blessings of fertility and abundance. His presence was believed to bring good fortune and harmony to the community. Source material from the Eddas. The Voluspa, a prophetic poem from the Poetic Edda, provides a glimpse into the cyclical nature of the world and the role of Odin in its renewal. "I saw the earth rise again, green once more, after Fimbulwinter. The sun shone from the south on the cliffs, and the grass grew green." Voluspa, stanza 10. "Then comes forth the mighty son of Lodin Odin, to his doom wends Odin. Then comes forth the great mother of giants, the most worthy for counsels." Verses 46 to 47. This passage highlights Odin's involvement in the cyclical process of destruction and renewal, underscoring his significance in the cosmic order and the transition from one age to the next. Conclusion. May Day festivals, with their roots in Norse mythology and pagan traditions, embody the celebration of life's renewal and the connection between humanity and the natural world. Odin, as a god associated with transformation and the cycle of nature, is often seen as a presiding figure over these festivities, ensuring blessings of fertility and abundance. The Voluspa, with its depiction of cyclical destruction and renewal, reflects the significance of May Day as a celebration of life's enduring power. Chapter 3. Frigga. 1. The Queen of the Gods. Frigga, also known as Frigg, is a prominent goddess in Norse mythology, revered as the queen of the gods and wife of Odin. She is associated with marriage, family, prophecy, and the clouds. Family ties and royal status. Daughter of Earth. Some sources depict Frigga as the daughter of Fjorgyn, the personification of the earth. Sister or daughter of Odin. Some myths suggest that she is Odin's sister, while others portray her as both his daughter and wife. Queen of Asgard. Her marriage to Odin establishes her as the Queen of Asgard, the realm of the gods. Wisdom and knowledge of the future. Keeper of secrets. Frigga possesses vast knowledge of the future, but she keeps it hidden, symbolizing wisdom and discretion. Seeress of fate. Her ability to foresee the future makes her a revered figure among the gods. Connection to clouds and atmosphere. Goddess of the clouds. Frigga is often associated with the clouds and an atmosphere, depicted wearing either snow-white or dark garments reflecting her changeable moods. Guardian of the sky, she is said to influence the weather and the movement of clouds. Residence and symbolism. Fensalir, the Hall of Mists. Frigga prefers her own palace, Fensalir, meaning Hall of Mists or Sea, where she engages in her divine activities. Spinning clouds and weaving tapestries. She is often portrayed spinning clouds and weaving colorful tapestries, symbolizing her creative power and connection to the elements. Heron feather crown. Frigga is often adorned with a crown of heron feathers, representing silence or forgetfulness, alluding to her discretion regarding the future. Patroness of marriage and love, guardian of conjugal and motherly love. Frigga is revered as the goddess of love, particularly conjugal and motherly love. Worshipped by married couples and parents. She is sought after by married couples and parents, seeking her blessings for harmony and protection. Frigg, the Norse goddess of marriage, motherhood, and home, also possessed various names throughout history and across regions. These names, like Odin's, served as epithets that highlighted different aspects of her character and domain. Here's a breakdown of some of Frigg's known names. Frigg, Old Norse. This is the most common and well-known name for the goddess. It likely originates from the Proto-Germanic word frijo, meaning dear or beloved. Freya, Old High German. This is a cognate of Frigg, sharing the same linguistic root and meaning. Freya, Longobardic. This is another Germanic name for Frigg, closely related to the Old High German form. Frigg, Old English. This is the Anglo-Saxon version of Frigg, reflecting the shared linguistic heritage of these languages. Hlin, Old Norse. This name translates to protector or guardian, reflecting Frigg's role as a protector of women, marriage, and the home. Sin, Old Norse. This name means truth or guile, potentially signifying Frigg's association with wisdom, foresight, and even the ability to manipulate or deceive for good. Gefjon, Old Norse. While sometimes mistaken for another goddess, Gefjon, Frigg's association with fertility and prosperity is occasionally linked to this name, which translates to giver. It's important to note that due to the lack of standardized spelling practices in early Norse cultures, variations of these names might exist. Additionally, some confusion arises with the name Freya, the Vanir goddess of love, beauty, and war. While some believe they were separate entities, others view them as different aspects of the same goddess. Understanding these names provides a deeper appreciation for Frigg's multifaceted nature and the reverence she held in Norse mythology. References in the Eddas. The Poetic Edda, a collection of ancient Norse poems, offers glimpses into Frigga's character and significance. Voluspa, the Seeress's prophecy. This poem alludes to Frigga's knowledge of the future, stating, "I saw the earth rise again, green once more after Fimbul winter. The sun shone from the south on the cliffs, and the grass grew green. Vafthrudnismal." In this poem, the wise giant Vafthrudnir challenges Odin with questions about the gods, including Frigga, who sits by Odin's side and sees all worlds from Hlidskialf. Odin replies, acknowledging Frigga's position as the queen and her ability to observe all realms. The Prose Edda, a compilation of Norse mythology and lore, provides more detailed accounts of Frigga's role and dwelling. Gylfaginning, the simpering of Gylfi. This section introduces Frigga as Odin's wife and the queen of Asgard, describing her as the fairest of all women. Skaldskaparmal, the language of poetry. This section provides kennings or poetic names for Frigga, such as wife of the gods and lady of Fensalir. Lokasenna, the flighting of Loki. In this poem, the trickster god Loki taunts Frigga, hinting at her knowledge of the future and her role in shaping events. These Eddic passages collectively portray Frigga as a powerful, wise, and revered goddess, holding a central position in Norse mythology. Her association with marriage, family, and the clouds reflects her profound connection to the human realm and the natural world. 2. The Stolen Gold. In the realm of Asgard, where gods and goddesses held dominion over the world, dwelt Frigga, the queen of deities, renowned for her beauties and wisdom. Yet beneath her radiant exterior lurked a touch of vanity, a desire for adornment that would lead her down a path of deception. Driven by her longing for a new ornament, Frigga's gaze fell upon a statue of her husband, Odin, the Allfather, newly erected in his temple. The statue, gleaming with gold, ignited a spark of covetousness within her heart. Under the cloak of secrecy, she took a piece of the precious metal, entrusting it to the skillful dwarves to fashion a magnificent necklace for her. The dwarves, with their mastery in crafting, transformed the stolen gold into a masterpiece that surpassed even Frigga's wildest dreams. Adorned with the necklace, her beauty was amplified, captivating even the heart of Odin, who grew more enamored with his wife than ever before. However, Odin's love was soon clouded by suspicion. The disappearance of the gold from his statue did not go unnoticed, and his anger swelled like a raging storm. Summoning the dwarves, he demanded they reveal the identity of the thief who dared to touch his likeness. Bound by their oath to Frigga, the dwarves remained steadfast in their silence. Odin, frustrated by their lack of cooperation, devised a cunning plan. He ordered the statue to be placed above the temple gate and set about inscribing runes that would endow it with the power of speech, enabling it to expose the culprit. News of Odin's intent reached Frigga, and her heart pounded with fear. She sought the aid of her trusted handmaiden, Fulla, pleading for a solution to avert her husband's wrath. Fulla, ever loyal, embarked on a quest to find a way to protect her mistress. Her search led her to a hideous dwarf, known for his cunning and mischievous nature. In exchange for a gracious smile from Frigga, the dwarf agreed to silence the statue forever. Frigga, desperate to avoid Odin's fury, consented to the dwarf's request. Under the cover of darkness, the dwarf crept into the temple, casting a deep slumber upon the guards. With swift and ruthless movements, he toppled the statue from its pedestal, shattering it into pieces, effectively silencing its potential to betray Frigga's secret. Upon discovering the destruction of his statue, Odin's rage knew no bounds. Unable to bear the sight of Asgard, he vanished into the unknown, taking with him all the blessings he had bestowed upon the gods and men. In Odin's absence, his brothers, seizing the opportunity, assumed his form and took possession of his throne and wife. However, despite their outward resemblance, they lacked the power to restore the lost blessings, plunging the world into a state of despair. The ice giants, sensing the weakened state of Asgard, descended upon the land, binding it in their icy grip. They withered the crops, stripped the trees bare, and shrouded the earth in an impenetrable mist, casting a shadow of desolation over the once vibrant realm. After 7 arduous months, the true Odin, moved by the suffering of his people, returned to Asgard. Upon witnessing the havoc wrought in his absence, his wrath ignited once more. With a mighty surge of power, he banished the usurpers, drove the frost giants back to their icy realm, and released the earth from its icy bonds. As the sun pierced through the clouds, casting its warm embrace upon the land, Odin showered Asgard with his blessings once more. The crops revived, the trees blossomed, and the earth regained its vibrant spirit. Frigga, humbled by the consequences of her vanity, emerged from the shadows, seeking forgiveness from Odin. Odin, recognizing his wife's remorse and the lessons learned, extended his hand in reconciliation. From that day forward, Frigga tempered her desire for adornment with wisdom and humility, cherishing the true treasures of love, loyalty, and the power of forgiveness. 3. The cunning of Frigga. Frigga, the wife of Odin, cleverly outwits him to favor her chosen people, the Winilers, in an upcoming battle against the Vandals. Odin and Frigga were observing the preparations for the battle from their throne, Hlidskialf. Odin was inclined towards the Vandals, who were praying to him for victory. However, Frigga favored the Winilers, who had sought her help. When Frigga asked Odin who he would favor in the battle, he evaded the question by saying that he would grant victory to those he first saw upon waking the next morning. Knowing that Odin's couch was positioned such that he would first see the Vandals upon waking, Frigga waited until he was asleep, and then quietly turned his couch to face the Winilers. She then instructed the Winilers to dress their women in armor and have them stand in battle formation at dawn, with their long hair combed down over their cheeks and breasts. When Odin woke up the next morning, the first sight that met his eyes was the armored host of the Winilers. Surprised, he exclaimed, "What longbeards are those?" Hearing this, Frigga triumphantly declared that Odin had given them a new name, and as per the northern custom, he was now honor-bound to also give them a baptismal gift. Realizing that he had been outsmarted, Odin did not protest. In memory of the victory that Odin's favor had granted them, the Winilers retained the new name given by the King of the Gods. From then on, Odin watched over them with special care, bestowing upon them many blessings, including a home in the sunny south on the fruitful plains of Lombardy. This tale is a testament to the cunning of Frigga and the power of Odin's word. It's a captivating story that highlights the dynamics of the divine couple and provides insight into the beliefs and customs of the Norse people. 4. Fulla. Fulla is a lesser-known figure in Norse mythology, often depicted as a handmaiden or attendant to the goddess Frigga. She is characterized by her unwavering loyalty and service to Frigga, aiding her in various capacities within Asgard. Fulla's specific attributes and role are not extensively detailed in the surviving Norse texts, but her presence is acknowledged in several sources. Source material. Fulla is mentioned in the Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson. In the Gylfaginning section of the Prose Edda, Snorri lists Fulla among the goddesses in Asgard, identifying her as one of Frigga's trusted attendants. In Frigg's retinue are the 12 handmaidens who are called thus: Saga, Ir, Gefjun, Fulla, and also Freya, Sjöfn, Lofn, Var, Hlin, Snotra, Var, and Skuld. Although this mention is brief, it provides insight into Fulla's role as a dedicated companion to Frigga. Despite the limited information, Fulla stands as a symbol of loyalty and service to the Queen of the Gods, Frigga, in the Norse pantheon. 5. Gna is another intriguing, though lesser-known, figure in Norse mythology, associated with messenger duties and swift travel. As one of Frigga's handmaidens, Gna is tasked with carrying out errands on behalf of the goddess, often depicted riding the remarkable horse Hofvarpnir. This horse is notable for its ability to traverse land, sea, and air with incredible speed, emphasizing Gna's role as a swift and reliable messenger. Source material. Gna's mention in Norse mythology spans both the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda. 1. Poetic Edda. Gna is referenced in the Skaldskaparmal, the language of poetry, and Lokasenna, the flighting of Loki, where her swift duties and unique capabilities are highlighted. 2. Prose Edda. In the Gylfaginning section of the Prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson describes Gna's role in carrying out Frigga's commands across the realms. Gna's horse, Hofvarpnir, is also described for its extraordinary speed and agility. 3. Sagas. Gna appears in various sagas, often portrayed as a swift and reliable messenger. For instance, in Thorstein's saga Vikingsonar, the saga of Thorstein Vikingson, she is sent by Frigga to deliver an important message to Thorstein, underscoring her role as a trusted emissary. Gna's ability to travel beyond Asgard and her dedication to her duties make her a significant, though often understated, figure in Norse mythology. Her swift journeys and loyalty to Frigga contribute to the functioning of the divine realms and the conveyance of crucial messages. 6. Lofn, Vjofn, and Sin. Lofn, Vjofn, and Sin are three lesser-known goddesses in Norse mythology, each associated with distinct aspects of love, relationships, and protection. 1. Lofn, goddess of forbidden love. Lofn is the goddess of unions that are often considered prohibited or unconventional by societal norms or familial bonds. She is believed to have the power to soften conflicts and remove obstacles that come from such unions. Mediator for couples. Lofn is often called upon by couples facing opposition or challenges in their relationships, especially those who seek to overcome societal or familial disapproval. 2. Goddess of marital harmony. Vjofn is closely associated with love and relationships, focusing particularly on marriage and fertility. She blesses marriages and aids in the conception and birth of children. Promoter of family unity, Vjofn ensures harmony and stability within marital relationships, fostering love, loyalty, and fertility within families. 3. Sin, goddess of protection and truth. Sin is a protector, especially in legal and judicial matters. She is invoked to defend against false accusations and to uphold justice. Guardian of integrity. Sin stands as a symbol of truth and integrity, ensuring that justice prevails and that dishonesty is uncovered. 7. Gefjon. Gefjon, a revered figure in Norse mythology, represents agriculture, fertility, and prosperity. Her presence in the pantheon underscores the deep connection between humans and the bounties of the land, highlighting the importance of agriculture in sustaining life. Embodiment of fertility and prosperity. Gefjon is deeply connected with the fertility of the land and the life-giving power of nature. She is often depicted as a nurturing goddess, overseeing the growth of crops and ensuring bountiful harvests. Her role reflects the crucial part played in Norse society, providing food and wealth. Symbol of continuation and renewal. Beyond agriculture, Gefjon is also linked to fertility in a broader sense, symbolizing the renewal of life and the promise of future generations. She embodies the sacredness of childbirth and the continuation of life. The myth of Gefjon's plowing. A compelling story from Norse mythology showcases Gefjon's connection to the land and her cleverness. King Gylfi of Sweden promised her as much land as she could plow in a single day. Demonstrating her resourcefulness, Gefjon transformed her 4 sons into powerful oxen and harnessed them to a plow. They worked tirelessly and plowed out a vast expanse, creating the island of Zealand. Creation of Zealand. Although King Gylfi was initially dismayed by Gefjon's ingenuity, he honored his promise and accepted the loss of the land. Zealand then flourished into a fertile and prosperous region, reinforcing Gefjon's association with abundance and the land's richness. Gefjon's legacy extends beyond Norse mythology. She remains a symbol of fertility, the life-giving power of nature, and the enduring connection between humans and the earth's bounty. 8. Eira, Vara, Ver, and Snotra. In the intricate tapestry of Norse mythology, various goddesses embody virtues that resonate deeply with human experiences and societal values. Eira, Vara, Ver, and Snotra each play a unique role in ensuring the well-being, integrity, and wisdom of both gods and mortals. Eira, the goddess of healing. Eira is revered as the goddess of healing, known for her profound ability to cure physical ailments and provide solace to troubled minds. Her name translates to mercy or compassion, highlighting her gentle and empathetic nature. Role in mythology. Eira's expertise extends beyond mere physical healing. She is also adept at using medicinal herbs and possesses the wisdom to heal emotional and psychological wounds. In a society where physical and mental health are paramount, Eira's presence signifies the importance of holistic healing in maintaining balance and well-being. Symbolism. Eira represents the essential need for mercy and compassion in the act of healing. Her influence underscores the belief that true well-being encompasses both body and mind. Hat Vara, the goddess of oaths and promises. Vara is the guardian of oaths and promises, embodying the principles of loyalty, integrity, and faithfulness. Her name translates to faith or pledge, signifying her role in upholding the sacredness of agreements and commitments. Role in mythology. In Norse society, oaths were binding and held great weight. Vara's role is to oversee these promises, ensuring they are honored and respected. Breaking an oath was not just a personal failing, but a breach that could disrupt social harmony. Symbolism. Vara's presence reinforces the value of trust and reliability in human relationships and social contracts. She reminds us of the significance of keeping one's word and the consequences of failing to do so. The goddess of wisdom and foresight. Ver is the goddess who personifies wisdom and the ability to foresee the future. Her name translates to wise woman or seer, reflecting her deep understanding and insight into the workings of the world. Role in mythology. Ver is often consulted for guidance and is revered for her ability to foresee potential outcomes. Her wisdom helps individuals navigate challenges and make informed decisions, shaping their paths and destinies. Symbolism. Ver symbolizes the critical role of wisdom and foresight in life. Her presence encourages the pursuit of knowledge and the consideration of future implications in decision-making. Snotra, the goddess of intelligence and eloquence. Snotra is celebrated as the goddess of intelligence and eloquence, embodying the power of clear thought and effective communication. Her name translates to wisdom or intelligence, highlighting her sharp mind and articulate speech. Role in mythology. Snotra's gifts are crucial in various aspects of life, from conflict resolution to effective leadership. She guides individuals in making reasoned decisions and helps them express their ideas persuasively and coherently. Symbolism. Snotra's influence emphasizes the importance of intellect and eloquence in fostering understanding and harmony. She represents the value of articulate expression and reasoned thought in achieving personal and social goals. Collective significance. Together, these goddesses, Ira, Vara, Ver, and Snotra, embody the essential virtues that sustain and enrich both individual lives and society as a whole. Ura teaches the value of compassion and the healing of body and soul. Vara upholds the sanctity of promises and the importance of trust. Ver offers the wisdom and foresight needed to navigate life's challenges. Snotra highlights the power of intelligence and the art of communication. Their roles in Norse mythology remind us of the timeless importance of healing, integrity, wisdom, and eloquence in cultivating a balanced and fulfilling life. 9. Holda. In Germanic mythology, especially within the folklore of Central and Northern Europe, Holda stands out as a revered figure. She embodies the essence of hearth, home, and the nurturing aspects of nature. Her presence signifies warmth, the nurturing spirit of the home, the protection of family, and the cyclical rhythms of nature. Holda's virtues and symbolism. Guardian of the home, Holda is often portrayed as a wise and benevolent woman who oversees the well-being of households and ensures family harmony. Her name, derived from the Old High German word huld, translates to gracious or kind, highlighting her compassionate nature and role as a guardian of the home. Symbol of the hearth. The hearth, the central fire in the home, is a key symbol associated with Holda. It represents warmth, protection, and the place where family members gather. Holda's presence embodies the nurturing essence of the home, a place of comfort, security, and belonging. Nature's cycles. Beyond her domestic role, Holda is also linked to the broader cycles of nature, especially the changing seasons and the fertility of the land. She is often depicted as overseeing the spinning of flax and the weaving of cloth, which symbolizes the transformative power of nature and life's cyclical patterns. Holda's folklore and traditions, leader of the Wild Hunt. In some traditions, Holda is believed to lead a procession of spirits known as the Wild Hunt. This mythological event involves Holda riding through the skies during the 12 days of Christmas. The Wild Hunt is seen as a symbol of nature's renewal and the transition between the old and new year. Spinning and weaving. Holda's association with spinning and weaving is reflected in various folk customs. In some regions, it was believed that she would reward diligent spinners with gifts. Conversely, those who neglected their spinning duties might face her displeasure. These customs emphasize the importance of domestic crafts and the vital role of women in maintaining the household. Holda's enduring legacy. Holda represents the warmth and protection of the home, the significance of family life, and the deep connection between humans and nature's rhythms. Her enduring legacy lies in her embodiment of values and traditions that have shaped Germanic cultures for centuries. She serves as a reminder of the importance of these values in fostering community, well-being, and harmony with the natural world. 10. The discovery of flax. In Norse mythology, the story of flax is a tale of divine generosity and human advancement, showcasing how the gods bestowed invaluable gifts to aid humanity in its journey toward progress and comfort. This particular narrative centers around the goddess Holda, also known as Holda or Frau Hole, and her pivotal role in introducing flax to the world. The origin of flax. Holda was a goddess deeply revered for her knowledge of household crafts and agriculture. She was known for her kind heart and her desire to see humans prosper, especially in their domestic and agricultural endeavors. Her connection to the earth and its bounties made her a beloved figure among those who relied on the land for their sustenance. Holda's gift to humanity. One day, as Holda gazed upon the mortal realm from her divine residence, she noticed the struggle of humans with their clothing and textiles. The materials they used were rough, uncomfortable, and laborious to produce. Moved by their hardship, Holda decided to give humanity a gift that would revolutionize textile production and improve their daily lives. Holda descended from her heavenly abode to the earthly realm. She wandered through meadows and forests, searching for a plant that could provide fine, durable fibers suitable for making better textiles. After much searching, she found a modest plant with slender stems and delicate blue flowers, the flax plant. Recognizing its potential, Hulda carefully harvested the plant and prepared to share its secrets with humankind. Teaching the cultivation and processing of flax. Hulda's first lesson to the people was on how to cultivate flax. She demonstrated how to prepare the soil, sow the seeds, and tend to the growing plants. The humans watched in awe as the flax fields bloomed under Hulda's guidance, their vibrant blue flowers swaying gracefully in the wind. Once the flax was ready for harvest, Hulda showed the people how to pull the plants from the ground and prepare them for processing. She introduced them to the method of retting, where the flax stalks were soaked in water to separate the fibers from the woody core. This was followed by the processes of breaking and scutching, which involved removing the tough outer layers to reveal the soft, valuable fibers inside. Spinning and weaving flax. With the fibers prepared, Hulda then instructed the people in the arts of spinning and weaving. She taught them how to spin the flax fibers into strong, smooth threads using a spindle and distaff. Once the threads were ready, she showed them how to weave these threads into fabric on a loom. The resulting linen was not only durable and comfortable, but also beautifully smooth and fine. Under Hulda's patient guidance, humans quickly became skilled at spinning and weaving flax. They produced linens far superior to the coarse fabrics they had used before. These new textiles were used to make clothing, bedding, and various household items, significantly enhancing their quality of life. The legacy of flax. The discovery and cultivation of flax had a profound impact on human society. The knowledge and skills imparted by Hulda became integral to agricultural and domestic life. Flax linens were highly valued for their quality and became an important commodity in trade and commerce. Hulda's gift of flax was more than just a practical boon. It symbolized the enduring bond between the gods and humans. It illustrated the gods' willingness to provide for and uplift humanity, fostering a deep sense of gratitude and reverence towards the divine. This story of the discovery of flax and Hulda's teachings underscores the importance of innovation and the transfer of knowledge in human progress. It celebrates the idea that the gods played an active role in nurturing and guiding humanity, equipping them with the tools and wisdom needed to thrive and flourish in their world. 11. Tannhäuser. According to a medieval tradition, Hulda dwelt in a cave in the Hörselberg in Thuringia, where she was known as Frau Venus and considered an enchantress who lured mortals into her realm, where she detained them, steeping their senses in all manner of pleasures. The most famous of her victims was Tannhäuser. The story. One day, Tannhäuser, a noble knight and poet known for his prowess in both combat and verse, found himself standing before the fabled Venusberg. This mythical mountain was said to house the court of Venus, the goddess of love. As he gazed upon the mountain, he heard a voice, as soft as a summer breeze, yet as powerful as a storm. Tannhäuser, the voice called, I have watched you from afar, admired your strength, your courage, your talent for words. Come, join me in my court. Abandon the mortal world and its constraints. Here you will find eternal pleasure. Tempted by the promise of endless delight and the divine allure of Venus, Tannhäuser succumbed to the temptations of the Venusberg. I accept your invitation, Venus, he declared, stepping into the mountain. For a year, Tannhäuser reveled in the sensual delights of the Venusberg. He lost himself in a world of indulgence, where every desire was fulfilled and every pleasure was within reach. Yet, despite the joy, a sense of guilt began to gnaw at his soul. One day, as he sat in the court of Venus, he found himself unable to enjoy the pleasures around him. What troubles you, Tannhäuser? Venus asked, her voice filled with concern. I am filled with guilt, Venus, Tannhäuser confessed. I have abandoned the moral world for this earthly paradise, yet I fear I have forfeited my chance at salvation. Venus looked at him, her eyes filled with sadness. Tannhäuser, she said softly, you must choose your own path. If you believe your salvation lies in the mortal world, then you must return. With a heavy heart, Tannhäuser left the Venusberg, determined to seek redemption for his actions. His journey had taught him a valuable lesson. True fulfillment comes not from indulgence, but from balance and moral integrity. The mountain passage yawned open behind him, the flickering torchlight swallowed by the hungry darkness. Tannhäuser emerged, blinking against the harsh sunlight that flooded his vision. The air, crisp and clean, was a stark contrast to the cloying perfume of the Venusberg. A year had passed since he had surrendered to pleasure, a year since he had felt the warmth of the sun on his skin. But with the freedom came a crushing weight of guilt. Memories of duty abandoned and prayers forgotten clawed at his conscience. He had traded his virtue for fleeting pleasure, and the cost felt heavy upon his soul. Redemption. The word echoed in his mind, a beacon in the storm of despair. He had to find redemption, even if it meant facing his greatest fears. With newfound purpose, Tannhäuser set out for Rome. The journey was long and arduous, a fitting penance for his year of indulgence. The world he had left behind seemed distant, a half-forgotten dream. Yet with each passing day, his resolve solidified. He would confess his sins, seek forgiveness, and hope for a path back to the light. Finally, the majestic city of Rome rose before him, its grandeur both awe-inspiring and intimidating. He found the Pope's residence, a place of hushed reverence and intimidating splendor. With a deep breath he entered, the weight of his transgressions pressing down upon him. He was ushered into a vast chamber, sunlight streaming through stained glass windows, painting the scene in a kaleidoscope of colors. There, seated upon a throne of polished marble, sat Pope Urban IV. The Pope's gaze was stern, his weathered face etched with the weight of his responsibilities. Tannhäuser knelt, his head bowed low. "Your Holiness," he rasped, his voice hoarse from disuse, "I come before you a sinner. I have strayed from the path of righteousness, succumbing to temptation in the depths of the Venusberg." A heavy silence descended upon the room. Tannhäuser poured out his tale, recounting the allure of the underworld, his year of revelry, and his gnawing remorse. He spoke of his yearning for redemption, his desire to atone for his sins. When he finished, the silence stretched on, agonizingly long. Finally, the Pope spoke, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the chamber. "A grave sin you have committed, Tannhäuser," he intoned. "Consorting with the underworld is a transgression beyond forgiveness." Tannhäuser flinched, despair washing over him. "But Your Holiness," he pleaded, "I seek redemption. Grant me a chance to atone, to prove my faith." The Pope's gaze remained unwavering. "Redemption for one who has walked hand in hand with depravity? It is as impossible as this staff." He lifted a dry, gnarled stick, flowering in the winter's chill. The room spun before Tannhäuser's eyes. Impossible? Was there truly no hope for him? Despair threatened to consume him, the weight of the Pope's words crushing his spirit. He had ventured forth seeking redemption, but found only a harsh decree and a slammed door. As he was ushered out of the papal palace, Tannhäuser felt a chilling emptiness settle within him. The path ahead seemed shrouded in darkness, devoid of solace or hope. He had left the Venusberg, but had he truly found his way back to the light? 3 days. 3 agonizing days. Tannhäuser spent wandering the desolate outskirts of Rome, his spirit crushed by the Pope's harsh judgment. The echo of the Pope's words, as impossible as this staff flowering, reverberated in his hollow mind. He had sought redemption, only to be met with a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Despair gnawed at him, a relentless predator stripping away any remaining hope. The vibrant memories of the outside world, the warmth of the hearth, the camaraderie of his fellow knights, the simple joy of a sunrise seemed like a distant dream. The only solace he found was in the fading memory of Venus's embrace, the intoxicating allure of the pleasures he once abandoned. One day, a ragged figure, his face etched with despair, stumbled upon a group of pilgrims on the road. They spoke of a miracle. The Pope's dry staff, the very one used to deny Tannhäuser forgiveness, had inexplicably bloomed with vibrant flowers. Tears welled up in his eyes, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "God's forgiveness!" he cried, his voice hoarse with emotion. The Pope was wrong. There is a chance for me yet. Fueled by newfound hope, Tannhäuser turned back towards Rome, his steps lighter despite the weariness in his limbs. He envisioned himself kneeling before the Pope, the staff a testament to God's mercy, a symbol of his own redemption. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. As he neared the city gates, a haunting melody drifted on the wind, a melody both familiar and seductive. It was the music of the Venusberg, a siren song beckoning him back into its alluring embrace. He stopped, his heart caught in a brutal tug of war. The promise of forgiveness, the warmth of the sun on his face, the life he had left behind, all within reach. Yet the memory of Venus's touch, the intoxicating oblivion of the underworld, whispered a counterpoint. "It's a trick," he muttered, trying to convince himself. "A cruel illusion to lure me back to my damnation." But the melody persisted, weaving its magic around him, whispering promises of forgotten pleasures. In that moment of agonizing doubt, a terrible realization dawned upon him. He had spent so long in the Venusberg that the outside world, the world of faith and redemption, felt alien, almost frightening. With a heavy sigh, Tannhäuser turned away from the path to Rome. The melody grew stronger, guiding him towards the beckoning darkness of the mountain. He was returning to the Venusberg, not out of defiance, but out of a tragic acceptance of his perceived fate. The miracle of the staff, a symbol of hope, had arrived too late. He had become a creature of the underworld, forever bound to the goddess and the pleasures she offered, a cautionary tale of the enduring allure of sin and the heavy price of indulgence, the mythological and cultural significance. The tale of Tannhäuser resonates deeply within the cultural and mythological landscape of Europe. It reflects the Norse and Germanic themes of heroism, temptation, and the struggle for redemption. The legend serves as a moral and spiritual allegory, exploring the consequences of indulgence and the possibility of divine grace. Influence in literature and opera. Tannhäuser's story has inspired numerous works of literature and art. One of the most famous adaptations is Richard Wagner's opera Tannhäuser, which dramatizes the knight's inner turmoil and quest for redemption with profound emotional depth. Wagner's interpretation highlights the themes of love, repentance, and the eternal conflict between sacred and profane desires. Astrë, the goddess of spring. Astrë, often known as Ostara, is a goddess associated with the arrival of spring, renewal, and fertility. Her presence heralds the end of winter and the rebirth of nature. She is celebrated during the vernal equinox, a time when day and night are of equal length, symbolizing balance and new beginnings. The name Eastrë is believed to be the origin of the modern word Easter, which marks the resurrection of Christ in Christian tradition, coinciding with older pagan spring festivals. The legend of Eastrë. In the legends, Eastrë is depicted as a radiant and benevolent deity who brings warmth and light to the earth after the cold, dark months of winter. She is often associated with hares and eggs, symbols of fertility and new life. The hare, a creature known for its rapid reproduction, was sacred to Astrë and often seen as her companion. Eggs, representing potential and rebirth, were exchanged as gifts during her festivals. One of the most famous tales involving Eastrë tells of how she transformed a bird into a hare to save it from the harsh winter. This hare retained the ability to lay eggs, which it would decorate and present to the goddess in gratitude. This story beautifully encapsulates the themes of transformation and renewal central to Astrë's mythology. Shasht source material. While the figure of Astrë does not appear explicitly in the Old Norse Eddas or Icelandic sagas, her influence is echoed in various other mythological texts and folklore. For instance, the Venerable Bede, an 8th century English monk, references Eastrë in his work De Temporum Ratione, The Reckoning of Time, where he explains that the month of April was known as Eostermonath among the Anglo-Saxons, named after the goddess Eastrë. This work is one of the primary sources that mention Eastrë, highlighting her significance in pre-Christian Germanic paganism. Eastrë's festivals and traditions. Eastrë's festival, celebrated during the vernal equinox, involved various rituals to honor the goddess and mark the beginning of spring. Feasts, dances, and the lighting of bonfires were common practices, all aimed at welcoming the rejuvenating energy of spring. The exchange of decorated eggs, a tradition that persists in modern Easter celebrations, can be traced back to these ancient rites. The customs surrounding Eastrë emphasize the interconnectedness of life, death, and rebirth. Just as the earth awakens from its winter slumber, so too do the hopes and spirits of the people. The goddess Eastrë embodies this cyclical nature of existence, serving as a reminder of the enduring power of renewal and transformation. 13. Bertha the White Lady. Bertha, also known as Perchta or Birched, is a fascinating figure in Germanic and Alpine folklore, often depicted as the White Lady. She is a complex character who embodies dual aspects of benevolence and malevolence, mirroring the cycles of the year and the dual nature of human existence. The legend of Bertha. In the folklore of the Alpine regions, Bertha is described as a tall, majestic woman dressed in white, with a serene and ethereal presence. She is believed to watch over households, particularly during the 12 days of Christmas, ensuring that customs and rituals are properly observed. Bertha rewards the diligent and punishes the lazy, embodying the moral codes of the communities that venerate her. Bertha's benevolent aspect is most evident in her role as a protector of women and children. She blesses spinners and weavers who have worked hard and completed their tasks, bestowing gifts and good fortune upon them. Her presence during midwinter celebrations is seen as a guardian of the household, ensuring that the year's end is marked with proper observance and respect for traditions. Conversely, Bertha's darker side emerges when customs are neglected. She is known to punish those who fail to adhere to traditional practices, especially lazy spinners. Tales warn of her disciplinary actions, serving as a powerful reminder of the importance of diligence and respect for cultural norms. Bertha's festivals and traditions. Bertha is most commonly associated with the Midwinter Festival, particularly the 12 days of Christmas, known as Rauhnächte in German. During this time, elaborate feasts, storytelling, and the observance of traditional practices are dedicated to honoring her. These rituals often involve cleaning the home, completing all spinning and weaving tasks, and preparing special foods such as dumplings and porridge, which are believed to please the White Lady. In some regions, Bertha's Night, Bertentag, is celebrated with processions and masquerades. Participants dress in white robes and masks, emulating Bertha and her entourage, which often includes souls of the dead and other supernatural beings. These festivities serve to reinforce communal bonds and ensure the well-being of the community through adherence to time-honored customs. Bertha's enduring presence in folklore underscores the human need to balance hard work with celebration, to honor tradition, while recognizing the cyclical nature of the seasons and life itself. Her dual nature as both a benevolent and punitive figure encapsulates the timeless struggle between order and chaos, diligence and neglect, reward and consequence. Chapter 4, Thor, God of Thunder. 1. The Thunderer. Thor, the Norse god of thunder, commands attention with his imposing physique and awe-inspiring presence. He stands as a colossus among the gods, his stature towering above all others in Asgard. Thor's form is that of a mighty warrior, his frame sculpted from the very essence of strength and power. His broad shoulders carry the weight of his responsibilities, while his arms, thick with muscle, wield his legendary hammer Mjolnir with unparalleled skill and precision. His hair, the color of burnished gold, cascades in waves around his chiseled features, framing a countenance both fierce and noble. His beard, fiery red like the flames of a forge, adds to his aura of rugged masculinity, hinting at the fiery temper that lies beneath his stoic exterior. Thor's eyes, like shards of lightning, gleam with an intensity that strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies. They are the eyes of a warrior born unflinching in the face of danger, unwavering in their commitment to justice and honor. In battle, Thor is a sight to behold, his presence alone enough to turn the tide of any conflict. Clad in armor forged by the dwarves of Svartalfheim, he is a veritable juggernaut on the battlefield, his every movement a testament to his martial prowess. In the sagas and poems of Norse mythology, Thor's appearance is described in vivid detail, capturing the essence of his divine majesty. From the thunderous clash of his hammer to the resounding roar of his chariot, he is a force of nature incarnate, a beacon of strength and courage in a world fraught with peril. Thor's names and epithets. Thor, the mighty Norse god of thunder, wasn't known by just one name. Similar to Odin and Frigg, he possessed various names throughout history and across cultures. These names acted as epithets, highlighting different aspects of his character and power. Here's a peek into the world of Thor's names. Thor, Old Norse. This is the root name from which most others originate. It likely stems from the Proto-Germanic word thunras, meaning thunder. Thor, modern English, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish. This familiar name descends directly from the Old Norse Thor. Thonar, Old Saxon. This is another Germanic relative of Thor's name, sharing the connection to thunder. Donar, Donner, Old High German. These names reflect the linguistic evolution within the Germanic language family. Asa Thor, Old Norse. This name translates to Thor of the Aesir, referring to the tribe of gods Thor belonged to in Norse mythology. Veuther or Veother, Old Norse. These names might be linked to Thor, though their exact meaning and connection are debated by scholars. Rimmer, Old Norse, meaning noise or tumult. This name emphasizes Thor's association with thunder and storms. Sunnungr, Old Norse. This name has a more obscure meaning, possibly translating to the true one or the strong one. It's important to remember that variations in spelling and pronunciation might exist due to the lack of standardized writing systems in ancient Scandinavia. Additionally, Thor's name has left its mark on everyday life. Thursday, the 5th day of the week, derives from Thor's Day, reflecting the god's deep connection to Germanic and Norse cultures. Understanding Thor's diverse names offers a richer appreciation of his multifaceted nature and the influence he wielded within Norse mythology. Source material from the Poetic Edda, Harbard's Jothe. Harbardr said, "No great feats have you performed, Thor, though you were strong in might." Thor said, "I have fought and vanquished the giants, those foes of the gods in many battles." From the Poetic Edda, Thrymskvida. Thrym, king of the giants, said, "Bring me Freyja as my bride, and I will give you back Mjolnir." Then Thor, disguised as Freyja, took back his hammer and struck Thrym dead along with all his kin. These texts illustrate Thor's might and the significance of Mjolnir in maintaining the balance of the cosmos in Norse mythology. Thor's hammer. Thor, the Norse god of thunder, wielded the mighty hammer Mjolnir, a weapon of immense power and significance in Norse mythology. Endowed with magical properties, Mjolnir served as both a symbol of divine authority and a formidable tool of destruction in Thor's hands. In Norse mythology, Thor's hammer possessed the extraordinary ability to return to his hand after being thrown, regardless of the distance it traveled. This remarkable quality ensured that Mjolnir always remained within Thor's grasp, allowing him to unleash its devastating force upon his enemies, particularly the frost giants, who posed a constant threat to the gods and humanity. Additionally, Mjolnir was said to be red-hot, a testament to its association with lightning and thunder. To wield the hammer effectively, Thor wore an iron gauntlet called Iron Graper, which enabled him to grasp it firmly even when it was searing hot. Furthermore, Thor's strength was magnified when he wore his magic belt, Megingjord, which doubled his already formidable power. The sacred nature of Thor's hammer was revered by the ancient Norse people, who made the sign of the hammer to ward off evil influences and secure blessings. The hammer played a significant role in various rituals and ceremonies, including the consecration of boundary stakes, thresholds of new houses, marriages, and funeral pyres. Thor's association with thunderstorms led to the belief that the rumble and roar of thunder were the sound of his chariot, drawn by two goats named Tangnioster and Tangrisnir. When Thor traversed the skies in his chariot, he was known as Aku-Thor, or Thor the Charioteer. In some regions, the noise produced by his chariot was likened to the rattling of copper kettles, leading to the humorous epithet of the kettle vendor. Throughout Norse mythology and literature, the image of Thor wielding his hammer and riding in his chariot symbolizes strength, courage, and protection against the forces of chaos and destruction. His hammer, Mjolnir, remains an enduring emblem of divine power and authority in the Norse pantheon. Source material. From the Prose Edda, Skaldskaparmal. Sindri placed a piece of iron in the forge and told Brokkr to work the bellows and not stop until he returned. Loki, disguised as a fly, bit Brokkr's eyelid, but the dwarf persisted. Thus was Mjolnir made, though the handle was short. These texts illuminate the significance of Mjolnir as a potent symbol of Thor's power and authority in Norse mythology. 3. Thor's family. Thor's family plays a significant role in Norse mythology, reflecting complex relationships and dynamics among the gods. Thor is the son of Odin, the chief god, and the earth goddess Fjorgyn, Jörð. He is also the stepson of Frigg, Odin's wife. As the god of thunder, Thor is married to Sif, a fertility goddess known for her beautiful golden hair. Together they have a son named Magni, who inherits his father's strength. One of Thor's most well-known siblings is Loki, the trickster god, who is often portrayed as both friend and foe to the gods. While Loki is not Thor's biological brother, they are considered close companions and frequently embark on adventures together. In addition to his immediate family, Thor is also connected to other prominent figures in Norse mythology. For instance, he is the grandson of Bor and Bestla, making him a descendant of the primordial giant Ymir. Thor's lineage highlights his dual nature as both a god and a figure with ties to the giants, emphasizing his role as a bridge between the two realms. From the Prose Edda, Gylfaginning, Thor is the son of Odin and Fjörgyn, and the stepson of Frigg. Thor is the husband of Sif, and they have a son named Magni. These excerpts provide insight into Thor's familial relationships as depicted in Norse mythology. Sif, the golden-haired Sif, holds a prominent place in Norse mythology, renowned for her radiant golden hair and her role as Thor's devoted wife. Often depicted as a goddess of fertility associated with agriculture and the earth's abundance, Sif's hair is her defining feature and a source of immense pride. The myth involving Loki, however, casts a shadow over Sif's beauty. In this tale, Loki, ever the mischievous trickster, assumes the guise of a mosquito and stealthily infiltrates Sif's chambers while she slumbers. There, he executes his cunning plan, meticulously shearing off every strand of her precious golden locks, leaving her bereft of her crowning glory. As Thor storms into Sif's chamber and finds her shorn head, a furious tempest brews within him. With an enraged roar, he seizes Loki by the collar, shaking him violently as his booming voice reverberates through the halls of Asgard. "Loki, you wretched fiend, what madness drives you to defile my wife's beauty?" Thor's words thunder forth, laced with wrath and disbelief. Loki, ever the silver-tongued trickster, attempts to mollify Thor's fury with a smooth reply. "Forgive me, Thor. It was but a jest, a mere trifle of mischief," he pleads, his voice tinged with false contrition. But Thor's grip only tightens, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. "A jest, you say? Your jests know no bounds, Loki, but this affront shall not go unpunished." His voice reverberates through the chamber, resonating with the weight of his determination. Fearing the imminent wrath of the thunder god, Loki scrambles to make amends. He hurries to seek the aid of the skilled dwarven artisans, the sons of Ivaldi, promising to rectify his grievous error by commissioning a magnificent wig crafted from pure gold, vowing to restore Sif's beauty to its former splendor. Through the dwarves' magical craftsmanship, the wig transforms into real flowing locks of golden hair, even more resplendent than before. As Sif adorns her newly restored mane, Thor's heart swells with joy, grateful for Loki's efforts to right his wrong. However, beneath the tale's apparent resolution lurk darker undertones. Some interpretations suggest Loki's actions were not merely a prank, but a calculated attempt to publicly shame Sif, invoking the ancient punishment of shaving a woman's head for adultery. Yet no explicit mention of infidelity is found in the mythological sources. Additionally, the presence of Ullr, described as Sif's son and Thor's stepson, adds complexity to the narrative. It is hinted that Ullr may not be Thor's biological son, raising questions about Sif's past relationships and her true connection with Thor. As the story unfolds, it reveals the intricate dynamics and moral ambiguities within Norse mythology, offering glimpses into the complexities of divine relationships and the consequences of mischief and betrayal. Sif's relationship with Thor is a significant aspect of Norse mythology, symbolizing the harmonious balance between masculine and feminine forces. While she may not have a saga dedicated solely to her story, Sif's presence enriches various mythological texts and poems, contributing to the vibrant tapestry of Norse lore. Source material. From the Poetic Edda, Lokasenna. Loki spoke ill of Sif, saying her fidelity to Thor was questionable. Sif, angered by his words, demanded reparation, and Loki promised to retrieve treasures for her, including a new head of hair made of gold. This excerpt illustrates the episode in which Sif's golden hair becomes the subject of Loki's taunts and the subsequent resolution of the conflict. Thor's journey to Jotunheim. Thor's journey to Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, is a tale brimming with adventure, mischief, and the timeless struggle between the gods and the chaotic forces of the giants. This mythological narrative begins with the realization that the giants of Jotunheim are sending cold winds to Asgard, stunting the growth of flowers and crops. Determined to put an end to this menace, Thor sets out on a perilous journey accompanied by Loki. The peasant's hut. After a day's ride in his thunderous chariot drawn by his goats, Tangniost and Tangrisnir, Thor and Loki reach the borders of Jotunheim. As night falls, they come upon a humble peasant's hut and decide to seek shelter. Despite his poverty, the peasant welcomes them with warmth and hospitality. Recognizing that their host's provisions are insufficient, Thor offers a unique solution. He sacrifices his goats, cooking them for supper, and instructs the peasant and his family to throw the bones into the skins of the goats without breaking them. However, influenced by Loki's mischievous spirit, the peasant's son Thialfi breaks a bone to suck out the marrow. The next morning, Thor uses Mjolnir, his mighty hammer, to resurrect the goats. To his dismay, one of them is now lame due to Thialfi's transgression. Angered and ready to mete out punishment, Thor is calmed when the peasant offers his children, Thialfi and his sister Roskva, as servants to atone for their mistake. Thor accepts and takes Thialfi and Roskva with him as his servants on his journey to Jotunheim. The mysterious shelter. Leaving his chariot and goats behind under the peasant's care, Thor continues his journey on foot, accompanied by Loki, Thialfi, and Roskva. They traverse a desolate landscape shrouded in a thick, eerie mist. As they travel deeper into the land of giants, the gray fog and barren terrain make their journey increasingly challenging. As night falls after a long day of walking, they come upon a peculiar structure that seems like a house with a vast, gaping entrance. Seeking refuge from the elements, they enter this strange building. Exhausted, they settle down to rest, but their sleep is soon disturbed by strange noises and tremors that shake the ground. Alarmed by the possibility of the building collapsing, they seek refuge in a side chamber where they eventually manage to sleep through the night. The encounter with Skrymir. At dawn, Thor and his companions awaken to an astonishing sight. The mysterious house is not a house at all, but a gigantic mitten, and they have been sleeping in its thumb. The source of the tremors and noises is revealed to be a sleeping giant named Skrymir. His snores had caused the disturbances during the night. Upon awakening, Skrymir greets Thor and his companions. He reveals that he is also traveling to Utgard, the fortress of the giants, and offers to accompany and guide them on their journey. Despite his immense size, Skrymir is surprisingly amiable. He provides Thor and his companions with provisions from his enormous wallet. However, much to their frustration, they find themselves unable to open the giant's bag, no matter how hard they try. As they travel together, Skrymir's company and provisions are a mixed blessing. His sheer size and strength are both a source of protection and a reminder of the overwhelming power of the giants they are about to confront in Utgard. This story illustrates the challenges and unexpected allies Thor encounters on his quest to confront the giants, emphasizing the themes of strength, wit, and the complexities of divine and mortal interactions in Norse mythology. Source material from the Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. Thor struck a blow at the giant's head with his hammer. Skrymir awoke and asked if a leaf had fallen on his head. This passage highlights Thor's first encounter with Skrymir and sets the tone for their journey together. 6. Utgard Loki. Thor, frustrated by Skrymir's snoring that kept them awake, struck him thrice with his hammer. Instead of obliterating the giant, these blows elicited only sleepy comments from Skrymir, who remarked that leaves, bark, or twigs had fallen on his face. At dawn, Skrymir parted ways with Thor and his companions, directing them to Utgard Loki's castle. This formidable structure was built of massive ice blocks, adorned with huge glittering icicles as pillars. The gods, slipping between the bars of the great gate, boldly presented themselves before the king of the giants, Utgard Loki. He feigned surprise at their small size and expressed curiosity about their abilities, having heard tales of their valor. Loki, driven by hunger after an extended fast, challenged anyone to an eating contest. Utgard Loki called for a large wooden trough filled with meat, placing Loki at one end and his cook, Logi, at the other. They began the competition, but although Loki ate quickly, reaching the middle of the trough, Logi devoured not just the meat, but also the bones and the trough itself. Utgard Loki, with a mocking smile, remarked that they did not excel in eating. This comment irked Thor, who confidently claimed he could drain the largest vessel in the house due to his insatiable thirst. A horn was brought in, and Utgard Loki explained that good drinkers emptied it in 1 draught, moderately thirsty ones in 2, and small drinkers in 3. Thor drank deeply but found that the liquid level hardly changed. Even after a second and third attempt, the horn was still nearly full. Next, Thialfi offered to compete in a race. Despite his remarkable speed, he was quickly outpaced by a young man named Hugi. Determined to prove his strength, Thor attempted to lift a weight and was challenged to raise the giant's cat. Despite tightening his belt, Megan Gjord, which increased his strength, he managed to lift only one of its paws from the floor. Lastly, Thor agreed to wrestle with Utgard Loki's elderly nurse, Ellie. Despite his efforts, Thor was unable to prevail. Acknowledging their defeats, the gods were then graciously hosted overnight. The following morning, Utgard Loki escorted them to the borders of his realm and revealed the true nature of their challenges. He was Skrimir, and he had used magic to thwart them. He explained that his apparent slumber under Thor's blows was shielded by a mountain, which bore the marks of Thor's strikes. Loki's opponent Logi was actually wildfire, consuming everything in its path. Thialfi had raced against Hugi, who represented thought, the fastest of all. The horn Thor tried to drink from was connected to the ocean, causing a noticeable ebb with each of his attempts. The cat was the fearsome Midgard serpent encircling the world, which Thor nearly lifted out of the sea. Ellie, the elderly nurse, symbolized old age, undefeated by anyone. With these revelations, Utgard Loki cautioned them against returning, promising to use similar illusions if they did. He then vanished, leaving Thor frustrated. Thor, despite his anger, was unable to destroy the castle, as a thick mist shrouded it. Thus, he returned to Thrudvang, his mission to teach the giants a lesson unfulfilled. Thor and Hrungnir. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, Thor returned to Asgard from one of his many adventures. His chariot, pulled by the mighty goats Tangrisnir and Tangnjoster, thundered through the skies, leaving a wake of storm clouds. Nearing Valhalla, Thor noticed an unusual commotion at the gates. It was rare for giants to venture so close to the god's domain, but there stood Hrungnir, a giant renowned for his immense strength and boldness. Inside Valhalla, Odin, the All-Father, was entertaining Hrungnir. The giant had arrived after an unexpected race with Odin, who rode his 8-legged horse, Sleipnir. Gulfaxi, Hrungnir's magnificent steed, had followed Sleipnir right to the gates of Valhalla. Upon realizing his mistake, Hrungnir turned pale with apprehension. Despite his uninvited presence, the gods honored him by welcoming him into their hall rather than attacking him. Seated at the long table, Hrungnir was given heavenly mead. As he drank, his confidence grew, and soon he began to boast loudly. "One day," Hrungnir declared, waving his mug, "I will return and take over Asgard. I will destroy this place and all of you, except for Freya and Sif," he added with a pointed look at the two goddesses. The gods, recognizing his drunken state, shared knowing glances, but allowed him continue. Just then, Thor entered the hall, his eyes narrowing at Hrungnir's audacity. "What is this giant doing here?" Thor demanded, his voice echoing through the hall. Hrungnir turned to face Thor, his bravado unshaken. "I have bested Odin in a race and now claim Asgard as mine." Thor, infuriated by the giant's words, gripped his hammer. "Mjolnir. You dare threaten Asgard? I will end you where you stand." The gods quickly intervened, stepping between Thor and Hrungnir. "Thor, respect the hospitality we have extended," Odin urged. "No blood shall be shed in Valhalla." Reluctantly, Thor lowered Mjolnir, but fixed Hrungnir with a fierce glare. "Very well. We shall settle this in a duel. Name your place and time, giant." Sensing Thor's anger, Hrungnir responded, 3 days from now at Griotunagard, my homeland. There we will see who is stronger." When the day of the duel arrived, Thor stood ready at the designated place, accompanied by his faithful servant Gjalfi. Hrungnir approached on the horizon with a colossal clay giant named Mokkr Kialfi beside him. Mokkr Kialfi, crafted by the giants to assist Hrungnir, was animated by a nervous heart that beat wildly in its chest. As Hrungnir drew closer, he boasted, "My shield and club are made of stone. I am invincible." Gjalfi, standing beside Thor, stepped forward and calmly said to Hrungnir, "Be cautious, giant. Thor might attack you from below the ground." Uneasy, Hrungnir placed his stone shield beneath his feet. At that moment, Thor charged, Mjolnir raised high. Hrungnir lifted his stone club to block the attack, but Mjolnir shattered the club into pieces, scattering flint shards. One shard struck Thor's forehead, causing him to fall. Yet Mjolnir's momentum was unstoppable. It continued on, striking Hrungnir's head and ending the giant's life instantly. Thor lay on the ground, pinned under Hrungnir's enormous leg. Thialfi, having defeated Makar with a spade, rushed to Thor's side but could not lift the giant's leg. The other gods, summoned by Thjalfi, arrived but were also unable to free Thor. "What can we do?" Freya asked, her face filled with concern. At that moment, a small figure appeared. It was Magni, Thor's young son, who, though only 3 days old, possessed incredible strength. Magni approached the giant's body. "Let me help, father," he said confidently. With ease, Magni lifted Hrungnir's leg, freeing Thor. "Had I been here sooner, I would have handled both the giant and his companion," Magni declared. The gods marveled at Magni's strength. Thor, proud and grateful, embraced his son. "For your help, I grant you Gulfaxi, the giant's steed. Ride it well, my son." Magni smiled as he took the reins of the golden-maned horse. With spirits high, the gods returned to Asgard, uplifted by the courage and strength of the next generation. Trud 8. Groa, the sorceress. Groa, the sorceress, is a significant figure in Norse mythology, celebrated for her profound magical abilities and her association with prophecy and healing. She features prominently in the Prose Edda, authored by Snorri Sturluson, and various other sagas and poems. One of the most remarkable stories involving Groa is her attempt to aid Thor, the mighty god of thunder. Groa is frequently portrayed as a wise seeress and a skilled practitioner of magic. Her expertise in sorcery and prophecy establishes her as a revered figure within the mythological traditions. Her presence is noted in several myths and sagas, underscoring her important role in Norse mythology. Thor and Groa. One of the key tales featuring Groa involves her interaction with Thor. According to the myth, after a fierce battle with the giant Hrungnir, Thor ended up with a piece of Hrungnir's whetstone embedded in his head. Groa, renowned for her healing magic, was summoned to assist Thor. Thor entered the great hall of Thrudvangar, his usual strong and confident stride weakened by a relentless pain. The god of thunder had a piece of Hrungnir's whetstone lodged in his head, a painful reminder of their recent battle. Each throb brought a new wave of agony, making his burden almost unbearable. "Send for Groa," Thor commanded, his voice strained, the sorceress who knows the ancient songs of healing. Groa soon arrived, her demeanor calm and assured, her eyes reflecting a deep wisdom. Her long, silver hair framed a face that radiated both gentleness and power. She moved gracefully as she approached the ailing god. "Thor," she greeted him with a serene voice, "I have heard of your plight. Let us begin the healing." Thor nodded, relief apparent in his eyes. Groa knelt beside him, her hands hovering just above the wound. She closed her eyes and began to chant, her voice weaving an intricate tapestry of ancient incantations. The words flowed like a river, each carrying the magic needed to dislodge the whetstone. As Groa's chant resonated through the hall, Thor felt the stone shift slightly, the pressure beginning to ease. He focused on the soothing sound of her voice and the gentle power of her spell. "Almost there," Groa murmured, still deep in concentration. "The stone will soon be free." But just as the spell was nearing completion, Thor, eager to reward Groa, interrupted. "Groa, I have news that will bring joy to your heart." Groa opened her eyes, her concentration breaking. "What news, Thor?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity and hope. "I have seen your husband, Orvandil," Thor said, a smile forming despite his pain. "I carried him in a basket across the icy Alivagar River. He is safe and on his way home to you." Groa gasped, her hands dropping as tears of joy welled up in her eyes. "Orvandil? Safe?" she whispered, overwhelmed with happiness. "Oh, Thor, thank you." In her profound joy, Groa forgot the incantation, leaving the spell unfinished. The whetstone, which was on the verge of being dislodged, remained embedded in Thor's head. Thor, realizing his mistake, sighed but couldn't bring himself to scold the sorceress. Her joy was too genuine and pure. "Groa," he said gently, "the spell." Groa's expression fell as she remembered her task. "Oh, Thor, I am so sorry. In my happiness, I lost focus." Thor shook his head, a weary but understanding smile on his face. "Do not blame yourself, Groa. Your joy is a reward in itself. We will find another way." Groa nodded, her heart a mix of joy and sorrow. "I will continue to seek a way to help you, Thor, and I will never forget what you have done for my family." With these words, Groa departed, her heart lightened by the news of her husband's safety, yet heavy with the knowledge of leaving Thor's wound unhealed. Source Materia, Skaldskaparmal. In the Prose Edda, particularly in the section Skaldskaparmal, Groa's encounter with Thor is detailed. Snorri Sturluson recounts how Groa was called upon to heal Thor, and how her joy over the news of her husband's return disrupted her spell. Then Thor went home to Thrudvangar, and the piece of the whetstone remained fixed in his head. Then came the sorceress Groa, wife of Orvandil the Brave, and chanted her spells over Thor until the whetstone was loosened. And when Thor perceived that, and saw that she would be able to take the stone out, he wanted to reward Groa for her healing, and told her for her joy's comfort that he had waded from the north over the river Livagar, and had borne Orvandil in a basket on his back from the world of giants. Groa, the sorceress, remains a pivotal character in Norse mythology, embodying the themes of magic, healing, and divine intervention. Her story, especially her attempt to heal Thor, is well documented in the Prose Edda and offers valuable insights into the mythological worldview of the Norse people. Nine, Thor and Thrym. Loki, witnessing the trouble caused by the theft of Thor's hammer, declared, "I will try to discover the thief and recover the hammer if Freya would lend me her falcon plumes." Without delay, he hurried to Folkvang to borrow them. His mission was successful, and transformed into a bird, he flew across the river Ifing and over the barren lands of Jotunheim. There he spotted Thrym, the prince of the frost giants, sitting alone on a hillside. Loki approached him and skillfully inquired, "What brings you here, Thrym, away from your kin?" Thrym, unsuspecting, admitted that he had stolen the hammer and had hidden it deep underground. He added, "With it shall no one homeward tread till he brings me Freya to be my bride." Outraged by the giant's audacity, Loki returned to Thrudvang. Thor, upon hearing the news, declared, "We must visit Freya and try to persuade her to sacrifice herself for the greater good." But when the Aesir informed Freya of their request, she was so enraged that even her necklace broke. She declared, "I would never leave my beloved husband for any god, much less to marry a detested giant and dwell in Jotunheim." Realizing that further persuasion would be futile, Loki and Thor returned home and considered another plan to recover the hammer. Heimdall suggested, "Thor, you must borrow and wear Freya's clothes along with her necklace, and cover yourself with a thick veil." Thor, though reluctant, agreed for the sake of reclaiming his weapon. Loki, dressed as a handmaiden, then mounted the goat-drawn chariot with Thor, and the oddly dressed pair set out for Jotunheim. Thrym welcomed his guests at the palace door, thrilled at the thought of gaining the goddess of beauty as his bride. He swiftly led them to the banqueting hall, where Thor, the bride-to-be, amazed everyone by consuming an ox, 8 massive salmon, and all the cakes and sweets provided for the women, washing it all down with 2 barrels of mead. Thrym, watching these feats of eating with astonishment, was reassured by Loki, who whispered, "The bride is so deeply in love with you that she hasn't eaten a bite for over 8 days." Thrym then tried to kiss the bride, but recoiled at the fierce look in her eyes. Loki quickly explained, "It's a burning look of love." Intoxicated with passion and mead, Thrym ordered his servants to bring out the sacred hammer to consecrate the marriage. As soon as it was brought, he placed it in the lap of the supposed Freya. The next moment, a powerful hand gripped the short handle, and soon the giant, his sister, and all the guests were slain by the mighty Thor. Leaving a scene of destruction behind them, the gods then hurried back to Asgard, where the borrowed garments were returned to Freya, much to Thor's relief, and the Aesir celebrated the recovery of the precious hammer. Source Materia Edda, a collection of Old Norse poems compiled in the 13th century, which includes Thrymskvida, the Lay of Thrym, recounting the story of Thor's encounter with Thrym and the theft of Mjolnir. The Prose Edda, also known as Snorri's Edda, this 13th century Icelandic prose work provides an overview of Norse mythology and legends. It includes a retelling of the story of Thor and Thrym in Gylfaginning, the elucidation of Gylfi. Sagas, Icelandic prose narratives that recount the history and legends of the Norse peoples. Although they mainly focus on historical events, some sagas also incorporate elements of mythology, including references to the story of Thor and Thrym. 10. Thor and Geirrod. One day, Loki, the mischievous god, borrowed Freya's falcon garb and set off for an adventure. Flying through Jotunheim, he eventually perched on the gables of Geirrod's house. The sight of this unusual bird caught the attention of Geirrod, a powerful giant. Intrigued, Geirrod ordered his servants to catch the bird. Loki, amused by their clumsy efforts, skillfully dodged their grasp. However, in a moment of miscalculation, he was finally caught. Geirrod, suspecting that the bird was more than it appeared, examined it closely. Unable to force it to speak, he locked it in a cage without food or drink for 3 long months. Finally, hunger and thirst broke Loki's resolve. He revealed his true identity and promised his freedom by agreeing to lure Thor to Geirrod's realm without his hammer, Mjolnir, his belt of strength, or his iron gauntlet. Upon returning to Asgard, Loki spun a tale for Thor. He described a grand reception in Jotunheim and spoke of Geirrod's deep desire to meet the Thunder God, whose exploits were legendary. Flattered by Loki's words, Thor agreed to visit Geirrod and set off with Loki, leaving his mighty weapons behind. As they journeyed, Thor and Loki came across the dwelling of Grid, a giantess and one of Odin's many wives. Noticing Thor's unarmed state, Grid warned him of possible danger and lent him her magical girdle, staff, and glove. Continuing their journey, Thor, Loki, and Thialfi, Thor's servant, reached the river Weimar. Used to fording rivers, Thor began to cross, urging Loki and Thialfi to cling tightly to his belt. But as they waded through, a sudden storm caused the waters to rise violently. Thor, using Grid's staff for support, struggled against the fierce current. "Wax not, Weimar, since to wade I desire to the realm of the giants. No, if thou waxest, then waxes my Asamite as high as the heavens." Thor then noticed Geirrod's daughter, Gialp, upstream, stirring the waters to increase their fury. Realizing she was the cause of the surge, he picked up a massive boulder and hurled it at her, thinking that the best way to dam a river was at its source. Gialp fled, the waters receded, and Thor, exhausted but safe, reached the opposite bank, pulling himself up with the help of a mountain ash tree, later known as Thor's salvation for its mystical properties. After a short rest, Thor, Loki, and Thialfi resumed their journey and soon arrived at Geirrod's hall. Thor, wearied from his ordeal, sank into a chair to rest. To his surprise, the chair began to rise, threatening to crush him against the rafters. Using Grid's staff, he pushed against the ceiling with all his might. The chair broke with a loud crack, followed by cries of pain. Investigating the noise, Thor discovered Geirrod's daughters, Gialp and Grape, had been trying to lift the chair to crush him. In their attempt, they were crushed themselves under the chair's weight. Once I employed my Asamite in the realm of giants, when Gialp and Grape, Geirrod's daughters, wanted to lift me to heaven. Geirrod then appeared and challenged Thor. Without warning, the giant threw a red-hot iron wedge at Thor. Quick to react, Thor caught the molten missile with Grid's iron glove and hurled it back with incredible force. The wedge tore through the pillar where Geirrod had taken refuge, continued through the giant, the wall of the hall, and buried itself deep into the earth outside. Thor approached the giant's lifeless body, now petrified by the impact of his own weapon. He set up the stone figure as a monument to his triumph over Geirrod and a reminder of his strength against the formidable mountain giants. Stir 11. The Worship of Thor. Thor's name has been given to many places he frequented, such as the principal harbor of the Faroe Islands, and to families claiming descent from him. It survives in names like Thunderhill in Surrey, and in family names like Thorburn and Thorwaldsen, but most prominently in Thor's Day or Thursday. Over the whole earth, still is it Thor's Day, saga of King Olaf Longfellow. Thor was revered as a benevolent deity, widely worshipped with temples at Mari, Klatter, Godi, Gothland, Uppsala, and other places. People invoked him for a favorable year during Yuletide, his main festival. It was customary to burn a large oak log, his sacred tree, symbolizing summer's warmth and light to dispel winter's darkness and cold. Brides wore red, Thor's favorite color, symbolizing love. Betrothal rings in the north often featured a red stone for the same reason. Thor's temples and statues, like Odin's, were made of wood. Many were destroyed during King Olaf the Saint's reign, who forcibly converted his subjects. He was particularly incensed by a province where people worshipped a crude image of Thor adorned with gold, offering food each evening, which they believed the god consumed, leaving no trace by morning. In 1030, Olaf challenged them to renounce Thor's idol in favor of the true god. They agreed if the next day was cloudy, but despite Olaf's prayers, it remained overcast. When the sun finally shone, Olaf gathered the people near Thor's statue, secretly instructing his attendant to smash it if they looked away. "People, witness the power of our true god," Olaf exclaimed. Pointing to the horizon where the sun broke through, he declared, "Behold our god." As everyone turned to look, the attendant swiftly destroyed the idol. Inside, mice and vermin scurried out, like revealing the food offerings were eaten by pests, not a divine entity. Convinced by this demonstration, the people abandoned Thor's worship and embraced Olaf's faith. The god of war. Tyr, a prominent figure in Norse mythology, is revered as the god of war and justice. Etymologically linked to Deus, an ancient Proto-Indo-European deity of sovereignty, Tyr embodies heroic glory and the enforcement of law. Initially considered the supreme deity before Odin's ascendancy, Tyr's name itself was synonymous with God in early Norse culture. Tyr is best known for his courageous act in binding the monstrous wolf Fenrir, a pivotal myth in Norse lore. Foreseeing Fenrir's role in Ragnarok, the gods sought to restrain him, but all chains failed against his strength. To succeed, the gods commissioned the dwarfs to craft Gleipnir, a magical ribbon made from extraordinary ingredients: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. This ribbon, though light and silky, possessed immense strength. Approaching Fenrir under the guise of a playful challenge, the gods enticed him to be bound, with Fenrir demanding one of them place a hand in his mouth as a pledge. Tyr, understanding the peril yet recognizing the necessity, volunteered and placed his right hand in Fenrir's jaws. When Fenrir realized the deception and his inability to break free, he bit off Tyr's hand at the wrist. Tyr's sacrifice underscored his dedication to duty and earned him profound respect, cementing his role as a paragon of heroic honor and law. From the Prose Edda, when the Aesir would not free him, Fenrir bit off Tyr's hand at the place now called the wolf joint, the wrist, and he has been one-handed ever since. Chains were then put upon him, and he was bound until the twilight of the gods. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. Despite losing his hand, Tyr continued to be venerated as a symbol of justice and war. Warriors and seekers of justice invoked Tyr's name in oaths, swearing by his valor and integrity. Tuesday is named after Tyr, reflecting his widespread influence and reverence among the Norse gods and people. Tyr exemplifies bravery, sacrifice, and the defense of justice, even at personal cost. He stands as a moral compass among the gods, emphasizing that principles of law and justice must be upheld, no matter the sacrifice. Tyr's names. Old Norse, the most common and well-known name for Tyr, possibly related to the Proto-Germanic word for God. Tiu, Old English, the Anglo-Saxon variant of Tyr's name reflecting shared linguistic roots. Ziu, Old High German, another Germanic form of Tyr's name, showing linguistic connections. Tiwaz, Proto-Germanic, the reconstructed ancestor of Tyr's name across Germanic languages. Mars Thingsus, Roman interpretation. Romans likened Tyr to their god of war Mars, sometimes referring to him as Mars Thingsus, possibly indicating his role in assemblies or lawmaking. Epithets and bynames. Einherjar, Old Norse. Although more commonly associated with Odin, this epithet also applies to Tyr, signifying his one-handed status, akin to Odin who sacrificed an eye for wisdom. Tyr's sword. According to ancient legend, Tyr possessed a sword crafted by the same dwarfs who made Odin's spear. This sword, revered by his people, was kept in a temple where it caught the first rays of morning sunlight. One night, it mysteriously disappeared. A Vala, consulted by priests, revealed that wielding the sword would bring conquest but also death. She refused to disclose its whereabouts. Later, a tall stranger arrived in Cologne and presented it to Vitellius, promising him glory and proclaiming him emperor. The soldiers endorsed him, making Vitellius emperor of Rome without effort on his part. Obsessed with indulgence, Vitellius left the sword carelessly in his pavilion. A German soldier replaced it with his rusty blade. When Vitellius learned of Vespasian's rise to power, he searched for the sword to defend his claim, discovering the theft too late. Overcome with fear, he did not resist capture and was dragged to his death by the enraged populace. The soldier who took the sword traveled widely, bringing victory wherever he fought. In old age, he buried it near the Danube, refusing to reveal its location. Centuries later, Attila found the sword, declaring it his own and using it to conquer. His wife Ildiko avenged her family by killing him with the sword on their wedding night, fulfilling the prophecy. The sword resurfaced in the possession of the Duke of Alva, who won a significant victory in 1547. It was later associated with Archangel Saint Michael after the conversion to Christianity. Tyr, synonymous with bravery and wisdom, was believed to command Odin's Valkyries, choosing warriors for Valhalla. Source: Norse Mythology, R.B. Anderson. The story of Fenris Tyrvor was often depicted as one-armed, just as Odin was one-eyed. Various theories exist to explain this characteristic. Some suggest that it was because he could only grant victory to one side. Others propose that it was because a sword has but one blade. However, the ancients preferred to explain it in the following way. Loki secretly married the hideous giantess Angerboda, Anguish-Botting, in Jotunheim, and they had 3 monstrous children: the wolf Fenris, also known as Fenrir, Hel, the party-colored goddess of death, and Eirmungander, a terrible serpent. Loki kept the existence of these monsters secret as long as he could, but they quickly grew so large that they could no longer remain confined in the cave where they were born. Odin, from his throne Hlidskialf, soon became aware of their existence and the alarming speed at which they were growing. Fearing that the monsters, once they had gained further strength, would invade Asgard and destroy the gods, Allfather decided to get rid of them. He went to Jotunheim and cast Hel into the depths of Niflheim, telling her she could reign over the 9 dismal worlds of the dead. He then threw Eirmungander into the sea, where it grew to such immense proportions that it eventually encircled the earth and could bite its own tail. Not pleased that the serpent should attain such fearful dimensions in its new element, Odin decided to bring Fenris to Asgard, hoping that by treating him kindly, he could make him gentle and tractable. But all the gods recoiled in horror when they saw the wolf, and none dared to approach to feed him except Tyr, who was daunted by nothing. Seeing that Fenris was growing daily in size, strength, veracity, and fierceness, the gods convened a council to deliberate on how they might best deal with him. They unanimously decided that since it would desecrate their peace steads to kill him, they would bind him fast so that he could do them no harm. With this in mind, they obtained a strong chain named Ledding, and playfully suggested to Fenris that they bind him with it as a test of his vaunted strength. Confident in his ability to free himself, Fenris allowed them to bind him fast, and when all stood aside, he stretched himself with a mighty effort and easily burst the chain asunder. Concealing their disappointment, the gods loudly praised his strength, but they then produced a much stronger fetter, Droma, which, after some persuasion, the wolf allowed them to fasten around him as before. Again, a short, sharp struggle was enough to burst this bond, and it became proverbial in the North to use the figurative expressions to get loose out of Ledding and to dash out of Droma whenever great difficulties had to be overcome. Realizing now that ordinary bonds, however strong, would never hold against the Fenris wolf's great strength, the gods instructed Skirnir, Frey's servant, to go down to Svartalfaheim and ask the dwarfs to fashion a bond that nothing could break. By magic arts, the dark elves manufactured a slender silken rope from such impalpable materials as the sound of a cat's footsteps, a woman's beard, the roots of a mountain, the longings of the bear, the voice of fishes, and the spittle of birds. When it was finished, they gave it to Skirnir, assuring him that no strength would be able to break it, and that the more it was strained, the stronger it would become. Armed with this bond, called Gleipnir, the gods went with Fenris to the island of Lyngvi in the middle of Lake Amsvartnir, and again proposed to test his strength. But although Fenris had grown even stronger, he distrusted the bond which so slight. He therefore refused to allow himself to be bound unless one of the Aesir would consent to put his hand in his mouth and leave it there as a pledge of good faith, and that no magic arts were to be used against him. The gods heard this decision with dismay, and all drew back except Tyr, who, seeing that the others would not venture to comply with this condition, boldly stepped forward and thrust his hand between the monster's jaws. The gods now fastened Gleipnir securely around Fenris's neck and paws. And when they saw that his utmost efforts to free himself were fruitless, they shouted and laughed with glee. However, Tyr could not share their joy, for the wolf, finding himself captive, bit off Tyr's hand at the wrist, which has since been known as the wolf's joint. Deprived of his right hand, Tyr was now forced to use the maimed arm for his shield and to wield his sword with his left hand. But such was his dexterity that he slew his enemies as before. Despite the wolf's struggles, the gods drew the end of the fetter Gelgia through the rock Giol and fastened it to the boulder Thvidi, which was sunk deep in the ground. Opening wide his fearful jaws, Fenris uttered such terrible howls that the gods, to silence him, thrust a sword into his mouth, the hilt resting upon his lower jaw and the point against his palate. The blood then began to pour out in such streams that it formed a great river, called Von. The wolf was destined to remain thus chained fast until the last day when he would burst his bonds and be free to avenge his wrongs. While some mythologists see in this myth an emblem of crime restrained and made innocuous by the power of the law, others see the underground fire which, kept within bounds, can injure no one, but which unfettered fills the world with destruction and woe. Just as Odin's second eye is said to rest in Mimir's well, so Tyr's second hand, sword, is found in Fenris's jaws. He has no more use for two weapons than the sky for two suns. The worship of Tyr is commemorated in various places, such as Tübingen in Germany, which bear more or less modified forms of his name. The name has also been given to the aconite, a plant known in northern countries as Tyr's helm. 4. The worship of Tyr, god of war and justice. Tyr, one of the oldest and most revered deities in Norse mythology, embodies martial valor and legal integrity. His worship reflects cultural values of warfare, honor, and justice deeply rooted among the ancient Norse people. Tyr's role and attributes. Tyr's multifaceted role in the Norse pantheon as the god of war and justice is rich and complex. Initially associated with the sky and sovereignty, he evolved to become the embodiment of courage in battle and a divine arbiter of justice. Tyr's defining moment is his act of bravery and sacrifice in binding the monstrous wolf Fenrir, described in the Prose Edda. Tyr alone dared to approach Fenrir and place his hand in the wolf's mouth as a guarantee, while the gods bound him with the magical fetter Gleipnir. When Fenrir realized he had been deceived and could not break free, he bit off Tyr's hand. Thus Tyr is one-handed and not called a peacemaker among men. Prose Edda Gylfaginning. This act showcases Tyr's unparalleled bravery and commitment to justice, even at personal cost. Despite losing his hand, Tyr's role as a war god and upholder of justice remained unchanged. Symbols and significance. Tyr is symbolized by the spear, reflecting his martial prowess and symbolic connection to legal authority and oaths. In Germanic tradition, the spear represented legal proceedings and the sanctity of agreements, roles central to Tyr. Tuesday, Tyr's Day, in English and other Germanic languages, honors Tyr, connecting the day with attributes of courage and justice. Rituals and worship practices. Tyr's worship was integral in Norse society, especially among warriors and in legal disputes. As a god of both war and justice. 1. Battle preparations. Warriors sought Tyr's favor for courage and strength in battle, as he was associated with victory. 2. Legal disputes. Tyr's role in justice led assemblies like the Thing to invoke him to ensure fairness and oath-keeping. 3. Sacrificial offerings. Offerings included weapons, particularly spears, symbolizing Tyr's warlike nature. In crises, sacrifices might extend to animals or, according to some sources, humans. Oaths and contracts. Oaths sworn in Tyr's name were considered binding. Breaking them was seen as a violation of divine order. Transition from paganism to Christianity. With Christianity's spread, worship of Tyr, like Norse paganism, declined, yet his legacy persisted in Christian saintly ideals and legal norms in Nordic regions. Tyr's virtues of justice, honor, and bravery endured in these cultural transitions. This passage celebrates Tyr's enduring influence on Norse culture, reflecting his role as a revered deity of war and justice. Chapter 6. Bragi I, the god of poetry. Bragi is a significant figure in Norse mythology, renowned as the god of poetry, eloquence, and music. His profound knowledge and mastery of skaldic poetry, a form of Norse court poetry, are widely acknowledged. Origin and family. Bragi is believed to be the son of Odin, the chief of the Aesir, and the giantess Gunnlod. This lineage carries symbolic weight, particularly due to the tale of Odin's seduction of Gunnlod to obtain the mead of poetry. Bragi, born of Gunnlod, was destined to become the god who enchants the world with his songs and poetry. Appearance in the Eddas. Bragi appears in several sources of Norse mythology, including the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda. These texts frequently highlight Bragi's eloquence and mastery over the poetic arts. He is often described with a long beard, and references to Bragi's beard may metaphorically symbolize poetic inspiration. Marriage to Idun. Bragi is married to Idun, the goddess who possesses the apples of eternal youth, crucial for maintaining the god's youthfulness. In Norse mythology, when Idun is abducted, the gods begin to age rapidly, underscoring her vital role in the Norse cosmology. Role in Aegir's feast. In the Lokasenna section of the Poetic Edda, during a feast hosted by the sea god Aegir, Loki disrupts the peace by insulting almost all the gods present. Bragi attempts to calm the situation by offering Loki a gift to quiet him, but Loki continues his disruptive behavior. This episode highlights Bragi as a peacemaker and a figure of non-confrontation amidst the gods. Titles and descriptions. While commonly known as Bragi, the god of poetry, he is also associated with various titles. Bragi, Old Norse. This name directly translates to poet in Old Norse, emphasizing his primary domain and connection to poetry. Bragger, Old Norse. Derived from bragi, this term can be used as a noun for a poet or skald, and as an adjective meaning excellent or foremost, further underlining Bragi's mastery. The wording one, interpretative. This descriptive title reflects Bragi's role as a masterful weaver of words and stories, highlighting his skill in manipulating language with artistry. Bragi's presence in Norse culture, though not directly worshipped in archaeological evidence, remains significant through historical texts and sagas. His association with poetry underscores the importance of skalds in preserving Norse stories, history, and wisdom. 2. The origin of poetry. The tale of the origin of poetry in Norse mythology is filled with treachery, revenge, and divine intervention. It begins during a time of peace between the Aesir and Vanas, two groups of gods. To seal their truce, they spat into a vase, and from this saliva, they created Kvasir, a being of immense wisdom and goodness. Kvasir traveled the world, answering all questions and teaching mankind. However, Kvasir's wisdom was coveted by the dwarfs Fjalar and Galar. Finding him asleep one day, they treacherously slew him, draining his blood into three vessels: the kettle Adhrorir, inspiration, and the bowls Sun, expiation, and Bodin, offering. Mixing this blood with honey, they created a beverage so inspiring that anyone who tasted it became a poet, capable of singing with a charm that won all hearts. Despite brewing this marvelous mead, the dwarfs did not taste it. Instead, they hid it away and went off in search of more adventures. Their journey led them to the giant Gilling, whom they found asleep on a steep bank. In a malicious act, they rolled him into the water, where he drowned. They then went to his dwelling, and while some climbed onto the roof with a huge millstone, others entered and told the giantess that her husband was dead. Overcome with grief, she rushed out of the house, only to be killed by the millstone that the wicked dwarfs rolled down onto her head. This double crime did not go unpunished. Gilling's brother, Suttung, sought out the dwarfs to avenge his brother. He seized them and took them to a shoal far out at sea where they would have perished at high tide if they hadn't promised to give Suttung their recently brewed mead. Once ashore, they handed over the precious compound, which Suttung entrusted to his daughter Gunnlod. He ordered her to guard it day and night, allowing neither gods nor mortals to taste it. To better fulfill this command, Gunnlod carried the three vessels into a hollow mountain where she kept a careful watch over them. Unbeknownst to her, Odin discovered their hiding place, thanks to his ever-vigilant ravens, Hugin and Munin. Odin, chief of the gods, was determined to acquire the mead of poetry and employed cunning to achieve his goal. He transformed into an eagle, perched on Gunnlod's windowsill, and sang so sweetly that she came out to listen. He spoke to her persuasively until she relented and allowed him to drink 3 deep draughts of the mead. Then Odin swiftly departed. This tale, rich in symbolism and intrigue, underscores the importance of poetry in Norse culture as a divine gift and a powerful tool for influencing hearts and minds. It also highlights Odin's resourcefulness and determination in acquiring the mead. This narrative is drawn from the ancient Eddas, the primary sources of Norse mythology, specifically the Icelandic medieval manuscript Codex Regius. The Eddas provide a vast and comprehensive insight into Norse mythology, with the tale of the mead of poetry being just one of its many captivating stories. Chapter 3. The Sly God and the Mead of Inspiration. Odin, the Allfather, had already delved deep into the mysteries of runic knowledge and quenched his thirst at Mimir's well for wisdom. Yet tales of a legendary elixir reached his ears, a brew made from the blood of the wise Kvasir, granting unparalleled inspiration. The desire to possess this mystical mead burned fiercely within him. Cloaked in a mantle the color of storm clouds and adorned with his wide-brimmed hat, Odin set forth on a journey to Jotunheim, realm of the giants. Along his path he stumbled upon a field where 9 trollish thralls labored clumsily, struggling to harvest hay with dull scythes. Ever the trickster, Odin approached them with a smirk, offering to sharpen their tools. Delighted by the prospect, the thralls eagerly accepted his aid. From beneath his cloak, Odin produced a whetstone and expertly honed each scythe, transforming their blunted edges into razor-sharp blades. Overcome with joy, the thralls pleaded to keep the magical stone. Feigning generosity, Odin flung it over the fence. Greedily, they lunged for it, swinging their newly sharpened scythes in reckless abandon. The sharp blades clashed, carving gruesome wounds across their bodies. Chaos erupted, and soon the field lay strewn with their lifeless forms. Odin, seemingly unperturbed by the carnage he had incited, continued on his quest. He arrived at the dwelling of Baugi, a giant and brother to Suttung, the guardian of the coveted mead. Baugi warmly welcomed Odin, unaware of the true identity of his guest. In their conversation, the giant lamented the recent loss of all his workers, leaving him ill-prepared for the impending harvest. Ever seizing opportunity, Odin assumed the guise of Bulwark, meaning evil doer, and proposed a bargain. He offered to labor tirelessly through the summer, performing the work of all 9 thralls in exchange for a single sip of Suttung's prized mead. Blinded by the allure of free labor, Baugi eagerly consented. Thus, Bulwark, the disguised god, toiled diligently throughout the summer, ensuring the harvest was gathered swiftly and stored before winter's onset. As the first snows fell, Bulwark approached Baugi, demanding his promised reward. Yet, the giant's enthusiasm had waned. Fearful of his brother's wrath, Baugi confessed his reluctance to ask for the mead directly. Instead, he proposed a scheme. They would attempt to deceive Suttung. Together, they journeyed to the mountain where Gunnlod, Suttung's daughter, guarded the mead in a concealed cave. Finding no other entrance, Odin, ever resourceful, unveiled his trusty auger, Rati. He instructed Baugi to bore a hole into the mountain, large enough for him to slip through and reach the mead. Though the giant complied upon finishing the task, he claimed the aperture was too narrow for Odin to pass. Skeptical, Odin blew into the hole, sending dust and debris flying, a clear sign of Baugi's treachery. Undeterred by the giant's betrayal, Odin, master of transformation, morphed into a sleek serpent. Swiftly, he slithered through the narrow passage, narrowly avoiding the deadly thrust of Baugi's auger, which the giant had wickedly thrust into the opening behind him. Source material. This tale is derived from Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda, chapter 21, in the poem Havamal from the Poetic Edda. 4. The escape with the mead. Slithering through the narrow passage, Odin shed his serpent form, reappearing in his majestic, godlike stature. The cavern shimmered with stalactites, casting an ethereal glow upon him. His eyes, bright with determination, fell upon Gunnlod, the guardian of the mead. His plan was clear: seduction. He wove a tapestry of passionate words, showering her with compliments and tales of his adventures. Slowly, Gunnlod succumbed to his charm, and after 3 blissful days spent within the cave, she agreed to be his wife. This ruse had earned him a glimmer of trust. Gunnlod, believing they were newlyweds, retrieved the 3 vessels containing the coveted mead from their hidden chamber. Gazing at them with anticipation, Odin seized the opportunity. "May I partake in the power they hold?" he asked, feigning curiosity. Gunnlod, blinded by her newfound affection, readily consented. Little did she know, Odin had more than a single sip in mind. With a swift motion, he drained each vessel completely, savoring the intoxicating liquid that promised him mastery over poetry and inspiration. His thirst quenched, Odin knew it was time to depart. He donned his raven cloak and wings, taking flight towards Asgard. But his victory was short-lived. Suttung, alerted to the theft, transformed into an eagle himself, hot on Odin's trail. A desperate chase ensued through the skies. Odin pushed his wings to their limits, the stolen mead sloshing within him. He knew he wouldn't outrun Suttung for long. As Asgard came into view, the Aesir, alerted to the chase, scrambled to help. They gathered every scrap of flammable material they could find, creating a massive pyre at the city's edge. Just as Suttung closed the gap, roaring in rage, Odin swooped over the burning pyre. The flames, fueled by the desperate Aesir, licked upwards, singing Suttung's wings. His pursuit faltered, and with a cry he plummeted, consumed by the flames. Odin, panting and exhausted, landed within Asgard, where eager gods awaited him with vessels in hand. He disgorged the stolen mead in one great heave, a few precious drops spilling to the earth below. These scattered droplets, the Aesir declared, would be the gift of lesser poetry for mortals, a taste of inspiration for those worthy enough to find them. The main draught, however, remained for the gods themselves. Only on rare occasions would they bestow a sip upon a favored mortal, granting them the power to craft songs that would resonate throughout the world. Odin, the mastermind behind this daring heist, became forever known as the patron of poetry and eloquence. The stolen mead, a symbol of his cunning and thirst for knowledge, became a cornerstone of Asgardian artistry, a reminder of the lengths a god would go to for the power of words. Chapter 5. The Birth of a Bard. Odin's audacious scheme had secured the coveted mead, yet the true master of poetry was yet to be born. The stolen draught, a potent symbol of his cunning, was not destined for him. Odin the Allfather had another destiny in mind. From his union with Gunnlod, the guardian of the mead, a son was born within the depths of the cave. This child, conceived through trickery and guile, was fated for a unique path. He was Bragi, destined to ascend as the god of poetry and music. While Odin celebrated his triumph, the attentive dwarves, creatures of the earth, took notice of Bragi's birth. They discerned the budding potential of a bard within him. To nurture this nascent talent, they fashioned a magnificent golden harp, an instrument that would become an extension of Bragi's very soul. Placing the infant god upon a vessel, the dwarves sent him forth into the expansive world. This boat, akin to a cradle, carried him from the shadowed recesses of the subterranean cave toward the domain of Nain, the realm of the dwarves of death. As the vessel emerged into the light, crossing the threshold between worlds, a transformation transpired. Bragi, who had appeared dormant until then, stirred to life. Beside him lay the golden harp, beckoning him. With newfound purpose, he reached for it and poured his essence into its strings. Melodies, both jubilant and sorrowful, permeated the air. The song of life, as it would come to be known, resonated with the essence of existence, reaching skyward and resonating within the depths of hell's domain. Here was a testament to life's beauty and fragility, a melody born of a union both passionate and deceitful. Guided by the music, the boat glided across sunlit waters, finally arriving upon a shore bathed in warm light. Bragi disembarked, his heart overflowing with music. As he wandered through the tranquil forest, his fingers danced across the harp strings. Each note wrought miracles. Barren branches sprouted buds that bloomed into vibrant flowers. The desolate forest floor transformed into a verdant tapestry, a tribute to the potency of his music. It was during this odyssey that Bragi encountered Idun, the radiant goddess of eternal youth. Nature blossomed in her presence just as it did in his. Their meeting was one of kindred spirits, a fusion of beauty and music. It was no surprise that they fell deeply in love. Together, Bragi and Idun journeyed to Asgard, the realm of the gods, where they were welcomed with open arms and jubilation. Odin, recognizing the potential within his son, bestowed upon him a special gift. With a touch and a whispered incantation, he infused Bragi's tongue with the power of runes, ensuring his mastery over language and affirming his role as Asgard's official bard. Thus, Bragi, born of a stolen draught, became the weaver of words and melodies within Asgard's hallowed halls. His music would forever honor the gods and heroes who dwelled there. The tale of his birth, a blend of cunning and creation, stood as a testament to the enduring power of art, arising from the most unexpected circumstances. 6. Worship of Bragi. Bragi in Norse mythology is the revered god of poetry and eloquence. His name is synonymous with the art of storytelling and the crafting of verse, embodying the cultural significance of poetry in Norse society. As the divine patron of skalds and bards, Bragi's influence permeated the oral traditions that preserved the myths, history, and values of the Norse people. Bragi's role and attributes. Bragi is portrayed as the god of poetry, music, and eloquent speech. He is often depicted as a wise and learned deity with a long beard, symbolizing his ancient wisdom and his deep connection to the oral traditions of the Norse. Bragi's role in the Norse pantheon is closely tied to his association with the spoken word and creative expression. He is described in the Prose Edda as being not only a skilled poet, but also a figure of immense respect and reverence among the gods. Bragi is renowned for his wisdom and most of all for his fluency of speech and skill with words. He knows the craft of poetry, and his name is connected with song and eloquence. Prose Edda, Skaldskaparmal. His mastery of language and his role as the deity who inspires poets make him a central figure in the cultural life of the Norse, where poetry was not only an art form but also a means of preserving and communicating tradition and history. Symbols and iconography. Bragi is often associated with the symbols of the harp or the lyre, instruments traditionally linked to poetry and song. These symbols represent his domain over the poetic arts and his role in inspiring creativity among mortals. Additionally, Bragi is frequently depicted with runes carved on his tongue, signifying his deep knowledge of the magical and sacred aspects of language. This image underscores his ability to use words with great power and precision, a trait that was highly valued in Norse society. The Poetic Edda provides a glimpse into Bragi's attributes through his interactions with other gods and beings. For instance, in Lokasena, Bragi demonstrates his eloquence and his standing among the gods when he confronts Loki during the latter's disruptive behavior in Aegir's hall. Then said Bragi, Bor's best of children, he stood on the bench and spoke with boldness, "There's no shortage of ale here at Aegir's feast. But why do you, Loki, come with threats? You should have stayed at home or remained silent, rather than bringing ill-tempered boasting." Poetic Edda. Lokasena Bragi's words here reflect his role as a mediator and a voice of reason, further cementing his position as the god of eloquence and poetic justice. Worship and cultural significance. Bragi's worship was intimately connected to the practice and appreciation of poetry within Norse culture. The art of skaldic poetry, with its complex forms and intricate kennings, was central to the Norse oral tradition. Bragi, as the divine muse of poets, was venerated through various practices and rituals that emphasize the value of storytelling and the power of the spoken word. 1. Invocation in poetry. Skalds often invoked Bragi at the beginning of their poems, seeking his favor and inspiration. This practice reflects the deep respect poets had for Bragi as their divine patron and source of creative energy. 2. Rituals and offerings. Specific rituals and offerings to Bragi were performed by poets and those seeking to honor the god. These could include the dedication of verses or the ceremonial pouring of mead, a drink closely associated with poetic inspiration to invoke Bragi's blessings. 3. Bragarfull, Bragi's cup. One notable tradition involved the Bragarfull, or Bragi's cup, a ceremonial toasting cup used during feasts. The toast was often accompanied by oaths or vows, spoken with the hope of Bragi's favor in fulfilling them. This custom underscores the connection between Bragi and the sacredness of the spoken word. Number 4. Festivals and feasts. Bragi was honored during various festivals, particularly those that celebrated the arts and the changing of the seasons. These gatherings would feature the recitation of poetry, singing, and storytelling, all dedicated to Bragi's influence and presence. Number 5. Educational role. Bragi's association with wisdom and knowledge also made him a symbol of learning. He was venerated not just for his poetic skills, but also for his embodiment of intellectual pursuits, making him a patron deity for scholars and teachers in Norse culture. Legacy and integration into Christian tradition. As Norse society transitioned to Christianity, many elements of Bragi's worship and the cultural emphasis on poetry were absorbed into the new religious framework. The tradition of eloquence and the veneration of storytelling continued, albeit within a Christian context. Monasteries and churches became centers of learning and literary activity, preserving the oral traditions that were once under Bragi's purview. In this way, Bragi's legacy endured even as the religious landscape changed. The respect for poetic skill and the role of language in shaping culture remains central to Scandinavian identity, reflecting the lasting impact of Bragi's influence. Chapter 7, Idun 1. The Goddess of Life. Idun, also known as Idun in Old Norse, is a significant figure in Norse mythology, revered as the goddess of youth, rejuvenation, and immortality. She is renowned for her possession of magical apples that grant the gods eternal youth. Her role is crucial, as she ensures the gods remain forever young and vigorous. Idun's importance is vividly captured in the Prose Edda and Poetic Edda, two of the primary sources of Norse mythology. In these texts, Idun is described as a caretaker of the golden apples, which are essential to the gods' immortality. Without her, the gods would age and lose their strength, rendering them vulnerable. Role and attributes. Keeper of apples. Idun is entrusted with the apples that are essential to the gods' continued youth. These apples are not just symbols of immortality, but are also a metaphor for the cyclical renewal of life, a core concept in Norse cosmology. Symbol of renewal. Idun herself symbolizes rejuvenation and eternal life. Her presence and the apples she guards are constant reminders of the gods' need for sustenance and renewal. Character and depictions. Idun is often depicted as a fair and kind goddess, embodying the innocence and purity associated with youth. In various artistic representations, she is shown holding or surrounded by apples, emphasizing her role as the guardian of these precious fruits. Unlike some other deities in Norse mythology, Idun's stories are less about warfare or dramatic conflict and more focused on the sustenance of life and the prevention of decay. Source material: Prose Edda. Skaldskaparmal, the giant Thiazi caught Idun and flew with her to his home in Thrumheim, while the Aesir began to grow old and gray. This passage emphasizes the direct consequence of Idun's absence on the god's vitality. Sturluson Snorri, the Prose Edda. Poetic Edda. In the dales dwells the wise maiden, the one who understands all herbs and knows every root. From her comes the joy of life and youth. This stanza from the Poetic Edda celebrates Idun's knowledge and her central role in maintaining life and joy among the gods. Poetic Edda, Hrafnagaldr Odins. 2. The mischief of Loki and the theft of Idun. The wind howled across the barren plains of Midgard, whipping at the cloaks of the three figures trudging through the desolate landscape. Hunger gnawed at their bellies. These were no ordinary travelers, but the gods Odin, Honir, and Loki. "Look," rasped Odin, pointing towards a distant herd of oxen. "Food at last." A fire was quickly kindled, and soon the scent of roasting meat filled the air. However, the meat remained stubbornly uncooked. A beady eye glinted from a nearby crag, and a booming voice echoed down. "Mortals," a giant eagle screeched, "it is I who have cursed your flames. Grant me a hearty portion of your feast, and the magic shall cease." Loki, ever the braggart, scoffed. "Agreed, foul creature, but fulfill your part of the bargain." The eagle swooped down, revealing a fearsome storm giant beneath the feathered form. Thiassi, as he was known, fanned the flames with his mighty wings, and the meat sizzled to perfection. He then claimed an outrageously large portion for himself. Loki's temper flared. "Greedy beast," he roared, lunging at Thiassi with a nearby stake. The stake, imbued with an unseen magic, became lodged in the giant's back and in Loki's hand. With a shriek, Thiassi soared into the sky, dragging the hapless Loki behind him. Across the land they flew, the wind tearing at Loki's face. Finally, his pleas for mercy reached Thiassi's ears. "Very well, trickster," the giant rumbled. "Free you I shall, but at a price. Swear on your most sacred oath to lure Idun, guardian of the apples of immortality, out of Asgard." Desperate, Loki readily agreed, sealing his oath with a grimace. Back in Asgard, he kept his bargain a secret, fearing Odin's wrath. Days later, he found Idun tending to her golden apples in the verdant groves of Brunnaker. Her husband Bragi was away, and a flicker of loneliness crossed her face. "Lady Idun," Loki began, his voice dripping with false sincerity, "tales are told of apples beyond compare, said to rival even your own. Would you not be curious to witness such wonders?" Idun, ever inquisitive, felt a spark of interest ignite within her. Intrigue stirs my heart, Loki, she admitted. Lead the way, and let us compare these fabled fruits. Thus Loki played his hand. Luring Idun outside Asgard's protective walls, he vanished in a puff of smoke. In a flash of dark wings, Thiassi swooped down and snatched the unsuspecting goddess, carrying her away to his desolate fortress of Thrymheim. Weeks turned into months, and a change fell upon the gods. Without Idun's rejuvenating apples, their youthful vigor began to fade. Lines etched themselves on their faces, and their once bright eyes dimmed. Finally, the truth of Loki's treachery was revealed. Loki, boomed Odin, his voice heavy with disappointment. Where is Idun, the keeper of youth? Explain your actions, trickster. Loki, his head hung low, could only confess. It was I, he mumbled, who led her astray and into the clutches of the storm giant. The gods, faced with their own mortality, knew they had to act. A daring plan was formulated to rescue Idun and reclaim their stolen youth. The fate of Asgard and the gods themselves hung in the balance. 3. The return of Idun. The atmosphere in Asgard was tense. The gods, their once vibrant forms now showing signs of age and wear, gathered around Loki. Odin's penetrating gaze bore down on him, demanding a solution. Odin's voice thundered through the hall. Loki, your deceit has brought us to this dire state. Restore Idun to us, or face the full wrath of the Aesir. Loki bowed his head, a rare look of contrition on his face. All-Father, I will retrieve Idun. I swear it. I will do whatever it takes to bring her back to us. With his fate hanging in the balance, Loki knew he had no choice. He borrowed Freya's falcon plumage and transformed into a swift bird of prey. With powerful wing beats, he soared from Asgard, the sky blurring around him as he sped towards Thrymheim, the desolate abode of the giant Thiassi. Upon reaching the barren realm, Loki found Idun sitting alone, her eyes reflecting the sorrow of her captivity. She looked up, a glimmer of hope lighting her face as she recognized him. Idun's voice was a whisper. Loki, have you come to mock me further in my despair? Loki's gaze softened. No, Idun, I am here to rescue you. Trust me, and we shall return to Asgard together. Using his cunning, Loki transformed Idun into a small, delicate nut, clutching her firmly in his talons. With a final glance at the bleak landscape of Thrymheim, he took to the skies once more, racing against time and the fury of Thiassi. Back in Asgard, the gods stood atop the walls, their eyes scanning the horizon with anticipation. They had prepared great heaps of fuel, ready to ignite a wall of flame as a last defense. Thor's voice was resolute. Look, Loki returns, pursued by a great eagle. Prepare the flames. We must not allow Thiassi to breach Asgard's gates. Freya's eyes were sharp with concern. That is Thiassi. His pursuit is relentless. We must act swiftly. Thiassi, having discovered Idun's escape, had taken his eagle form and was giving chase. His vast wings cut through the air with furious speed as he closed in. Loki, feeling the giant's oppressive presence bearing down on him, flew with all the strength he could muster. The gods watched in suspense as Loki neared the walls of Asgard, Thiassi's shadow looming behind him. With a final desperate effort, Loki crossed the threshold and collapsed to the ground, exhausted but holding Idun tightly. Odin's command rang out. Now, light the fires. Thiassi must not enter Asgard. Loki gasped for breath, his voice weak but victorious. Idun is safe. Bring her to Bragi. As the gods set the pyres ablaze, a towering wall of flames erupted, blocking Thiassi's path. Unable to stop, he plunged into the inferno. The heat and smoke enveloped him, and he crashed to the ground, dazed and weakened. Thor's voice was filled with fury. Your treachery ends here, Thiassi. You will pay for your audacity. The gods descended upon the fallen giant with relentless force, striking him down until he lay still. With Thiassi defeated, the gods turned to Idun, restored to her true form. She embraced Bragi, relief and joy radiating from her as she looked upon her friends and protectors. Bragi's eyes shone with love and relief. You are safe, my love. Asgard shines brighter with your return. Idun's voice was filled with gratitude. And you, Bragi, are my light. Let us ensure the gods never again go without these apples. The gods eagerly partook of the apples Idun had brought back, feeling their youth and vitality return with each bite. Their spirits lifted, they vowed to honor Idun's courage and remember the lessons of their ordeal. Odin spoke with solemn pride. Thiassi's eyes will be placed among the stars, a reminder to all giants of the consequences of defying Asgard. Thor's voice was firm. May this serve as a warning to all who would challenge us. Asgard will always prevail. As the gods looked up, they cast Thiassi's eyes into the heavens, where they shone as a new constellation. This act was not just a celebration of their victory, but also a message to the universe. The strength and unity of the Aesir were unshakable. Odin's final words echoed through the halls. Let the stars bear witness to the might of Asgard and the fate of those who dare to oppose us. Thor nodded, his gaze unwavering. The gods endure. Our vigilance shall endure with them. 4. Idun's descent into the netherworld. Norse mythology paints a vivid picture of the natural world, weaving stories to explain seasonal changes. The disappearance of Idun, the goddess of youth and springtime, each year held a deep significance for the Norse people. It wasn't just a narrative, it was a reflection of the withering beauty of nature during autumn. One lesser-known myth, preserved only in fragments, sheds light on this phenomenon. Here, Idun is depicted perched on the branches of Yggdrasil, the mighty world tree. Overcome by a sudden weakness, she loses her grip and falls, not gracefully to the ground, but plummeting all the way down to the depths of Niflheim, the underworld ruled by the death goddess Hel. The description of Idun in Niflheim is striking. Pale and motionless, she stares in horror at the surroundings. Tremors rack her body, a reflection of the chilling cold that consumes her. This vivid imagery paints a stark contrast to the vibrant and life-giving Idun associated with spring. Here's a verse from the fragmentary Eddic poem Odin's Raven Song, translated by Benjamin Thorpe, that captures this descent. In the dales dwells the prescient Dis, from Yggdrasil's ash sunk down, of Alfin race, Idun by name, the youngest of Ivaldi's elder children. She ill-brooked her descent under the hoar tree's trunk confined. Alerted to her disappearance, Odin dispatches a search party. Bragi, Idun's husband, the watchful Heimdall, and another unnamed god. They carry a white wolf skin, a symbol of winter's embrace, to shield Idun from the underworld's relentless cold. Their mission is not just to find her, but also to rouse her from the stupor Odin senses has overtaken her. Another verse from Odin's Raven Song alludes to the wolfskin. A wolf's skin they gave her, in which herself she clad. Though the gods manage to wrap the wolfskin around Idun, she remains unresponsive. Her refusal to speak or move hints at a deeper trauma. Bragi, her heart heavy with sorrow, suspects she has witnessed something terrifying in Hel's realm. Tears stream down her pale cheeks, a stark contrast to the life-giving spring she embodies. Bragi's grief is further emphasized by his silence. The once merry musician finds no solace in song. The strings of his harp remain mute, mirroring the dwindling birdsong of the approaching winter. Here's a line from R.B. Anderson's Viking Tales of the North that captures this melancholic imagery. That voice like zephyr o'er flower meads creeping, like Bragi's music, his harp strings sweeping. The myth of Idun's fall isn't just a story, it's a symbolic representation of autumn's descent. The leaves, once lush and vibrant, lose their grip and fall to the cold ground, much like Idun's descent from Yggdrasil. The wolfskin gifted by Odin signifies the approaching winter, a time of dormancy and harsh conditions. The cessation of birdsong finds an echo in Bragi's silent harp, a symbol of the dwindling life force of nature. While the complete narrative remains lost, the fragments offer a glimpse into how the Norse people understood the changing seasons. They saw the withering of nature not just as a physical phenomenon, but as a story unfolding amongst the gods, a story filled with loss, resilience, and the promise of eventual renewal. Chapter 8. Njord. 1. The god of the sea, or Njord, is a central figure in Norse mythology, revered as the god of the sea, winds, and wealth. His significance stems from his influence over maritime conditions and his ability to bring prosperity. Njord's story is detailed in the ancient texts of the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda, which provide rich insights into his attributes, relationships, and role within the pantheon of Norse deities. Origins and role in Norse mythology. Njord's connection to the sea and its vast resources is fundamental to understanding his role in Norse mythology. He is depicted as a benevolent deity, bringing calm to turbulent waters and ensuring the safety and success of sailors and fishermen. Njord is one of the Vanir, a group of gods associated with fertility, prosperity, and nature, distinct from the more warlike Aesir gods. His origins as a Vanir god highlight his association with natural elements and wealth. After the Aesir-Vanir War concluded, Njord, along with his children Freyr and Freya, was sent to Asgard as part of a peace agreement between the two divine factions. This exchange symbolizes the blending of different divine powers and underscores the importance of balance in the Norse cosmological framework. Living in Noatun, meaning ship enclosure, Njord's home is naturally aligned with his dominion over the sea and its blessings. His residence by the water allows him to oversee and command the winds and waves, providing favorable conditions for seafarers. Njord is often invoked by those who venture into the sea, as his ability to calm the ocean and control the winds is crucial for safe and successful maritime voyages. He is also associated with wealth, as the sea's bounty was a significant source of prosperity for Norse communities. Fishermen, traders, and sailors would offer prayers and sacrifices to Njord for favorable conditions and abundant catches. Njord's marriage to Skadi. One of the most notable aspects of Njord's mythology is his marriage to the giantess Skadi. Skadi, a formidable figure associated with winter and mountains, chooses Njord as her husband under unique circumstances. After her father's death at the hands of the gods, Skadi seeks compensation and is granted the right to choose a husband from among the gods, but she must make her choice based only on their feet. Mistaking Njord's feet for those of Balder, she selects him. The marriage between Njord and Skadi is marked by their starkly contrasting preferences and habitats. Njord loves the sea, while Skadi prefers the cold, rugged mountains. This difference becomes a central theme in their story, highlighting the challenges of reconciling disparate worlds. They agree to spend 9 nights by the sea at Noatun and 9 nights in the mountains at Thrymheim. However, their incompatible desires lead them to eventually part ways, each returning to their beloved home. This narrative underscores the idea of balance and the challenges inherent in bridging opposing elements: sea and land, warmth and cold, peace and wildness. It reflects the broader Norse cosmological themes of harmony and the delicate interplay of natural forces. Influence and worship. Njord's influence extends beyond his personal mythological stories. As a god of the sea and wealth, he was crucial for the Norse people, whose livelihoods were deeply connected to the ocean. The sea was not only a means of travel and trade, but also a source of sustenance through fishing. Njord's favor was essential for safe voyages and prosperous trade, making him a deity of great importance in Norse society. His worship likely included offerings and rituals aimed at securing his blessings for safe navigation, bountiful catches, and general prosperity. Njord's ability to bring calm to the seas and fair winds was indispensable in an era where maritime travel and fishing were vital to survival and economic stability. Source material: Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. Njord in Noatun rules over the wind and calms the sea and fire. On him shall men call for voyages and for sea fishing. He is so wealthy and prosperous that he can give abundantly to those who seek his aid. This passage emphasizes Njord's power over the sea and wind, highlighting his ability to bring tranquility to the waters and ensure safe voyages. It also underscores his role as a deity of prosperity, capable of bestowing wealth upon those who honor him. Njord went to live in Noatun, but Skadi preferred to dwell in her father's lands at Thrymheim. They agreed to spend 9 nights in each place, but eventually separated, each returning to their beloved homes. This excerpt from the Prose Edda illustrates the story of Njord and Skadi, focusing on their contrasting preferences and the eventual separation due to their differing desires for their living environments. Poetic Edda. Hail to Njord in the temple of gods. For his sake shall the cup be filled, he will prosper mankind. This verse pays homage to Njord, acknowledging his role in bringing prosperity to humanity. The act of filling the cup in his name symbolizes a call for his blessings and continued favor. Vafthrudnismal. Njord, who rules over the temples and the sacrifices, was sent as a hostage to the gods. He will return to the wise Vanir at the doom of the world. This passage highlights Njord's status as a god who oversees rituals and sacrifices. It also references his role in the peace agreement between the Aesir and Vanir and foretells his return to the Vanir at the end of the world, reinforcing his enduring connection to his origins. Conclusion. Njord's portrayal as the god of the sea, wind, and wealth positions him as a crucial deity in Norse mythology. His ability to calm the seas, ensure safe voyages, and bring prosperity highlights his importance to the seafaring and trading Norse culture. The narratives surrounding his life, especially his marriage to Skadi, reflect broader themes of balance and the reconciliation of opposing forces. Through the texts of the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda, Njord's legacy continues to resonate, capturing the imagination and reverence of those who look to the ancient Norse gods. 2. Skadi, goddess of winter. Shortly after Idun's return from Thrymheim and Thiassi's death within the bounds of Asgard, the assembled gods were greatly surprised and dismayed to see Skadi, the giant's daughter, appear one day in their midst, demanding satisfaction for her father's death. Although the daughter of an old Hrimthurs, Skadi, the goddess of winter, was strikingly beautiful. Clad in her silvery armor, with a glittering spear, sharp-pointed arrows, a short white hunting dress, white fur leggings, and broad snowshoes, she commanded attention. The gods could not but recognize the justice of her claim. "Who will answer for the death of my father?" Skadi's voice, as sharp and cold as the northern wind, echoed through the halls. Her icy gaze swept over the gathered gods, each one averting their eyes under the weight of her fury. "Your father attacked us," Odin began, his tone conciliatory, "but we acknowledge your right to seek atonement. We offer the customary Wurguld as compensation." But Skadi's wrath would not be so easily appeased. "I demand a life for a life," she declared, her voice unwavering. The gods fell silent, uneasy glances exchanged among them. They knew Skadi was not one to be trifled with. Loki, ever the trickster, saw an opportunity to lighten the mood and perhaps sway Skadi's heart. "Let us try something else," he said, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Fastening a goat to himself by an invisible cord, he began a series of wild antics. The goat, in response, mirrored his movements in the most absurd manner. The sight was so grotesque that soon the great hall rang with the laughter of the gods. Even Skadi, despite herself, felt her cold lips curl into a reluctant smile. Seeing this, Odin seized the moment. "Look," he said, pointing to the firmament where two radiant stars now shone. "We have placed your father's eyes among the stars to honor his memory. As further recompense, you may choose any of us here as your husband, judging only by our feet." Blinded by a silk cloth, Skadi was led to the center of the hall. The gods stood in a circle around her, each presenting their feet for her inspection. Her fingers traced over the shapes and textures until she found a pair of beautifully formed feet. "These," she announced confidently, certain they belonged to Balder, the god of light, whose bright face had charmed her. When the blindfold was removed, she discovered to her surprise and chagrin that the feet belonged not to Balder but to Njord, the god of the sea. A hush fell over the hall as she stared at her chosen husband. Skadi straightened her shoulders, her pride unyielding. "Very well," she said, "I will honor my choice." Despite her initial disappointment, Skadi and Njord spent a joyful honeymoon in Asgard. The gods did their best to honor her, and for a time she was content. But soon Njord took his bride home to Noatun, where the constant sound of the waves, the screeching of the gulls, and the cries of the seals disturbed Skadi's rest. One morning, after yet another sleepless night, she turned to her husband and implored him. "I cannot stay here any longer," she said, her voice weary. "The sea's cries wake me every morning." "Sleep could I not? On my sea-strand couch for screams of the sea fowl. There wakes me, when from the wave he comes, every morning the mew." Njord, ever eager to please his new wife, consented to take her to her mountain home in Thrymheim. They agreed to dwell there together for 9 nights out of every 12, on the condition that Skadi would spend the remaining 3 with him at Noatun. However, when they reached Thrymheim, Njord found the sounds of the mountains equally unbearable. The soughing of the wind through the pines, the thunder of avalanches, the cracking of ice, the roar of waterfalls, and the howling of wolves were all too much for him. Each night seemed longer than the last, and he counted the moments until their return to the coast. "Am weary of the mountains. Not long was I there, only 9 nights. The howl of the wolves, methought sounded ill to the song of the swans." In the end, they parted ways, each returning to their beloved home. Njord resumed his life by the sea at Noatun, while Skadi found solace once more in the rugged beauty of her mountain abode. Their story became a testament to the challenges of uniting different worlds and the compromises that love demands. Chapter 8, Njord. The parting of Njord and Skadi. The union between Njord, the god of the sea, and Skadi, the giantess of the mountains, was an attempt to bridge their starkly contrasting worlds. However, the arrangement, though crafted with goodwill, eventually proved unsustainable. The story of their parting illustrates the challenges of reconciling fundamentally different desires and environments. For a time, Njord and Skadi adhered to their agreement, alternating their lives between Njord's home by the seashore at Noatun and Skadi's mountainous abode, Thrymheim. Njord endured the long, harsh winters in the rugged mountains, while Skadi spent the summer months by the noisy and bustling seashore. Skadi often reminisced about her beloved mountains, her voice tinged with nostalgia as she spoke of Thrymheim. Thrymheim, it's called, she would say, where Thjassa dwelled, that stream-mighty giant. Thrymheim, the fortress of her father, the giant Thjassi, held a special place in her heart, filled with memories of her past and the crisp mountain air she so deeply cherished. As the seasons passed, their yearning for their respective domains grew stronger. Njord longed for the soothing rhythm of the waves, the scent of salt air, and the serene expanse of the sea. On the other hand, Skadi's heart ached for the crisp, cold air of the mountains, the thrill of the hunt, and the solitude of her rugged homeland. R.B. Anderson, in his recounting of Norse mythology, captures their inevitable decision. They decided to part forever and return to their respective homes. The separation was a mutual understanding that their compromise could not bridge the deep-rooted pull each felt toward their natural environments. Freed from the constraints of their incompatible union, Skadi joyfully returned to Thrymheim. There, she embraced the familiar solitude and the thrill of the hunt. Armed with her bow and arrow, Skadi was once again at home in the vast wilderness, a skilled huntress thriving in her element. Pure bride of the gods. In her father's old mansion, the legends sing, celebrating Skadi's return to her true self and her beloved mountains. This return marked a reassertion of her identity and the deep connection she had with her heritage and the wild landscapes of Thrymheim. The tales of Skadi's life following her separation from Njord vary. Some narratives suggest that she married Odin, the powerful Allfather, and bore him a son, Saming, who would become the first king of Norway. This union between Skadi and Odin symbolizes a significant merging of winter's might with divine power, reinforcing her status and influence within the pantheon. Other accounts propose a union between Skadi and Ullr, the god of winter, who shares her affinity for cold and the wilderness. This partnership between two deities of winter embodies thematic harmony, blending their shared attributes and reverence for the colder aspects of nature. Regardless of her marital status in these varied tales, Skadi remains a revered and enduring figure in Norse mythology. Hunters sought her blessing for successful hunts, and winter travelers prayed for her guidance and protection on treacherous journeys across frozen landscapes. With her bow, and often accompanied by a loyal wolf-like dog, Skadi became a symbol of winter's fierce beauty and the resilience required to navigate its challenges. The story of Njord and Skadi serves as a profound metaphor for the clash between opposing desires and the pursuit of individual fulfillment. Their initial compromise held the promise of balance, yet their ultimate separation underscores the importance of embracing one's true nature and finding harmony within oneself. It is a tale of two powerful beings acknowledging their differences and choosing paths that align with their deepest instincts and passions. 4. The worship of Njord, god of the sea and prosperity. Njord, a central figure in Norse mythology, is venerated as the god of the sea, wind, and fertility. His worship underscores the profound connection between the Norse people and the natural world, especially the elements of water and wind that were crucial to their daily lives and cultural identity. As the divine patron of sailors, fishermen, and traders, Njord's influence extended far beyond the shores, impacting both maritime endeavors and agricultural practices. Njord's role and attributes. Njord is celebrated for his mastery over the sea and the winds. In Norse lore, he is portrayed as a wise and benevolent deity, often bringing calm seas, favorable winds, and abundant harvests. These attributes made him a crucial figure for seafarers and coastal communities, who relied on his goodwill for safe voyages and plentiful catches. Beyond his maritime dominion, Njord's blessings are also sought for fertile lands and bountiful crops. As a god of prosperity, he represents the natural abundance and the vital interconnectedness of the elements that sustain life. Symbols and iconography. Njord is typically depicted with maritime symbols such as ships, fish, and seashells, highlighting his deep connection to the sea. These symbols underscore his role as the protector of sailors and the overseer of maritime trade. Additionally, he is often shown with a radiant, welcoming demeanor, symbolizing the warmth and generosity of his blessings on those dependent on the sea. In Norse art and mythology, Njord is frequently portrayed with his children, Freyr and Freya, reinforcing his role as a deity of family and fertility. This trio embodies the cycle of life, growth, and renewal that defines the natural world. Worship and rituals. The worship of Njord was integral to the lives of coastal communities and those whose livelihoods were tied to the sea. Various rituals and ceremonies were performed to honor him and seek his favor for both maritime and agricultural activities. 1. Offerings and sacrifices. Devotees offered fish, shells, and other marine resources to Njord as tokens of gratitude and supplication. These offerings were often accompanied by prayers for safe voyages, abundant catches, and successful trade. Festivals and celebrations. Special festivals and feasts were held to honor Njord, particularly during pivotal moments in the agricultural and maritime calendars. These gatherings were times for community celebration, where offerings were made, songs were sung, and stories were shared in homage to Njord's blessings. 3. Seafaring rituals. Before setting out on voyages, sailors and fishermen conducted rituals seeking Njord's protection and guidance. Offerings were cast into the sea, and prayers were said to ensure safe travels and a prosperous return. 4. Agricultural rites. Farmers sought Njord's blessings for fertile fields and abundant harvests. Rituals involving the planting of seeds, blessing the fields, and offering the first fruits were performed to honor Njord's role in sustaining agricultural life. Legacy and integration into Christian tradition. With the advent of Christianity in Norse lands, the worship of Njord, like many other pagan deities, underwent significant transformation. While direct devotion to Njord waned, his symbolism and influence persisted in folk traditions and cultural practices. The deep-seated reverence for the sea and land, as embodied by Njord, continued to shape the identity and worldview of the Norse people, even after Christianization. Coastal communities maintained their dependence on the sea for sustenance and trade, and agricultural practices retained elements of fertility rites and seasonal celebrations that echoed Njord's ancient blessings. Thus, the worship of Njord endured as a cultural legacy, reminding future generations of the deep bond between humanity and the natural world, and the enduring power of the sea and wind to shape human destinies. This account highlights Njord's significance in Norse culture and how his worship reflected the broader relationship between the Norse people and the natural elements vital to their survival and prosperity. Chapter 9. Frey. The god of fairyland, Frey, known as Freyr in Old Norse, holds a prominent place in Norse mythology as a god associated with fertility, prosperity, and fair weather. He is revered as the god of fairyland, a realm known as Alfheim, a place of light and beauty, intimately connected with elves and the natural world. Frey in Norse mythology. Frey is a central figure among the Vanir, a group of gods linked to nature, fertility, and wealth. The Vanir were once in conflict with the Aesir, the other principal group of gods in Norse mythology. After a prolonged war, the two factions formed a truce, leading to the exchange of gods to ensure peace. Frey, his sister Freya, and their father Njordr were sent to Asgard, the home of the Aesir, symbolizing the merging of their powers and attributes. Frey's domain over Alfheim emphasizes his role as a guardian of nature and a benefactor of life and growth. Alfheim, a realm depicted as a land of light and ethereal beauty, was given to Frey as a gift upon his birth. This connection underscores his deep ties to the cycles of nature and his patronage over the elves, beings often associated with fertility and prosperity. Attributes and powers. Frey is depicted as a strikingly handsome and radiant god, exuding an aura of warmth and vitality. His presence is vital for ensuring bountiful harvests, favorable weather, and general well-being. Frey's blessings were essential for the survival and prosperity of Norse communities that depended heavily on agriculture and the natural elements. Key attributes and symbols associated with Frey include Gullinbursti, the golden boar. This remarkable boar with bristles that shone like gold was crafted by the dwarfs. Gullinbursti could run faster than any horse and traverse both land and sea. It symbolized fertility, abundance, and the power of light to overcome darkness. Skidbladnir, the magical ship. This ship, also crafted by the dwarfs, was large enough to carry all the gods, but could be folded up small enough to fit into a pouch. Skidbladnir always had a favorable wind, representing Frey's control over the weather and his ability to bring prosperity and success. The sword. Frey owned a magical sword that could fight on its own. This weapon symbolized his martial prowess and authority, though in some stories, Frey gave up this sword for the love of the giantess Gerther, underscoring his deep connection to themes of love and sacrifice. Source material. Frey is prominently featured in several ancient Norse texts that illuminate his attributes and importance. Key sources include the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, both of which provide detailed insights into Frey's character and his role within the Norse pantheon. Poetic Edda. In the poem Grimnismal, Frey's connection to Alfheim is celebrated. Alfheim Frey gafu I ardagativar at Tanfe. Translation: To Frey the gods gave Alfheim in days of yore for a gift of teeth. This line references the ancient custom of giving children a gift when they lost their first tooth. The Tanfe, or tooth gift, highlights Frey's early association with Alfheim and his nurturing role in Norse mythology. Prose Edda. In Gylfaginning, a section of the Prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson provides a detailed account of Frey's possessions and powers. He describes Frey's ship Skidbladnir and his golden boar Gullinbursti, as well as his profound love for the giantess Gerther, which demonstrates his strong ties to fertility and the earth's bounties. Frey birathem by Noa tun heitir, han reder fyrir gunguvins og stiller sjau og eld, han skal heta til Sifara og til Veda. Translation: lives in the place called Noatun. He rules over the course of the wind and calms the sea and fire. He is to be called upon for good sea voyages and for fishing. This passage emphasizes Frey's control over natural elements and his ability to ensure safe journeys and successful endeavors related to the sea and weather. Conclusion. Frey's role as the god of fairyland in Norse mythology underscores his deep connection to fertility, prosperity, and the nurturing aspects of nature. His dominion over Alfheim, a realm of light and beauty, and his association with elves highlight his protective and generative qualities. The rich details provided in the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda paint a vivid picture of Frey's attributes, powers, and his significant place in the pantheon of Norse gods. Frey's enduring legacy continues to symbolize the harmonious balance of nature's cycles and the prosperity that flows from them. 2. The Wooing of Gerda. In the enchanting realm of Alfheim, where light danced with the leaves and the air thrummed with the magic of the Vanir, Frey, the lord of the Ljolfar, found himself ensnared by a deep, unshakable longing. His usual joy and mirth were overshadowed by an ache that dimmed the brilliance of his divine abode. Njord, Frey's father and god of the sea, grew increasingly concerned as he observed his son's diminished radiance. Skirnir, he called to his most trusted and wise servant, "Discover what shadows my son's heart." Skirnir, perceptive and loyal, approached Frey with gentle concern. "My lord, what troubles you so deeply that even the flowers hesitate to bloom in your presence?" Frey's eyes, reflecting distant stars and deep sadness, revealed his soul's turmoil. "While sitting on Odin's high throne, Hlidskialf, I saw her, Gerda, the daughter of Gymir. Her beauty is such that it ignites the sea and air with light. But she is of the Jotun bloodline, and a vast chasm lies between us." Skirnir, undeterred by the challenges of such a quest, offered his service. "Grant me your swift steed and your shining sword, and I shall win her heart for you." With a mixture of hope and apprehension, Frey entrusted Skirnir with his magical sword, a blade that gleamed like the sun. Skirnir embarked on his perilous journey, determined to bridge the gap between Frey and the object of his desire. Upon reaching Gymir's formidable abode, Skirnir faced howling winds and a fierce barrier of flame. With courage and cunning, he passed through the dangers, arriving unscathed before Gerda. "Fair Gerda," Skirnir began, his voice steady and resolute, I come bearing the heart of Frey. He offers you golden apples and the legendary ring Draupnir, symbols of his eternal love. Gerda, her gaze as icy and unyielding as winter's frost, refused his offer. I need neither his gold nor his gifts. My father's halls are rich enough. In a moment of desperation and resolve, Skirnir resorted to ancient threats and powerful enchantments, wielding runes of great potency. Choose, Gerda, to embrace a life of love and prosperity with Frey, or face a future as barren and desolate as the untended fields. Confronted with such a dire fate, Gerda's stern resolve faltered. Tell your lord I shall meet him in the grove of Buri, where each spring renews the world. Upon Skirnir's return, Frey's spirit lifted with the promise of love's fulfillment. Yet the 9 nights he had to wait felt longer and colder than the harshest winter. Longer than the winter's chill are these nights of yearning, he lamented. Time, as always, moved forward, and soon Frey stood in the verdant grove of Buri, a place where the rebirth of spring was celebrated in every leaf and blossom. There, under the watchful eyes of the gods and the whispering winds, Gerda awaited him. Their union was a triumphant song of spring's arrival, a story of love whispered by the leaves and carried by the breeze across all the realms. In the chronicles of the Vinner, their love became a testament to the enduring connection between the divine and the mortal, between the god of the harvest and the maiden of the aurora. Their story is remembered as a timeless saga of passion and the power of determination to overcome the greatest divides. Chapter 9. Frey. 3. Frey as a historical figure. Frey, or Freyr as he is often called, is celebrated in Norse mythology as a god of fertility, prosperity, and fair weather. However, in Snorri Sturluson's chronicle Heimskringla, specifically in the Ynglinga saga, Frey, also known as Yngvi Frey, is portrayed not just as a mythical deity, but also as a historical figure. This narrative presents Frey as a king who ruled over the people of Uppsala, and was later deified due to the extraordinary peace and prosperity of his reign. Frey's reign in Uppsala. In Heimskringla, Sturluson places Frey as a ruler who succeeded the semi-historical figures Odin and Njord. According to the saga, Frey governed Uppsala, a significant center in ancient Sweden. His reign was marked by unparalleled prosperity and tranquility, which led to his veneration as a divine being by the people of Uppsala. Prosperity and peace. Frey's governance brought about a golden age for Uppsala. The land flourished under his rule, with good harvests, fine weather, and a remarkable period of peace. The abundance experienced during his reign was so extraordinary that the people began to view him as more than just a king. They believed that only a god could bring such continuous blessings, leading to his deification even during his lifetime. As Snorri Sturluson writes in the Ynglinga saga, Frey was a mighty king in Sweden. He built the temple at Uppsala, and he also founded Uppsala city and made it his principal seat. There was then good peace and plenty, and such good seasons in the land as ever before or since. The people ascribed this to Frey, and he was much more worshipped than the other gods, as the landowners and husbandmen got their property increased and thrived well by it. This passage highlights the profound impact of Frey's rule and the subsequent elevation of his status to that of a god, due to the prosperity and peace he brought to the region. Deification in life. As Frey's influence grew, the people of Uppsala began to invoke him as a god. The name Frey, which means lord or master in the northern dialects, reflected his elevated status among his followers. The reverence for Frey was so deep that the people started to treat him as a divine figure, believing his presence and blessings were integral to their well-being. The secret burial and continued veneration. When Frey died, his priests, unwilling to let go of the divine aura surrounding him, decided to keep his death a secret. They feared that revealing his death would lead to the loss of the perceived divine protection and prosperity. Instead of cremating him, as was the traditional Norse custom, they laid his body in a great mound. They declared that Frey had gone into the mound, using this phrase as a euphemism for death. This form of burial was significant as it marked a departure from the usual practice of cremation. The priests maintained the illusion that Frey was still alive for 3 years, during which the people continued to pay their taxes and offerings, which were placed into the mound through 3 openings. This practice reflected their ongoing devotion and belief in Frey's protective presence even after his death. Eventually, the truth about Frey's death was revealed. However, the people's devotion did not diminish. The continued peace and prosperity during the 3 years of his absence convinced them of Frey's divine essence. As a result, they decided to preserve his body in the mound instead of burning it, establishing a new tradition of mound burial for those deemed to have achieved godlike status in life. Legacy and worship. Frey's legacy was not only enshrined in burial practices, but also in the construction of monumental mounds in his honor. One of the 3 significant mounds near Gamla Uppsala is named after Frey, serving as a lasting monument to his influence and the reverence he commanded. Moreover, Frey's statues were prominently placed in the great temple at Uppsala, alongside those of other major gods like Odin and Njord. His name was invoked in solemn oaths, reflecting the deep respect and worship he commanded. The common oath of the time, "So help me Frey, Njord, and the almighty Asa," Odin, underscores Frey's integration into the divine pantheon of Norse gods and his significant role in the spiritual life of the Norse people. Tash references in Norse texts. Frey's dual portrayal as both a historical and mythical figure is supported by various Norse texts. Heimskringla, particularly the Ynglinga saga, provides a detailed account of Frey's reign and the subsequent veneration by his people. Heimskringla, Ynglinga saga. In Ynglinga saga, Sturluson describes the transition from Frey's earthly rule to his divine veneration. Frey was a mighty king in Sweden. He built the temple at Uppsala, and he also founded Uppsala city and made it his principal seat. There was then good peace and plenty, and such good seasons in the land as ever before or since. The people ascribed this to Frey, and he was much more worshipped than the other gods, as the landowners and husbandmen got their property increased and thrived well by it. This account highlights Frey's profound impact on his people and the subsequent deification as a result of the prosperity and peace he brought during his reign. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. In Gylfaginning, a section of the Prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson details Frey's attributes and his association with prosperity and peace. Frey is the most renowned of the gods. He controls the rain and sunshine, and thus also the produce of the earth, and it is good to call on him fruitful seasons and peace. This excerpt underscores Frey's divine qualities and the reasons behind his veneration as a god associated with agricultural prosperity and peace. Conclusion: Frey's story, as narrated by Snorri Sturluson, bridges the gap between myth and history. As Yngvi Frey, he was a revered king whose rule brought unparalleled prosperity and peace, leading to his eventual deification. His unique burial practices marked a significant cultural shift, moving from cremation to mound burial as a way to honor those who achieved godlike status. Frey's transformation from a historical ruler to a divine figure underscores the profound influence he had on Norse culture and religion, and his legacy continues to be remembered through the enduring monuments and worship practices that celebrate his life and rule. Natters 4. The Yule Feast. The Yule Feast, or Jólablot, stands as one of the most profound and enduring celebrations in Norse culture, deeply woven into the fabric of ancient traditions. This midwinter festival held around the winter solstice marked the end of the year's darkest days and anticipated the return of the sun. Yule was not only a time of religious observance, but also a period of communal joy, feasting, and celebration, bridging the mortal and divine realms, have historical and mythological background. Yule, traditionally observed around the winter solstice, was a time dedicated to honoring the gods and spirits, particularly Odin, who was revered as Yolnir during this season. The festival's name, Yule, reflects its deep cultural significance in Old Norse tradition. During Yule, the Norse people believed that the barriers between the living world and the realms of gods and spirits were thin, making it an auspicious time to pay homage to these divine entities. The Prose Edda and Heimskringla offer insights into the Yule feast's significance. Gylfaginning, Prose Edda. In the Gylfaginning, part of the Prose Edda, it is stated that Yule was celebrated to honor the sun's return and the promise of longer days. The gods were invoked to bring fertility and abundance in the coming year. Heimskringla, Saga of Hakon the Good. The Heimskringla notes that King Hakon the Good, who sought to Christianize Norway, respected the Yule traditions. He moved Yule to coincide with Christmas, highlighting its deep-rooted significance in Norse culture. The celebration of Yule preparations for Yule began well before the solstice. Homes and feasting halls were meticulously cleaned and adorned with evergreens and festive decorations, symbolizing life and resilience during the harsh winter. Great care was taken in preparing the feast, which featured an abundance of meats, breads, and ales. Yule sacrifices, or bloats, were offered to the gods to ensure their favor for the upcoming year. Animal sacrifices, boars associated with Frey, were commonly sacrificed during these rituals, symbolizing fertility and abundance. This act of bloat was a profound way to seek blessings and express gratitude. Vows and promises. During Yule, it was customary to make vows known as bragaful over the brimming Yule ale. These vows were promises of great deeds or personal achievements to come, made in honor of the gods and in hope of their blessings. The Yule Feast. The Yule Feast itself was a grand celebration, often lasting several days. Families and communities came together to share in the bounty of food and drink. This communal aspect of the feast strengthened social bonds and provided warmth and comfort during the coldest part of the year. The revelry included songs, stories, and games, fostering a deep sense of unity and joy. Havamal. At festive Yule, as at all feasts, the wise and the prudent will gather to gladden their hearts, to greet the gods, and to share in the bounty and cheer. Sacred fires and Yule logs. A central element of Yule was the lighting of the Yule log. This large log, often intricately carved or decorated, was set ablaze in the hearth. The burning of the Yule log symbolized the sun's return, bringing light and warmth back to the earth. The ashes from the Yule log were believed to hold protective and fertile properties, often spread over fields or kept as talismans. The Yule fire burns bright in the hall, the gods are invoked with joy. In the hearth's warm glow, the past year fades, and the promise of light dawns anew. In some traditions, the Yule fire was kept burning for the entire 12 days of Yule, symbolizing continuity and the enduring presence of the sun. The Yule season was also closely associated with the Wild Hunt, a ghostly procession often led by Odin or other gods through the sky. This spectral chase was believed to gather the souls of the dead and served as a powerful symbol of the otherworldly forces that roamed during the longest nights. Heimskringla, Saga of King Olaf. In the sagas, the Wild Hunt is described as a fearsome event, with Odin leading his spectral horsemen across the winter skies. This hunt was both feared and revered, a reminder of the powerful forces at play during Yule. Modern influences. Many modern Christmas traditions have their origins in the ancient Yule feast. The Yule log, festive feasting, and even Santa Claus, deriving from Odin's guise as the Yule Father, have roots in these Norse practices. As Christianity spread, the Yule celebration was adapted and merged with Christmas, preserving its joyous spirit and many of its customs. Conclusion. The Yule feast is a rich tapestry of tradition, blending sacred rituals with communal joy and the timeless human need to find light during the darkest times. Rooted deeply in the Norse worldview, Yule continues to influence modern holiday customs. It reminds us of our enduring connection to nature's cycles and the importance of community, gratitude, and celebration. Chapter 9, Frey. How the Sea Became Salt. In the ancient realm of Denmark, a wise and prosperous king named Frodi ruled. His reign was celebrated for peace and abundance, and Frodi was ever eager to find ways to further enrich his people. One day, a remarkable tale reached him about a mill named Grodi, endowed with the magic to grind anything the heart desired. Frodi's quest for Grodi would lead to a fateful encounter and a legendary tale explaining why the sea became salty. The magic millstones. During a journey to Sweden, Frodi came across a robust man named Hengikjopt, who offered him the marvelous mill, Grodi. The millstones of Grodi were extraordinary, possessing enchantments that allowed them to produce endless wealth and prosperity. However, the power to turn these massive stones was beyond any ordinary human strength. Undeterred, Frodi continued his travels until he encountered two formidable giantesses, Minia and Finia. These sisters, towering and powerful, were prisoners in Sweden, their incredible strength wasted in chains. Recognizing an opportunity, Frodi purchased Minia and Finia and brought them back to Denmark. "Welcome to your new home," Frodi proclaimed, standing before the imposing Grotti. "Here, you will use your might to turn these millstones and bring untold wealth and peace to my kingdom." The giantesses exchanged wary glances but bowed their heads in acquiescence. "As you command, King Frodi," Minia replied in her deep, resonant voice. Grinding wealth and peace. The moment Minia and Finia set their powerful hands upon Grotti, the air vibrated with magical energy. As the stones began to turn, gold flowed forth in rivers, filling Frodi's coffers to the brim. Peace and prosperity spread across the land like a soothing breeze. The king watched in awe, barely able to contain his joy. "Faster," he urged. "Grind more gold, more peace, more prosperity." Day and night, Minia and Fania labored tirelessly. Their muscles bulged and their breaths grew heavy, but still, they ground on, chanting the ancient song of Grotti. "Let us grind riches to Frodi. Let us grind him happy in plenty of substance on our gladdening quern." Grottasonger, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. However, Frodi's greed became insatiable. Each time the giantesses pleaded for rest, he denied them. "You may rest only for as long as it takes to sing a verse of your song," he decreed, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Exhausted and embittered by Frodi's cruelty, Minia and Finia began to plot their revenge. The Curse of Grotti. One cold night, while Frodi slumbered in his opulent chambers, the giantesses changed their chant. Their voices, once harmonious, now carried a dark and ominous tone. "An army must come hither forthwith and burn the town for the prince." Songer, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. As the millstones turned, an army emerged from the shadows, summoned by Grotti's dark magic. Led by the Viking Mysinger, the fierce warriors crept upon the unsuspecting Danes. With a blood-curdling cry, they stormed Frodi's palace, catching his men completely off guard. The once peaceful halls of Denmark echoed with the clamor of battle and the cries of the fallen. When the dust settled, Mysinger stood victorious. He seized Grotti and the giantesses, forcing them aboard his ship. "Grind salt for me now," he commanded, his voice as cold as the night air. "Salt is as precious as gold, and I will have more than any man alive." Bound by their enchantment, Minia and Fania had no choice but to obey. The millstones turned, churning out vast quantities of salt. The sea around the ship sparkled with white crystals. The sinking of the ship. Intoxicated by his newfound wealth, Mysinger pushed the giantesses harder and harder. The ship groaned and creaked under the strain of the accumulating salt. Yet Mysinger's greed was insatiable. "More!" he roared. "I want more salt!" Minia's eyes met Finia's, and they silently agreed to grind until the ship could bear no more. The ship's hull, laden with salt, could no longer stay afloat. Water surged over the sides, and with a great heaving sigh the vessel began to sink. As the ship descended into the ocean's depths, Grotti's millstones continued their relentless grind. Down, down they plunged, creating a vortex that swallowed the ship whole. The magic of Grotti did not cease, and salt poured forth, mingling with the sea. The birth of the maelstrom. The millstones came to rest on the ocean floor, their weight forming a great, swirling whirlpool. This whirlpool, later known as the maelstrom, became a legendary and feared phenomenon, pulling in anything that came too close. From that day forward, the sea, saturated with the salt ground by Grotti, tasted forever of brine. The lesson of Grotti. The tale of Grotti's magic and the greed of those who wielded it serves as a timeless warning. It speaks of the dangers of avarice and the destructive power of forces beyond human control. The sea's salinity remains a perpetual reminder of the giantess's toil and the millstone's eternal grind. Number 6. Worship of Frey, god of fertility and prosperity. Frey, a central figure in Norse mythology, is venerated as the god of fertility, prosperity, and peace. His worship illustrates the deep connection between the Norse people and the cycles of nature, especially within agricultural communities where the land's bounty was crucial for survival. As the divine patron of fertility, Frey's influence permeated all aspects of life, from agriculture and livestock to personal wealth and familial harmony. Frey's role and attributes. Frey is celebrated for his association with fertility, abundance, and peace. In Norse mythology, he is depicted as a gentle and benevolent deity integral to the natural world's prosperity. His dominion over elements such as the sun, rain, and fertile soil made him immensely important to farmers and rural communities who relied on his blessings for their livelihoods. Fertility and abundance. Frey governs the forces that bring fertility to the land and prosperity to people. He is seen as a provider of bountiful harvests, thriving livestock, and overall abundance. This makes him a key figure in agricultural cycles and harvest celebrations. Peace and harmony. Beyond his agricultural aspects, Frey is also a god of peace and prosperity. He is depicted as a mediator who brings harmony, calming conflicts, and promoting cooperation among people. This dual role enhances his importance as a symbol of both material and social stability. Symbols and iconography. Frey is commonly depicted with symbols of fertility and abundance, underscoring his role as a provider of sustenance and prosperity. The sun and rain. These elements are essential for agricultural success and symbolize Frey's influence over growth and renewal. Crops and livestock. Imagery of abundant fields and healthy animals frequently accompany depictions of Frey, emphasizing his importance in ensuring the land's fertility and the community's prosperity. Gullinbursti and Skidbladnir. Frey's golden boar, Gullinbursti, and his ship, Skidbladnir, are prominent symbols associated with him. Gullinbursti represents fertility and the power to grow and thrive, while Skidbladnir, a ship that can sail on any waters and always find a favorable wind, symbolizes abundance and the means to navigate life's challenges successfully. Serene countenance. Frey's often serene and radiant appearance reflects the peace and prosperity he bestows upon his followers. Worship and rituals. The worship of Frey was a fundamental part of life in Norse agricultural communities, where his favor was sought to ensure bountiful harvests and overall prosperity. 1. Offerings and sacrifices. Grain and fruits. Offerings of the first fruits of the harvest and grains were common, symbolizing gratitude and a request for continued abundance. Livestock. Sacrifices of animals, especially boars, were made to honor Frey. These sacrifices were seen as essential to secure his blessings for the community's prosperity. 2. Festivals and celebrations. Seasonal feasts. Key agricultural moments like planting and harvesting were marked by feasts in Frey's honor. These celebrations included communal meals, singing, and storytelling that highlighted Frey's role in providing for the community. Midsummer and harvest festivals. Specific festivals, such as those at midsummer and during harvest, were significant events where Frey's blessings were particularly invoked. 3. Rituals for personal prosperity. Wealth and health. Individuals seeking Frey's favor in personal matters conducted rituals and prayers dedicated to him. These acts often included the offering of gifts and the recitation of prayers for success and prosperity. Home blessings. Homes and fields were blessed in Frey's name to ensure ongoing fertility and prosperity. 4. Marriage and family rights. Fertility and children. Frey was central to marriage ceremonies and family life, especially in matters of fertility and child rearing. Couples would invoke his blessings to conceive children, and families would offer prayers and gifts to ensure their well-being. Legacy and integration into Christian tradition. With the advent of Christianity in Norse lands, the overt worship of Frey, like other pagan deities, diminished. However, his influence persisted in subtle ways. Cultural continuity. Agricultural practices retained elements of fertility rites and seasonal celebrations that echoed Frey's ancient blessings. These practices reflected the enduring importance of natural cycles in Norse life. Folk traditions. Many folk traditions and superstitions continued to invoke Frey's name in matters of prosperity and abundance, highlighting his lasting legacy in cultural memory. Integration with Christian practices. Over time, Frey's attributes were sometimes syncretized with Christian practices, blending the old beliefs with new religious contexts. For example, celebrations of the harvest or festivals that marked the turning of the seasons often retained a focus on abundance and fertility. Conclusion. The worship of Frey represents a profound connection to the natural world and the cycles that sustain life. His role as the god of fertility and prosperity underscores the Norse people's reliance on the land and their belief in the divine forces that governed it. Despite the shift to Christianity, Frey's legacy endured, reflecting the enduring power of nature and the deep-rooted traditions that celebrate life's abundance. Chapter 10. Freya. 1. The Goddess of Love. Freya, celebrated as the most captivating and influential of the Norse goddesses, holds a pivotal role in Norse mythology as the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility. Her domain transcends mere romantic love to encompass fertility, wealth, and even warfare, illustrating her complex and revered nature among both gods and mortals. Origins and attributes. Freya originates from the Vanir, a group of gods associated with nature, fertility, and prosperity in Norse mythology. Following the Aesir-Vanir War, which ended in a truce, Freya and her kin were integrated into Asgard, the realm of the Aesir gods. Swiftly, Freya garnered immense reverence and became one of the most cherished deities in Asgard, admired for her grace and power. Her name, Freya, meaning lady, signifies her esteemed status among the gods. She is often depicted adorned in a cloak, crafted from falcon feathers, a magical garment granting her the ability to traverse between realms. Additionally, Freya possesses a chariot drawn by formidable cats. Her most prized possession is the Brisingamen, a brilliant necklace forged by dwarves, symbolizing her association with beauty and prosperity. Freya's role in love and fertility. Freya's dominion over love and fertility is vividly portrayed in Norse myths. As the goddess of love, she is invoked in matters of romance and marriage, renowned for her unmatched ability to kindle passion and desire. Her influence extends beyond personal relationships to encompass agricultural fertility and the earth's abundance. She is frequently petitioned to ensure bountiful harvests and the prosperity of the land. The poem Husdrapa by the skald Ulf Uggason provides insight into Freya's allure and her profound connection to love. Goldtop Freya, the gold-necklaced Freya, to the hall where men drink joyously, many eyes follow her with wonder, and the hearts of men are lost. Freya and the afterlife. Freya's role extends to the afterlife, where she presides over Folkvanger, a meadow where half of those who perish in battle find their eternal resting place. The Poetic Edda's Grimnismal describes Freya's role as the chooser of the slain. Folkvanger is the ninth, and there Freya decides who shall have seats in the hall, the half of the slain she keeps each day, and the half Odin has. This aspect of Freya underscores her authority and influence, even in matters of death and warfare. Warriors aspire to gain entrance to her domain, Folkvanger, following their heroic deaths. Freya's role in mythological events. Freya plays pivotal roles in various mythological tales, including the notorious incident of the theft of her beloved necklace, the Brisingamen, by Loki. Documented in the Prose Edda, this tale illuminates the intrigue and desires entwined within the realm of the gods. Despite Loki's mischief, Freya's cunning and determination lead to the recovery of her cherished possession. Another notable tale from the Poetic Edda involves the giant Thrym, who audaciously demands Freya's hand in marriage in exchange for returning Thor's stolen hammer, Mjolnir. Freya vehemently refuses, fiercely asserting her autonomy and independence. Outraged was Freya, her shining necklace trembling when Thor's hammer was demanded in exchange for her hand in marriage. Ultimately, the gods devise a clever scheme to retrieve Mjolnir without compromising Freya's sovereignty, underscoring the deep respect and high regard in which she is held among her divine peers. Freya's multifaceted nature as the goddess of love, fertility, and war illuminates her enduring significance in Norse mythology, embodying both the power and complexity of womanhood in its many forms. Part 2. Queen of the Valkyrs. Freya, a prominent goddess in Norse mythology, is celebrated not only as the goddess of love and fertility, but also holds the esteemed title of Queen of the Valkyrs. This dual role intertwines her nurturing aspects with the martial and valorous duties of the Valkyries, emphasizing her profound connection to life and death in Norse cosmology. Freya and the Valkyries. The Valkyries, known as choosers of the slain, are warrior maidens who serve both Odin and Freya. Their primary task is to select warriors who will die in battle and guide them to the afterlife. Half of these chosen warriors journey to Freya's hall, Folkvanger, while the other half go to Odin's hall, Valhalla. This division underscores Freya's significant role in the afterlife and her influence over the destiny of fallen warriors. In the poem Grimnismal from the Poetic Edda, Freya's role in selecting the slain is described. Folkvanger is the ninth, and there Freya decides who shall have seats in the hall, the half of the slain she keeps each day and the half Odin has. Freya's dominion over Folkvanger ensures that her hall is populated with the bravest and most valiant souls, ready to fight alongside her in eternal feasts and battles. Freya's role as the Valkyries' leader. As the Queen of the Valkyrs, Freya directs these formidable maidens in their duties. Beyond selecting the fallen warriors, the Valkyries also influence the outcomes of battles. Clad in shimmering armor and riding forth on swift steeds, they are pivotal in determining the fate of warriors on Midgard's battlefields. The Poetic Edda's Völuspá paints a vivid picture of the Valkyries. She saw Valkyries coming from far and wide, ready to ride to the warrior host. Skuld held the shield, and Skogul was with her, Gunnar, Hildur, Gundul, and Geirskogul. Now the Valkyries are reckoned in number. Freya, as their queen, leads this host of warrior maidens, embodying both the fierce protector and the sovereign of those who have perished in valorous combat. Freya's selection of the brave. Freya's role goes beyond mere selection. It is also one of honor and reward. Warriors who demonstrate exceptional courage and valor in battle earn her favor. Being chosen by Freya to dwell in Folkvanger signifies a great honor, promising eternal life under her nurturing and protective care. The Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson elaborates on Freya's role in battle. There are also those who must choose the dead and decide the fate of battles, and these are the Valkyries. Odin sends them to every battle. They choose which men are to die and decide who has victory. Freya takes half of the slain and the other half go to Odin. This passage underscores Freya's crucial role in the cosmic order, commanding respect and admiration for her vital role in shaping the destinies of both warriors and battles. The dual nature of Freya's influence. Freya embodies a dual nature, both nurturing and martial, that defines her complexity in Norse mythology. While she is revered for her life-giving forces of love and fertility, she also presides over death and battle with honor and reverence. This duality makes Freya one of the most multifaceted and revered deities in Norse lore. Her connection to the Valkyries amplifies her role in the cycle of life and death. As the goddess who oversees the bravest of the fallen, Freya bridges the realms of the living and the dead, symbolizing the eternal cycle of creation and destruction. In the Poetic Edda's Hyndluljóð, Freya's prowess and authority are further highlighted. Freya, who rules over the races of elves or the dwelling places of the gods, and is known to ride to the battlefields with Valkyries and a mighty host. Freya's Valkyries in battle. Under Freya's leadership, the Valkyries are not only choosers of the slain, but also agents of fate on the battlefield. They inspire, protect, and determine the destiny of warriors, guiding them to their final resting place in the afterlife. In the Poetic Edda's Helgakvida Hundingsbana Wes, the Valkyries' influence in battle is vividly described. Then from the heavens appeared the maidens helmed who fly the air, and over the earth they bore their shields, riding on steeds through the sky, the Valkyries shining with light. Freya, as Queen of the Valkyrs, symbolizes not only the end of mortal life, but also the beginning of a warrior's eternal journey. Her leadership and nurturing spirit provide guidance for both the living and the dead, embodying the eternal bond between life's vigor and the honor found in death. This portrayal of Freya as Queen of the Valkyrs highlights her enduring legacy as a pivotal figure in Norse mythology, embodying both the gentle and the formidable aspects of divine power. Chapter 10, Freya 3. Freya and Odur. Freya, the radiant goddess of love and beauty in Norse mythology, shares a poignant tale of love, longing, and reunion with Odur, the embodiment of the summer sun. Their story reflects the cyclical nature of seasons and the enduring power of love. Freya and Odur's blissful union. In the lush fields of Asgard, Freya and Odur's love blossomed, akin to the flowers thriving under the warm embrace of the sun. Freya's heart overflowed with joy whenever Odur was near. Their union blessed them with 2 daughters, Nas and Gersimi, whose beauty was so extraordinary that precious things were named after them. One warm morning, Freya, her smile rivaling the sun itself, implored Odur to stay. "Stay with me, my love. Your presence lights my days and warms my heart." Though deeply devoted, Odur's restless spirit yearned for distant horizons. He gently caressed Freya's cheek. "Freya, my heart is yours, but the world beckons and I must heed its call." Freya, understanding yet sorrowful, replied, "I will await your return, my son. Come back to me when the world has had its fill of your light." With a kiss, Odin mounted his chariot and departed, leaving Freya to watch his golden form fade into the horizon. Freya's tears of gold. Weeks turned into months, yet Odin did not return. Freya's radiant smile dimmed, replaced by a heavy heart. She wandered the fields they once roamed together, tears streaming like molten gold. "Why do you weep, fair goddess?" asked a curious dwarf. "My beloved has left, and I fear he may never return," Freya lamented. Moved by her sorrow, the dwarf reassured her. "Do not despair, Freya. Your tears transform into gold and amber, gifts to the world. They may guide Odin back to you." Freya's grief turned her tears into pure gold in stones and shimmering amber in the sea. Her profound sorrow spread across lands where her golden tears awaited those who sought them. The quest for Odin. Determined to find Odin, Freya embarked on a journey across the 9 worlds. She traversed forests and scaled mountains, calling his name, known by many names in different lands. Mardul, the sea's brightness. Horn, the protective goddess. Geffen, the generous one. Seer, the sow. Skjalf, the brilliant, and Thrung, the thronged. One day, in a sunlit southern meadow under flowering myrtle trees, Freya saw a familiar figure. Odin stood there, bathed in a soft golden glow. "Odin!" Freya cried in relief and joy. Odin turned, his eyes alight. "Freya, my beloved, you found me." They embraced, vowing never to part again. "Never again will I let you go. My heart cannot bear to be without you." Hand in hand, they returned home. Flowers bloomed where they tread, birds sang jubilant songs. In Asgard, gods welcomed them with open arms. Freya's joy revitalized the realm, bringing warmth and life. Their daughters, Nos and Gersemi, ran to them. "Mother, you've returned with father. Our world is whole." Freya smiled, embracing them. "Yes, my loves. We are together, our family complete." Under myrtle trees, symbols of their enduring love, Freya and Odin renewed their vows. Inspired by Freya's tale, northern brides wove myrtle into bridal wreaths, a tradition persisted. Freya's connection to the fairies. Freya cherished all life, including fairies dancing in moonlit joy. She left dainty flowers and honey, watching as fairies flitted in evening's soft glow. They named their most beautiful creations after her. Freya's hair for loveliest plants, Freya's eye dew for morning's delicate mist. Odin, Freya's husband, symbolized summer sun and love's power. His return restored warmth and joy, reaffirming their bond. Chapter 4. Freya's Necklace. In the realms of Asgard and Vanaheim, Freya, revered for her beauty and love, possessed one of the most renowned treasures of Norse mythology, Brisingamen, a dazzling necklace of captivating allure. This is the tale of how Freya came to acquire this extraordinary adornment and the trials she faced to safeguard it. The discovery of Brisingamen. On a crisp autumn evening, Freya wandered through the ancient forests of Svartalfaheim, home to skilled and cunning dwarfs. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a faint, mesmerizing light emanating from a rocky cleft. Intrigued, she approached and discovered 4 dwarfs tirelessly crafting a magnificent necklace. Each link of Brisingamen was adorned with gemstones that glowed with an inner fire, reflecting a spectrum of colors. Enchanted by its beauty, Freya approached the dwarfs and declared her desire to possess it, offering any price they named. The bargain with the dwarfs. The dwarfs, Alfrig, Dvalin, Burling, and Grur, paused their work and proposed an unusual bargain. They requested a night in Freya's company, each dwarf in turn, as the price for Brisingamen. Despite the weight of their request, Freya agreed, driven by an irresistible need to own the necklace. For 4 consecutive nights, Freya stayed in Svartalfaheim, honoring her agreement with the dwarfs. They treated her with respect and hospitality, sharing tales of gods and realms. At the conclusion of her stay, the dwarfs presented Freya with Brisingamen, its splendor even more breathtaking than she had remembered. The necklace's power and consequences. Upon clasping Brisingamen around her neck, Freya felt a surge of power and grace, the necklace's magic enhancing her own divine attributes. Her return to Asgard with Brisingamen sparked admiration among the gods, though not all viewed it favorably. Loki, ever cunning and envious, approached Freya, suggesting that Odin might disapprove upon discovering the price she had paid for the necklace. Despite Loki's warnings, Freya sought Odin's counsel, who cautioned her about the envy Brisingamen might provoke. The theft of Brisingamen. One fateful night, Loki, assuming the form of a fly, stealthily entered Freya's chamber and stole Brisingamen. Upon awakening and discovering her loss, Freya immediately sought Odin's aid. Odin confirmed Loki's involvement and urged Freya to confront him. With Odin's guidance, Freya confronted Loki on a distant shore where he flaunted the stolen necklace. Despite Loki's taunts and demands for a bargain, Freya stood firm, refusing to negotiate. Loki, recognizing her resolve, returned Brisingamen to her. Freya's everlasting treasure. Reunited with Brisingamen, Freya returned to Asgard, her spirit undiminished. The necklace, more than a mere ornament, symbolized her strength, beauty, and willingness to face trials for what she cherished. As her legend spread, Brisingamen became a testament to Freya's courage and unwavering resolve. In Norse mythology and the hearts of the people, the tale of Freya and Brisingamen endures, a reminder of the goddess who embraced both joy and sacrifice, embodying the depths of love and the resilience of the human spirit. Chapter 10, Freya 5, Story of Ottar and Angantyr. In the ancient north, where fjords cut through rugged coasts and mountains stood sentinel, tales of gods and heroes intertwined with mortal lives. Among these tales, the saga of Ottar and Angantyr stands as a testament to the intertwining of mortal fate with the divine, with the illustrious Freya, goddess of love, beauty, and war, playing a pivotal role. The mortal's quest. Ottar, a young man of valor from humble origins, stood at his doorstep, gazing toward the distant mountains that cradled Asgard. A longing for belonging weighed heavily upon him, driving him to seek the favor of Freya. Through dense forests and across vast plains, Ottar journeyed, guided by whispers of his ancestors on the wind. Whispering fervently, Ottar prayed, "Freya, goddess of love and war, hear my call. Guide me to my ancestors and help me prove my lineage, for I seek to honor them and claim my rightful place among my people." The divine encounter. His quest led Ottar to a secluded grove where flowers bloomed and sunlight filtered through ancient trees. There stood Freya, her golden hair shimmering, her eyes deep as the ocean. Turning to Ottar, she smiled gently. "Ottar, son of the north, your journey has been long. What do you seek from me?" With reverence, Ottar knelt before her. "Great Freya, I seek to prove my ancestry and honor those who came before me. I ask for your guidance and blessing." Freya's gaze softened at Ottar's sincerity. "Your quest is noble. To prove your lineage, retrieve the drinking horn of Angantyr, a warrior of legend. Your ancestors will reveal themselves then." The challenge of Angantyr. Ottar set forth to find Angantyr on the island of Samso, where legend spoke of a guarded burial mound. The wind howled as Ottar approached, undeterred. Calling out, Ottar challenged, "Angantyr, mighty warrior, I seek your drinking horn. Show yourself and grant me the chance to prove my worth." The ground trembled, and Angantyr's spirit emerged, towering over Ottar. "Who disturbs my rest? What claim do you have to my horn, mortal?" Undaunted, Ottar replied, "I am Ottar, seeking to prove my lineage. Freya sent me. Grant me this chance, and I will honor your memory." Angantyr studied Ottar, then nodded. "Answer my riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening?" The riddle of the warrior. Ottar pondered deeply. "It is man, crawling as a baby, walking upright in prime, and using a cane in old age." Angantyr smiled approvingly. "Correct, Ottar. The horn is yours." Handing Ottar the horn adorned with ancient runes, Angantyr watched as Ottar returned to Freya. The revelation of ancestry. In the grove, Ottar presented the horn to Freya, who placed it by a great oak. "Drink from the horn, Ottar, and discover your lineage." As Ottar drank, visions flooded his mind. Warriors, kings, sages, and seers. He felt their battles, wisdom, and love, forging a deep connection. Freya spoke gently, "You descend from noble souls. Honor them with courage and wisdom." The return of the hero. With newfound knowledge, Ottar returned to his village, welcomed as a hero. Sharing his journey and Freya's guidance, Ottar earned respect and admiration, becoming a legend. In the grove, Freya watched proudly over Ottar, whose courage and determination inspired generations. Not 6. The husbands of Freya. Freya, the radiant goddess of love, beauty, and fertility, stands as one of the most complex and revered figures in Norse mythology. Her tales woven with rich narratives of various consorts and relationships that illuminate her multifaceted nature and profound influence in the realms of war and magic. Odur, the beloved. Foremost among Freya's husbands is Odur, also spelled Other, symbolizing the summer sun. Their love story unfolds amidst the golden fields of Asgard, where their bond flourished like flowers in the sun's warmth. Together, They bore 2 daughters, Nos and Gersemi, whose names became synonymous with treasures and beauty. Odur's wanderlust eventually led him to depart from Freya and their daughters, plunging her into deep sorrow. Desperate to reunite, Freya embarked on a relentless quest that spanned lands far and wide, shedding tears of gold that turned into amber upon touching the sea. Her perseverance eventually led her to Odur under a flowering myrtle tree, where their reunion brought spring to the Northlands, a testament to their enduring love. The Mortal Lover. In the lesser-known tale from Svipdagsmal, Freya is indirectly linked to Svipdag, a mortal hero on a quest to win the hand of Mengloth, often associated with or considered an aspect of Freya. Svipdag's journey, aided by his deceased mother's guidance from the grave, mirrors Freya's own magical and protective qualities. Upon reaching Mengloth, who awaited him surrounded by fire atop a mountain, Svipdag's arrival echoes the themes of longing and reunion present in Freya's search for Odur. The Giant's Desires. Freya's beauty made her a coveted figure among giants and supernatural beings. In the Thrimskvida, or Lay of Thrym, the giant Thrym demands Freya's hand in marriage in exchange for returning Thor's stolen hammer, Mjolnir. Freya adamantly refuses, demonstrating her fierce independence and strength, which prompts Thor to disguise himself as the bride and Loki as his handmaid, leading to a humorous and successful resolution. Freya and Loki's accusations. Freya's relationships and sexuality were often subjects of scrutiny among the gods, especially by Loki, who accused her of promiscuity in the Lokasena. Despite Loki's taunts, Freya's righteous indignation remains unwavering, supported by the gods who understood Loki's words stemmed from malice rather than truth. Conclusion. Freya's tales with her various consorts paint a vivid portrait of a goddess whose complexity and allure remain timeless. Whether as the devoted wife of Odur, the figure pursued by Svipdag, the independent woman defying giants, or the target of Loki's accusations, Freya embodies the essence of love, beauty, and the indomitable spirit of the North in Norse mythology. Her relationships, both divine and mortal, serve as a testament to her enduring presence and influence in the Norse pantheon. Chapter 10. Freya. 7. Worship of Freya, goddess of love, fertility, and war. Freya, revered as one of the foremost goddesses in Norse mythology, holds dominion over love, fertility, beauty, and war. Her worship is a testament to her multifaceted roles in the lives of mortals, influencing matters of the heart, the fertility of the land, and the fortunes of warriors on the battlefield. Freya's role and attributes. Freya's prominence lies in her association with love, fertility, and beauty. Among the Norse pantheon, she stands out as a passionate and independent deity, renowned for her unmatched beauty. Her influence extends deeply into Norse society, where she shapes relationships and the natural cycles vital to agricultural prosperity. In addition to her role as a goddess of love and fertility, Freya is also celebrated as a deity of war. She leads the Valkyries into battle, inspiring bravery and valor among warriors. Her presence ensures the favor of victory sought by those who engage in combat under her watchful gaze. Symbols and iconography. Depicted with symbols representing love, beauty, and fertility, Freya is often adorned with flowers, jewelry, and accompanied by cats. These symbols emphasize her role as the bringer of desire and the embodiment of feminine grace. In Norse art, Freya is frequently depicted alongside her cats, symbolizing sensuality and fertility, and adorned with her prized necklace, Brisingamen, a testament to her beauty and power. Worship and rituals. The worship of Freya held a central place in Norse life, particularly among women and those seeking love, fertility, or victory in battle. Rituals dedicated to Freya were conducted with reverence and devotion. 1. Offerings and sacrifices. Devotees made offerings of flowers, jewelry, and other tokens symbolizing love and beauty to Freya. These acts were accompanied by prayers seeking her blessings in matters of the heart and on the battlefield. 2. Festivals and celebrations. Special festivals marked important agricultural and lunar events, serving as occasions for communal celebration in honor of Freya. These gatherings included offerings, songs, and storytelling, reinforcing her role as a benevolent deity. 3. Rituals for love and fertility. Individuals performed rituals and prayers to Freya, seeking her favor in matters of love and family. Personal offerings and heartfelt prayers were central to these rituals, expressing supplication for Freya's guidance and blessings. 4. Warrior rites. Warriors invoked Freya's protection and favor before battles, offering weapons and armor as tokens of their devotion. These rites aim to secure victory and glory on the battlefield under Freya's watchful eye. Legacy and integration into Christian tradition. As Christianity spread across the Norse lands, the worship of Freya underwent transformation, yet her legacy persisted in cultural practices and folk traditions. Elements of her symbolism, particularly those related to love and fertility, continued to influence Norse identity. Despite changes in religious practice, devotion to Freya endured as a cultural legacy. Her role as a symbol of love, beauty, and desire continued to resonate among Norse communities, reminding subsequent generations of the enduring power of these qualities in shaping human destinies. Freya remains a timeless figure in Norse mythology, revered for her beauty, strength, and influence over love, fertility, and war, embodying the essence of feminine power and grace in the ancient North. Chapter 11. Ullr. 1. The God of Winter. In the expansive realm of Norse mythology, where gods oversee natural and supernatural domains, Ullr, also known as Ullr, holds a distinctive place as the enigmatic deity of winter. His presence looms large during the harsh Scandinavian winters, embodying mastery over skiing, archery, and the frigid elements that shape his domain. Ullr's origins and domain. Ullr, son of the golden-haired goddess Sif and stepson of the thunder god Thor, emerges as a somewhat mysterious figure in Norse lore. Despite sparse tales detailing his origins, he is portrayed as a youthful and handsome god, symbolizing the strength and beauty inherent in the icy grip of winter. As the god of winter, Ullr reigns over frozen landscapes, icy fjords and snow-capped mountains. His prowess is celebrated through his exceptional skiing abilities, gliding effortlessly over snow-covered terrain. This skill isn't merely practical, but also symbolic, making him a revered patron of skiers and hunters alike. According to Snorri Sturluson in the Prose Edda, Ullr is so excellent an archer and ski runner that no one can rival him, and he is also so beautiful and warlike that he was called upon in duels. This passage underscores Ullr's dominance in athletic and martial spheres, underscoring his association with the cold and the expertise required to thrive within it. The Lord of Skadi Ullr shares a close connection with Skadi, the giantess and goddess associated with winter and skiing, often considered his counterpart or consort. Skadi, renowned for her own skiing prowess and preference for icy mountains following her marriage to Njord, represents the feminine embodiment of winter's harsh beauty. In some sagas, Ullr and Skadi are depicted as co-rulers over winter months, symbolizing the Scandinavian winter's harsh yet captivating essence. Their intertwined realms highlight Ullr's role as the male personification of winter's chill along Skadi's complementary influence. Ullr's skills and attributes. Ullr is renowned for 3 primary attributes. 1. Archery. Ullr's unparalleled skill with a bow and arrow symbolizes precision, focus, and the ability to strike from a distance, traits reminiscent of winter's cold reach. Number 2. Skiing. As the god of winter sports, Ullr's ability to navigate snow and ice on skis is legendary. This skill not only marks him as a protector and patron of hunters and athletes, but also emphasizes his mastery over the frozen landscape. 3. Dueling. Known as a deity invoked in duels, Ullr's name carries weight among warriors seeking favor and success in single combat. His association with dueling underscores his role as a deity of strategy and martial prowess, crucial for survival amid harsh winters. In the Hyndluljóð, part of the poetic Edda, Ullr's reverence is depicted. Ullr's favor, grant us, bold-hearted, Ull's acclaim in combat severe, hail the archer on icy realms, swift-footed Ullr, to the gods he is dear. This passage illustrates Ullr's esteemed status among gods and mortals alike, celebrating his dominion over elements and martial skills. Ullr's place in Asgard. Ullr assumes a significant role in Asgard, the realm of gods, particularly during Odin's absence. According to Norse accounts, Ullr temporarily governs the throne, showcasing his competence and the trust bestowed upon him by fellow deities. This underscores Ullr's importance beyond a seasonal deity, positioning him as a respected figure of influence. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson notes, Ull is the name of one of the Aesir. He is the son of Sif and the stepson of Thor. He is such a good archer and skier that no one can compete with him, and he is beautiful and a warrior as well. He is so good in duels that it is a good idea for one to invoke his name in a duel. This passage acknowledges Ullr's multifaceted role, solidifying his standing as a pivotal deity within Norse mythology. Hadger. Ullr and Yule. Ullr's association with winter aligns him closely with ancient Yule celebrations. Yule, commemorating the winter solstice, represents winter's peak when days are shortest. As the god of winter, Ullr was prominently honored during these festivities, his mastery essential for survival and prosperity amid dark, cold winters. Modern Yule and Christmas traditions echo these celebrations, emphasizing winter's endurance and spirit, an enduring tribute to Ullr's influence. The mysterious and resilient god. Despite fewer tales than Norse pantheon counterparts, Ullr's impact on winter's tapestry and mastery over frigid elements are pivotal aspects of his persona. As the god who animates winter's landscape, Ullr embodies the resilience and strength essential for traversing frozen realms. His archery prowess, skiing finesse, fleeting rule in Asgard, and legacy in winter celebrations collectively affirm his crucial role in Norse mythology. Whether invoked by warriors preparing for duels or revered during long winter nights, Ullr symbolizes endurance, skill, and the silent power of the winter season. Chapter 2. Worship of Ullr. Worship of Ullr, god of winter, hunting, and skiing. Ullr, a versatile deity in Norse mythology, held a significant role despite not achieving the widespread worship of gods like Odin or Thor. His domain over winter, hunting, and skiing endeared him to the Norse people, who honored him through various practices and traditions. Offerings and rituals. While specific rituals dedicated solely to Ullr are sparsely documented, historical evidence suggests offerings were made to him, particularly during the harsh winter months. These offerings were likely aimed at seeking his favor for a prosperous and safe winter season. Food and drink. Offerings of meat, bread, and ale may have been presented to Ullr, symbolizing sustenance and seeking his blessing for a plentiful harvest when spring arrived. Weapons and hunting trophies. Hunters, in reverence to Ullr's association with hunting, possibly offered him their finest arrows or a portion of their successful game, honoring him and seeking continued success in their pursuits. Animal sacrifices. In certain instances, the sacrifice of animals, notably boars, could have been practiced to appease Ullr, ensuring favorable conditions for hunting and a successful winter season. Festivals and celebrations. The onset of winter likely marked a time for communities to celebrate and honor Ullr. Special feasts and ceremonies may have been held, acknowledging his dominion over the cold season and invoking his blessings for safety and prosperity. Winter festivals. Gatherings during the start of winter could have included communal feasts where Ullr was honored, fostering a sense of community and solidarity during the challenging winter months. Tash oaths and swearing. Ullr's association with truth and justice suggests he may have been invoked during oaths and swearing ceremonies. His presence in such solemn rituals underscored his importance in Norse society. Swearing ceremonies. People might have invoked Ullr's name when making solemn promises, emphasizing his role as a guardian of oaths and a witness to the truth. Hashed. Place names and legacy. Ullr's influence is evidenced by numerous place names throughout Scandinavia, particularly in central Sweden and southern Norway. Locations such as Ullensaker, Ullensvang, and Ullevi serve as enduring reminders of his cultural significance and the deep connection people felt with him. Cultural remnants. These place names reflect Ullr's enduring legacy and the reverence with which he was once held, preserving his memory in geographical landmarks. Modern-day resonance. Today, Ullr's influence continues to resonate in various aspects of modern culture. Winter sports. Enthusiasts of skiing and other winter sports draw inspiration from Ullr's mastery, celebrating his connection to skiing as a testament to skill and agility. Hunting traditions. Hunters acknowledge Ullr's legacy by respecting the natural world and its inhabitants, embodying his reverence for the hunt and its importance in Norse culture. Conclusion. Ullr, the god of winter, hunting, and skiing, embodies the resilience and adaptability of the Norse people. While specific details of his worship practices remain elusive, his multifaceted nature and cultural impact endure through place names, traditions, and the ongoing appreciation for winter sports. Ullr's legacy serves as a reminder of the beauty and challenges of the winter season, reflecting his significance in Norse mythology and beyond. Chapter 12. Forseti. 1. The god of justice and truth. Within the diverse pantheon of Norse mythology, Forseti stands as the embodiment of justice, truth, and reconciliation. Revered for his role in maintaining peace and order among gods and mortals alike, Forseti's domain is one of fairness and balanced resolution, making him a pivotal figure in the mythological landscape of the North. Forseti's lineage and character. Forseti is the son of Baldur, the god of light, beauty, and purity, and Nanna, the goddess of joy and peace. This noble parentage underscores Forseti's virtuous and righteous nature. His name, derived from Old Norse, translates to the presiding one, emphasizing his role as a mediator and judge. Known for his calm, fair, and wise demeanor, Forseti contrasts with more combative or mischievous gods. His judgments are universally respected, sought after for their ability to resolve disputes amicably and with wisdom. Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda succinctly describes Forseti. Forseti is the name of the son of Baldur and Nanna, Nep's daughter. He has a hall called Glitnir, and all who come to him with legal disputes leave reconciled. This passage encapsulates Forseti's essence as a divine arbiter of justice. Glitnir, the shining hall of justice. Forseti resides in Glitnir, the radiant hall constructed of silver and gold. The name Glitnir means the one that shines, symbolizing the clarity and brilliance that justice brings. It is within this hall that Forseti administers his judgments, ensuring that every visitor departs with their grievances resolved and their conflicts settled. In the Grimnismal from the Poetic Edda, Glitnir is described with admiration. Glitnir is the name of the hall. It is held up by gold pillars, and its roof is also of silver. There Forseti dwells the longest and settles all disputes. The imagery of gold and silver not only denotes wealth, but also signifies the value and incorruptibility of justice under Forseti's guidance. The role of Forseti in dispute resolution. Forseti's primary role among the gods is as the ultimate judge. His judgments carry finality and are respected across all realms. Unlike other gods who might use force or guile to settle disputes, Forseti relies solely on his wisdom and impartiality. Forseti is renowned for his ability to bring even the most contentious parties to agreement, restoring harmony and peace. This capability is fundamental in a society where honor and legal matters hold profound importance. His judgments are marked by their fairness and profound insight, ensuring justice not only prevails but is seen to prevail. The Havamal, a pivotal poem in the Poetic Edda, reflects on the significance of wise counsel and fairness, principles that resonate deeply with Forseti's domain. A man should be wise enough to know how to hold his own counsel. The tongue that is too quick to speak often brings its owner to harm. This wisdom underscores Forseti's approach to justice, deliberate, thoughtful, and fair-minded. Forseti's influence in mortal affairs. Forseti's influence extends beyond the divine realm into mortal lives. In ancient Norse society, justice and the resolution of disputes were critical to maintaining societal order. Legal assemblies, known as things, convened to settle conflicts and administer law, with Forseti presiding over these proceedings, imparting divine wisdom and guidance. His involvement in mortal affairs underscores the belief that justice and fairness are divinely inspired, principles mirrored in human legal practices. Forseti's presence in these assemblies affirmed the sanctity of justice and the rule of law, promoting harmony and order within communities. In the broader context of Norse culture, Forseti's emphasis on peaceful resolution and reconciliation reflects the value placed on maintaining societal equilibrium and cooperative relations. The legacy of Forseti. Despite the scarcity of surviving stories about Forseti in Norse literature, his legacy as the god of justice and truth endures. He symbolizes the ideals of fairness, wisdom, and impartiality, serving as a reminder of justice's importance in all aspects of life. Forseti's lasting influence is evident in Scandinavian legal traditions, where values of fairness, reconciliation, and justice continue to be cherished. His serene and wise nature serves as a beacon of hope and justice, guiding both gods and mortals toward peace and understanding. In summary, Forseti, the god of justice and truth, embodies the virtues of fairness, wisdom, and impartiality. His hall, Glitnir, radiates the clarity and brilliance that justice brings, and his judgments are esteemed across the realms. As a symbol of lawful order and peaceful resolution, Forseti's influence is felt in both divine and mortal worlds, making him an essential figure in the rich tapestry of Norse mythology. The story of Heligoland. In ancient times, amidst the tempestuous North Sea, a tale of divine justice unfolded on a small island now known as Heligoland. This is the story of how Forseti, the god of justice and truth, left an indelible mark on both the land and its people. The Asegir's quest for justice. Long ago in the land of the Frisians, there arose a pressing need for a unified code of laws to govern the diverse tribes and families. To accomplish this daunting task, 12 esteemed elders known as the Asegir were chosen. Their mission was to gather the myriad laws and customs of their people and forge them into a cohesive legal system. After months of meticulous effort, the Asegir sought seclusion to refine their work. They set sail on a small vessel, hoping to find solace amidst the tranquility of the sea. Yet fate intervened, guided by the divine hand of the gods. A divine intervention. No sooner had they embarked than a fierce storm descended upon them. The sky darkened, the sea churned violently, and fear gripped their hearts. Amidst the chaos, the Asegir beseeched Forseti, god of justice, for deliverance. "O Forseti," cried the eldest among them, his voice barely heard above the raging tempest, "guide us to safety and grant us the wisdom to complete our task." As if in response to their plea, a serene figure materialized among them. Clad in a shimmering robe that glowed with an ethereal light, the figure took command of the vessel, guiding it with unwavering precision through the tumultuous waves. The arrival on Heligoland. With the storm subsiding as swiftly as it had arisen, the vessel found its way to a small island emerging from the sea. The Asegir disembarked, following the silent guidance of their enigmatic guide. They watched in awe as the figure, with a single powerful motion, thrust his battle axe into the ground. From the earth sprang forth a clear spring, its waters sparkling under the now serene sky. "Drink," commanded the stranger, his voice carrying both authority and compassion. "In these waters lies the clarity you seek." The elders obeyed, each partaking of the spring's pure waters. Refreshed and enlightened, they gathered in a circle around their mysterious guide, who now spoke with the voice of divine justice. "The divine code in your hands," the stranger began, "rests the fate of your people. Justice resides not solely in the law itself, but in the spirit with which it is upheld. Listen closely to my words." As the Asegir listened intently, they realized that their guide was none other than Forseti, the god of justice. Forseti imparted to them a code of laws that harmonized the varied customs and regulations they had collected. His words flowed like the spring's waters, clear and unequivocal, uniting the strengths of each law into a coherent whole. "Remember," Forseti concluded, "that justice must be tempered with mercy and wisdom. Let these laws not merely dictate, but illuminate a path to peace and understanding among your people." With his final words echoing across the island, Forseti vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. The Asegir, filled with awe and gratitude, knew they had been graced by the presence of the divine. The Sacred Island. In reverence to Forseti's visit and the sacred laws bestowed upon them, the Asegir declared the island holy, naming it Heligoland, the Holy Land. They vowed that no blood would ever stain its soil, and dire consequences awaited any who dared desecrate its sanctity. The spring, born from Forseti's axe, became known as the Well of Wisdom, its waters believed to confer fairness and clarity to all who drank from it. Heligoland became a revered site for solemn judicial assemblies, where the Asegir gathered, drank from the sacred spring in contemplative silence, and rendered their wise judgments. It was said that even the cattle who drank from the spring were revered, protected from harm by the island's sacred aura. A legacy of justice, Forseti's visit to Heligoland left an enduring legacy that extended far beyond the island itself. His teachings influenced the administration of justice throughout the northern lands, where courts were convened during the seasons of light, spring, summer, and autumn, when truth could be illuminated. Even the most fearsome Viking raiders respected Heligoland's sanctity, mindful of Forseti's wrath should they violate its peace. The island stood as a beacon of justice and tranquility in a tumultuous world, a testament to the timeless wisdom of Forseti and the enduring power of divine justice. Chapter 11. Ullr. 1. The God of Winter. In the expansive realm of Norse mythology, where gods oversee natural and supernatural domains, Ullr, also known as Ullr, holds a distinctive place as the enigmatic deity of winter. His presence looms large during the harsh Scandinavian winters, embodying mastery over skiing, archery, and the frigid elements that shape his domain. Ullr's origins and domain. Ullr, son of the golden-haired goddess Sif and stepson of the thunder god Thor, emerges as a somewhat mysterious figure in Norse lore. Despite sparse tales detailing his origins, he is portrayed as a youthful and handsome god, symbolizing the strength and beauty inherent in the icy grip of winter. As the god of winter, Ullr reigns over frozen landscapes, icy fjords and snow-capped mountains. His prowess is celebrated through his exceptional skiing abilities, gliding effortlessly over snow-covered terrain. This skill isn't merely practical, but also symbolic, making him a revered patron of skiers and hunters alike. According to Snorri Sturluson in the Prose Edda, Ullr is so excellent an archer and ski runner that no one can rival him, and he is also so beautiful and warlike that he was called upon in duels. This passage underscores Ullr's dominance in athletic and martial spheres, underscoring his association with the cold and the expertise required to thrive within it. The Lord of Skadi Ullr shares a close connection with Skadi, the giantess and goddess associated with winter and skiing, often considered his counterpart or consort. Skadi, renowned for her own skiing prowess and preference for icy mountains following her marriage to Jord, represents the feminine embodiment of winter's harsh beauty. In some sagas, Ullr and Skadi are depicted as co-rulers over winter months, symbolizing the Scandinavian winter's harsh yet captivating essence. Their intertwined realms highlight Ullr's role as the male personification of winter's chill along Skadi's complementary influence. Ullr's skills and attributes. Ullr is renowned for 3 primary attributes. 1. Archery. Ullr's unparalleled skill with a bow and arrow symbolizes precision, focus, and the ability to strike from a distance, traits reminiscent of winter's cold reach. Number 2. Skiing. As the god of winter sports, Ullr's ability to navigate snow and ice on skis is legendary. This skill not only marks him as a protector and patron of hunters and athletes, but also emphasizes his mastery over the frozen landscape. 3. Dueling. Known as a deity invoked in duels, Ullr's name carries weight among warriors seeking favor and success in single combat. His association with dueling underscores his role as a deity of strategy and martial prowess, crucial for survival amid harsh winters. In the Hyndluljóð, part of the poetic Edda, Ullr's reverence is depicted. Ullr's favor, grant us, bold-hearted, Ull's acclaim in combat severe, hail the archer on icy realms, swift-footed Ullr, to the gods he is dear. This passage illustrates Ullr's esteemed status among gods and mortals alike, celebrating his dominion over elements and martial skills. Ullr's place in Asgard. Ullr assumes a significant role in Asgard, the realm of gods, particularly during Odin's absence. According to Norse accounts, Ullr temporarily governs the throne, showcasing his competence and the trust bestowed upon him by fellow deities. This underscores Ullr's importance beyond a seasonal deity, positioning him as a respected figure of influence. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson notes, Ull is the name of one of the Aesir. He is the son of Sif and the stepson of Thor. He is such a good archer and skier that no one can compete with him, and he is beautiful and a warrior as well. He is so good in duels that it is a good idea for one to invoke his name in a duel. This passage acknowledges Ullr's multifaceted role, solidifying his standing as a pivotal deity within Norse mythology. Hager. Ullr and Yule Ullr's association with winter aligns him closely with ancient Yule celebrations. Yule, commemorating the winter solstice, represents winter's peak when days are shortest. As the god of winter, Ullr was prominently honored during these festivities, his mastery essential for survival and prosperity amid dark, cold winters. Modern Yule and Christmas traditions echo these celebrations, emphasizing winter's endurance and spirit, an enduring tribute to Ullr's influence. The mysterious and resilient god. Despite fewer tales than Norse pantheon counterparts, Ullr's impact on winter's tapestry and mastery over frigid elements are pivotal aspects of his persona. As the god who animates winter's landscape, Ullr embodies the resilience and strength essential for traversing frozen realms. His archery prowess, skiing finesse, fleeting rule in Asgard, and legacy in winter celebrations collectively affirm his crucial role in Norse mythology. Whether invoked by warriors preparing for duels or revered during long winter nights, Ullr symbolizes endurance, skill, and the silent power of the winter season. Chapter 2. Worship of Ullr. Worship of Ullr, god of winter, hunting, and skiing. Ullr, a versatile deity in Norse mythology, held a significant role despite not achieving the widespread worship of gods like Odin or Thor. His domain over winter, hunting, and skiing endeared him to the Norse people, who honored him through various practices and traditions. Offerings and rituals. While specific rituals dedicated solely to Ullr are sparsely documented, historical evidence suggests offerings were made to him, particularly during the harsh winter months. These offerings were likely aimed at seeking his favor for a prosperous and safe winter season. Food and drink. Offerings of meat, bread, and ale may have been presented to Ullr, symbolizing sustenance and seeking his blessing for a plentiful harvest when spring arrived. Weapons and hunting trophies. Hunters, in reverence to Ullr's association with hunting, possibly offered him their finest arrows or a portion of their successful game, honoring him and seeking continued success in their pursuits. Animal sacrifices. In certain instances, the sacrifice of animals, notably boars, could have been practiced to appease Ullr, ensuring favorable conditions for hunting and a successful winter season. Festivals and celebrations. The onset of winter likely marked a time for communities to celebrate and honor Ullr. Special feasts and ceremonies may have been held, acknowledging his dominion over the cold season and invoking his blessings for safety and prosperity. Winter festivals. Gatherings during the start of winter could have included communal feasts where Ullr was honored, fostering a sense of community and solidarity during the challenging winter months. Attached oaths and swearing. Ullr's association with truth and justice suggests he may have been invoked during oaths and swearing ceremonies. His presence in such solemn rituals underscored his importance in Norse society. Swearing ceremonies. People might have invoked Ullr's name when making solemn promises, emphasizing his role as a guardian of oaths and a witness to the truth. Hashed. Place names and legacy. Ullr's influence is evidenced by numerous place names throughout Scandinavia, particularly in central Sweden and southern Norway. Locations such as Ullensaker, Ullensvang, and Ullevi serve as enduring reminders of his cultural significance and the deep connection people felt with him. Cultural remnants. These place names reflect Ullr's enduring legacy and the reverence with which he was once held, preserving his memory in geographical landmarks. Modern-day resonance. Today, Ullr's influence continues to resonate in various aspects of modern culture. Winter sports. Enthusiasts of skiing and other winter sports draw inspiration from Ullr's mastery, celebrating his connection to skiing as a testament to skill and agility. Hunting traditions. Hunters acknowledge Ullr's legacy by respecting the natural world and its inhabitants, embodying his reverence for the hunt and its importance in Norse culture. Conclusion. Ullr, the god of winter, hunting, and skiing, embodies the resilience and adaptability of the Norse people. While specific details of his worship practices remain elusive, his multifaceted nature and cultural impact endure through place names, traditions, and the ongoing appreciation for winter sports. Ullr's legacy serves as a reminder of the beauty and challenges of the winter season, reflecting his significance in Norse mythology and beyond. Chapter 13. Heimdall. 1. The Watchman of the Gods. In the intricate weave of Norse mythology, Heimdall emerges as a figure of paramount significance, embodying the steadfast vigilance and unwavering loyalty of the gods. Origins and birth. Heimdall's origins are shrouded in mystery and wonder, enhancing the enigmatic allure of his character. Born from 9 mysterious maidens known as the Waves Maidens, he rises from the depths of the sea. His divine lineage suggests a profound connection to the natural world and the cosmic order, marking him as a being of extraordinary origins and powers. Guardian of Asgard. As the guardian of Asgard, the celestial realm of the gods, Heimdall stands as the eternal sentinel at the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost. Endowed with keen senses that surpass those of any other deity, he watches tirelessly over the Ninoms. His duty is to ensure the safety and security of the gods and their domain, ever vigilant against threats and intrusions from any quarter. Gjallarhorn, the mighty horn. Heimdall possesses the mighty Gjallarhorn, a horn of immense power and significance. Its resounding blast echoes throughout the 9 realms, capable of piercing through any veil of illusion or concealment. According to prophecy, Heimdall will sound the Gjallarhorn to herald Ragnarok, the catastrophic event that foretells the end of the world and the twilight of the gods. This pivotal role as the harbinger of Ragnarok underscores Heimdall's crucial position in the Norse mythological cycle. Role in creation. In addition to his role as guardian and sentinel, Heimdall is credited with a role in the creation of humanity. Some accounts depict him as bestowing knowledge, wisdom, and divine gifts upon the first mortals. This act not only shaped the destiny of humanity, but also established Heimdall as a benefactor and guide to mortal beings. Final stand, Ragnarok. During the prophesied Ragnarok, Heimdall will face his ultimate trial as the defender of Asgard. Alongside his fellow gods, he will confront the forces of chaos and destruction in the final battle for the fate of the cosmos. His indomitable spirit and unyielding resolve will be tested to their limits as he stands resolute against the overwhelming tide of darkness. Heimdall's character embodies the virtues of vigilance, loyalty, and duty, making him an indispensable guardian within the pantheon of Norse gods. His origins, duties, and pivotal role in both creation and apocalypse highlight his enduring significance in the rich tapestry of Norse mythology. As the watchman of the gods and the protector of Asgard, Heimdall remains a figure of timeless valor and unwavering dedication. The Guardian of the Rainbow. Heimdall, revered as the Guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, holds a central role in Norse mythology, tasked with safeguarding the Bifrost Bridge. This celestial arc spans across the sky, linking the realm of the gods as Asgard with Midgard, the world of humans. Its terminus lies near the Well of Mimir and beneath the great world tree, Yggdrasil. Duties and attributes. The gods entrusted Heimdall with the solemn duty of monitoring the Bifrost, ensuring no threat could breach the sanctity of Asgard. Endowed with extraordinary senses by the gods themselves, Heimdall's hearing was so acute that he could discern the slightest sounds, from the whisper of leaves to the murmurs of conspiring giants. His vision was equally unmatched, capable of piercing through darkness and spanning vast distances with clarity unmatched by any mortal. Armed for his vigilant watch, Heimdall wielded a radiant sword and the resounding Gjallarhorn, a trumpet destined to sound the alarm heralding Ragnarok, the apocalyptic battle of Norse myth. The Gjallarhorn rested either hung upon Yggdrasil or submerged in Mimir's well, a symbol of readiness for the final conflict. Realm and residency. Heimdall's abode was Himinbjorg, a palace atop the highest point of Bifrost. Here, gods would gather to partake in the exquisite mead offered by Heimdall, who was known as the Bright God for his luminous presence and unwavering commitment to duty. His attire of gleaming white armor underscored his role as a paragon of light, innocence, and grace among the gods. Heimdall's lineage tied him to the sea through maternal connections, occasionally aligning him with the Vanir, a group of gods associated with fertility, wisdom, and prophecy. His golden teeth earning him the moniker Gullanani, and his swift horse Gulltop, with its golden mane, further distinguished him as a figure of splendor and vigilance. Legacy and mythological influence. The stories of Heimdall and the Bifrost are preserved in the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, ancient texts that illuminate the rich tapestry of Norse beliefs. Heimdall stands not only as a guardian of divine realms, but also as a symbol of the enduring bond between gods and humanity, his watchfulness ensuring the safety and integrity of the realms he protected. In Norse mythology, Heimdall's vigilance over the Bifrost remains a testament to the Norse virtues of duty, vigilance, and the interplay between the divine and mortal realms. His role as the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge underscores the mythological narrative of connectivity and protection that resonates throughout the ancient tales of the Norse pantheon. 3. Loki and Freya. A hush fell over Asgard that night, broken only by the faint rustle of unseen creatures. Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian, perched atop Bifrost, strained his remarkable ears. A sound, almost imperceptible to any other being, reached him, the soft patter of cat-like footsteps. It came from the direction of Folkvang, the glimmering palace of Freya, the goddess of love and beauty. With a swift movement, Heimdall focused his eagle-like gaze through the darkness. His sharp eyes pierced the veil of night, revealing a shocking sight. Loki, the cunning trickster god, had infiltrated Folkvang, transformed into a tiny fly. He skulked by Freya's bedside, his eyes gleaming with avarice as they fixated on her most prized possession, the Brisinga men necklace. The radiant necklace, crafted from pure gold, shimmered with an otherworldly glow. It symbolized the very essence of the earth's fertility, a treasure Freya held most dear. However, Loki, ever the opportunist, desired it for his own. A dilemma presented itself. Freya slept soundly, oblivious to the danger. Unclasping the necklace without waking her would be an impossible feat. Loki, with a sly grin, began muttering ancient runes, the language of transformation. His body contorted, shrinking until he resembled a minuscule flea. With a silent hop, he burrowed under the bedclothes and delivered a small, sharp bite to Freya's side. The sensation caused Freya to stir slightly, unconsciously shifting her position. This was all the opening Loki needed. The clasp of the necklace was now exposed. With nimble fingers, he carefully unfastened it and snatched the glittering prize. Before anyone could react, Loki vanished into the night, the stolen treasure clutched tightly in his grasp. But Heimdall, the ever-watchful guardian, had witnessed the entire scene. He wasted no time. With a mighty roar, he set off in hot pursuit of the thieving god. He quickly caught up to Loki, his face contorted with rage as he drew his sword, intent on delivering a swift punishment. However, Loki, ever the master of shapeshifting, proved elusive. As Heimdall lunged, Loki transformed into a flickering blue flame, a brilliant burst of light that danced just out of reach. Thinking fast, Heimdall countered by transforming himself into a dark, rain-laden cloud. From the heavens, he unleashed a torrent of rain, aiming to extinguish the mischievous flame. But Loki, ever one step ahead, changed his form once more. He became a colossal polar bear, its icy white fur gleaming under the moonlight, its cavernous jaws opened wide, attempting to swallow the downpour. Undeterred, Heimdall mirrored Loki's transformation. He too became a magnificent bear, a creature of immense strength and ferocity. A fierce battle ensued, a clash of titans that shook the very foundations of Asgard. The fight raged on, each blow met with a roar of defiance. Yet Loki, overwhelmed by Heimdall's relentless pursuit, felt the tide turning against him. With a desperate gasp, he shifted form one final time, morphing into a sleek seal and diving into the nearest body of water. Heimdall, unwilling to let the thief escape, followed suit. He transformed into a powerful seal himself and plunged into the icy depths. A final struggle took place beneath the waves, a silent ballet of strength and cunning. But in the end, Heimdall prevailed. Loki, exhausted and defeated, surfaced from the water, the stolen Brisinga men necklace clutched tightly in his teeth. With a resigned sigh, he relinquished the treasure to Heimdall, who swiftly returned it to its rightful owner, the slumbering Freya. The night grew quiet once more, except for the faint chirping of crickets. Heimdall returned to his post, his unwavering vigilance ensuring the safety of Asgard and its treasures. And Loki, forever the trickster, no doubt already hatched a new scheme in his mischievous mind. 4. The story of Rhaegar Heimdall, the ever-watchful guardian of Asgard, wasn't known by just one name. People whispered of him in hushed tones, using titles that reflected his many roles and powers. One such name was Halinskide, hinting at his connection to the horned deities. Some even saw him as an aspect of Odin himself, the All-Father, for their wisdom and guardianship overlapped at times. He also shared the company of other sword gods, Heru, Cheru, and Tyr, their shining blades a symbol of their unwavering defense. But to most, Heimdall was the warder of the rainbow, the magnificent Bifrost bridge that connected Asgard to the mortal realm. He was the god of heaven, his presence a constant reminder of the vastness above. Yet his gaze wasn't focused solely on celestial wonders. He was also the god of fruitful rains and dews, his watchful eye ensuring the life-giving moisture that nourished the earth. Heimdall wasn't alone in his duties. He shared the honor of welcoming fallen heroes to Valhalla with Bragi, the god of poetry. But a lesser-known aspect of Heimdall was revealed in the legend of Rhaegar. Sacred children, great and small, sons of Heimdall, they would proclaim, acknowledging him as the divine father of humanity's diverse classes. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Heimdall shed his usual form and walked among mortals as Rhaegar, a figure of mystery. His journey led him to a humble hut by the sea, where he encountered Ai and Edda, a kind couple struggling with poverty. Despite their meager circumstances, they welcomed Rhaegar with open arms, offering him a simple meal of porridge. Rhaegar, touched by their hospitality, stayed with them for 3 days, sharing his vast knowledge in return for their kindness. When the time came to depart, Edda found herself pregnant. Soon after, she gave birth to a strong boy named Thrall. This child, marked by his physical prowess, became the ancestor of all the Thralls, the laborers of the Northland. Rhaegar's journey continued. He traveled inland, where cultivated fields and a thriving farmhouse beckoned him. Afi and Amma, the couple residing there, received him with warmth, offering a hearty meal and genuine conversation. Rhaegar, ever the teacher, spent 3 days imparting valuable knowledge about agriculture and a good life. Before leaving, he witnessed the birth of Amma's son, a sturdy boy named Carl. Carl grew up to be a skilled farmer, and his descendants became the backbone of the agricultural class. Leaving the countryside behind, Rhaegar ventured towards a grand castle perched atop a hill. Here, Fadir and Modir, a couple accustomed to luxury, welcomed him into their opulent home. Rhaegar spent his stay enjoying rich food and in refined company. Upon returning to Asgard, Rhaegar learned that the lady of the castle had given birth to a handsome, slender boy named Jarl. This child, destined for greatness, possessed a natural talent for battle and a keen mind for runes. He became the ancestor of a long line of noble warriors and even kings, the youngest of whom, Conor, was said to be the first king of Denmark. The tale of Rhaegar's journey highlighted the distinct social classes within the Northman society. It also revealed a profound truth about Heimdall. Beneath the titles and accolades, he remained a compassionate being, a teacher, and a protector, forever connected to the various threads that made up the human world. Chapter 14. Hermod. 1. Wulad, the nimble god. In the pantheon of Norse mythology, Hermod stands as a figure of unwavering loyalty, courage, and dedication to his duty. Known as the nimble god for his exceptional speed and agility, Hermod plays a pivotal role in the tale of Baldur's tragic death and the subsequent attempts to retrieve him from the underworld. A messenger of the gods, Hermod, the son of Odin, the Allfather, and Frigg, the goddess of love and marriage, was renowned for his swiftness and his ability to traverse any terrain, even the treacherous paths of the underworld. These remarkable attributes made him an invaluable messenger for the gods, tasked with carrying their decrees and messages across the realms. When Baldur, the beloved god of light and purity, was slain by a fateful trick of Loki, the gods were plunged into deep mourning. Baldur's death was a calamity, for he was the light of Asgard, adored by all. Stricken with grief, Frigg implored anyone brave enough to journey to Hel, the realm of the dead, to plead for Baldur's release. Hermod, ever dutiful and courageous, stepped forward to undertake this perilous mission. Mounted on Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged steed, he embarked on his journey, his heart filled with resolve to bring his brother back to the world of the living. The path to Hel was fraught with dangers and daunting obstacles. Hermod's exceptional speed and agility allowed him to navigate these challenges with remarkable ease. He crossed the dark river Gjöll over the bridge guarded by the fearsome Modgud, and descended deeper into the shadowy realms until he reached the gates of Hel's domain. Upon arrival, Hermod dismounted and boldly approached Hel, the goddess of the underworld, who ruled over the dead with a stern and impartial hand. He implored her to release Baldur, pleading that his return would bring solace to the grieving gods and restore joy to Asgard. Hel listened, her expression inscrutable. She declared that Baldur could only be released if every being in the universe wept for him, showing the depth of their sorrow for his loss. Hermod nodded and took his leave, his swift return to Asgard bearing the heavy conditions set by Hel. Back in Asgard, the gods spread the message far and wide, seeking tears from every creature to secure Baldur's release. And indeed, the universe wept for Baldur, save for one, a giantess named Thok, who was, in truth, Loki in disguise. Her refusal sealed Baldur's fate, and he remained in Hel's cold embrace. Hermod's mission, though unsuccessful in its ultimate goal, underscored his loyalty and valor. He returned to Asgard as a testament to the gods' unwavering hope and unity in the face of sorrow. Hermod's legacy as the nimble god endures, symbolizing the swift messenger whose journey through the underworld showcased his extraordinary courage and dedication to his family and duty. Number 2. Hermod's journey to retrieve Baldur. A hush fell over Asgard. The once joyous halls, shimmering with celestial light, were shrouded in a heavy veil of grief. Baldur, the radiant god of beauty and innocence, lay lifeless. A cruel twist of fate, an arrow of mistletoe had extinguished his light. Odin, the All-Father, his heart burdened with sorrow, clung to a sliver of hope. Baldur's spirit lingered in Hel, the realm of the dead. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way to bring him back. His gaze fell upon Hermod, the nimble god. Renowned for his swiftness and unwavering loyalty, Hermod was the perfect choice for this perilous mission. Hermod, Odin's voice boomed, echoing through the silent halls. Baldur awaits. You must journey to Hel and plead with the goddess for his return. Hermod, his own heart heavy, stepped forward. I will not fail you, father, he vowed, his voice firm despite the tremor within. With a resolute spirit, Hermod saddled Sleipnir, Odin's magnificent eight-legged steed. Sleipnir snorted, his powerful hooves pawing the ground impatiently. Hermod knew the journey would be fraught with danger, but the love for his brother spurred him on. Their path led through the chilling expanse of Niflheim. The air hung heavy with an oppressive silence, broken only by the mournful cries of unseen creatures. Hermod pressed on, his courage bolstered by the memory of Baldur's bright smile. He crossed the shimmering rainbow bridge, the Bifrost, its vibrant colors a stark contrast to the bleak landscape. Heimdall, the watchful guardian, nodded solemnly at Hermod's passing, a silent acknowledgement of his solemn duty. Finally, Hermod reached the gates of Hel, guarded by the monstrous hound Garm. The beast's ferocious growl reverberated through the desolate plains, but Hermod, with his exceptional speed, darted past Garm's snapping jaws. He entered the cavernous halls of Hel, the oppressive atmosphere stealing his breath. Yet, amidst the gloom, Hermod saw Baldur, seated in a place of honor, surrounded by departed souls. A flicker of joy sparked in Hermod's chest. He had found his brother. Approaching Hel, the ruler of the underworld, Hermod bowed his head. Great goddess, he began, his voice ringing with sincerity, I come to you on behalf of Asgard. Baldur, a beacon of light and kindness, is mourned by all. Grant him release, so he may return to the realm of the living. Hel, intrigued by Hermod's plea and the outpouring of grief from Asgard, offered a glimmer of hope. Baldur may return, she declared, her voice echoing in the vast hall, but only if all things living weep for him. A single tear unshed, and he remains here. Hermod's heart soared with renewed hope. He embarked on a new quest, a quest for tears. He traversed mountains that scraped the heavens, dived into the deepest oceans, and journeyed through verdant forests, collecting tears from every living being he encountered. With each tear, his belief in Baldur's return grew stronger. Yet, as he reached Jotunheim, the land of the giants, a sense of unease settled upon him. He approached a giantess named Thuk, but her eyes held no sorrow. Why should I weep for Baldur? She scoffed. A cold dread gripped Hermod. He recognized the sly glint in Thuk's eyes. It was Loki, the trickster god in disguise. Loki's deception shattered Hermod's hope. With a heavy heart, he returned at Asgard, empty-handed but not defeated. Baldur remained in Hel, his fate sealed by Loki's malice. Though his quest failed, Hermod's courage and unwavering loyalty resonated throughout Asgard. His journey became a testament to the power of love and the enduring bonds of brotherhood, even in the face of insurmountable odds. Chapter 15. Vidar, the Silent God. In the sprawling pantheon of Norse mythology, Vidar stands as a figure shrouded in mystery and silent strength. Known as the Silent God, Vidar's presence is one of few words but immense power. His quiet demeanor hides an inner resolve that will play a crucial role in the fate of the gods, particularly during the events of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Vidar is one of the Aesir, the principal group of deities in Norse mythology. He is the son of Odin, the Allfather, and the giantess Grid. This lineage imbues him with a combination of divine and giant strength, making him a formidable force. Unlike his brothers, Thor and Baldur, who are often at the forefront of mythic tales, Vidar remains in the background. his silence and solitude marking his character. Vidar's domain and attributes. Vidar is often associated with themes of vengeance and strength. His home is Vidi, a vast and tranquil land described as being filled with forests and long grasses. It is said that Vidar spends much of his time in these woods, maintaining a quiet vigil and preparing for the role he will play in the final battle of Ragnarok. One of Vidar's most distinctive features is his extraordinary shoe, constructed from all the leather scraps that are cut from shoes over time. This shoe is not merely an oddity, but a potent weapon. It is foretold that during Ragnarok, Vidar will use this shoe to step onto the jaws of the monstrous wolf Fenrir, tearing apart the beast that will have devoured his father, Odin, foretelling the future. Vidar's silence is symbolic of his role as a god who operates beyond the chaos of battles and the chatter of Asgard. He embodies the quiet, enduring strength that is essential to face the end of times. As the gods look forward to Ragnarok, Vidar's presence is a beacon of hope and resilience. His silence is not a sign of inactivity, but of patient preparation for the inevitable. In the Völuspá, a poem from the Poetic Edda, Vidar's crucial role in Ragnarok is prophesied. The wolf will swallow the father of men, but Vidar will stride forth, and with his strong hand he will drive his sword into the wolf's heart. Thus he avenges his father. Poetic Edda, Völuspá, stanza 53. This passage highlights Vidar's role as the avenger of Odin, destined to slay Fenrir and thereby fulfill his destiny as the god of vengeance and retribution. Despite his quiet nature, Vidar's actions speak volumes. During Ragnarok, when the cosmos is engulfed in chaos, it is Vidar who will stand resolute. As the world trembles and gods and giants clash, Vidar will confront Fenrir, the monstrous wolf who has brought devastation to the cosmos. In this moment of ultimate confrontation, Vidar's legendary shoe will prove its worth. Placing it firmly on Fenrir's lower jaw, Vidar will grip the beast's upper jaw and, with a ferocity born of silent determination, tear the wolf asunder. This act of vengeance will not only avenge Odin, but will also signify the perseverance of the god's legacy amidst the ruins of Ragnarok. This story is captured vividly in the Prose Edda. Vidar will come forward and stride upon the lower jaw of the wolf with his thick shoe. With one hand he will grasp the wolf's upper jaw and tear apart its mouth, killing the beast and thus avenging his father. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning, chapter 51. Legacy of the Silent God. Vidar's legacy in Norse mythology is one of silent strength and unyielding resolve. He is a god whose actions speak louder than words, embodying the quiet force that lies beneath the surface, ready to emerge in times of dire need. His role in Ragnarok ensures that the memory of the gods will endure, even as the world crumbles around them. As the silent god, Vidar represents the power of perseverance and the silent fortitude required to face the end of all things. In the aftermath of Ragnarok, it is said that Vidar will survive and rebuild, contributing to the rebirth of the world. His silence is thus not only a mark of his strength, but also a symbol of hope and renewal for the future. Number 2. Vidar's Shoe, the Silent Avenger's Mighty Footwear. Vidar, known as the Silent God in Norse mythology, stands as a figure of immense physical presence and stoic strength. He is often depicted as tall, handsome, and formidable, clad in armor and wielding a broad-bladed sword. However, one of Vidar's most distinctive attributes is his remarkable shoe, a single, massive piece of footwear that plays a crucial role in the final battle of Ragnarok. The origin and purpose of Vidar's shoe. Vidar's shoe is no ordinary piece of footwear. It is described as being made of iron or leather, so large and strong that it could withstand the immense pressure and force during his climactic encounter with Fenrir, the monstrous wolf destined to devour Odin during Ragnarok. The origin of this unique shoe is explained in two distinct traditions within Norse mythology. One, Grid's design. According to one tradition, Vidar's shoe was crafted by his mother, the giantess Grid. Knowing the prophecy that her son would confront Fenrir and understanding the dangers he would face, Grid designed the shoe to protect him from the wolf's fearsome jaws. Just as she had previously equipped Thor with iron gloves and a staff for his battle against the giant Geirrod, she now prepared her own son for his future battle. This protective gear was not only for physical protection, but also symbolized the strength and resilience Vidar would need to face the fiery destruction of Ragnarok. 2. The contributions of northern cobblers. Another tradition with a more communal and everyday connection holds that Vidar's shoe was constructed from leather scraps collected over many years. Northern cobblers, in a form of silent tribute and preparation for the end of days, would save the odds and ends of leather from their work, either giving them away or discarding them, with the understanding that these pieces would contribute to the creation of Vidar's monumental shoe. This practice was not just a tale of communal effort, but a religious observance, a small yet significant act of piety and foresight among the people. It reflects the deep integration of myth into the daily lives and practices of the Norse, where even the smallest leather scraps were seen as part of a grand cosmic destiny. The role of the shoe in Ragnarok. Vidar's shoe is more than just a piece of armor. It is a symbol of his silent strength and the ultimate tool for his destined act of vengeance. During Ragnarok, as foretold in the Völuspá and Gylfaginning sections of the Edda, Vidar will use his shoe to overpower Fenrir in a dramatic and decisive confrontation. In the Völuspá, Vidar's crucial moment is vividly described. The wolf will swallow the father of men, but Vidar will stride forth, and with his strong shoe he will drive his sword into the wolf's heart. Thus he avenges his father. This prophecy highlights the importance of the shoe not just as a protective measure, but as an instrument of destiny. Vidar will place his mighty shoe on the lower jaw of Fenrir, leveraging his immense strength and the durability of the shoe to keep the wolf's mouth open. With his other hand, he will grasp the wolf's upper jaw, pulling it apart and driving his sword into Fenrir's heart, thus avenging the death of his father, Odin. The Prose Edda also elaborates on this act, detailing how Vidar will rise during the chaos of Ragnarok. Vidar will come forward and stride upon the lower jaw of the wolf with his thick shoe. With one hand, he will grasp the wolf's upper jaw and tear apart its mouth, killing the beast and thus avenging his father. Symbolism and legacy. Vidar's shoe is a powerful symbol within Norse mythology. It embodies the themes of preparation, communal contribution, and the ultimate triumph of silent strength. The construction of the shoe from discarded leather scraps reflects a profound sense of destiny and interconnectedness among the Norse people, where every small act contributes to a larger cosmic order. Moreover, Vidar's shoe illustrates his role as the avenger and protector. In a mythos rich with vocal and active gods, Vidar's quiet strength and his moment of decisive action stand out as a testament to the power of silent determination. His role in Ragnarok, facilitated by this remarkable shoe, ensures that even in the face of inevitable destruction, there is a glimmer of hope and resilience. Vidar's story, and particularly his shoe, remind us that sometimes the quietest preparations and the smallest contributions can have the most significant impact in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 15, Vidar 3. Vidar and the Norns' Prophecy. In the divine halls of Asgard, where gods and heroes gathered to feast and revel in the eternal light of Valhalla, Vidar, the silent god, was a figure of stoic strength and quiet mystery. Son of Odin and the giantess Grid, Vidar was revered for his resilience and was destined to play a pivotal role in the cosmos' ultimate battle, Vidar's welcome in Valhalla. Vidar entered Valhalla with a demeanor as calm and resolute as the ancient forests he called home. The other gods, sensing his immense strength and potential, greeted him warmly. As they shared goblets of golden mead and tales of valor, Odin, the Allfather, saw the profound purpose that lay beneath Vidar's silent exterior. "Welcome, Vidar, son of the mighty Odin," Thor bellowed, his voice echoing through the grand hall. "May your strength fortify us in the times to come." Vidar nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze steady and unwavering. He knew that his time would come, and he would be ready to fulfill his destiny. The Norns' Prophecy. Amid the revelry, Odin beckoned Vidar to follow him to the Urdarbrunner, the sacred well of Urd, where the Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, wove the intricate threads of fate. These three sisters, the weavers of destiny, were eternally busy at their loom, shaping the past, present, and future of all beings. Odin approached the Norns with reverence. "Great weavers of fate," he began, "what destiny awaits my son Vidar in the days to come?" The Norns paused in their weaving, their ancient eyes reflecting the weight of untold ages. Each sister spoke in turn, their voices echoing with the authority of fate itself. Early begun, intoned Urd, her voice like the whisper of the wind through ancient trees. Further spun, continued Verdandi, with a tone as steady and flowing as a river. One day done, concluded Skuld, her words carrying the finality of a closing door. Vidar listened intently, though the cryptic nature of their words left him in deep contemplation. From the shadows stepped forth Wyrd, their mother, the primal goddess of fate. Her presence was both calming and formidable, embodying the essence of time and change. She offered clarity to the enigmatic prophecy. Time progresses, and all must change, the Wyrd explained, her voice resonating with the truth of the ages. Though the father may fall in the last battle, Vidar will rise as his avenger. He will survive the cataclysm and bring forth a new world from the ashes of the old. As she spoke, the leaves of Yggdrasil, the world tree, rustled as if touched by a divine breeze. The eagle perched atop its highest bough flapped its wings, and even Nidhogg, the serpent gnawing at its roots, paused in its destructive work. There sits Odin's son on the horse's back. He will avenge his father, Wyrd concluded, her words carrying the weight of an unbreakable promise. Vidar's silent contemplation grid. Vidar's mother joined Odin and her son, her eyes alight with a mix of pride and sorrow. Rejoice, for Vidar is destined to survive the twilight of the gods and to rule over a new heaven and earth, she declared, her voice filled with maternal affection. There dwell Vidar and Vale in the gods' back holy seats when the fire of Surt is slaked. Odin responded, his tone imbued with hope for the future. Vidar, however, remained silent. The words of the Norns and his parents weighed heavily upon him. He knew his role in the cosmic order and the responsibility it entailed. Slowly, he turned and made his way back to Landvidi, his serene palace nestled in the heart of the primeval forest. There, seated upon his throne, he pondered the vast mysteries of eternity and destiny. Tash, the symbolism of Vidar. Vidar's silence was more than just a lack of speech. It was a deep reflection of his role as the personification of nature's endurance and renewal. He represented the unyielding force that, even in the face of destruction, would prevail and bring forth new life. This was symbolized by his massive shoe, crafted to withstand the might of Fenrir, the monstrous wolf destined to bring about Odin's death. As the legends foretold, Vidar's shoe, made from the leather scraps collected by diligent cobblers over centuries, would brace against Fenrir's lower jaw. With unmatched strength, Vidar would seize the wolf's upper jaw, tearing the beast apart and avenging his father's death. The silent god with his monumental shoe was a testament to the Norse belief in the cyclical nature of existence. Just as new shoots spring forth from the fallen leaves, Vidar would rise from the ashes of Ragnarok to guide the rebirth of the world. Vidar's eternal legacy. Vidar's story is not just one of vengeance, but of renewal and resilience. He embodies the unspoken strength that lies within, waiting for the moment when it is most needed. His silent contemplation and stoic resolve are a reminder that even in the face of ultimate destruction, there is always a promise of new beginnings. As Vidar pondered his destiny, he understood the secrets of the cosmos, secrets he chose to keep within, as silent and enduring as the forests he so dearly loved. In the end, his legacy would be one of quiet strength and the unwavering promise of renewal, symbolizing the eternal truth that life, no matter how deeply it may be buried under the ashes of destruction, will always find a way to emerge anew. Chapter 16. Vali. 1. The God of Vengeance. In Norse mythology, Vali stands as a relatively obscure yet profoundly significant figure. He embodies the themes of justice and retribution that are central to many Norse tales. Known as the God of Vengeance, Vali's story is intricately woven into the fate of the gods and the events leading up to Ragnarok, the cataclysmic end of the world in Norse myth. Vali, birth and purpose. Vali is the son of Odin, the Allfather, and Rindr, a giantess. His birth was not a consequence of love, but a deliberate act to fulfill a specific purpose: vengeance. After the tragic death of Baldur, Odin's beloved son, who was killed by his blind brother Hoder under the manipulation of Loki, Odin sought to avenge Baldur's death. A prophecy foretold that a new son of Odin would be born to avenge this unjust death. This son was Vali, conceived to fulfill the sole purpose of avenging his brother's demise. According to the Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson, Vali was born under extraordinary circumstances. On the very day of his birth, he grew to full maturity and immediately set out to fulfill his destiny. His act of vengeance involved killing Hoder, who, although innocent and unaware, had been the instrument of Loki's treachery. And Rindr bears Vali in western halls. One night old fights, and Baldur's foe he sends to hell. Völuspá, stanza 33, in the Poetic Edda. This stanza from the Völuspá, a poem in the Poetic Edda, highlights Vali's rapid growth to maturity and his role in avenging Baldur's death. The phrase, Baldur's foe, refers to Hoder, whom Vali was fated to kill. Vali in the Eddas and sagas. Vali's role in the Norse pantheon, though brief, is poignant and powerful. He personifies the Norse concept of retributive justice, where balance and order are restored through acts of vengeance. His story is primarily documented in the Eddas, which are the central texts of Norse mythology. One Prose Edda. The Prose Edda offers a comprehensive narrative about the gods, their relationships, and their deeds. In this work, Vali's birth and mission are directly to Odin's quest for retribution. Sturluson details how Odin's actions were driven by the necessity to maintain honor and justice among the gods, mirroring the broader societal values of the Viking Age. 2. Poetic Edda. The Poetic Edda comprises a collection of older Norse poems that explore mythological and heroic themes. Vali's story, particularly his swift vengeance, is recounted in several poems, underscoring his role as the divine avenger. 3. Baldur's Dramar. Also known as Baldur's Dreams, this poem briefly mentions Vali's destiny. It narrates Baldur's ominous dreams and subsequent death, paving the way for Vali's role in seeking vengeance. There grows a thicket, narrow and dark. From the branches breaks a deadly grief. There Vali grows, quick to wrath, and in the same night he avenges the death of Baldur, Baldur's Dramar, in the Poetic Edda. This passage from Baldur's Dramar poetically encapsulates Vali's essence as a figure of vengeance, swiftly delivering justice for his brother. Has symbolism and legacy. Vali's narrative epitomizes the Norse belief in destiny and the inexorable nature of fate. His story serves as a reminder that actions, especially those involving treachery and harm, will inevitably meet with retribution. Vali symbolizes the principle that justice, even in the tumultuous world of the Norse gods, must ultimately prevail. Despite his limited role in the myths, Vali's impact is significant. He ensures that the gods, bound by oaths and familial ties, are held accountable for their actions. His story underscores the importance of honor and the lengths to which the Norse were willing to go to uphold it. Through Vali, the message is clear. Even in the face of chaos and destruction, the quest for justice and the resolve to avenge wrongs are paramount. Chapter 14. Vali. 2. The Wooing of Rinda and the Birth of Vali. A King's Despair. In the kingdom of the Ruthenes, nestled amidst vast untamed lands, King Billing sat deep in thought within his grand hall. His silvered hair and weary eyes spoke of battles fought and won in years past, but now age had rendered him unable to defend his realm against looming threats. His only child, Princess Rinda, had reached the age of marriage, yet she staunchly refused all suitors. This refusal left Billing bereft of an ally in his time of greatest need. As Billing brooded, the hall's massive doors creaked open. A figure, cloaked in mystery and shadows, entered the room. The stranger, wrapped in a wide cloak and wearing a broad-brimmed hat that cast a deep shadow over his face, seemed to command the very air around him. With a single penetrating eye visible beneath his hat, he exuded an aura of power and confidence. "Why do you sit in such sorrow, noble king?" the stranger asked, his voice carrying the weight of ages. Billing, drawn by the stranger's commanding presence, revealed his plight: the impending invasion, his daughter's obstinacy, and his own incapacity to defend his people. The stranger listened intently, then offered a solution that kindled a glimmer of hope in the king's heart. "I will lead your army," the stranger declared, "and bring you victory." The unknown champion. True to his word, the enigmatic stranger took command of the Ruthene forces. Under his leadership, the army rallied, fighting with newfound vigor. Victory came swiftly and decisively, and the enemy was driven back. The king, elated by this turn of fortune, granted the stranger his boon. "You have saved my kingdom," Billing said gratefully. "Ask of me what you will." The stranger's eye glinted beneath his hat. "I seek the hand of your daughter, Rinda." Though taken aback by the suitor's age, Billing, grateful and hopeful for his daughter's compliance, agreed. But Rinda, headstrong and independent, scorned the stranger's advances. She not only rejected his proposal, but slapped him sharply when he tried to kiss her. Bruised in both body and pride, the stranger retreated, yet his resolve remained unbroken. He was Odin, the All-Father, and he knew from the prophecy of Rosthiaf that only Rinda could bear the son destined to avenge his beloved Balder. Odin's next approach was subtler. Disguising himself as Rosteris, a humble smith, he returned to Billing's hall. He crafted exquisite ornaments of gold and silver, dazzling the court with his skill. The king, eager to see his daughter married, granted Rosteris permission to woo her. However, Rinda dismissed him as curtly as before, adding another blow to his mounting frustration. Undeterred, Odin returned once more, this time as a gallant warrior. He hoped that the sight of a young and valorous soldier might stir the prince's heart. Yet again, she rebuffed him, pushing him so forcefully that he fell to his knees. Many a fair maiden, when rightly known, towards men is fickle. That I experienced, when that discreet maiden I strove to win, contumely of every kind that wily girl heaped upon me, nor of that damsel gained I aught. Salmon's Edda, fury ignited within Odin. He drew forth a runestick, shimmering with ancient power, and cast a spell upon Rinda. Instantly, she collapsed, rigid and lifeless, her attendants rushing to her aid. The Spellbreaker. Time passed, and Rinda languished in a state of madness. Physicians from far and wide came to Billing's court, offering remedies, but none could break the spell. Desperation turned to resignation until a withered old woman named Vecha, or Vak, arrived at the palace. "I can cure your daughter," she declared, her voice firm with conviction, "but she must be left in my care, bound so she cannot resist." With no other hope left, Billing consented. Odin, under the guise of Vecha, bound Rinda securely and invoked a powerful spell, forcing her to yield. Only after she promised to be his wife did he release her from her bonds and enchantment. The birth of Vali. In time, Rinda bore Odin a son, Vali. From the moment of his birth, the prophecy began to unfold. Vali grew at an extraordinary pace. Within a single day, he reached full maturity, his purpose clear and unwavering. But see, the Avenger Vali come, sprung from the west in Rinda's womb, true son of Odin, one day's birth. He shall not stop nor stay on earth. His locks to comb, his hands to lave, his frame to rest should rest it crave, until his mission be complete and Baldur's death find vengeance meet. Valhalla. Vali, the embodiment of the lengthening days, grasped his bow and arrows and set forth for Asgard. His face unwashed, hair uncombed, he wasted no time in fulfilling his destiny. He sought out Hoder, the blind god who had been Loki's unwitting pawn in Baldur's death, and swiftly exacted his revenge. Hashur. Symbolism and fate. The story of Rinda and Vali is rich with symbolism. Rinda, representing the hard, frozen earth, resists the advances of Odin, the sun god. Only through persistence and the thawing power of a footbath does she yield, bringing forth Vali, the symbol of the nourishing spring. Vali's slaying of Hoder signifies the triumph of light and life over the darkness and cold of winter. As one of the 12 deities in the Hall of Gladsheim, Vali shared a dwelling with his father, Valaskialf, and was destined to survive Ragnarok. He, along with Vidar, would rule over the reborn earth, guiding it into a new age. Symbolic interpretation. Vali's rapid growth and immediate fulfillment of his vengeance represent the swift and decisive nature of spring's arrival after winter. The lengths Odin goes to secure Rinda's hand symbolize the sun's relentless struggle to break through winter's grip. In the broader tapestry of Norse mythology, Vali embodies the inexorable force of renewal, asserting that even in the darkest times, life and light will ultimately prevail. Number 3. Worship of Vali, the god of eternal light. Vali, in Norse mythology, occupies a unique and profound role as the god of eternal light. His veneration and the symbolic representation of his divine attributes reflect a deep connection to the themes of light, renewal, and the cyclical nature of life. This chapter delves into the ways in which Vali was revered and the cultural significance of his worship, especially in relation to the natural phenomena and the changing seasons experienced by the Norse people. Vali as the Archer of Light. Vali is often depicted as an archer, a powerful symbol in Norse mythology. The archer metaphor aligns with the concept of light as a force that pierces through darkness, much like an arrow. This imagery is particularly poignant in the context of the Norse winter, a time when light is sparse and the return of warmth and sunlight is eagerly awaited. In the Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson, Vali's rapid growth and readiness for vengeance are vividly described. Born to avenge his brother Baldur's death, Vali quickly matures and takes up his bow and arrows, symbolizing his dual role as both a bringer of light and an agent of retribution. Vali, son of Odin and Rindr, grew with astonishing rapidity. Born solely to avenge his brother Baldur, he took up his bow and arrows the very day he was born and hastened to fulfill his purpose. Prose Edda. Gylfaginning Vali's portrayal as an archer not only highlights his role in avenging Baldur, but also underscores his association with the return of light after the long, dark winter. This aspect of his identity reflects the broader Norse understanding of the cyclical return of light and life. Leosberry, the light-bringing month. In the Old Norwegian calendar, the period associated with Vali is marked by the sign of the bow, an emblem directly linking to his archer symbolism. This period is called Leosberry, translating to light-bringing, and corresponds approximately to the time from mid-January to mid-February. During Leosberry, the days begin to lengthen noticeably, signaling the gradual retreat of winter and the anticipated return of the sun's strength. This change was vital for the Norse, whose survival depended heavily on the cycles of nature. The increasing daylight during Leosberry brought not only physical warmth, but also a sense of hope and renewal. The name Leosberry underscores Vali's role as a harbinger of light, emphasizing his symbolic importance in the Norse calendar as the god who brings new light after the darkest days. This period of light-bringing was crucial for the Norse, who saw it as a time of rejuvenation and preparation for the coming spring. Early Christian influence in Saint Valentine. With the spread of Christianity in Scandinavia, many pagan traditions and deities were gradually assimilated into or replaced by Christian practices. The month of Leosberry eventually became associated with Saint Valentine, whose feast day is celebrated on February 14th. Saint Valentine, known for his association with love and light, mirrored some of the attributes ascribed to Vali. This alignment helped facilitate the transition from the worship of Norse deities to Christian saints. As the Norse people adopted Christianity, the veneration of Vali as a bringer of light was transformed into the celebration of Saint Valentine, blending the old and new traditions. Conclusion. Vali's worship and his role as the god of eternal light reflect the deep integration of natural cycles and human emotions into Norse religious practices. As the Archer of Light, Vali symbolizes the return of hope and renewal, themes that resonate with the experiences of the Norse people during their long, harsh winters. The period of Leosberry and the subsequent Christian adaptation into Saint Valentine's Day illustrate how Vali's legacy continued to influence cultural practices even as the Norse transitioned to new religious beliefs. Vali's enduring symbolism as a bringer of light and avenger underscores the Norse commitment to balance, justice, and the perpetual cycle of darkness and light. Chapter 17. The Norns. 1. The Three Fates. The Norns are formidable figures in Norse mythology, embodying the concepts of fate and destiny. Often likened to the three fates of Greek mythology, they are depicted as wise women who hold sway over the fate of all beings and events, be they gods or mortals. Word. Personifying the past, draws upon ancient wisdom from the depths of time. She presides over the well of fate, Urðbrunner, where the threads of destiny are said to originate. With her gaze fixed upon events long gone, reflects the enduring impact of history on the present and future. Verdandi. Serving as the embodiment of the present, Verdandi actively weaves the threads of fate. With meticulous precision, she ensures that the course of time unfolds as intended. Her keen eye discerns the intricate patterns of life's tapestry, guiding each thread to its rightful place in the grand design. Skuld. Symbolizing the future, Skuld holds sway over the yet-to-be. Often depicted as a Valkyrie, she embodies the mysteries of what is to come, holding the power to shape the destiny of gods and mortals alike. Her enigmatic presence reminds all beings of the inevitability of fate and the uncertainty of tomorrow. Together, the Norns govern the intricacies of fate, shaping the destinies of all who dwell within the realms of Norse mythology. Skuld's dual association with the Valkyries adds depth to her character, as she not only shapes the future, but also plays a pivotal role in the cosmic cycle of life and death among warriors. In Norse mythology, the Norns occupy a pivotal role as powerful beings who intricately weave the threads of fate, determining the destinies of gods and mortals alike. Their portrayal involves a vivid depiction of their cosmic task, symbolized by the weaving of an immense web that spans the entirety of existence. The Norn's Web, Weaver of Destiny. The Norn's Web is a metaphorical representation of fate's encompassing reach across the cosmos. This vast tapestry is said to stretch from east to west, with one Norn standing on a high mountain in the extreme east and another wading into the western sea. This imagery underscores the expansive and all-encompassing nature of fate, which dictates the unfolding of events across time and space. Within the Norn's web, the threads vary in color and significance, reflecting the nature of the events they represent. A black thread, stretching from north to south, symbolizes death, a somber reminder of the inevitability and finality inherent in the web of destiny. As the Norns weave, they do so in accordance with Orlog, the eternal law of the universe, which guides their movements and decisions. The three Norns. Among the Norns, three stand out prominently, each representing distinct aspects of time and fate. 1. Urd, the past. Urd is depicted as old and ancient, continuously gazing backward into the past. She symbolizes that which has already transpired, holding the accumulated wisdom and experiences that shape the present and future. 2. Verdandi, the present. Verdandi is described as young, active, and bold. She embodies the vibrant energy of the present moment, overseeing the unfolding of events in real time with fearless determination. 3. Skuld, the future. Skuld represents the future, her visage often veiled and her gaze turned away from Urd's scrutiny. She embodies the unknown possibilities and potential outcomes yet to be determined, holding the fate that awaits all beings. Interaction with the gods. The Norns are revered by the gods themselves, who seek their counsel and wisdom. Even Odin, the Allfather, regularly visits the Urdar fountain where the Norns dwell, seeking insight into the paths laid out by fate. However, the Norns maintain a veil of silence regarding certain matters, including the destinies of the gods themselves, an indication of the immutable and sometimes inscrutable nature of fate. Mythological sources. This rich depiction of the Norns and their cosmic web draws upon various Norse mythological sources, including the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda. These texts provide extensive references to the Norns' role in shaping the course of events, emphasizing their influence over the lives and actions of both gods and mortals. In summary, the Norns and their web symbolize the intricate and inevitable workings of fate in Norse mythology. Through their weaving, they embody the eternal laws that govern existence, offering both guidance and mystery to those who seek to understand the unfolding of destiny in the Norse cosmos. Hepsar 3, the story of Nornagesta. In the grand hall of a Danish nobleman, a hush fell as three cloaked figures entered. These were the Norns, powerful weavers of fate, and their presence on the day of a newborn's birth carried immense weight and foreboding. The prophecy of the Norns. The first Norn, wise with the wisdom of ages, approached the cradle and pronounced, "This child shall be blessed with beauty and unmatched bravery." The second Norn, her voice full of life, added, "He shall be a man of great fortune, and a skald whose songs will echo through the ages." The curse of the third Norn. However, amidst the crowd's pressing curiosity, a jostle caused the third Norn to fall from her chair. Enraged, she declared, "The blessings of my sisters are null and void. This child's life shall be as fleeting as the flame burning beside him." The intervention. Terror gripped the mother as she saw the near-extinguished candle, a symbol of her son's doom, but the eldest Norn intervened with compassion. Though unable to undo her sister's curse, she extinguished the candle's flame, leaving only a faint ember. "Hold on to this precious ember," she instructed the mother, "and never rekindle the flame unless your son grows weary of life itself." The life of Nornagesta. Named in honor of the Norns, Nornagesta grew exactly as foretold. He possessed striking looks, unparalleled courage in battle, and a talent for composing songs that moved all who heard them. As he matured, his mother revealed the story of the Norns and entrusted him with the ember hidden within his harp. Nornagesta embarked on a life of adventure, leaving his mark on countless battlefields and enchanting audiences with his heroic lays. Unlike others who aged, he remained youthful and vigorous, witnessing epochs of legendary heroes and the rise of Christianity over Norse mythology. The test and fate's fulfillment. In his later years, Nornagesta found himself at King Olaf Tryggvason's court, known for forceful conversions to Christianity. The king, seeking to prove his faith's supremacy, demanded Nornagesta produce the ember and rekindle the flame, an act meant to challenge old beliefs. Though embracing Christianity, Nornagesta hesitated, feeling a lingering doubt. He reluctantly ignited the ember. As the flame flickered and faded, casting an orange glow on his weathered face, dread washed over him. With the last ember's dying breath, Nornagesta collapsed, his life extinguished, a testament to fate's enduring power, even in the face of conversion. Legacy and reflection. The tale of Nornagesta resonates as a reminder of fate's profound influence in Norse mythology. It underscores the Norns' timeless presence, influencing narratives even in later works like Shakespeare's Macbeth, where echoes of fate and prophecy persist through tales of witches. Nornagesta's life and ultimate fate serve as a poignant illustration that destiny, once woven by the Norns, unfolds inexorably, transcending mortal whims and beliefs, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of myth and legend. In Norse mythology, the Vala, also known as a vulva, was a seeress or prophetess, renowned for her gift of prophecy and mastery of magic. These women held pivotal roles in Norse society, serving as advisors, healers, and spiritual guides. They possessed the extraordinary ability to commune with the spirit world, foresee the future, and wield various forms of magical arts. The Voluspa, an epic poem from the Poetic Edda, features one of the most notable portrayals of a Vala. Within this poetic narrative, she recounts the genesis of the world, the exploits of the gods, and the events preceding Ragnarok, the cataclysmic battle prophesied to bring about the cosmos' destruction and rebirth. Her prophetic verses stand as invaluable sources of insight into Norse cosmology and mythological lore. Beyond prophecy, the Vala were adept practitioners of magic and sorcery, entrusted with conducting rituals, spells, and incantations for purposes such as divination, healing, and safeguarding. Their capability to access supernatural dimensions and communicate with spirits conferred upon them a revered and formidable stature within Norse communities. While the influence of Vala waned with the advent of Christianity in Scandinavia, their legacy persevered through Norse folklore and literature. They endured as enduring symbols of ancient wisdom and mystical potency, embodying the profound traditions of Norse mythology and spirituality. 18.1 Goddess of the Underworld, Hel, a central figure in Norse mythology, reigns over the realm of the dead known as Helheim. Born from the union of Loki, the trickster god, and the giantess Angerboda, Hel embodies the duality of life and death within Norse cosmology. Origins and attributes. Hel was cast by Odin into Niflheim, a dark and misty realm beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Here, she presides over souls who did not die gloriously in battle, such as those who succumb to sickness or old age. Hel is often depicted with a dual appearance. One side of her body is described as living and beautiful, while the other is decayed and lifeless. This dualism symbolizes her dominion over both the living and the dead, marking her as a liminal figure between realms. Domain and role. Helheim, also called Hel, is one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology. It is a somber place guarded by the fierce dog Garmr and surrounded by high walls. Souls enter Helheim by crossing the river Gjoll and passing the bridge Gjallarbru, guarded by the giantess Modgud. Hel ensures that those who enter her realm remain there, overseeing their afterlife with a stern but just hand. Literary sources and cultural significance. Hel's story is primarily recounted in the Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson, where her authority over the underworld and its 9 worlds is detailed. She is portrayed as a powerful figure, possessing great possessions and ruling over a realm that is both daunting and inevitable. Hel's depiction underscores the Norse acceptance of death as a natural part of existence, emphasizing the importance of deeds and honor in shaping one's afterlife destination. Modern influence. Hel's character has permeated modern culture through various forms of media, including literature, films, and video games. Her complex nature and role as a guardian of the dead continue to captivate audiences, offering a glimpse into Norse beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. She remains a compelling figure, reflecting themes of mortality and the enduring legacy of Norse mythology in contemporary storytelling. Conclusion. As the goddess of the underworld, Hel stands as a pivotal deity in Norse mythology, embodying themes of death, justice, and the cycle of life. Her realm, Helheim, provides a necessary counterpart to the heroic afterlife of Valhalla, illustrating the Norse understanding of the diverse fates awaiting souls after death. Hel's enduring presence in myth and modern culture underscores her significance as a guardian of the dead and a symbol of the natural order within the Norse cosmos. 2. Ideas of the afterlife. Norse mythology presents a detailed and intricate perspective on the afterlife, where the destiny of the soul is intricately tied to the manner of death and one's actions during life. The myths outline various realms for the departed, each governed by distinct rules and conditions. This elaborate cosmology mirrors Norse beliefs concerning honor, justice, and the perpetual struggle between order and chaos. The realm of Hel, the goddess of the underworld, rules over a realm that bears her name. This domain is not inherently a place of torment, but rather a dim and chilly residence for those who did not perish in battle. Known as Helheim, her kingdom is depicted as a bleak and desolate place. Despite its somber appearance, it offers a state of negative bliss for the innocent, an existence devoid of the hardships of the living world, yet lacking in joy or glory. The Norse people, who esteemed honor and courage, often dreaded the idea of ending up in Hel's dreary abode. To evade such a fate, they preferred valiant deaths. Men would sometimes resort to self-inflicted wounds, hurling themselves off cliffs, or ensuring they were cremated before their final breath departed their bodies. Likewise, women would perform dramatic acts to ensure they joined their loved ones in the afterlife, including leaping from mountains or falling upon swords provided to them at marriage, ensuring they were burned alongside their husbands and thus reunited in the afterlife. Nastrand, the strand of corpses. For those whose lives were tainted by criminal or impure deeds, a far grimmer fate awaited them in Nastrand, also known as the strand of corpses. Nastrand is portrayed as a dreadful place where sinners endure ceaseless suffering. Here they traverse icy streams of venom in a cave constructed from serpents' bodies, their fangs perpetually dripping poison. This chilling imagery underscores the Norse belief in retribution for those who transgressed moral codes. At the end of these trials lies the cauldron Vergelmir, where the serpent Nidhogr, ceases gnawing at the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil to consume the bones of the damned. This cycle of torment illustrates the relentless and inescapable nature of punishment for evildoers. The poetic Edda encapsulates the essence of Nastrand and its gruesome torments. A hall standing far from the sun in Nastrand. Its doors are northward turned, venom drops fall in through its apertures. Entwined is that hall with serpents' backs. She there saw wadding the sluggish streams, bloodthirsty men, and perjurers, and him who the ear beguiles of another's wife. There Nidhogg sucks the corpses of the dead. Salmon's Edda, translation by Benjamin Thorpe. The Norse afterlife and its moral implications. Norse beliefs about the afterlife were deeply interwoven with their values and ethics. The fear of a dull and joyless existence in hell, or the prospect of suffering in Nastrand, motivated the Norse people to pursue honor and bravery. Conversely, the promise of joining the gods in Valhalla, or Folkvanger, the field of the goddess Freya, where half of those who die in battle go, provided a compelling incentive to live courageously and die heroically. These vivid and often stark depictions of the afterlife served as a moral compass for the Norse people, guiding their conduct and shaping their conception of justice and retribution. The afterlife was not merely a reflection of one's deeds, but also a testament to the enduring values of their culture. Conclusion. The Norse depiction of the afterlife is a tapestry of intricate and contrasting realms, each reflecting different facets of their worldview. From the solemnity of Hel to the horrors of Nastrand, these mythological destinations underscore the Norse emphasis on honor, bravery, and moral integrity. The rich and evocative imagery of these afterlife realms continues to captivate and inform our understanding of Norse culture and its lasting legacy. 3. Pestilence and famine in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, Hel, the formidable goddess of the underworld, transcends her role as ruler of the dead to become an ominous harbinger of calamity on Earth, particularly during times of pestilence and famine. Hel's departure from Helheim. Hel is depicted as leaving her dark domain in Niflheim astride a spectral three-legged white horse. This imagery underscores her potent and malevolent influence over the mortal realm. Accounts describe Hel carrying a rake or a broom during these journeys, each symbolizing different outcomes for those she encounters. The rake and the broom. When Hel wields a rake, it suggests that some individuals may survive the calamity she brings, much like a rake allows some grains to pass through its tines. Conversely, when she brandishes a broom, it signifies total devastation, sweeping away entire communities without mercy. This allegory became profoundly resonant during historical events such as the Black Death, where Hel's broom came to symbolize the sweeping and merciless nature of the plague. The influence of emotions on the dead. In Norse belief, the departed are not cut off from the living, but remain deeply connected to them, particularly through emotional ties. The spirits of the deceased could return to communicate with their loved ones, their experiences in the afterlife shaped by the emotions of those they left behind. The Ballad of Ager and Else. This Danish ballad, as translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, poignantly illustrates the interaction between the living and the dead. Sir Ager's condition in the grave reflects Else's emotional state. Joy lines his grave with roses, while sorrow fills it with black and loathsome blood. This narrative underscores the Norse view of death not as finality, but as an ongoing relationship between the mortal and spiritual realms. Norse views on natural calamities. The Norse interpretation of natural disasters like pestilence and famine is steeped in mythology, where divine figures like Hel personify the forces behind such catastrophes. These myths serve not only to explain the inexplicable, but also to impart moral lessons about the interconnectedness of life, death, and human emotions. Symbolism and moral lessons. Stories of Hel's visits during calamities provide a framework for understanding life's hardships and resilience. They emphasize the profound links between the living and the dead, highlighting how emotions shape both realms and influence their interactions. Conclusion. Hel's role as a bringer of pestilence and famine, combined with the enduring connection between the living and the dead in Norse mythology, underscores the depth and complexity of their worldview. These narratives, rich in symbolism and allegory, offer insights into how Norse culture grappled with natural calamities and sought meaning in the face of adversity. They depict a society attuned to the supernatural forces at play in the world, using myth to navigate and make sense of life's most profound challenges. Chapter 19, Aegir 1, the God of the Sea. In Norse mythology, Aegir, known as the God of the Sea, holds a significant and multifaceted role. His domain encompasses not only the ocean and its creatures, but also the intricate relationships between gods and the mortal world. Aegir is often portrayed as a powerful and somewhat enigmatic figure, both revered and feared by sailors and the Norse gods alike. Aegir's domain and attributes. Aegir rules over the ocean, a vast and unpredictable force in Norse cosmology. Unlike other sea deities, Aegir's influence extends beyond mere control of the waters. He embodies the ocean's dual nature, sometimes calm and generous, providing abundant fish and safe passage, other times wrathful, causing storms and shipwrecks. Described as a giant Godin of majestic appearance, Aegir is sometimes depicted with seaweed for hair and a beard flowing with foam, symbolizing the sea's tumultuous nature. His dwelling lies at the ocean's depths, a grand hall illuminated by glowing gold, symbolizing the ocean's hidden treasures. The Feast of Aegir. One of the most famous tales involving Aegir is his hosting of a grand feast for the gods, recounted in Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda. This myth describes how the gods sought Aegir's hospitality, recognizing his skill in brewing beer. Initially hesitant, Aegir agreed to host the feast under the condition that the gods provide a large cauldron for brewing. Thor and Tyr undertook the task, borrowing an immense cauldron from the giant Hymir. Upon returning, Aegir brewed a legendary batch of ale, and the gods reveled in a lavish feast within his magnificent hall. This story highlights Aegir's dual role as both provider of bounty and a figure to be approached with respect and careful negotiation. Aegir's role in Ragnarok. In the apocalyptic saga of Ragnarok, Aegir's ocean plays a pivotal role. As the final battle approaches, the sea will boil and surge, unleashing chaos upon the world. Ships will sail to Vigrid, the battlefield, and monstrous sea creatures like Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, will emerge from the depths. Aegir's domain thus becomes a stage of destruction, mirroring the cataclysmic upheaval of the cosmos. Prose Edda, Skaldskaparmal. In Skaldskaparmal, Snorri Sturluson provides detailed accounts of Aegir's interactions with the gods. The brewing of ale for the gods' feast is a pivotal event illustrating his significance and the respect he commands among the Aesir. Then spoke Aegir, "I shall call to my hall the Aesir in winter to receive a draught of ale from me, and in return you shall bring me a kettle large enough to brew ale for all of you." They answered that to them seemed this thing well devised, and they went their ways home. Prose Edda, Skaldskaparmal, Snorri Sturluson. 2. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. In Gylfaginning, Aegir is mentioned in descriptions of different realms and notable figures in Norse mythology. His hall is described as a place of immense beauty and wonder, emphasizing his status as a formidable and revered entity. Next, he began to ask concerning Aegir, or Gimir, or Hlair, of what kin he was. Bragi answered, "He is of the race of giants, and now he dwelleth in the island which is called Hlessi." Prose Edda, Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson. Frimiskvida, Poetic Edda. In the Poetic Edda, particularly in Hymiskvida, the journey of Thor and Tyr to acquire the cauldron for Aegir's feast is recounted. This story highlights the collaborative nature between Norse gods and giants, as well as Aegir's significant role within their myths. The gods took counsel, the mighty powers held conversrai, who should with Aegir brew ale. All the Jotuns thought on that. Poetic Edda, Myskvida. Conclusion. Aegir, the god of the sea, stands as a complex and pivotal figure within Norse mythology. His dominion over the ocean encompasses both the generosity of the sea's bounties and the perilous threats it poses. Through his interactions with the gods, his feast, and his ominous role in Ragnarok, Aegir's mythology offers deep insights into the Norse understanding of the sea as a powerful and ambivalent force. These stories not only underscore Aegir's importance within the pantheon, but also reflect the Norse people's reverence and fear of the natural world, embodied by the vast and enigmatic ocean. 2. The goddess Ran in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, Ran emerges as a formidable and enigmatic figure, revered and feared as the goddess who rules over the sea's darker and more treacherous aspects. Ran, the cruel and insatiable sea goddess. Ran's name, meaning robber or plunderer, aptly characterizes her role and demeanor within the myths. Unlike her husband Aegir, who is portrayed as a hospitable host of grand feasts, Ran embodies a stark contrast. She is depicted as cruel, greedy, and insatiable. Her domain extends to the perilous waters where she lurks near rocky cliffs and treacherous shores, enticing sailors to their doom with her powerful net. The net of Ran. One of Ran's most iconic possessions is her vast net, which she skillfully employs to ensnare mariners and their vessels. Once entangled, these unfortunate souls are dragged beneath the waves into her underwater realm, never to return to the surface. This imagery vividly illustrates her role as a harbinger of death for those lost at sea. Poetic descriptions. The poetic imagery from James Baldwin's The Story of Siegfried captures the essence of Ran. In the deep-sea caves by the sounding shore, in the dashing waves when the wild storms roar, in her cold green bowers in the northern fjords, she lurks and she glowers, she grasps and she hoards, and she spreads her strong net for her prey. Ran's realm and role in Death at Sea. As the goddess of death for those who perish in the sea, Ran presides over a domain not merely of entrapment, but also of final repose. Norse belief holds that she hosts the souls of drowned sailors in her coral caves, offering them a somber hospitality akin to that of Valhalla, but in a more somber setting. It is believed that Ran's halls are illuminated by the flickering glow of gold, referred to poetically as the flame of the sea. This imagery stems from the observation of phosphorescent gleams on the ocean's surface, which sailors interpreted as evidence of Ran's affinity for gold. As a result, sailors would often carry gold with them as a token to placate Ran, hoping to secure her favor and protection in the event of shipwrecks. Ran's mythological presence highlights the Norse view of the sea as both a life-giving force and a realm of peril and uncertainty. Her legend reflects the deep respect and fear the Norse held for the ocean's power, shaping their seafaring culture and beliefs. The duality of Ran and Aegir. Ran's character contrasts sharply with that of her husband Aegir, who embodies the hospitable and benevolent aspects of the sea. Together, they form a dualistic representation of the ocean's nature. Aegir symbolizes its ability to nourish and sustain life, while Ran personifies its capacity for destruction and death. Symbolic contrasts. Ran's net, symbolizing entrapment and mortality, stands in stark contrast to Aegir's ale, symbolizing hospitality and community. Both deities are essential for understanding the multifaceted role of the sea in Norse culture, which viewed the ocean not only as a means of sustenance and exploration, but also as a perilous frontier fraught with spiritual and mortal dangers. Textual reference: Skaldskaparmal. Snorri Sturluson's mention of Ran and her net in Skaldskaparmal underscores her role as a harbinger of death for sailors lost at sea. Poetic Edda, Regnsmal. References to Ran and her daughters in the Poetic Edda reinforce her mythological significance as a goddess who presides over the sea's depths. Conclusion. Ran, the goddess of the sea's perilous depths, occupies a vital place in Norse mythology, embodying both the awe and fear that ancient Norse seafarers felt towards the ocean. Her portrayal as a merciless collector of souls and the protector of drowned sailors underscores the Norse understanding of the sea as a realm of both life and death. Through her myths and symbols, Ran continues to evoke the mystique and complexity of Norse cultural beliefs, illuminating their profound connection to the natural world and its elemental forces. 3. The waves, Aegir and Ran's daughters in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, the ocean isn't merely a vast expanse of water, but a realm teeming with personified forces and deities. Among the most captivating are the 9 daughters of Aegir and Ran, collectively known as the Waves or Billow Maidens. These mystical beings embody the sea's multifaceted nature, ranging from its serene beauty to its tempestuous fury. The 9 Billow Maidens, Aegir, the god of the sea, and his wife Ran, the insatiable and treacherous goddess, parented 9 daughters. These daughters, the Waves, are described as exceptionally beautiful maidens with snowy arms and bosoms, flowing golden hair, deep blue eyes, and slender, willowy forms that mimic the undulating motion of the ocean. Their attire consists of ethereal veils and hues of blue, white, or green, mirroring the sea's colors, which flow around them as they move, enhancing their captivating appearance and linking them intimately with their watery domain. The poetic description from Viking Tales of the North by R.B. Anderson captures their enchanting presence, and Aegir's daughters in blue veils dight, the helm leap round, and urge it on its flight. This imagery portrays the waves as ethereal beings actively interacting with their environment, particularly the seafaring vessels of the Norsemen. Moods and capricious nature. The Billow Maidens are notorious for their mercurial nature, capable of shifting rapidly from gentle, playful spirits to wild, tempestuous forces. This variability reflects the unpredictable and ever-changing character of the sea itself. In their playful moods, the waves glide gracefully over the ocean's surface, their movements smooth and rhythmic. Yet their capriciousness often leads them to more destructive behavior, becoming frenzied and throwing themselves against rocky shorelines, mirroring the violence of stormy waves. Their emotional spectrum is wide, influenced significantly by their brother, the wind. When the wind is calm and gentle, the waves mirror his tranquility, rolling softly and playfully, creating a peaceful marine tableau. But when the wind turns fierce and stormy, the waves react with equal intensity, becoming rough and boisterous, capable of great destruction. Guardians and favors. The waves are often depicted traveling in groups of 3, a recurring motif in Norse legends symbolizing their unity and collective power. Together, they exhibit a harmonious yet powerful force that can either be benevolent or perilous. For Viking sailors, the Billow Maidens served as both protectors and potential threats. In favorable moods, they smoothed the sea's surface, aiding ships on their journeys and clearing obstacles from their path, actions highly valued for safe and swift voyages. However, their capricious nature meant they could also turn dangerous, their mood swings causing sudden and violent changes in the sea's behavior. Viking sailors navigated these moods much as they navigated the physical hazards of their voyages. References 1. Poetic Edda, Hymiskvida. In Hymiskvida from the Poetic Edda, the daughters of Aegir are mentioned, alluding to their playful yet powerful nature. Of Aegir's daughters, one by one, on the jutting crags the waves were washed. Each wave was a maiden white as milk, light and delicate, as on they leapt. 2. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. In Gylfaginning, Snorri Sturluson refers to the daughters of Aegir and Ran, explaining their role in the ocean and how they embody the various states of the sea. These 9 daughters, whose names are Himingleva, Dufa, Blóðuhada, Hefring, Uther, Hrun, Bilja, Drefn, and Kolga, were the waves of the sea, and they carried their father's ship over the waters. 3. Viking Tales of the North, R.B. Anderson. The vivid portrayal of the waves' interaction with Viking ships can be found in Viking Tales of the North, and Aegir's daughters in Blue Veil's Dight, the helm leap round, and urge it on its flight. Symbolism and legacy. The 9 waves symbolize more than just mythological characters. They embody the inherent duality of the sea in Norse culture. Vital for travel, trade, and sustenance, the ocean was also a source of danger and uncertainty. The waves encapsulate this dual nature, representing both the beauty and peril of the sea. Their legends continue to captivate those exploring Norse mythology, serving as a reminder of the deep connection Norse people had with the sea and their recognition of its profound influence on their lives. Through these stories, we gain insight into how the Norse navigated not only the physical challenges of seafaring, but also the spiritual and emotional forces they believed governed their world. Aegir's Brewing Kettle. The tale of Aegir's Brewing Kettle is a captivating myth that intertwines the adventures of the Norse gods with the mighty forces of nature. Aegir, the god of the sea, was renowned not only for his domain over the vast oceans, but also for his generous hospitality and his legendary feasts. The myth unfolds. The story begins with Aegir extending a generous invitation to the gods of Asgard, promising them a grand harvest feast in his underwater halls. However, Aegir confesses that his brewing kettle is too small to brew enough ale for the entire gathering. Hearing this, Thor, the thunder god, and Tyr, the god of war and justice, immediately volunteer to procure a suitable kettle. Thor and Tyr's quest. Thor and Tyr embark on a quest eastward to the dwelling of the giant Hymir, known to possess a colossal cauldron. They arrive and are greeted by the women of the household. Tyr recognizes his grandmother in an old hag with 900 heads, while his mother, a beautiful giantess, welcomes them hospitably. Learning of their mission, Tyr's mother advises them to hide under the kettles on a beam in the hall to avoid Hymir's wrath. Encounter with Hymir. When Hymir returns home, his wife informs him of the guests. Enraged, Hymir's glare splits the rafter, causing all but the largest kettle to crash to the ground. Despite his anger, Hymir reluctantly decides to host Tyr and Thor. He slaughters 3 oxen for their meal, but Thor astonishingly consumes 2 of them single-handedly. The fishing expedition. The next morning, Hymir and Thor set off for the shore to fish. Hymir instructs Thor to procure his own bait, leading to Thor using the head of Hymir's largest ox, Himinbrjótur, as bait. They row far out to sea, beyond Hymir's usual fishing grounds, into the territory of the terrifying Midgard serpent Jormungandr. Thor's epic battle. Despite Hymir's warnings, Thor baits the serpent with the ox head and engages in a fierce struggle. The serpent's frenzied writhing causes Thor to brace himself so strongly against the boat that he crashes through its floor and stands on the seabed. After a tremendous effort, Thor nearly succeeds in slaying the serpent, but Hymir's interference cuts the line, allowing the serpent to escape. Return and challenge. Furious at Hymir's interference, Thor knocks him overboard. Hymir manages to return to shore, carrying 2 whales. To display his strength, Thor tries unsuccessfully to break Hymir's beaker against pillars and walls. Following Tyr's mother's whisper, Thor throws the beaker at Hymir's forehead, shattering it. Securing the kettle, recognizing Thor's unmatched strength, Hymir concedes the kettle to him, Despite its enormous size, only Thor can lift it. As they depart, Hymir calls on his frost giant brothers to pursue and kill them, but Thor swiftly dispatches them with his hammer, Mjolnir. Feast of Celebration. Returning to Aegir with the massive kettle, the gods of Asgard celebrate a grand feast. Aegir brews ample ale using the vast kettle Thor brought. Adorned in festive attire, the gods gather in Aegir's coral caves for a magnificent celebration, symbolizing the harmonious relationship between the gods and the powerful forces of the sea. Symbolism and meaning. The myth of Aegir's brewing kettle is rich in symbolism. Thor's battle with the Midgard serpent represents the eternal struggle between order and chaos, while the breaking of Hymir's beaker symbolizes the breaking of ice under the influence of Thor's summer storms. Through these myths, the Norse conveyed their profound understanding of the natural world and their respect for the mighty and unpredictable forces embodied by the gods. In essence, Aegir's brewing kettle myth not only illustrates the Norse gods' adventures, but also reflects their cultural reverence for nature's power and their ability to navigate its challenges with strength and camaraderie. 5. Other divinities of the sea. Beyond the prominent sea deities like Aegir and Ran, Norse mythology abounds with a diverse array of mystical beings that inhabit the watery realms. These entities range from enchanting mermaids to fearsome Nicors, each contributing to the rich tapestry of northern maritime folklore. Mermen and mermaids. Merfolk, with their upper bodies resembling humans and their lower halves transforming into fishtails, were believed to dwell in the depths of the ocean. Mermaids especially were portrayed as captivating and elusive creatures capable of shedding their swan plumage or seal garments to walk on land and mingle with mortals. Finding such garments could bind a mermaid to the land, compelling her to stay by the finder's side. One tale speaks of a mermaid emerging from the waves under the moonlight, meeting a solitary wanderer on the beach. The enchantment of the encounter is captured poetically. She came through the waves when the fair moon shone, drift of the wave and foam of the sea. She came where I walked on the sands alone, with a heart as light as a heart may be. Ler. These sea maidens, with their ethereal beauty and magical allure, often found themselves entwined in stories of love and longing, where their bond with the ocean and fleeting moments on land created poignant narratives. Nicors, the marine monsters. In stark contrast to gentle mermaids were Nicors, malevolent sea monsters whose name has given rise to the term Old Nick, a reference to the devil. These fearsome creatures embodied the more sinister aspects of the sea, often symbolizing the dangers lurking beneath its surface. Nicors, with their ferocious and soulless nature, were common figures in medieval legends, seen as omens of doom for sailors and fishermen. Where in the Marishkas boometh the bittern, Nicker the soulless sits with his gittern, sits inconsolable, friendless and foeless, wailing his destiny, Nicker the soulless. From Brother Fabian's manuscript. Nixies, Undines, and Stromkarls. Among Norse mythology's water spirits, Nixies, Undines, and Stromkarls stand out as gentle and benevolent beings. These spirits, often depicted with fishtails, were believed to inhabit fresh waters such as rivers, lakes, and streams. Undines, the female spirits, were associated with nurturing and life-giving aspects of water. Their male counterparts, Stromkarls or Nixies, also carried a melancholy tied to their existence. During medieval times, these spirits were believed to occasionally leave their aquatic homes to join village dances, easily identified by the wet hems of their garments, a sign of their true nature. They often lingered near streams or rivers, playing enchanting music on harps while combing their long golden or green hair. The neck here his harp in the glass castle plays, and mermaidens comb out their green hair always, and bleach here their shining white clothes. Stagnelius, Kate Lee's translation. Despite their gentle demeanor, these spirits were troubled by uncertainties regarding their salvation. Tales abound of encounters where children or priests encountering them would cruelly taunt them with the prospect of damnation, turning their joyous melodies into mournful laments. Know you the Nixies, gay and fair? Their eyes are black and green their hair, they lurk in sedgy shores. Matheson. However, remorseful humans often return to comfort the distressed spirits, promising them future redemption that could restore their cheerful tunes. The quest for salvation. The constant quest for assurance of their salvation added a layer of tragic beauty to the lore of these water spirits. Their interactions with mortals were filled with poignant moments where their innocence clashed with the harsh judgments of humans. This interplay highlighted the delicate balance between the supernatural and the mundane, where even the most magical beings sought solace in the promise of a better future. 6. River nymphs and the Lorelei Norse mythology and Germanic folklore are rich with tales of mystical water spirits and enchanting river nymphs. These beings, both benevolent and malevolent, have long captivated the imaginations of people, weaving their legends into the very fabric of the rivers and streams they are said to inhabit. Among these spirits, the Lorelei stands as one of the most famous and alluring figures, her legend deeply entwined with the mighty Rhine River. The Lorelei. The siren of the Rhine, the Lorelei, an immortal water nymph, is one of the most iconic figures in Germanic folklore. Daughter of Father Rhine, the powerful river god, her legend is deeply entwined with the towering Lorelei Rock near St. Goar, a perilous point on the Rhine known for its treacherous currents and sharp, jagged rocks. By day, the Lorelei resides in the cool, mysterious depths of the river, hidden from mortal eyes. However, as dusk falls and the moon casts its silver light upon the water, she emerges from her watery abode. Perched high on the pinnacle of the Lorelei Rock, she becomes a vision of mesmerizing beauty, her golden hair shining like threads of sunlight against the night sky. With a comb of gold, she prepares her hair, weaving jewels into her tresses, and sings haunting melodies that float over the river. Her song, filled with an almost magical allure, captivates any boatman who hear it. Entranced by her ethereal voice, they forget their surroundings, and their boats drift helplessly onto the deadly rocks, where they meet their doom. Above the maiden sitteth, a wondrous form and fair, with jewels bright she plaiteth her shining golden hair, with comb of gold prepares it, the task with song beguiled, a fitful burden bears it, that melody so wild. The boatman on the river lists to the song spellbound. Oh, what shall him deliver from danger threatening round? The waters deep have caught them, both boat and boatman brave, 'tis Lorelei's song hath brought them beneath the foaming wave. Song Heinrich Heine, Selcher's translation. The Fisherman's Tale. Among the many legends of the Lorelei, none is more poignant than the story of a young fisherman from Oberwesel, a quaint town along the Rhine. Each evening, he would meet the Lorelei by the river's edge. Enchanted by her beauty and the mesmerizing quality of her song, he would spend hours in her presence. Before they parted, the Lorelei would reveal to him the best spots to cast his nets the next day, guidance that always ensured a bountiful catch. "Why do you come, mortal, to this forbidden place?" the Lorelei asked, her voice as soft as the whispering breeze, as the young fisherman approached the riverbank. "I come for your song," he replied, unable to tear his eyes away from her radiant beauty. "It brings me peace and joy like nothing else in this world." The Lorelei's lips curved into a sad smile. "My song is a blessing and a curse," she warned. "It can lead you to happiness or to your doom." "But I am not afraid," the fisherman said earnestly. "I would risk everything to hear it again." The Lorelei sighed and nodded, her golden hair shimmering in the moonlight as she began to sing. Her voice was pure and haunting, weaving tales of love and loss that wrapped around the fisherman like an invisible net. He was lost in her melody, the world fading away until only her voice remained. Each night they met at the river, and each night the Lorelei's song grew sweeter and more sorrowful. She told him where to cast his nets, and he always returned with a bountiful catch, the envy of all other fishermen. But the more he saw her, the more he realized that his heart was no longer his own. It belonged to the enchanting nymph of the Rhine. One night, as the fisherman prepared to leave for his nightly rendezvous, his mother called after him, her voice trembling with fear. "Stay, my son. Do not go to her tonight. I have heard whispers that she is dangerous, that she takes the souls of those she loves." But the fisherman could not be swayed. "I must go, mother. I cannot live without her song." He walked to the river, his heart pounding with anticipation. The Lorelei was waiting for him, her eyes filled with a sorrow he had never seen before. "This is our last night," she said softly. "I can no longer stay here. The river calls me back to its depths." "No," he cried, reaching out to her. "Take me with you. I cannot live without you." The Lorelei shook her head, tears glistening on her cheeks. "It is not your place, mortal. You belong to the land, not the water." With a final heartbreaking melody, she kissed him on the forehead and slipped into the river. The fisherman tried to follow, but the current was too strong. He was swept away, and when the villagers found his body the next morning, they said he looked as if he were smiling, his face at peace. The attempt to capture the Loreley. The Loreley's captivating songed many lives, prompting local villagers to take drastic action to end the deaths. A group of armed men was sent to capture her, intent on silencing her song forever. As they approached her perch at nightfall, the Loreley's enchanting voice and hypnotic beauty ensnared them. Unable to move, they watched in awe as she cast her jeweled ornaments into the waves. And, "Look at her," one of the soldiers whispered, his eyes wide with fear and wonder. "She is more beautiful than I could have ever imagined." "Focus on the task," their captain hissed, though he too could not take his eyes off the Lorelei. "We must capture her before she sings again." But the Lorelei, sensing their intentions, turned her gaze upon them, her eyes glowing with an unearthly light. "Why do you come to harm me?" she asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I only wish to sing my songs and bring beauty to the night." "You have caused too much death," the captain said, struggling to keep his voice steady. "We cannot allow you to lure more men to their doom." The Lorelei's eyes filled with tears, and she raised her arms, casting her jeweled ornaments into the river. "Then you leave me no choice," she said, her voice breaking with sadness. "I will return to the depths where I can harm no one." Chanting a spell, the Lorelei summoned the river's waters to rise and envelop her. To the amazement of the soldiers, a sea-green chariot drawn by white-maned horses emerged from the depths. The Lorelei stepped into the chariot, and it disappeared beneath the surface as the river returned to its usual level. The spell broken, the men regained their movement but could only retreat, their mission a failure. Since that night, the Lorelei has not been seen, and the locals believe she still harbors resentment over the attempted capture, refusing to leave her coral caves ever again. The legend of the Lorelei, with its haunting melodies and tragic beauty, remains one of the most enduring tales of the Rhine. It serves as a poignant reminder of the mysterious and often dangerous allure of nature, and the price that sometimes comes with chasing beauty and enchantment. Slot 1. The god of light, purity, and justice. Baldur, also known as Baldur or Baldur, is a significant figure in Norse mythology, revered as the god of light, beauty, and purity. His name, derived from Old Norse roots possibly meaning bold or brave, is spelled as Baldur in Old Norse, often with an A with a ring above it indicating a long A sound. Celebrated as a paragon of goodness and beauty among the Norse gods, Baldur is the beloved second son of Odin, the Allfather, and Frigg, the queen of the gods. His myths are characterized by themes of innocence, tragedy, and the inevitability of fate. Baldur's radiant fairness and tranquil demeanor make him a symbol of purity and justice in Norse mythology. Attributes and symbolism. Baldur's essence is synonymous with light. He embodies purity and benevolence, which sharply contrasts with the darker elements of the Norse pantheon. Described in mythological texts as the most beautiful and gentle of all the gods, Baldur is revered for his kind and just nature. His presence brings joy and peace to Asgard, and he is adored by both gods and mortals alike. So fair and lovely is Baldur that he shines of himself, and there is a splendor in him. He is the wisest of the Aesir, and the fairest spoken and most gracious. That quality attends him, that none may gainsay his judgments. Pros Edda Baldur personifies not only physical beauty, but also moral integrity and righteousness. Often associated with the summer sun, he symbolizes warmth and life, dispelling darkness and evil. However, his inherent goodness makes his eventual fate all the more tragic and poignant. Summer 2. Baldur's Dream. A hush fell over Asgard as the once radiant Baldur, the god of beauty, light, and purity, walked through the halls. His usual smile had vanished, replaced by a deep furrow in his brow and a weariness in his eyes. Odin, the All-Father, his beard heavy with wisdom, watched his son with growing concern. "My son," boomed Odin, his voice echoing through the grand halls, "what troubles your heart? A shadow hangs over you, casting a gloom on Asgard itself." Frigg, the graceful queen and Baldur's mother, approached him gently, her hand reaching out to touch his troubled face. "Tell us, Baldur," she pleaded. "What dark visions plague your dreams, stealing your joy and replacing it with fear?" Baldur, overwhelmed by the concern in his parents' eyes, finally confessed. "My nights," he said, his voice heavy, "have become battlegrounds. Nightmares filled with darkness and foreboding grip me in their clutches. Though the details vanish with the first rays of dawn, a chilling dread lingers." Odin and Frigg exchanged a worried glance. Even the All-Father, with his vast knowledge, couldn't dismiss such a troubling premonition. "Fear not, Baldur," Odin declared, his voice firm yet laced with concern. "You, the most beloved of all gods, are surely safe from harm." Yet, a seed of doubt had been sown. Frigg, ever the protective mother, couldn't shake off a gnawing unease. Together, they discussed Baldur's dreams, searching for any hidden meanings, any clues to the source of this sudden fear. Determined to protect their son, Frigg, known for her wisdom, hatched a plan. "I shall send messengers," she announced, her voice ringing with purpose, "to every corner of creation. They will gather oaths from all living beings, from the mightiest beast to the smallest insect, from the tallest tree to the humblest blade of grass, a vow not to harm Baldur." Throughout the 9 realms, Frigg's messengers traveled, securing promises of safety. Every creature, touched by Baldur's radiance and goodness, readily swore the oath. From the majestic wolves, guarding the gates of hell, to the playful dolphins dancing in the waves, all pledged their allegiance to Baldur's well-being. The messengers returned to Asgard, triumphant. "All has been done, my queen," they reported, bowing before Frigg. "Every living being has sworn to protect Baldur." A wave of relief washed over Frigg. With a contented sigh, she resumed her spinning, the rhythmic click of the spindle a soothing melody in the halls of Asgard. Yet a sliver of unease remained, a whisper of something amiss. Unbeknownst to them, a tiny, insignificant plant, nestled amidst the branches of a mighty oak, had escaped their notice. The mistletoe, with its seemingly harmless appearance, held a secret power, a potential threat yet to be discovered. Chapter 20, Baldur 3. The Vala's prophecy. A sense of unease gnawed at Odin, the All-Father. Baldur's unsettling dreams and whispers of impending doom swirled in his mind like a tempest. He yearned for answers, a glimpse into the veiled tapestry of fate. Driven by an unwavering determination to protect his son, Odin, disguised as Vegtam, a weary traveler, embarked on a perilous journey. Astride Sleipnir, his 8-legged steed, he descended into the treacherous realm of Niflheim, the land of mist and perpetual darkness. The chilling wind howled a mournful song as Odin crossed the Bifrost Bridge, its shimmering beauty a stark contrast to the desolate landscape that awaited him. He passed through the Helheim Gate, guarded by the ferocious hound Garm, its eyes glowing with an infernal light. Finally, he reached his destination, the desolate abode of Hel, the goddess of the underworld. To his surprise, he found the place abuzz with activity. Servants scurried about, laying out a grand feast, their movements swift and silent in the dim light. Intrigued, Odin ventured deeper, the air thick with the scent of decay and anticipation. He soon found the source of the commotion. A Vala, a prophetess long dead, was being roused from her slumber. Odin, wielding powerful runes and chanting ancient spells, commanded her to rise. The Vala, a spectral figure shrouded in tattered robes, emerged from her tomb, her voice raspy as she demanded to know who dared disturb her eternal rest. Odin, maintaining his disguise, fabricated a story claiming to be Vegtam, a mere seeker of knowledge. Desperate to learn the fate that awaited Baldur, he pressed the Vala. With a voice heavy with dread, she confirmed his worst fears. Baldur, she declared, would be slain by none other than Hodur, his own blind brother, while a cruel twist of fate. Hodur will bring forth doom, she croaked, her words echoing through the cavernous hall. He will send your son, Baldur, to an untimely demise. A wave of despair washed over Odin, but even in his grief a flicker of defiance remained. Who will avenge Baldur? He demanded, his voice laced with desperate hope. The Vala, her voice gaining strength, spoke of Rinda, the earth goddess, who would bear a son by Odin, a son named Vali. This child, she prophesied, would be consumed by vengeance, his sole purpose to hunt down Hodur and exact retribution for Baldur's death. Rinda shall bear a mighty warrior, the Vala rasped, and vengeance shall be his only solace. As the final words left her lips, the Vala recoiled, her spectral form flickering and fading. Odin, realizing he had pushed his luck too far, recognized her sudden silence as a warning. With a heavy heart, he knew he had probed too deeply, and the Vala would reveal no more. Solemnly, Odin mounted Sleipnir and ascended from the darkness of Niflheim. The prophecy hung heavy in his heart. Baldur's fate was sealed, a tragedy set in motion by the cruel hands of destiny. Yet, amidst the despair, a flicker of hope remained. Perhaps Vali, the son of vengeance, could bring some semblance of justice to this grim prophecy. Back in Asgard, amidst the revelry and merriment, Odin wrestled with his newfound knowledge. Frigga, unaware of his discoveries, spoke of the oaths of safety secured from all living things. But a sliver of doubt remained within Odin, a chilling premonition that fate, though preordained, could not be entirely defied. 4. The gods at play. The news of Baldur's invulnerability spread through the heavens like a spark igniting dry tinder. Initially, awe settled over the gods, but soon a mischievous glint sparked in their eyes. "A game," boomed Thor, his voice echoing across the celestial plains. The other deities, their spirits lifted after a period of gloom dispelled by Frigg's wise actions, roared their approval. The verdant expanse of Idavold, the playground of the gods, became their stage. Here, they usually engaged in friendly competition, hurling their golden discs with unmatched skill. But today, a new amusement beckoned. "Baldur," chuckled Loki, a sly grin twisting his lips. "We've heard whispers of your imperviousness. Perhaps we should test it?" The other gods cackled, their amusement tinged with a hint of unease. They remembered the oath sworn by all things. No weapon, no stone, no force of nature could harm Baldur. Still, the prospect of witnessing the spectacle was irresistible. One by one, the gods took their turns. Thor launched his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, with a thunderous roar. Heimdall, the all-seeing watchman, let loose a hail of arrows. Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, even flung a delicate flower at him. Yet each attempt was thwarted in an almost comical fashion. Mjolnir veered off course with a booming clang, arrows skittered harmlessly aside, and the flower simply landed softly on Baldur's shoulder. A wave of laughter erupted from the gathered deities. Baldur, ever the stoic figure, remained unfazed. He stood tall and unbothered, a serene smile playing on his lips as the gods' playful assaults proved futile. As the game continued, the gods' laughter rang out across the plains of Idavold. The scene was one of lightheartedness and relief, a stark contrast to the recent shadows that had hung over Asgard. Yet beneath the merriment, a seed of doubt took root. Why was Baldur invincible? Was it truly a blessing from all creation, or did a darker secret lurk beneath the surface? Whispers began to circulate amongst the gods, their amusement giving way to a burgeoning curiosity. The playful jabs had unearthed a deeper mystery, and the once lighthearted game had taken on a more serious undertone. Questions lingered in their minds. What force protected Baldur so completely, and what did it mean for the future of Asgard? Chapter 20? Baldur. 5. The Death of Baldur. Frigga, the all-seeing, sat in her halls of Fensalir, her spindle spinning with a rhythmic whir. A sudden burst of laughter, joyous and boisterous, drifted through the air, piquing her curiosity. Who, she wondered, could be causing such merriment among the gods? Pausing her work, Frigga called out to an old woman passing by her window. The woman, frail and stooped, shuffled towards the goddess. But Frigga, with a keen eye, saw through the disguise. This was no crone, but Loki, the trickster god, in one of his mischievous guises. "What brings such revelry to Idavold?" Frigga inquired, her voice laced with amusement. Loki, maintaining his charade, chuckled. "The gods, my dear Frigga, are engaged in a curious game. They hurl stones and weapons at Baldur, the Radiant One, yet none can even graze him." A smile graced Frigga's lips. "Naturally," she replied. "Baldur is beloved by all, a symbol of light and goodness. Every creature, sworn by oath, would never dream of harming him." Loki, his heart burning with envy, concealed his displeasure. Baldur, the sun god, was everything he wasn't, admired, revered, bathed in warmth. Loki, however, was feared and ostracized, a creature of shadows and chaos. "But are you certain, Frigga," he pressed, feigning innocence, "that every single thing has pledged itself to this oath?" With a hint of pride, Frigga revealed, "Indeed, all things have sworn except for a single harmless sprig of mistletoe that clings to the oak near Valhalla's gate. It's too insignificant to worry about." This was all the information Loki craved. With a curt farewell, he cast off his disguise and sped towards Valhalla. There, by the imposing gate, he found the very oak Frigga had mentioned, the mistletoe nestled amongst its branches. A cruel smile played on Loki's lips as he twisted the mistletoe, imbuing it with unnatural strength and hardness. Fashioning a deadly dart from the twisted mistletoe, Loki returned to Idavold. The gods were still engrossed in their playful assault on Balder, who stood unmarred amidst the hail of weapons. But among them stood Hodor, the blind god, excluded from the game due to his sightlessness. Loki, ever the manipulator, approached Hodor, feigning concern. He taunted the god of darkness, questioning his pride and aloofness. Hodor, yearning to participate, lamented his blindness. Seizing the opportunity, Loki thrust the mistletoe dart into Hodor's hand, guiding him towards Balder. Unaware of the treachery, Hodor hurled the weapon. A collective gasp rippled through the gods as the mistletoe pierced Balder's chest. The once vibrant god crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Horror and despair replaced the earlier revelry. The gods, grief-stricken and enraged, gathered around their fallen comrade. Their rage was helpless against the sacred laws that forbade violence within their hallowed halls. Frigga, her heart shattered, arrived among the wailing goddesses. Seeing Balder, her beloved son, lying cold and still, she pleaded with the gods. Only a journey to the underworld Niflheim and a plea to the goddess Hel offered any hope of bringing Balder back from the clutches of death. 6. Hermod's errand. Hermod's heart pounded against his ribs as he tightened the straps on Sleipnir's saddle. The magnificent eight-legged steed snorted, a wisp of steam curling from his nostrils. Unlike other horses, Sleipnir usually reserved his loyalty for Odin alone. Yet here he stood, calm and accepting under Hermod's touch, as if sensing the gravity of the mission. "Ready, Sleipnir?" Hermod murmured, stroking the horse's sleek flank. Sleipnir whinnied softly, his intelligent eyes seeming to hold a question. Hermod answered with a heavy sigh. "We ride to Niflheim, friend, to find Balder." He swung himself onto Sleipnir's back, the powerful muscles flexing beneath him. With a farewell glance at Valhalla's fading lights, Hermod nudged Sleipnir forward. The great beast launched into a powerful gallop, the ground blurring beneath their hooves. Days bled into nights. The once familiar path etched by Sleipnir's hooves on previous journeys seemed shrouded in an unsettling darkness. The air grew colder, the wind whistling a mournful tune through the desolate landscape. "Do you ever tire, Sleipnir?" Hermod asked, his voice hoarse from the icy wind. Sleipnir tossed his head, his dark mane catching the fleeting moonlight. "We ride for Balder, Hermod. We do not tire." Their journey continued in a tense silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic pounding of hooves and the howling wind. On the 9th night, they reached a vast icy plain. In the distance, a single bridge shimmered faintly, its golden arches stark against the bleak backdrop. "Gjöll's Bridge," Hermod muttered, recognizing the landmark from forgotten stories. As they approached, a figure materialized on the bridge, clad in gleaming armor. Her gaze was sharp, her hand resting on the hilt of a formidable sword. Hermod reined in Sleipnir, his heart hammering in his chest. "Greetings," he called out, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness. "I am Hermod, messenger of the Aesir. I seek passage to Niflheim." The figure's eyes narrowed. "And what brings you to the land of the dead?" Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Hermod swallowed hard. "My brother, Balder, lies there. I come bearing a message from Odin and Frigg." The bridge guard's expression remained unreadable. A tense silence stretched between them. Finally, she spoke. "Wait here," she commanded, her voice curt. She turned and strode across the bridge, disappearing into the swirling mists that shrouded the other side. Hermod sat in uneasy silence, the weight of his mission pressing down on him. Would he be granted passage, or was he doomed to wander this desolate plain forever? The wind howled around them, carrying with it a biting cold that seeped into Hermod's bones. He glanced down at Sleipnir, who stood unwavering, his breath forming white clouds in the frosty air. "We must have faith, Sleipnir," Hermod whispered, trying to steady his nerves. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as Hermod waited. Each moment felt like an eternity, his mind racing with thoughts of Baldur and the weight of his task. The distant howls of wolves and the rustling whispers of the dead added to the eerie stillness of the plain. Finally, the guard reappeared, emerging from the mists with a solemn nod. "You may pass," she said, her tone now softened by a hint of empathy. "But know this, Niflheim is not a place for the living. Be swift in your errand." Hermod nodded gratefully, his heart swelling with determination. "Thank you," he replied, guiding Sleipnir forward. The great steed crossed the bridge with powerful strides, entering the shadowy realm beyond. As they ventured deeper into Niflheim, the landscape grew ever more haunting. Ghostly figures flickered at the edges of their vision, and the chill seemed to penetrate the very marrow of their bones. But Hermod pressed on, driven by the hope of finding his beloved brother and bringing him back to the light. Through the murky depths and the echoing silence of the underworld, Hermod and Sleipnir journeyed. Their path was fraught with uncertainty, but their purpose was clear: to find Baldur and plead for his return to Asgard. 7. The funeral pyre. A solemn hush enveloped the shore as the gods worked tirelessly. They heaved colossal logs, their muscles straining with effort. The air crackled with tension as they stacked the wood around Baldur's majestic ship, Ringhorn. This was no ordinary task. It was a final tribute to a cherished companion. "Will this suffice, Thor?" Freya asked quietly, her voice tinged with sorrow. Thor, usually booming, nodded gravely. "More," he murmured, wiping sweat from his brow. "Baldur deserves a pyre befitting a god." They labored on, their grief expressed in the rhythmic thud of axes and the strain of their muscles. Frigga, her face pale with grief, approached the completed pyre. In silence, she placed a garland of lilies, Baldur's favorite flower, at the base of the vessel. One by one, the gods approached. Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, knelt before Baldur, his head bowed. "Farewell, friend," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Nanna, Baldur's wife, stood at the ship's bow, her gaze fixed on his peaceful face. A choked sob escaped her lips as she reached out, her hand hovering just above his cheek. Suddenly, Nanna trembled violently. Her eyes closed, and she fell to the ground, lifeless. A gasp of horror swept through the gods. Frigga rushed to her daughter's side, tears streaming down her face. "Nanna!" she cried, her voice breaking with sorrow. Odin, his expression unreadable, stepped forward. With a gentle touch, he placed Nanna beside Baldur. "They shall be together," he declared, his voice heavy with grief. With the pyre prepared, the gods turned their attention to launching the ship, but Ringhorn, laden with treasures and Baldur's cherished belongings, remained immobile. They pushed and pulled, but their combined strength was not enough. "What now?" Thor thundered, frustration evident in his voice. Heimdall, ever watchful, pointed toward the distant horizon. "Look, a giant approaches." Hope sparked in the god's eyes. Perhaps this giant could assist in launching the ship. As the giantess drew nearer, her immense stature became apparent. She was Hirokin, a formidable giantess renowned for her unparalleled strength. Odin approached her, his bearing regal despite the grief etched on his face. "Hirokin, we seek your aid. Can you launch our ship?" Hirokin surveyed the scene, a faint hint of amusement glinting in her eyes. "Perhaps," she rumbled, her voice deep and resonant. "But first, I require someone to control my steed." She motioned toward a monstrous wolf, its fur unkempt and its eyes gleaming eerily. Thor confidently asserted, "We can handle it, ready for any challenge." Accompanied by 3 fierce berserkers known for their strength, they attempted to subdue the beast. However, the wolf, fueled by primal rage, fiercely resisted their efforts. Hirokin scoffed at their attempt, swiftly dismounting to wrestle the wolf to the ground. Despite her size, she secured the beast with an iron chain, demonstrating surprising agility. Hirokin then approached Ringhorn, bracing against the ship's stern. With muscles bulging, she heaved the ship into the sea, shaking the earth itself. The sudden movement surprised the gods. Thor, still furious from the wolf's defiance, raised his mighty hammer Mjolnir, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Hold, Thor," warned Heimdall, sensing trouble. "Now is not the time for violence." Thor's anger subsided as quickly as it came. He boarded the ship once more, determined to consecrate the pyre with his hammer. While Thor performed the ceremony, Lit, a mischievous dwarf known for his pranks, stumbled into his path. Irritated, Thor kicked the dwarf into the blazing pyre. The gods watched in stunned silence as Lit screamed and disappeared into the flames. This unexpected event added a macabre twist to their already somber mood. With the pyre ablaze, Ringhorn drifted out to sea, its fiery glow contrasting with the darkening sky. The gods stood on the shore, grief etched on their faces. As the burning ship sailed towards the horizon, it served as a final farewell to Baldur, Odin's beloved son, and a poignant reminder of life and death's delicate balance in the realm of gods. "He sails to Helheim's halls now," Odin murmured, his eye fixed on the dwindling flames. Freya, her grief palpable, placed a hand on Odin's shoulder. "He will be remembered," she whispered softly. Thor, still simmering with emotion, clenched his fists. "Vengeance will be ours," he declared firmly. But Frigga, her eyes red from weeping, shook her head. "No, Thor," she gently admonished. "This is a time for mourning, not for war." Heimdall, ever vigilant, scanned the horizon. "We must stay alert," he cautioned. "Baldur's death may bring darker times." As unease settled over them, the gods knew the loss of Baldur marked a turning point for Asgard. The fragile peace they enjoyed was now threatened. "We must fortify our defenses," Odin declared firmly. "And we must seek answers." With heavy hearts, the gods dispersed, consumed by their thoughts and grief. In the distance, the funeral pyre of Baldur continued to burn brightly, a symbol of sacrifice and an omen of uncertain times ahead in the realm of gods. 8. Hermod's Quest. A heavy silence gripped Asgard upon the gods' return. No longer did the sounds of celebration fill the air. Instead, a foreboding sense of dread hung over them. The Fimbulwinter, an omen of their impending doom, weighed heavily on their minds. Frigga alone clung to a flicker of hope. Her eyes repeatedly scanned the heavens, searching for any sign of Hermod, the swift messenger. Meanwhile, this Hermod ventured far beyond the familiar realms of Asgard, crossing the treacherous bridge over Gil, the river that separates the living from the dead. 10 grueling nights passed before he finally reached the opposite shore. A figure materialized before him, clad in dark armor, her presence as cold and unyielding as the barren landscape. "Halt!" the figure's voice boomed, echoing across the desolate plains. "Who disturbs the rest of the dead?" Hermod reined in Sleipnir, his heart pounding in his chest. "I am Hermod," he announced firmly, despite the unease in his gut. "Messenger of the Aesir, I seek passage to Hel." The guard narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him suspiciously. "A living man dares tread this path? Why does the bridge tremble so violently under your horse's hooves? Even entire armies cause less disturbance." Hermod met her gaze unwaveringly. "I bear a message from Odin and Frigga. They seek news of their son, Baldur." A flicker of surprise crossed the guard's face. "Baldur?" she muttered. "He passed through here just days ago, accompanied by his wife." Hope ignited within Hermod. "Then there is hope?" he asked eagerly, his voice tinged with anticipation. The guard remained stoic. "You may pass," she relented at last. "But know this, Hermod. Returning from Hel is no simple task." With a terse nod, she indicated a massive, ominous gate. Hermod urged Sleipnir forward, his resolve growing with each stride. He was now closer to Baldur than ever before. But would he find his friend alive, or would Hel claim him for eternity? 9. The condition of Baldur's release. Hermod's heart sank as he approached Baldur, his brother's face marked with resignation. "Baldur," Hermod implored, his voice laden with emotion, "I've come to take you home." Baldur offered a melancholy smile. "There is no home for me here, brother, nor in Asgard. My place is with Hel, until Ragnarok consumes all." Hermod gripped Baldur's shoulder. "Surely there must be a way. Some loophole. We cannot bear to lose you." Baldur motioned towards Nanna, who sat beside him, her hand tightly clasped in his. "Take Nanna back with you," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Hel is not a place for her light and joy." Nanna shook her head firmly, her eyes brimming with steadfast determination. "Never," she proclaimed, her voice stronger than Hermod anticipated. "I will stay with my husband wherever he may be." Hermod felt a pang of admiration for their unwavering love. But time was pressing. He needed to find a way to free them both. Through the long night, they shared whispered conversations and cherished memories. As dawn approached, Hermod rose with renewed resolve. He sought out Hel, queen of the underworld, his heart pounding. Hel, emanating an aura of chilling power, sat upon her obsidian throne. Hermod bowed deeply. "Lady Hel," he began, his voice steady despite his apprehension, "I come seeking your mercy. Release Baldur from your realm." Hel's icy gaze bore into him. "Such audacity from a living creature," she hissed. "What makes you think you can defy my dominion?" Hermod met her gaze unwaveringly. "Baldur is beloved across the 9 realms. His absence is a wound upon existence itself. Surely even you cannot ignore the weight of such grief." A ghost of a smirk played across Hel's lips. "Perhaps," she conceded, her voice devoid of warmth. "But grief is fleeting. True sorrow leaves an enduring mark. If all of creation mourns for Baldur, then I will consider your plea." Hope surged within Hermod. Surely all would weep for Baldur, he was beloved above all others. Then go, Hel commanded, her tone dismissive. Bring me evidence of universal grief. If there exists a single entity unmoved by his passing, Baldur remains in my realm. Hermod bowed again, a flicker of concern clouding his newfound optimism. He knew the power of grief, yet could he ensure that every corner of creation would weep for Baldur? The fate of his brother and perhaps all of Asgard hung on this precarious task. With a heavy heart, Hermod departed Hel's realm, bearing gifts for Odin, Frigga, and Fulla. The weight of his mission and the uncertainty of its success pressed upon him as he embarked on a new journey, a journey to gather the tears of all existence. 10. The Failed Mission with Dialogue. Hermod rode back to Asgard under a sky heavy with the weight of his mission. As he approached the great gates, the assembled gods, their expressions a mosaic of hope and trepidation, gathered around him like a tempest waiting to break. Hail, Hermod! Odin's voice boomed, though tinged with an uncharacteristic vulnerability. What news from the realm of Hel? Hermod dismounted, the weight of his journey evident in every step. I have delivered your messages, great Odin, he began, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. The heralds went forth to all corners of the world. Plants and trees wept, and even stones shed tears for Baldur. Hope flickered in Frigga's eyes, but Thor's brow remained furrowed in concern. And yet, Hermod continued, his voice faltering slightly, there was one who defied our pleas. Who dares deny the sorrow of Asgard? Freya's voice rose, a mixture of anger and grief. In a dark cave by the roadside there dwells Thok, Hermod recounted, his gaze distant as he recalled the encounter. She, or he, mocked our sorrow. No tear for Baldur would she shed. Silence fell upon the gathering, broken only by the distant whisper of wind through the trees of Yggdrasil. Frigga's hands trembled slightly as she clutched the embroidered carpet from Nanna. Then our efforts were in vain, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Odin's eye, usually sharp and perceptive, seemed to gaze beyond the realm of Asgard, contemplating the implications of Thok's defiance. Baldur, he spoke finally, his tone heavy with resignation, shall remain in Hel's grasp until Ragnarok claims us all. Thor's grip tightened around Mjolnir, his jaw set in grim determination. Loki's treachery has bound us, he declared, his voice a rumble like distant thunder. But justice will yet be served. As the gods dispersed, each burdened by their own thoughts and grief, Hermod stood alone by the gates of Asgard, his heart heavy with the knowledge that despite their efforts, Baldur's return was not to be. The prophecy echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder of fate's relentless march. 11. Vali the Avenger. Following the tragic events surrounding Baldur's death, the cosmic drama unfolded with the arrival of Vali the Avenger. Born of Odin's union with Rinda, Vali entered Asgard on the day of his birth, destined to enact fate's unyielding justice. The newborn, named for his purpose, wasted no time in fulfilling his solemn role. On that very day, with resolute determination, Vali loosed an arrow from his quiver and striking Hodur with unwavering accuracy. Hodur, unwittingly instrumental in Baldur's demise, met his end at Vali's hands, thereby fulfilling the ancient Norse law of retribution. In this final act of the tragedy, the avenging sun brought closure to the saga of Baldur's death, restoring cosmic balance through Hodur's bloodshed. The wheels of fate turned onward, guided by the timeless laws that governed gods and mortals alike. This swift and decisive action secured Vali's place in Asgard's chronicles, forever remembered as Vali the Avenger, whose birth and purpose intertwined with the sorrowful fate of Baldur the Beloved. 12. The deeper meaning of Baldur's death. The tale of Baldur's demise in Norse mythology extends far beyond the realm of a tragic narrative. It is a profound exploration of nature's cyclical patterns, the eternal struggle between good and evil, and the enduring power of love and loss, symbolic representation of nature's cycle. The story of Baldur's death and its aftermath is deeply intertwined with the natural cycle of the seasons. Baldur, the beloved god of light and purity, embodies the radiant warmth and vitality of summer. His death signifies the descent into winter, a time of darkness and cold. Hodur, the blind god of darkness, inadvertently strikes down Baldur, representing the encroaching winter that eclipses the sun's brilliance. The Avenger, born to avenge Baldur's death, symbolizes the eventual return of light and warmth, heralding the arrival of spring. Tears for Baldur. The universal weeping for Baldur's loss mirrors the spring rains that awaken the earth from its winter slumber, bringing forth new life. Thok's refusal. The giantess Thok's refusal to shed tears for Baldur represents the earth's core, which remains unmoved by the changing seasons, retaining its cold embrace throughout the year. The duality of good and evil. The story also serves as a powerful allegory for the constant battle between good and evil that exists within humanity and the world around us. Baldur, the epitome of goodness, purity, and peace. Baldur stands as a beacon of hope and harmony. Hodur, although not inherently evil, Hodur's blindness makes him susceptible to manipulation, leading to the tragic slaying of Baldur. He represents the unintended consequences of actions and the potential for darkness to exploit ignorance. Loki, the mischievous trickster god, embodies envy, deceit, and the temptation that leads to conflict. His role in orchestrating Baldur's death highlights the destructive power of these forces. Themes of love, loss, and fate. Beyond the cyclical and symbolic elements, the story of Baldur's death delves into profound themes that resonate deeply with human experience. The power of love and grief. The universal grief and mourning for Baldur's loss underscore the immense power of love and the profound impact of loss on the human psyche. The inescapability of fate. Despite the gods' desperate attempts to retrieve Baldur from the realm of hell, his fate remains sealed. This reflects the acceptance of destiny, acknowledging that some things are beyond human control. 13. The worship of Baldur. In Norse mythology, the worship of Baldur centers on his revered status as a beloved deity associated with light, beauty, and purity. While specific rituals dedicated solely to Baldur are not extensively detailed in surviving Norse texts, his significance is evident in the narratives and cultural context of the time. According to Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda, Baldur is described as one of the foremost gods among the Aesir, beloved by all for his fairness and wisdom. Baldur is wise and fair of face. He is the best, and all the gods love him. He is so bright and fair that light shines from him. A certain herb is the whitest of all herbs, and by it thou mayest judge his fairness, which is of all grasses the fairest, and thereafter so fair are the beasts that are whiter than snow. By this thou shalt know that his abode is well hallowed, and moreover he is goodly to behold, and withal so great that the gods have great joy in him. Gylfaginning 24. This passage illustrates Baldur's divine qualities and the high esteem in which he is held among the gods. While explicit details about worship practices specifically dedicated to Baldur are sparse, his mythological importance suggests that he was honored within broader Norse religious ceremonies and rites. These likely included offerings, prayers, and possibly seasonal celebrations that reflected his association with light and renewal, emphasizing his pivotal role in the Norse pantheon of gods. Chapter 21. Loki 1. The cunning trickster deity Loki, the enigmatic figure in Norse mythology, embodies the archetype of the cunning trickster deity. He is known for his intelligence, shape-shifting abilities, and his unparalleled knack for causing chaos. Throughout the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, Loki's character is vividly illustrated through his various exploits, ranging from playful mischief to sinister deception. Loki in the Poetic Edda. The Poetic Edda, a collection of Old Norse poems, provides several accounts of Loki's trickery and cunning. One of the most vivid portrayals of his disruptive nature is in the poem Lokasenna, where Loki boldly interrupts a banquet of the gods. During this feast, he engages in a series of sharp exchanges, insulting and provoking the gods, revealing their weaknesses and flaws. In Lokasenna, Loki's taunts are not mere jokes. They expose uncomfortable truths and deep-seated tensions among the gods. For example, he mocks Odin for his inconsistency, chides Frigg for her infidelities, and accuses Thor of being a coward. These jabs are designed to unsettle and create discord, demonstrating Loki's role as a catalyst for conflict and change. Excerpt from Lokasenna. Why, Odin, you boast so high? When it's by deceit you've won each victory? Speak not of courage, when cowardly art the feats you've won through treachery. This passage underscores Loki's ability to see through the facades of others and to use his sharp wit to disrupt and challenge the established order. Loki in the Prose Edda. In the Prose Edda, written by Snorri Sturluson, Loki's character is explored through a series of stories that highlight his ingenuity and deceitful nature. One of the most significant tales involving Loki is his role in the death of the god Balder. Loki's envy and malice lead him to orchestrate Balder's demise by tricking the blind god Höður into shooting Balder with a mistletoe arrow, the only thing that could harm him. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Loki, out of spite, arranged for the blind god Höður to throw a dart of mistletoe at Balder, the only thing that could harm him. Balder fell dead, and from this act, the gods' doom was sealed, and the shadow of Ragnarok began to loom over Asgard. This act of treachery demonstrates Loki's capacity for malevolence and sets in motion a series of events that lead to Ragnarok, the apocalyptic end of the Norse gods. It highlights Loki's transition from a mere trickster to a harbinger of destruction. Shapeshifting and deception. Loki's shapeshifting abilities are a central aspect of his trickery. He can transform into various forms to achieve his ends, showcasing his adaptability and cunning. In one myth, Loki transforms into a mare to lure away a giant stallion, thereby preventing the giant from completing a fortress and claiming his reward. This act results in Loki giving birth to Sleipnir, an 8-legged horse who becomes Odin's prized steed. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. To thwart the giant's plan, Loki took the shape of a beautiful mare and distracted Svadilfari, the stallion. Thus, the construction was delayed, and in time, Loki bore Sleipnir, the swiftest and most graceful of all horses, which he gifted to Odin. This episode not only highlights Loki's versatility, but also his significant, albeit unintended, contributions to the Norse mythological world. Loki's evolution and legacy. Throughout the Norse myths, Loki evolves from a mischievous trickster to a figure associated with darker themes of betrayal and chaos. His actions often have profound and far-reaching consequences, affecting both gods and humans. Loki's intelligence, resourcefulness, and complex nature make him a compelling figure who embodies both creation and destruction. Despite his antagonistic role, Loki's character remains captivating because he challenges the norms and disrupts the complacency of the divine order. His legacy as a trickster deity is defined by his ability to navigate between playful antics and profound treachery, making him one of the most intriguing figures in Norse mythology. Loki's character. Loki's character in Norse mythology is multifaceted and complex, making him one of the most intriguing deities in the pantheon. He is not easily categorized as purely good or evil, but instead embodies a range of traits that fluctuate between extremes. Loki is known for his intelligence, charm, and resourcefulness, as well as his capacity for deception and malice. The duality of Loki's nature is explored through various myths and stories in the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, revealing a character who is as capable of causing mischief as he is of performing acts that have significant, often catastrophic consequences. Loki's intelligence and wit. Loki's sharp intellect and quick wit are central to his character. He often uses his cunning to outsmart others, like whether it's for personal gain or to help the gods out of difficult situations. One of the most illustrative examples of Loki's cleverness is found in the myth, where he prevents the giant master builder from completing the fortifications of Asgard on time. The gods had promised the builder the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya if he could finish the walls in a single winter. Realizing the dire consequences if the builder succeeded, Loki devised a plan to sabotage the construction. He transformed into a mare to distract the giant's powerful stallion Svadilfari, thus delaying the work and causing the giant to fail. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Loki, knowing the stakes, transformed himself into a mare and lured Svadilfari away. As the stallion chased Loki into the woods, the builder was left without his powerful helper, causing him to miss the deadline and lose the wager. This story highlights Loki's ability to think on his feet and manipulate situations to achieve a desired outcome, often using his shape-shifting abilities to aid his schemes. Loki's role as a deceiver. Deception is a key element of Loki's character. He often uses lies and trickery to achieve his goals, whether they are self-serving or part of a larger plan. His deceitful nature is perhaps best exemplified in the story of Balder's death, where Loki's machinations lead to one of the most tragic events in Norse mythology. Balder, the beloved god, was rendered invulnerable to all things except mistletoe. Loki, aware of this, crafted a dart from mistletoe and gave it to the blind god Höður, guiding his hand to throw it at Balder during a game. The dart struck Balder, killing him instantly and plunging the gods into mourning. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Loki, in his envy and spite, forged a dart of mistletoe, the only thing that could harm Balder. He gave it to the blind Höður and guided his hand, ensuring the dart found its mark, thus bringing death to the most cherished of the gods. This act of treachery underscores Loki's willingness to betray even the closest bonds, revealing a darker aspect of his character that leads to immense suffering and sets the stage for Ragnarok, the end of the world. Loki's relationship with the gods. Loki's relationships with other gods are marked by ambivalence. He is both a companion and an adversary to many of the deities. His interactions with Thor, for instance, oscillate between camaraderie and antagonism. In several myths, Loki accompanies Thor on his adventures, providing clever solutions to tricky problems, yet he also mocks and challenges Thor, highlighting their complex dynamic. In the story of Thor's retrieval of his stolen hammer, Mjolnir, Loki's cunning proves indispensable. Disguising himself and Thor as women, Loki helps Thor infiltrate the giant Thrym's hall to reclaim the hammer. Yet, despite his aid, Loki never misses an opportunity to jest at Thor's expense. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. When Thrym demanded Freya in exchange for the hammer, Loki devised a plan to dress Thor as the bride. They traveled to Jotunheim, where Thor, disguised, reclaimed Mjolnir. Though the plan succeeded, Loki's quips and laughter at Thor's predicament were unrestrained. This tale illustrates the dual nature of Loki's relationship with Thor. While he provides crucial assistance, he also revels in the mockery and discomfort of his companion. Loki's evolution from trickster to villain. Over time, Loki's character evolves from a playful trickster to a more sinister figure. Initially, his pranks and schemes, although troublesome, often have humorous or relatively harmless outcomes. However, as the myths progress, Loki's actions become increasingly malevolent and consequential. This shift is poignantly captured in the myth of Loki's punishment. After the death of Balder, the gods finally decide to take action against Loki. He is hunted down, captured, and bound in a cave, with a venomous serpent placed above his head. The venom drips onto Loki's face, causing him immense pain, and he writhes so violently that his movements create earthquakes. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Bound with the entrails of his own son, Loki lay in torment as the serpent's venom dripped onto his face. Sigyn, his loyal wife, held a bowl to catch the poison, but when she left to empty it, the venom fell upon him, and his writhing shook the earth itself. This punishment reflects the culmination of Loki's transition from a mischievous deity to a bringer of calamity, whose actions ultimately contribute to the downfall of the gods at Ragnarok. Loki's character is a rich tapestry of cleverness, deceit, and transformation. His stories reflect his journey from a trickster who disrupts the divine order for amusement to a figure whose actions precipitate the ultimate downfall of the gods. 3. Sigyn, Loki's wife. Loki's third wife is portrayed in Norse mythology as a loyal and devoted spouse despite Loki's tumultuous reputation. She bore Loki 2 sons, Narv and Vali, with Vali being named after the god who avenged Balder's death. Even after Loki was cast out of Asgard and imprisoned beneath the earth, Sigyn remained steadfastly loyal to him. In Norse mythology, Loki was often seen as a malevolent figure, and people feared him greatly. Unlike other gods who were worshipped and revered, Loki had no temples dedicated to him and received no sacrifices. Instead, he was associated with noxious weeds, and natural phenomena like the overheated atmosphere of summer were interpreted as signs of his presence. For example, when the sun seemed to draw water, it was said that Loki was drinking. The story of Loki is closely intertwined with other Norse gods, and many myths involving him have been recounted. There are 2 notable episodes left to mention. One that shows Loki's more positive attributes before his descent into deceitfulness, and another where he ultimately persuades the gods to commit murder, disrupting their peace. For detailed references from Edda or saga texts pertaining to this, you may consult primary sources such as the Poetic Edda, particularly the Lokasenna and other poems, and the Prose Edda, Gylfaginning and Skaldskaparmal. These sources provide comprehensive accounts of Loki's character and his relationships within Norse mythology. 4. Scrimsley and the peasant's child Dread filled the humble cottage of the peasants. Their cherished son, Eirik, had unwittingly become a pawn in a perilous game with Scrimsley, a towering giant known for his cunning ways. Scrimsley had wagered and won, claiming Eirik as his prize the following day, unless the desperate parents could hide him in an impossible manner. Appealing to Odin, the Allfather, they implored him for aid. With a wave and an ancient incantation, Odin transformed Eirik into a single grain of wheat among countless others in a vast field. Yet Scrimsley, with his keen senses, swiftly approached the spot where Eirik lay hidden. Just as the giant was about to seize the grain, Eirik's cry alerted Odin, who swiftly intervened, returning the boy to safety, albeit temporarily. "He will return," Odin cautioned gravely. "Seek help elsewhere." The next day, the peasants beseeched Honir, the god of wisdom. With a touch of divine magic, Honir transformed Eirik into a wisp of down, nestled within a swan gliding serenely across a nearby pond. Moments later, Scrimsley lumbered into view. Ignoring the cottage, his gaze fixed upon the swan, sensing the presence of Eirik. With a sly smile, he moved to capture the bird. Yet before harm could befall the down, Honir intervened, rescuing Eirik once more. "I can do no more," Honir lamented. "Scrimsley's determination is formidable." With their hope fading, the peasants turned to Loki, the mischievous trickster god. A glint of mischief danced in Loki's eyes as he whisked Eirik far out to sea, transforming him into a tiny egg concealed within the roe of a flounder. Returning to shore, Loki encountered Scrimsley preparing for a fishing expedition. "May I join you, giant?" Loki inquired, masking his true intent with false camaraderie. Unaware of Loki's deceit, Scrimsley welcomed the company. As the giant cast his line, Loki watched intently. Soon enough, Scrimsley reeled in the very flounder containing Eirik. With cruel precision, the giant examined the fish until he discovered the hidden egg. Eric's fate hung in the balance, but Loki seized the moment. In a swift move, he snatched the egg from Scrimsley's grasp and restored Eirik to his human form. "Run, Eirik, back to your home," Loki urged urgently, pointing towards the distant cottage. "Do not look back." Eirik sprinted for his life, the enraged Scrimsley thundering behind him. He reached the boathouse, slamming the door shut just as the giant's massive form filled the doorway. Anticipating Scrimsley's pursuit, Loki had laid a cunning trap. With a resounding crash, the giant collided with it, collapsing in agony. Seeing his chance, Loki severed Scrimsley's magical connection, leaving the giant roaring in frustration as his power waned. Overwhelmed with relief, the peasants hailed Loki as the savior of their son, praising him as the mightiest of the gods. While others had offered only fleeting solutions, Loki had secured Eirik's freedom once and for all. 5. The trickster's bargain. Unease settled over Asgard like a thick fog. Bifrost, their shimmering bridge, and Heimdall's ever-watchful gaze offered a semblance of security, but the fear of frost giants breaching their defenses lingered. To fortify their celestial home, the Aesir gods decided to build an impregnable fortress. Lost in deliberations, they were interrupted by a stranger, an architect with an intriguing proposition. He offered his unmatched skills in exchange for a seemingly impossible reward: the sun, the moon, and the radiant Freya, goddess of beauty. Indignation flared amongst the gods. "The audacity!" they boomed, on the verge of banishing the insolent architect. But Loki, the cunning trickster, saw an opportunity for mischief. "Hear me out," he interjected, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Let's propose a counterbargain, one so outrageous he'll surely fail." Intrigued, the gods listened as Loki spun his web. They would agree to the architect's outrageous demands, but with one crucial condition. The fortress must be completed within the unforgiving grip of a single winter, and solely with the help of his extraordinary steed, Svadilfari. The architect, blinded by his ambition, readily agreed. He wasted no time, working tirelessly through the day and hauling colossal stones by the light of the moon. Svadilfari, a magnificent horse with boundless strength, seemed to match his master's tireless pace. Winter's grip tightened, and with it, anxiety rose in Asgard. The architect's work neared completion, leaving only a single gateway unfinished. Panic surged through the gods. The thought of losing not just the sun and moon, but also Freya, the embodiment of their world's beauty, was devastating. Desperate, they turned on Loki, their frustration palpable. "Fix this, trickster!" they roared. "We didn't expect him to actually succeed." As twilight descended on the final day, Svadilfari, muscles straining, hauled a massive stone towards the gateway. Suddenly, from the shadows of a nearby forest, a captivating whinny pierced the air. It was Loki, transformed into a beguiling mare, luring Svadilfari away from his task. Enthralled, Svadilfari forgot his duty. With a powerful kick, he freed himself from the harness and galloped after the alluring mare. His enraged master, the architect, gave chase, determined to regain control of his steed. Loki, reveling in his trickery, led them both on a merry chase deep into the forest, devouring the precious hours of darkness. By the time dawn's light painted the sky, it was far too late to finish the work. The enraged architect, revealed to be a powerful frost giant in disguise, stormed back to Asgard, intent on retribution. But before his wrath could consume the Aesir, Thor, the mighty god of thunder, returned from his travels. With a mighty swing of his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, he struck the giant down, ending the threat. Though saved for now, the gods' victory was tainted. Their reliance on trickery and violence would have unforeseen consequences, ultimately contributing to their downfall and the prophesied Ragnarok. However, Loki felt no remorse. In fact, his mischief would take an unexpected turn. During his flight with the mare, an encounter that would later result in the birth of Sleipnir, the eight-legged steed destined to become Odin's magnificent mount. This audacious act cemented Loki's reputation as the arch-deceiver. His love for playing pranks and his penchant for lies would forever brand him as the Prince of Lies. 6. Loki's last crime. Loki, the trickster deity of Norse mythology, is known for many misdeeds, but it was his final crime that cemented his role as a malevolent force and led to his ultimate downfall. This crime was the orchestration of Baldur's death and his refusal to show any remorse for the act, which ultimately sealed his fate and resulted in his expulsion from Asgard. Baldur, often depicted as the most beloved and pure of the Norse gods, was invulnerable to all things except mistletoe. The gods, relieved by this near invulnerability, would often throw objects at him, knowing they could cause him no harm. Loki, driven by jealousy and spite towards Baldur's purity and the affection he garnered from others, discovered the one vulnerability that could bring Baldur down. In a sinister plot, Loki fashioned a dart or spear from mistletoe and cunningly tricked the blind god Höður into throwing it at Baldur during one of these harmless games. Guided by Loki, the mistletoe weapon struck Baldur, killing him instantly and plunging Asgard into deep mourning. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Loki, discovering that mistletoe was the only thing that could harm Baldur, shaped a dart from it. During the god's play, he handed this dart to the blind Höður and guided his aim. Unknowingly, Höður threw it, and Baldur fell dead. This act of treachery was not only a personal attack on Baldur, but also a grievous blow to the entire pantheon, leading to immense grief among the gods and signaling the beginning of their decline. The refusal to weep after Baldur's death, Hermother, another god, was sent to Hel, the realm of the dead, to negotiate Baldur's release. Hel agreed to release Baldur on one condition: every being in the cosmos had to weep for him. The gods, hoping to bring Baldur back, traveled across the realms, urging every creature to shed tears for him. All complied except for one figure, an old giantess named Thuk. She refused to weep, saying that Baldur had brought her no joy in life, and she saw no reason to mourn him in death. This giantess was none other than Loki in disguise, further demonstrating his unyielding malice and contempt. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Loki, disguised as the giantess Thuk, refused to shed a tear for Baldur, sealing his fate in Hel. She said, "Let Hel hold what she has," thus denying Baldur's return to the living. Loki's refusal to weep for Baldur was the final confirmation for the gods of his unredeemable nature. His obduracy in this moment, when his single act of contrition could have undone his earlier crime, solidified the gods' perception of him as wholly evil and beyond redemption. The sentence of banishment, Loki's actions, culminating in his refusal to mourn for Baldur, convinced the gods that there was no remaining good in him. They saw his deeds not merely as mischievous pranks, but as profound betrayals and acts of malevolence that threatened the very fabric of their existence. In unanimous agreement, the gods pronounced the sentence of perpetual banishment on Loki. This marked his final separation from the divine realm of Asgard and symbolized his complete fall from grace. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Realizing that nothing but malice remained within Loki, the gods condemned him to perpetual banishment from Asgard. He was hunted down, captured and bound with the entrails of his own son, to lie in torment until the end of days. Loki's banishment was not just a physical exile, but a symbolic expulsion from the community of the gods. It underscored the irrevocable break in the bonds of kinship and trust that once linked him to the other deities, the consequences of Loki's actions. Loki's final crime and his refusal to atone for it set off a chain of events that led to his ultimate punishment and the onset of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Captured and bound, Loki was sentenced to an agonizing imprisonment. A venomous serpent was placed above his head, its poison dripping onto his face, causing him excruciating pain. His loyal wife Sigyn stayed by his side, catching the venom in a bowl to spare him, but when she had to empty the bowl, the venom would fall on him, causing him to writhe in agony and shake the earth. Excerpt from the Prose Edda. Bound in the cave, Loki endured the serpent's venom. Sigyn stayed beside him, catching the venom in a bowl, but when she left to empty it, the poison dripped onto Loki's face, making him writhe in agony, his convulsions causing earthquakes. Loki's punishment reflects the severity of his betrayal and serves as a powerful symbol of the consequences of unchecked malice and deceit. His story is a cautionary tale of how even the cleverest and most resourceful beings can fall into ruin through their own actions. Through these narratives, Loki is revealed as a figure who evolves from a mischievous trickster to a malevolent entity whose actions bring about profound suffering and cosmic upheaval. His final crime against Balder and the subsequent refusal to show any remorse or empathy highlight the depths of his character's transformation and his ultimate estrangement from the gods he once lived among. 7. Aegir's Banquet. A pall of sadness hung heavy over Asgard. The gods, burdened by the treachery of Loki and the loss of the beloved Balder, found little joy in their grand halls. Seeking to lift their spirits, Aegir, the mighty god of the sea, extended a warm invitation. "Come," boomed his voice, echoing through the realms, "to a feast in my coral halls, nestled deep beneath the ocean waves. Let us forget, for a brief moment, the grief that gnaws at our hearts." Hope flickered in the eyes of the gods. A chance to escape the crushing sorrow, to raise a cup in merriment, was a welcome prospect. So at the appointed hour they descended, clad in their finest attire, a forced cheer upon their faces. The banquet hall was a marvel. Glistening coral formed the walls, illuminated by bioluminescent creatures that cast an ethereal glow. Laughter, for so long absent, filled the air as the gods recounted tales of past adventures and shared hearty meals. Yet a single seat remained empty, a poignant reminder of the radiant Balder. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell across the revelry. It was Loki, the trickster god, his presence unwelcome and a stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere. The gods exchanged uneasy glances, a sigh escaping the lips of Freya. "We have no welcome for you here, Loki," boomed Odin, his voice heavy with disappointment. But Loki, ever the instigator, ignored the Allfather's command. A torrent of insults flowed freely from his lips, his words seeking to disrupt the festive mood. "Look around you," he sneered. "Not a single friend among you, gods and elves alike." The merriment evaporated. Anger flared in the eyes of the gods, particularly when Loki turned his malicious gaze upon Fimafeng, Aegir's loyal servant. In a fit of jealous rage, Loki struck Fimafeng down, shattering the fragile peace. Outraged, the gods rose as one, their expressions fierce. Thor, his grip tightening around his mighty Mjolnir, thundered, "Leave this place, Loki, or face the wrath of the storm." Loki, sensing the imminent danger, slunk away, disappearing into the depths of the hall. But his respite was short-lived. Driven by an insatiable need to stir chaos, he crept back, his tongue dripping with accusations. He mocked their flaws, their past mistakes, reveling in the discomfort he caused. "Enough!" roared Thor, his patience wearing thin. Mjolnir crackled with power, a silent threat that Loki understood all too well. With a final mocking laugh, the trickster god vanished once more, leaving the gods to ponder the weight of their grief and the ever-present threat of Loki's mischief. 8. The Pursuit of Loki. After causing the death of Balder and refusing to mourn him, Loki knew that his days of roaming free were numbered. The gods would never forgive his deeds, and he foresaw that they would soon hunt him down, seeking either to bind him or end his life. With this grim certainty, Loki retreated to the rugged mountains far from the reach of Asgard. In the solitude of the wilderness, Loki constructed a cunning refuge. He built a hut with 4 doors, each facing a different direction and always left ajar. This ensured that he could escape quickly in any direction should the gods come for him. The hut stood near the Frenanger Force, a powerful waterfall that cascaded down the rocky cliffs. Loki's mind was a constant whirl of schemes and counter-schemes, and he devised a plan to evade his pursuers by transforming into a salmon and hiding in the turbulent waters below. One evening, as the setting sun cast long shadows over the mountains, Loki sat in his hut, his nimble fingers working swiftly to weave a net from twine. He pondered his plan, aware that while he could slip through hooks and grasping hands, the gods might use a net like that of Ran, the sea goddess, to catch him. He needed to ensure his escape route was foolproof. Suddenly, a movement on the horizon caught Loki's sharp eyes. Odin, Kvasir, and Thor were approaching. Their figures loomed larger as they closed in on his hideaway. Realizing that his time was up, Loki acted swiftly. He threw the unfinished net into the fire, where it sizzled and burned, leaving only charred remnants behind. Bursting through one of the open doors, he raced to the waterfall. In a heartbeat, he transformed into a sleek salmon and plunged into the frothing waters, seeking refuge among the stones at the bottom of the stream. Moments later, the gods reached the hut. They searched it thoroughly, but it appeared empty. Odin's keen eye noticed the smoldering remains of the net on the hearth. He gestured to the others, and they gathered around the fireplace, pondering its significance. Kvasir, wise and perceptive, spoke first. This net, or what's left of it, suggests Loki's plan. He might have transformed into a creature of the river. We should weave a similar net and drag the stream. It's the most logical way to flush him out. Thor, nodding in agreement, replied, "If Loki seeks to evade us as a salmon, we'll catch him in his own trap." With grim determination, they set to work, fashioning a new net from sturdy materials. Once finished, they moved to the waterfall and cast the net into the waters. The first drag of the stream proved futile. Loki, now a salmon, skillfully evaded their efforts, hiding between 2 large stones at the bottom. But the gods were relentless. They weighted the net to reach deeper and tried again. Loki sensed the danger, and with a powerful thrust of his tail, he leaped upstream, narrowly escaping the grasping mesh. On their third attempt, the gods spread the net wide and swept it through the entire breadth of the stream. As the net tightened, Loki, still in his salmon form, saw no way out. In a desperate bid for freedom, he leaped high into the air, shimmering in the last light of day. Thor, with the reflexes of a warrior and the strength of a god, was ready. He lunged forward and caught the leaping salmon in midair. His grip was like iron, and though Loki wriggled and twisted, he could not break free. Thor held him fast by the tail, his hold so firm that the salmon's body tapered sharply at the end, a feature that would forever mark the species. Thor's voice thundered across the stream. "I have you now, trickster! Your schemes and transformations won't save you this time." Loki, unable to transform back into his true form while in Thor's grasp, thrashed helplessly. The gods had finally caught their elusive foe, and they would soon mete out the punishment he had long evaded. 9. Loki's punishment. After being captured by Thor, Loki was dragged before the assembled gods, his shape-shifting abilities rendered useless by the mighty grip that still held him fast. His defiance had finally led him to this dire fate, and he could no longer escape the consequences of his actions. Sullen and silent, Loki resumed his true form, the arrogant glint in his eyes now replaced by a sullen resignation. The gods, grim and determined, bound him tightly and began their journey to a remote, dark cavern, far from the light of Asgard. There, they would mete out a punishment fitting for the architect of such chaos and destruction. The cavern was cold and forbidding, its shadows deep and impenetrable. Once inside, Loki was forced down onto a jagged rock that jutted out from the cavern floor. With steely resolve, the gods prepared his bonds. No mere ropes or chains would suffice. Instead, they used materials that signified the severity of his punishment. As they secured Loki, Odin chanted a somber prophecy. "Thee on a rock's point, with the entrails of thy ice-cold son, the gods will bind." The gods worked in silence, their faces set in hard lines, each lost in thought about the pain and sorrow Loki's treachery had caused. Once Loki was securely fastened, Odin transformed the bonds into unbreakable adamantine iron with a flourish of his hand. Skadi, the giantess who personified the cold mountain stream, stepped forward, her eyes alight with fierce satisfaction. She carried with her a large serpent, its eyes gleaming with malice, and its fangs dripping with deadly venom. She positioned the serpent directly above Loki's head, securing it so that it would drip its poison unerringly onto his upturned face. But Loki was not to suffer entirely alone. Sigyn, his faithful wife, approached quietly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, but there was no hesitation in her movements. She held a large cup, which she placed under the serpent to catch the venom before it could strike her husband's face. Sigyn's devotion was unwavering, and she took her place by Loki's side, her every gesture filled with a tender resolve. Despite her tireless vigil, there were moments when Sigyn had to leave to attend to other matters. During these brief intervals, the venom would drip onto Loki's face, causing him excruciating pain. His body would convulse and twist in agony, and his cries would echo through the cavern, shaking the very earth above. In this torment, Loki would remain until the arrival of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. On that fateful day, his bonds would finally break, and he would rise to join the final battle. In the cataclysmic struggle that would ensue, Loki and Heimdall, the ever-vigilant watchmen of the gods, would face each other in a final, deadly duel. Both would fall, their destinies intertwined in mutual destruction. Loki's punishment was a grim reflection of his deeds, a fitting end for the trickster who had brought so much turmoil to the realms of gods and men. And through it all, Sigyn remained her silent vigil, testament to her unyielding love and loyalty. 10. Loki's Day. In the transition from Norse mythology to the Christian era, the gods of the old pantheon underwent significant transformations. Loki, once a complex figure embodying both mischief and chaos, was reduced in status and identity as the new religion took hold. The once powerful and cunning trickster god found himself equated with Saturn, another deity who had been stripped of his former divine majesty and reimagined as a demon. Both Loki and Saturn were recast in the role of Satan, symbolizing evil and deceit. The transformation of Loki's day before Christianity's influence, the last day of the week was dedicated to Loki, reflecting his importance in Norse culture. This day was known as Laugardag in Old Norse, meaning wash day. This designation likely stemmed from the tradition of weekly bathing, a customary activity among the Norse people, and indirectly tied to Loki's chaotic yet integral role in their mythological worldview. As Norse culture evolved and interacted with neighboring societies, the significance of Laugardag changed. In English, it became Saturday, a name that carries a story of its own, influenced by both Roman and Germanic traditions. The English name Saturday appears to be derived from the Roman god Saturn. However, in the context of Norse mythology and Germanic linguistics, there is an intriguing twist. The day was sometimes referred to as Sater's Day. Sater in Germanic mythology is often linked to the Teutonic god of agriculture and harvest, who was a representation of Saturn. But deeper beneath this surface, some scholars suggest that Sater might have been another personification of Loki, reflecting his trickster and ambush qualities. Loki, in his guise as Sater, was seen as a thief in ambush. This title aligns with Loki's well-known reputation for deceit and subterfuge, always lurking in the shadows, ready to stir trouble. This reinterpretation, under the influence of Germanic culture, shows how Loki's role morphed from a divine figure in the Norse pantheon to a demonized entity, mirroring the agricultural and time-related attributes of Saturn, while also encapsulating the unpredictability and trickery Loki was known for. The connection with Saturn. Saturn's role in Roman mythology as the god of time and agriculture made him a fitting parallel to Loki in this transformed context. Both figures were seen as agents of change and upheaval, often with destructive or destabilizing consequences. As Christianity spread across Europe, Loki and Saturn were conflated with Satan, further cementing their roles as harbingers of chaos and symbols of the old, now demonized pagan world. The transition from Laugardag to Saturday reflects the broader cultural shifts and syncretism that occurred as Christianity supplanted the old religions. The reimagining of Loki as a demonic figure aligns with the broader demonization of pagan deities, who were often recast as evil entities in the Christian worldview. This transformation highlights how the cultural and religious shifts of the time were reflected in the changing names and significances of days of the week. Part 2, Other Mythical Beings, Chapter 22, The Valkyrs. 1. The Battle Maidens. The Valkyries, or Valkyriar, as they are known in Old Norse, are a group of powerful female deities who play a pivotal role in Norse mythology. They are often depicted as mounted warriors who ride across the skies, overseeing battles and selecting the fallen heroes who are deemed worthy to join Odin's Hall of Valhalla. Their role in battle. The Valkyries are said to descend upon battlefields, their armor gleaming and their weapons flashing. They ride their steeds, often described as winged horses or swans, and they move with an otherworldly grace that sets them apart from the mortal warriors around them. Their presence is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, for they are not merely observers of the conflict, but active participants. Choosing the slain. With their spears and swords, the Valkyries engage in the fighting, their divine strength and skill granting them an advantage over even the most seasoned warriors. But their primary task is not to engage in combat, but to select the fallen heroes who will be taken to Valhalla. They roam the battlefield, their keen eyes scanning the fallen, searching for those who have displayed exceptional courage and valor in the face of death. Those chosen for Valhalla. The Valkyries are said to be guided by Odin's will in their selection, and they choose only those who have met Odin's standards for bravery and honor. These fallen warriors are deemed worthy to join Odin's Einherjar, the elite band of warriors who will fight alongside him in the final battle of Ragnarok. The Valkyries in myth and legend. The Valkyries appear in numerous Norse myths and legends, often playing key roles in the stories of heroes and kings. They are often portrayed as strong, independent women who are not afraid to challenge even the gods themselves. They are also seen as compassionate figures who offer solace and guidance to the dying. Examples from Eddas and sagas. In the Prose Edda, the goddess Frigg is described as sending her Valkyries to choose the fallen heroes. The Valkyries are also said to serve mead to the Einherjar in Valhalla. The Poetic Edda. The Poetic Edda contains several poems that mention the Valkyries, including Voluspa and Grimnismal. In Voluspa, the Valkyries are described as riding on steeds and selecting the fallen heroes. In Grimnismal, Odin tells the disguised king Geirröd about the Valkyries and their role in Valhalla. The Volsunga Saga. The Volsunga Saga tells the story of the hero Sigurd, who is visited by 3 Valkyries, who prophesy his death. The Valkyries also play a role in the death of Sigurd's wife Brynhildr. Conclusion. The Valkyries are a fascinating and complex group of figures in Norse mythology. They are both powerful warriors and compassionate figures, playing a vital role in the Norse worldview. Their presence in myths and legends has inspired countless artists and writers, and they continue to capture the imagination of people today. 2. The Valkyries, numbers, duties, and names. The Valkyries play a prominent role in Norse mythology, encompassing their numbers, duties, and names as follows. Numbers of Valkyries. In Norse mythology, the exact number of Valkyries is uncertain and varies across different sources. Mythologists and texts propose numbers ranging from 3 to 16, with 9 being a commonly cited figure. This variability reflects the diverse interpretations and traditions within Norse mythology, where specific details can vary. Duties of Valkyries. Valkyries are primarily known for their role in choosing fallen warriors from battlefields to join Odin's army in Valhalla, the Hall of Slain Heroes. They are fierce shield maidens who determine the fate of warriors in combat, selecting those deemed worthy to enter the afterlife. Additionally, Valkyries are associated with fate and destiny, often portrayed as weaving or influencing the outcomes of mortal lives. Names of Valkyries. Several Valkyries are named in Old Norse literature, particularly in texts like the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, attributed to Snorri Sturluson. Examples of Valkyrie names include Skuld, Skaugl, Skaugl, Gunnar, Hildur, Rota, Skogul, Geirskogul. These names signify the individual identities and roles of Valkyries in Norse mythology, each potentially representing different aspects of battle, fate, or the afterlife. Example from Old Norse sources. In the Poetic Edda, particularly in the poem Grimnismal and the prophecy of Ragnarok in the Voluspa, Valkyries are mentioned in relation to their roles in battle and their connection to Odin's host of warriors. 3. Volund and the Valkyrs. The tale of Volund, a skilled smith, and his encounter with the Valkyries is a captivating blend of love, loss, and vengeance, deeply rooted in Norse mythology. It's a story that has captivated audiences for centuries, showcasing the power of love, the depths of despair, and the cunning of a wronged individual seeking retribution. The Swan Maidens and their captivity. The story begins with three Valkyries, Olrun, Alvit, and Svanvit, enjoying a secluded swim in a tranquil lake. As fate would have it, three brothers, Egil, Slagfinn, and Volund, stumble upon the scene. Seeing an opportunity, they seize the Valkyries' cloaks, the source of their ability to fly and traverse between realms. This act binds the Valkyries to the mortal realm, forcing them into an unwanted marriage with the brothers. 9 years of bondage and the yearning for freedom. For 9 years, the Valkyries remain with their mortal husbands, their hearts yearning for their celestial home and the freedom they once possessed. The Lay of Volund, an Old Norse poem, beautifully captures their longing. There they stayed, 7 winters through, but all the 8th were with longing seized, and in the 9th fate parted them. The maidens yearned for the murky wood, the young Alvit, fate to fulfill. Alvit's return and Volund's imprisonment. As the years pass, Alvit's love for Volund deepens, and she finds a way to break the spell that binds her to earth. With her cloak back in her possession, she escapes, leaving Volund heartbroken and yearning for her return. Meanwhile, Nidud, the ruthless king of Sweden, learns of Volund's exceptional skills as a smith and his possession of Alvit's precious ring. Driven by greed and envy, Nidud captures Volund, hamstrings him to prevent escape, and seizes his magical sword in the ring. Volund's cunning plan for revenge. Despite his physical limitations and the constant torment inflicted by the king, Volund's spirit remains unbroken. He secretly crafts a pair of wings, mimicking the Valkyrie's ability to fly, and devises a cunning plan for revenge. A grisly display of vengeance. Luring the king's sons into his smithy, Volund murders them in a fit of rage and despair. He then transforms their remains into objects, goblets from their skulls, jewels from their eyes and teeth. Blinded by grief, the king and queen accept these gifts as tokens of mourning. Bodvild's visit and Volund's escape. Bodvild, the king's daughter, visits the smithy to have her ring repaired. Volund seizes the opportunity, drugging her and reclaiming Alvit's ring. Donning his crafted wings, he takes flight, soaring above the palace. From his aerial vantage point, he proclaims his crimes to the enraged king. Forced by Volund's signal, his brother Egil, also imprisoned by the king, shoots an arrow, but Volund cleverly directs the shot, ensuring his escape unharmed. He declares that Odin, the All-Father, will bestow his magical sword upon a worthy hero, a prophecy that would come true in the legend of Sigurd. A new beginning, or perhaps not. The legend suggests Volund flies to Alfheim, the realm of the Light Elves, and reunites with his beloved Alvit. There, he resumes his craft, forging legendary weapons that would be wielded by heroes throughout the ages. Brunhild and the Legacy of Swan Maidens. Volund's story is not the only tale of Valkyries and mortals. Brunhild, the wife of the legendary hero Sigurd, is another prominent figure in Norse mythology. Countless tales exist of these celestial maidens who found themselves entangled with the destinies of humans. 4. Brunhild in Norse mythology. Brunhild's tales are numerous and diverse, making it a challenge to stitch together a single coherent narrative. Here we draw mainly from the Volsunga saga, supplemented by other traditions as needed. Odin's Judgment. Brunhild, daughter of Budli and sister to Atli, hails from Limdalir under King Hymir's rule. She's known for her prowess as a shield maiden and earns the esteemed role of Valkyrie under Odin. During a clash between two kings, Jomgunnar and Agnar, Odin backs Jomgunnar, but Brunhild favors Agnar, ensuring his triumph against Odin's will. Enraged, Odin penalizes Brunhild by piercing her with a sleep-inducing thorn, condemning her to an indefinite slumber. He decrees she'll no longer secure victories in battle, awakening only to wed. Brunhild, defiant as ever, stipulates she'll marry only one who fears not. Odin agrees, encasing her in a fortress atop Hindarfjall, circled by unquenchable fire. Only a man of rare courage can breach this fiery barrier, deterring the ordinary. As per saga, Sigurd acquires the ability to comprehend birds after tasting Fafnir's dragon blood. They inform him of the dormant beauty on Hindarfjall, advising him to traverse fire and strip her armor for awakening. A bird predicts Sigurd's future union with Gudrun. daughter of King Yuki. Scaling Hindarfjall, Sigurd braves the flames, finding Brunhild, whose chainmail he cuts to rouse. She awakens, recognizing Sigurd, proffering enchanted mead, imparting runes, wisdom, and life skills. Love blossoms, vows exchanged. Fate twists. Runes include Eäl's protection, pertinent as Sigurd's memory of Brunhild fades via potion. Post-encounter, Sigurd ventures. Freed, Brunhild weaves tapestries of his feats in Hlimdalir. Sigurd visits King Heimir. Love rekindles. Despite devotion pledges, Brunhild, foreseeing Gudrun's union, declines, vowing shield maiden life. Sigurd swears exclusivity, offering Andvari's ring. Misfortune starts. Sigurd quests. Brunhild dreams Gudrun, who visits, troubled. Dream shared, Brunhild warns potion will erase Sigurd's memory. Grimhild schemes. Gudrun, distraught, departs. As foreseen, Sigurd arrives Nibelungs. Grimhild, coveting power, erases Sigurd's love, binding him to Gudrun. Sigurd bonds with Gunnar. Hogni sires Sigmund with Gudrun. Grimhild's ambitions extend to securing Brunhild as a bride for her eldest son, Gunnar. Gunnar and his retinue journey to Brunhild's father, Budli, threatening to ravage his kingdom unless he consents to the marriage. Though Brunhild initially prefers to lead her own troops in defense, Budli forces her to comply by threatening to strip her of all support. She returns to Hlimdalir, surrounding her home with flames, vowing to marry only a man who can pass through the fire. Gunnar, lacking Sigurd's bravery, fails to cross the fire on his horse, and even when he borrows Sigurd's steed, Grani, he is unable to breach the flames. He turns to Sigurd for help. Using a magic spell from Grimhild, Sigurd assumes Gunnar's form and crosses the fire effortlessly to propose to Brunhild. Despite recognizing the unparalleled feat of crossing the flames, Brunhild consents to the union under her previous oath. Sigurd, disguised as Gunnar, spends 3 nights with Brunhild. To preserve her chastity, he places a sword between them each night and takes Andvari's ring from her finger, replacing it with another. This ring he later gifts to Gudrun upon his return to the Nibelungs. Brunhild prepares for her wedding, and before leaving, entrusts her daughter Aslaug, born from her union with Sigurd, to King Heimir. Once she joins Gunnar in Burgundy, the spell on Sigurd wears off, and his memories of Brunhild return, but by then, both are entangled in their respective marriages, unable to act on their love. The tragic end. Brunhild and Gudrun's relationship deteriorates rapidly. While bathing together in the Rhine, a dispute erupts. Brunhild asserts her superiority, claiming her husband is above Gudrun's. Gudrun retorts that Sigurd, not Gunnar, crossed the flames to win Brunhild and reveals Andvari's ring as proof. This revelation shatters Brunhild. Gudrun, confused by Brunhild's misery, given her wealth and noble marriage, plans to ask her directly about her true desires. Sigurd warns against it, but Gudrun, driven by curiosity, approaches Brunhild the next day. Brunhild confesses her despair, envying Gudrun's union with Sigurd and predicting the downfall of the Nibelungs. She curses Grimhild for using magic to steal Sigurd's memory and scorns Gunnar for his deception. Overwhelmed by grief, Brunhild withdraws into seclusion, refusing food and sleep, tearing apart her tapestries and weeping incessantly. Eventually, Sigurd, urged by a remorseful Gudrun, seeks to console Brunhild. Despite his attempts to reconcile her to her marriage with Gunnar and his own devotion to her, Brunhild remains resolute in her desire for death over breaking her vows. Sigurd, heartbroken, leaves her, acknowledging her steadfastness. Brunhild, in her anguish, deceives Gunnar into believing that Sigurd has wronged her and demands his death or hers. Bound by a blood oath, Gunnar and Hogni cannot kill Sigurd themselves, so they manipulate their brother Guttorm, who has not sworn the oath, into murdering Sigurd. In a final act of defiance, Sigurd mortally wounds Guttorm before succumbing to his injuries. Brunhild's vengeance fulfilled, she laughs as she witnesses the Nibelung's grief, yet her triumph is fleeting as she prepares to join Sigurd in death, sealing their tragic love story. Chapter 23, The Giants Won. Jotunheim, the land of the giants. In the rich tapestry of Norse mythology, Jotunheim stands out as one of the 9 realms, the rugged and hostile home of the Jotnar, or giants. These beings, also known as the Jotuns, embody the primal forces of nature and chaos, often standing in opposition to the gods of Asgard. Jotunheim is a land of stark contrasts, a place where the untamed wilderness reflects the formidable and often antagonistic nature of its inhabitants. The geography and nature of Jotunheim. Jotunheim, also known as Jotunheimer, is depicted as a wild and treacherous land lying at the fringes of the cosmos, separated from Asgard by the vast and impassable river Ifing. The Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson provides vivid descriptions of this realm, characterized by its harsh, rugged landscapes and inhospitable conditions. Here, towering mountains rise against the sky and deep, shadowy forests stretch endlessly, creating a realm that mirrors the giants' untamed and formidable nature. On that day, when Thor and Loki journeyed to Jotunheim, they crossed Ifing, the river that never freezes, the boundary between the land of men and the realm of giants. Prose Edda. Gylfaginning. Jotunheim is divided into several regions, each with its own unique geography and inhabitants. Some of the most notable regions include Utgard, the outermost part of Jotunheim, where the mighty giant Utgard Loki reigns, and Thrymheim, the home of the frost giants, with its icy expanses and cold winds. Each area of Jotunheim is fraught with danger, reflecting the giants' chaotic and often malevolent influence on the world. The inhabitants. The giants of Jotunheim come in many forms, from the elemental frost giants and fire giants to the more human-like rock giants. They are often depicted as enemies of the gods, particularly of Thor, who is their chief adversary. Despite their antagonistic roles, the giants are also seen as essential to the balance of the cosmos, embodying the necessary forces of destruction and chaos. One of the most famous giants of Jotunheim is Thrym, the king of the frost giants. In the poem Thrymskvida from the Poetic Edda, Thrym steals Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and demands the goddess Freya as his bride in exchange for its return. This tale not only highlights the cunning and strength of the giants, but also their role in the mythological narrative as both challengers and integral parts of the cosmic balance. When the gods were most concerned, Thor's hammer was missing. Thrym, the lord of the giants, had taken it and hidden it 8 leagues beneath the earth. Poetic Edda, Thrymskvida. Another prominent figure is Utgard Loki, a cunning and powerful giant who rules over the outermost fortress in Jotunheim. In the story recounted in the Prose Edda, Thor and his companions visit Utgard Loki, only to be deceived and bested in a series of challenges that reveal the giant's intelligence and cunning. Utgard Loki welcomed Thor and his companions into his hall and set before them challenges that tested their strength and wits, revealing that even the mighty Thor could be humbled by the tricks of the giants. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. The role of Jotunheim in Norse mythology. Jotunheim serves as a constant reminder of the chaos and wildness that exist beyond the orderly realms of the gods. It is a place where the boundaries of civilization break down and the raw forces of nature reign supreme. The giants, with their immense strength and connection to the elemental forces, represent the untamed aspects of the world that the gods must continually strive to control. Despite their frequent clashes with the gods, the giants are also portrayed as having a complex relationship with them. They are not merely adversaries, but are also involved in the creation and ongoing maintenance of the cosmos. For instance, the giant Ymir, whose body was used to create the world, is a primordial figure whose existence underscores the deep connection between the giants and the very fabric of reality. In the beginning, there was only Ginnungagap, the yawning void. From the melting ice emerged Ymir, the first of the giants, whose body the gods used to shape the world. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. This duality is further explored in the myth of the giantess Skadi, who marries the god Njord as part of a truce. Skadi's story highlights how the giants and gods, despite their conflicts, are deeply interconnected and essential to the Norse understanding of the world. Skadi, clad in armor and wielding her bow, came to Asgard to seek vengeance for her father's death, but instead of bloodshed, a marriage was brokered and Skadi became part of the gods' world. Prose Edda, Gylfaginning. Conclunheim, with its towering mountains and dense forests, represents the wild, untamed forces that contrast with the order and civilization of Asgard. The giants who inhabit this realm are more than mere antagonists. They are essential players in the mythological narrative, embodying the necessary chaos that ensures the balance of the cosmos. Through their interactions with the gods, the giants highlight the complex interplay between order and chaos, creation and destruction, which lies at the heart of Norse mythology. 2. The origin of the mountains. In Germanic and Norse mythology, the rugged and dramatic features of the natural landscape are often attributed to the actions and presence of giants, known as Jotnar. These ancient beings, embodiments of primal forces and chaos, were believed to have played a significant role in shaping the earth itself. Myths from these traditions explain the creation of mountains and valleys, as well as the formation of rivers and streams, through captivating tales that highlight the giants' influence on the natural world. The giants' footprints and creation of the landscape. According to Germanic legends, the uneven surface of the earth was formed by the giants who roamed it during the time of creation. As these colossal beings traversed the freshly formed and still malleable earth, their massive footprints left deep impressions, which eventually became the valleys and hills we see today. The weight and size of these giants were so immense that their very presence marred the smoothness of the young earth, giving rise to its varied topography. In these legends, the giantesses, wives of the giants, also played a role in shaping the land. Overwhelmed with sorrow at the sight of their husbands' deep imprints on the earth, they shed copious tears. These tears flowed into the depressions created by the giants' feet, forming streams and rivers that wove through the landscape. The giants and the mountains. The idea that giants were responsible for the formation of mountains is a recurring theme in Northern European folklore. In the cold, mountainous regions of Scandinavia, people believed that the giants, or Jotnar, personified the mountains themselves. These towering beings were thought to dwell in the high peaks and were seen as inseparable from the mountains they inhabited. The Scandinavian belief system even linked the word for high, snow-covered peaks, Jokul, to the word Jotun, meaning giant. In the high north, where mountains reach towards the sky, the peaks are known as Jokul, a word that ties back to the Jotnar, or giants. These peaks are seen as the very essence of the giants, standing tall and mighty. This belief was particularly strong in Iceland, where the term Jokul, glacier, directly connects to the concept of giants. The highest and most formidable peaks in Iceland are still referred to by this term, suggesting that even the land's geography speaks of its mythic past. Giants in modern folklore. Even today, remnants of these ancient beliefs persist in the folklore of European countries. In Switzerland, for instance, the lofty peaks covered in perpetual snow are often associated with giants. Local tales recount the time when these colossal beings purportedly roamed the earth. When avalanches cascade down the mountainsides, it is said that the giants are shaking off part of their icy burdens from their brows and shoulders. When the snows come tumbling down in mighty avalanches, the people say the giants who rest beneath the snow and rock have stirred, shaking off part of their icy cloaks. Similarly, in the Riesengebirge, or Giant Mountains of Germany, the name itself echoes the enduring legacy of giants in local folklore. These mountains were believed to be the abode of giants, who could only move about in darkness or fog and were said to turn to stone when touched by the first rays of sunlight. In the giant mountains, the Riesengebirge, it was believed that giants roamed freely in the dark and foggy mists, but as soon as the sunlight touched them, they were turned to stone, becoming part of the mountains themselves. Conclusion. The legends of giants in Germanic and Scandinavian folklore provide a captivating explanation for the formation of the Earth's varied landscape. Through their colossal presence and actions, the giants left an indelible mark on the natural world, shaping mountains, valleys, and rivers that continue to define the land. These myths not only offer a glimpse into the cultural imagination of ancient peoples, but also connect us to a time when the natural world was viewed as a living, breathing entity, shaped by the deeds of primordial beings. 3. The first gods, origins of the giants. In Norse mythology, the giants, known as Jotnar, were ancient beings deeply connected to the elemental forces of nature. They trace their lineage back to Fornjotnar, also identified with Ymir, the primeval giant whose body formed the basis of the world. According to myth, Fornjotnar had 3 notable sons who embodied fundamental aspects of nature: Hlur, sea; Kari, air; and Loki, fire. These 3 beings constituted the earliest trinity, regarded as the first gods and progenitors of various giant races and creatures across the cosmos. Descendants and offspring. The lineage of Frinjotnir's sons gave rise to a diverse array of beings, each representing their elemental origins. Lur, sea. Sometimes referred to as a gear, Lur was associated with the vast oceans and seas. He fathered sea giants such as Mimir, Gymir, and Grendel, figures prominent in Norse mythology for their roles in sea-related sagas and myths. Kari, air. Personifying the air and winds, Kari fathered storm giants like Thiassi, Thrym, and Beli. These giants were portrayed as powerful entities capable of harnessing the forces of nature in formidable ways. Loki. Loki, renowned as the cunning trickster in Norse mythology, embodied the element of fire. His offspring included monstrous beings like the Fenris wolf, destined to play pivotal roles in Ragnarok, the prophesied final battle of the gods, and Hel, ruler of the realm of the dead. Cultural and historical influence. The concept of giant ancestry extended beyond mythology into historical narratives and claims to royal lineage. For example, the Merovingian kings of the Franks traced their lineage to a sea giant who emerged from the waves in the form of an ox, marrying a queen and giving birth to Merovius, progenitor of their royal dynasty. Giants in later mythology and folklore. Even after the rise of Christianity, giants remained prominent figures in Northern European myths and fairy tales. They were often depicted as adversaries to Christian symbols and practices, reflecting broader cultural tensions between pagan beliefs and the Christian order. Conclusion. The giants of Norse mythology, descending from the primal giant Frinjotnir, embodied the elemental forces that shaped the mythic world. Their descendants, spanning sea, storm, and fire giants, populated the rich tapestry of Norse mythology, influencing ancient beliefs and enduring in later folklore traditions across Europe. 4. The legend of Thorgaten, the giant in love. In the rich folklore of Scandinavia, particularly associated with the island of Sengen, a captivating tale unfolds, the legend of Senjamand, a giant whose unrequited love led to enduring natural wonders. The giant's unrequited love. Senjamand, a towering giant residing on the island of Sengen, fell deeply in love with a maiden named Juturna Gesta. Despite his affection, she spurned his advances, finding him too old and unattractive for her liking. Enraged by her rejection, Senjamand vowed vengeance upon her and all who surrounded her. The fateful arrow. In a fit of fury, Senjamand unleashed a colossal flint arrow aimed at Juturna Gesta, who lived on the distant island of Grypto, approximately 80 miles away. The arrow, propelled with immense force, posed a mortal threat to the maiden. Torg's heroic intervention. To protect Juturna Gesta from the deadly arrow, another giant named Torg intervened heroically. Torg hurled his enormous hat 1,000 feet high and equally vast in width to intercept the hurtling projectile. Astonishingly, the arrow pierced through Torg's hat, narrowly missing its intended target, but leaving a significant mark. The transformation and legacy. Recognizing his failure and fearing Torg's potential retaliation, Senjamand attempted a desperate escape on horseback. However, at that precise moment, the sun crested above the horizon, casting its transformative rays upon Senjamand, his steed, and the arrow. Instantly turned to stone, they metamorphosed into what is now known as Thorgaten Mountain, a remarkable landmark renowned for its distinctive features. Stone arrow, an upright obelisk believed to be the petrified form of the arrow itself. Hole in the mountain, a prominent opening measuring 289 feet in height and 88 feet in width, said to be the puncture created by the arrow passing through Torg's colossal hat. Senjamand's statue, a natural formation resembling a horseman on Sengen Island, depicted as riding a monumental steed draped in a broad cloak. Conclusion. The legend of Thorgaten weaves together themes of love, vengeance, and transformation, resonating through the geological features and local beliefs of the region. It stands as a testament to the enduring power of mythology in explaining natural phenomena and captivating the imaginations of generations, reinforcing the connection between folklore and the landscapes that inspire it. 5. Legends of the giants, impact and superstitions. In Northern European folklore, giants are often central to stories that explain natural phenomena and convey cultural values. These tales, passed down through generations, showcase the immense power of giants and their profound impact on the world around them. The giant's wrath and church bells. One enduring legend tells of a mountain giant who was disturbed by the distant peal of church bells echoing over 50 miles away. Irritated by the sound, the giant hurled a massive rock towards the church, attempting to silence the bells. The rock fell short and split into two upon hitting the ground. According to local lore, on Christmas Eve, trolls, who are often linked to giants in folklore, gather at the site. They lift the larger piece of the rock onto golden pillars and revel beneath it, dancing and feasting through the night. Hashed the lady's curiosity and the troll's horn. In another tale, a lady intrigued by the stories of trolls sent her groom to investigate the site where they were said to gather. When he arrived, the trolls appeared and, in a gesture of strange hospitality, offered him a drink from a horn adorned with gold and intricate runes. Instead of drinking, the groom snatched the horn and fled on his horse. The trolls gave chase, but he managed to escape by riding through a stubble field and across running water, both believed to be impassable barriers for trolls, according to local superstitions. The curse and protective measures. Although the groom successfully escaped with the horn, the trolls were not ready to give up. They came to the lady's residence the following day, demanding the return of their prized horn. When she refused, they cursed her castle, proclaiming it would burn down whenever the horn was taken from its grounds. This curse seemed to hold true, as the castle reportedly caught fire and burned down 3 times whenever the horn was removed, reinforcing the belief in the trolls' mystical powers and the significance of adhering to their demands. The giants' movements and landscape formation. Giants in folklore were not only figures of immense power, but also movers of the earth itself. Their movements were thought to shape the very landscape. Legends attribute the creation of sandhills in northern Germany and Denmark to the giants' activities. As these colossal beings traveled across the land, they were said to drop great masses of earth and sand, leaving behind hills and mounds that dotted the countryside. Conclusion. These legends of giants are more than mere tales. They are reflections of the deep-seated beliefs and superstitions of Northern European cultures. Giants, with their extraordinary abilities and interactions with humans, were seen as forces of nature, whose actions explained the creation of natural formations and warned against meddling with the unseen powers of the world. These stories not only entertain, but also provide valuable insights into how ancient societies understood and related to their environment. By intertwining mythological elements with geographic features and human experiences, these legends have woven a rich tapestry of cultural heritage that continues to influence local traditions and narratives today. 6. "Ahoy there, mateys!" boomed Harold, his voice reverberating across the vast deck of the Mythical, a ship of legendary proportions that dwarfed even the greatest vessels known to man. This colossal ship, said to be a veritable floating fortress, was the domain of giants. Its legend told of a captain who patrolled the deck on horseback and of sailors who aged into elders amid its towering rigging. Harold, a seasoned giant with a bushy red beard and a booming laugh, steered the Mythical through the endless expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. His command over the ship was as legendary as the ship itself. However, even the greatest captains can falter. On one fateful journey, a navigational error led them astray. Anxious to return to familiar waters, Harold decided to take a perilous shortcut through the treacherous confines of the North Sea. As the Mythical approached the narrow channel, a murmur of unease rippled through the crew. The familiar vastness of the ocean gave way to suffocatingly close shores, and the mighty Mythical seemed like a trapped behemoth, its massive hull scraping against unseen rocks beneath the surface. Panic threatened to engulf the deck as the ship's progress slowed to a crawl. But Harold, ever the resourceful and indomitable captain, roared a command above the rising fear. "Soap! Lather the starboard side with all your might. We need every inch of clearance those cliffs of Dover can give us." The crew, giants themselves, scrambled to obey. They worked frantically, their calloused hands slicking the immense hull with a thick layer of soap. With each stroke, they poured their hopes and fears into the task, knowing that their very survival depended on their efforts. As the Mythical inched forward, the white cliffs of Dover loomed ominously closer, like the jaws of a great beast ready to swallow them whole. The crew held their breath as the ship brushed against the cliffs. The sickening sound of scraping echoed through the air as a thick layer of soap and some of the ship's hull were left behind on the rocks. The cliffs, now gleaming an unnatural white, stood as a testament to the giant ship's harrowing journey. The foamy waves that lapped against them bore witness to the frantic scrubbing that had saved them from destruction. Emerging from the narrow channel, battered but unbroken, the Mythical sailed on. Tales of their daring voyage spread far and wide, adding to the ship's already legendary status. The legend of the Mythical didn't end there. On another voyage, the mighty ship ventured into the uncharted waters of the Baltic Sea, an area known for its treacherous shallows. The ship became entangled in the sandy shoals. Its massive bulk threatened to be stuck forever in the grasp of the sea. In a desperate bid to lighten the load and free the ship, Harold ordered the crew to jettison a massive amount of ballast. Giant boulders and stones, larger than houses, were cast overboard. According to the tales, these discarded stones did not sink into the depths, but instead transformed into the islands of Bornholm and Christiansø, standing as permanent markers of the Mythical's passage. Conclusion. The legends of the Mythical, the giant ship, intertwine themes of adventure, ingenuity, and the indomitable spirit of the giants. The daring voyage through the Dover Cliffs and the creation of new lands in the Baltic Sea are etched into the annals of maritime lore, serving as a testament to the enduring power of these mythical giants. These stories continue to captivate the imagination, providing a window into a time when the seas were navigated by giants and the natural world was a stage for their incredible feats. Nabshur 7. The Bewitching Princess Ilse and the Curse of Love. In the ancient heart of Thuringia, where the rugged peaks of the Harz Mountains rise majestically and dense forests murmur tales of old, the legend of Princess Ilse, the bewitching daughter of the Ilsenstein giant, captures the imagination of all who hear it. The Enchanting Princess. Princess Ilse, known far and wide as the Beautiful, was renowned for her unparalleled charm and grace. Her beauty was said to rival the brilliance of the stars, drawing knights and noblemen from distant lands to seek her hand in marriage. Despite the attention of many, her heart was devoted to one, the noble lord of Westerberg. Their love was a radiant beacon, a bright flame in the rugged, unforgiving landscape of Thuringia. The Giant's Wrath. However, their love story was not without its dark shadow. Ilse's father, the formidable Ilsenstein giant, was as cold and unyielding as the mountain crags he called home. He scoffed at the notion of his daughter, a creature of legendary beauty and strength, being joined with a mere mortal. The giant's pride could not endure the thought of his bloodline mingling with that of a human. Enraged and feeling betrayed by Ilse's defiance, he forbade her from seeing the Lord of Westerberg. His voice, like thunder, rumbled through the valleys, a stark command echoing through the landscape. But Princess Ilse, possessed of a spirit as fiery as her beauty, continued to meet her beloved in secret, their love undeterred by the giant's tyrannical decree. The creation of the chasm. Determined to put an end to their love, the giant's fury grew. In a fit of rage, he reached across the land with his colossal hands, his fingers tearing into the earth as though it were mere clay. With a roar that shook the heavens, he created a vast chasm between his mountaintop dwelling and the Westerberg castle, a gaping divide meant to forever separate the lovers. Faced with this insurmountable obstacle, Princess Ilse found herself at a heartbreaking crossroads. Her spirit, though strong, was now tested by the cruel twist of fate and her father's relentless opposition. Standing on the edge of the precipice, she gazed into the turbulent waters below, the river's swift current, a beckoning escape from her father's oppression and the sorrow of separation from her love. Transformation into an Undine. In an act of desperate love and defiance, Ilse cast herself into the raging torrent. Her cries of anguish echoed through the valley, a poignant and mournful song carried by the wind. Yet instead of meeting her end in the churning waters, she was transformed by the magic of the land into an Undine, a water nymph bound to the crystal-clear waters of the stream. For many years, Princess Ilse remained in the cool embrace of the stream, her ethereal beauty undiminished by time. Occasionally, she would rise from the waters, her voice as soft and captivating as the murmuring flow, enchanting those who wandered near. Legends even tell of the mighty Emperor Henry succumbing to her spell, drawn to the captivating allure of her watery domain. The legend endures. The last recorded sighting of Princess Ilse was said to have occurred a century ago on the Christian festival of Pentecost. To this day, the people of Thuringia hold on to the belief that she still dwells in the stream, her fair arms occasionally appearing amidst the waterfall's spray, beckoning to those who might be tempted to join her in her watery realm. The sound of the cascading water, locals say, is imbued with her voice, a timeless lament of a love that defied the might of giants and etched its own enduring path in the annals of legend. The haunting melody of the falls continues to echo her story, a tale of beauty, love, and defiance that remains an integral part of Thuringia's rich tapestry of folklore. Hashtara 8. The Giantess's Plaything. Long before mankind laid claim to the earth, giants roamed freely as its first inhabitants. Towering and powerful, they were the rulers of all they surveyed. However, as time passed, these mighty beings saw their dominion gradually usurped by the rise of humankind. Resigned to their fate, the giants withdrew to the remote, desolate corners of the world, raising their children far from the burgeoning human civilizations. In one of these secluded realms, a young giantess named Alvida grew up, sheltered and unaware of the ever-changing world beyond her home. Curious and adventurous, she often wandered far from her father's domain, exploring the vast landscapes that stretched endlessly before her. One day, during one of her explorations, Alvida stumbled upon a lush, inhabited valley, a sight she had never seen before. Her eyes, wide with wonder, fell upon a farmer diligently plowing the hillside with his team of sturdy horses. To her naive mind, accustomed only to the solitude of the giant's world, this scene was the most fascinating and peculiar toy imaginable. With a mischievous grin, she swooped down, scooping up the farmer, his horses, and his plow in her enormous hands, bundling them into her apron as if they were a cherished prize. Delighted with her discovery, Alvida hurried home, eager to show her father the remarkable plaything she had found. "Father, look!" she exclaimed, her voice echoing through their cavernous home. "I found the most curious toy in the valley. Isn't it wonderful?" Her father, Ymir, a wise and ancient giant with a heart burdened by the knowledge of ages, looked at her with a mixture of sorrow and understanding. He gently took the farmer and his team from her apron, gazing at the tiny, trembling figures in his massive palm. "My dear Alvida," Ymir began, his voice heavy with a sadness she did not yet comprehend, "these are not toys. They are humans, small and fragile, yes, but they are the future of this world." Alvida's face fell, confusion clouding her innocent eyes. "But they are so tiny and weak," she protested. "How can they be the future?" Ymir sighed deeply and knelt before her, bringing himself closer to her level. "Once, we giants were the rulers of this earth," he explained. "We shaped the mountains and carved the valleys. But the world is changing, and with it, the balance of power. These humans, though they seem insignificant now, will grow and multiply. They will build cities and kingdoms, and their influence will spread across the land. We giants, my dear, are destined to become the stories and myths of their future." Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, Ymir added, "We must return them to where they belong. To them, we are the stuff of nightmares and legends. Their place is not here with us." Reluctantly, Alvida followed her father back to the valley, where they carefully returned the farmer, his horses, and his plow to the very spot from which she had taken them. The farmer, bewildered and awestruck, gazed up at the towering figures with a mixture of fear and gratitude, unaware of the profound shift his brief encounter had signified. As they walked back home, Ymir's voice broke the silence. "This world will always remember us, Alvida. In their stories and their fears, we will live on. But our time as rulers has passed. We must learn to coexist with these new beings and find peace in our new role in the shadows of their world." The encounter left Alvida with a heavy heart and a newfound understanding of the fragile balance between power and change. The giants, once the masters of the earth, were now retreating into the realm of legend, their presence lingering only in the edges of human memory. In the years that followed, Alvida would often look out over the valleys, watching the tiny figures of humans moving below. She would remember her father's words and the day she learned the hard truth of their destiny. The giants' era of dominion had ended, but in their hearts and in the myths of humankind, they would remain forever. Conclusion. The tale of Alvida and the farmer encapsulates the poignant transition from a world dominated by giants to one where humans began to assert their dominance. It serves as a timeless reminder of how the balance of power shifts and evolves, often leaving behind those who once ruled unchallenged. In this legend, the giantess's innocent play highlights the bittersweet reality of a fading era where the great and powerful must make way for the small and determined. Chapter 24, The Dwarfs. 1. Little Men, the origin and nature of dwarfs in Norse mythology. In the intricate and expansive tapestry of Norse mythology, dwarfs, often referred to as black elves or svartalfar, hold a place of profound importance. Emerging from the chaotic remnants of the primordial giant Ymir, these beings were originally formless, wriggling maggots in his decomposing flesh. It was the gods who, recognizing the potential in these small creatures, transformed them into human-like forms, albeit with their distinct dark and mysterious nature. This transformative moment marked the beginning of the dwarfs' journey from mere chaos to entities of significant power and influence in the mythological world. Creation and transformation. According to the Prose Edda, specifically in the Gylfaginning, the gods bestowed shape and purpose upon these primitive beings. The dwarfs, known for their swarthy complexion, green eyes, large heads, and short legs, were distinct from both gods and men. Their peculiar appearance and origins relegated them to the subterranean realms, as it was believed that exposure to sunlight would turn them into stone, a vulnerability shared with other subterranean creatures like trolls in Scandinavian folklore. The dwarfs' connection to the earth not only defined their appearance, but also their role in the cosmos. They were ordered to dwell underground, away from the life-giving and petrifying light of the sun, thus becoming synonymous with the hidden, the mysterious, and the deep-seated power of the earth itself. Intelligence and craftsmanship. Despite their small stature and less imposing physical power compared to the gods, the dwarfs were renowned for their exceptional intelligence and unparalleled craftsmanship. They became the master smiths and artisans of the mythological world. Their creations, imbued with magical properties and extraordinary beauty, include some of the most iconic artifacts in Norse mythology. Mjolnir, Thor's mighty hammer, capable of leveling mountains and striking fear into the hearts of giants. Draupnir, Odin's golden ring, which drips 8 new rings of equal beauty every 9th night, a symbol of endless wealth and prosperity. Gungnir, Odin's spear, known for its perfect aim and unerring strike. Skidbladnir, the ship of the god Freyr, which could be folded into a pouch and always found favorable winds. These marvels were forged with such skill and magical prowess that they became central to the gods' power and the unfolding of numerous mythological narratives. Their role as creators of these artifacts highlights their indispensable contribution to the balance and dynamics of the Norse cosmos. Beyond their craftsmanship, dwarfs were also revered as seers and sages. Their deep understanding of the world and its workings made them invaluable sources of wisdom and prophecy. This aspect is emphasized in the Völuspá, a poem from the Poetic Edda, where dwarfs are recognized among the wise beings who possess knowledge of the past and foresight into the future. Cultural variations. The perception of dwarfs varied across different cultures and regions. In Scandinavian folklore, they were often conflated with other mystical beings such as trolls, kobolds, brownies, goblins, pucks, and the Huldrafolk. Each of these names reflects the local interpretations and characteristics attributed to these mysterious and skilled beings. In Germany, for example, dwarfs were frequently seen as kobolds, house spirits that could either assist with domestic tasks or cause mischief, depending on how they were treated. The overlap of dwarfs with these various entities illustrates their adaptability in myth and folklore, allowing them to embody multiple roles ranging from benevolent helpers to cunning tricksters. In The Legend of the Little Fae by Robert Buchanan, the dwarfs are depicted with an almost endearing quality, emphasizing their enigmatic presence and wisdom. You are the gray troll with the great green eyes, but I love you, gray troll. You are so wise. Tell me this sweet morn, tell me all you know, tell me, was I born, tell me, did I grow? This verse encapsulates the reverence and wonder people had for these ancient beings, who were believed to possess profound secrets and knowledge far beyond human comprehension. Supernatural powers and limitations. Dwarfs were not only master craftsmen, but also wielders of significant magical powers. Their deep connection to the earth and its treasures endowed them with abilities related to metals and minerals. They could imbue objects with enchantments, create powerful runes, and even shapeshift or cast illusions to protect themselves or evade capture. However, their magical prowess had its limitations, particularly concerning sunlight. Much like trolls, exposure to daylight posed a grave threat, turning them to stone and reinforcing their association with the hidden and the subterranean. This vulnerability served to underscore their intrinsic link to the shadowy and mysterious aspects of the natural world. Role in Norse mythology and beyond. The dwarfs' role in Norse mythology is multifaceted and profound. They are the creators of weapons and treasures that play crucial parts in the myths and sagas. Their advice and wisdom are pivotal in times of need, often guiding the gods through perilous situations. Their presence symbolizes the hidden forces of the earth and the unseen power that lies beneath the surface of the world. Their legacy extends beyond Norse mythology into various European folk traditions. As trolls, kobolds, or brownies, they continue to captivate and influence the imagination of people through stories that emphasize their intelligence, craftsmanship, and, at times, their trickery. Conclusion. Dwarfs, or Svartalfar, are integral to the mythological world of the Norse and their cultural descendants. They embody the mysterious, hidden forces of the earth and are revered for their wisdom and unparalleled skill. These little men were not merely mythical creatures, but were symbols of the profound and sometimes dangerous knowledge that lies beneath the world's surface. Their enduring legacy in folklore and mythology highlights the timeless fascination with the unknown and the power of the earth itself. In Norse mythology and European folklore, dwarfs, Svartalfar, are celebrated for their unparalleled craftsmanship and profound mastery of magic, often intertwined with their existence in the subterranean realms they call home. Among their myriad of enchanted artifacts, one stands out for its mystical prowess: the Tarnkappe, a legendary cap that grants its wearer the power of invisibility. The dwarfs and their mystical cap. The Tarnkappe, deriving its name from the German words Tarn, concealment, and Kappa, cap, holds a pivotal role in dwarf mythology. This diminutive red cap bestowed upon its wearer the extraordinary ability to vanish from sight, an essential trait for dwarfs who thrived within the shadows of their underground domains. According to legend, exposure to sunlight posed a dire threat to dwarfs, turning them into stone, a vulnerability shared with trolls in Norse mythology. Numerous tales underscore the significance of the Tarnkappe in dwarf lore. Dwarfs frequently employed its power not only for survival, but also for playful mischief. Hidden from view, they delighted in eavesdropping on human conversations and playfully echoing the last words they overheard. This mischievous activity contributed to the belief that mysterious echoes heard in mountainous regions were in fact the voices of unseen dwarfs. Echoes and invisibility. The invisibility granted by the Tarnkappe served both practical and strategic purposes for dwarfs. It enabled them to move covertly through natural and human domains, gathering intelligence and conducting their affairs without fear of detection. This capability was particularly crucial during dawn, when the rising sun posed a serious risk of exposure and subsequent petrification. The Tarnkappe in sagas and myths. While the Tarnkappe itself isn't explicitly detailed in the primary texts of the Norse Eddas, its concept resonates deeply within the broader tapestry of Northern European mythology. In the medieval German epic Nibelungenlied, the hero Siegfried employs a cloak of invisibility akin to the Tarnkappe to accomplish heroic feats and triumph over adversaries. This illustrates how later medieval tales drew upon earlier Norse and Germanic myths surrounding dwarfs and their enchanted artifacts. Similarly, within the prose Edda's Skaldskaparmal, dwarfs are portrayed as creators of various enchanted items imbued with extraordinary powers, underscoring their association with craftsmanship and arcane knowledge. Cultural impact and legacy. The legacy of the Tarnkappe extends beyond mythology into modern cultural expressions. Its motif of invisibility has inspired countless literary works and popular culture adaptations. From J.R.R. Tolkien's Middle-earth, where hobbits utilize cloaks of concealment, to J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series featuring the invisibility cloak, the Tarnkappe's influence endures as a symbol of magical concealment and protection. In folklore, the Tarnkappe and its role in dwarfish mythology continue to inspire narratives about concealed beings and unseen forces, enriching both local legends and broader tales of the supernatural. At conclusion, the Tarnkappe, with its mystical ability to render its wearer invisible, epitomizes the enchanting lore of dwarfs in Norse mythology and European folklore. As custodians of ancient wisdom and wielders of potent magic, dwarfs navigated the delicate balance between light and darkness, aided by their magical cap. The enduring legacy of the Tarnkappe resonates across cultures, captivating imaginations, and serving as a timeless emblem of secrecy, intrigue, and the hidden realms that shape our understanding of myth and legend. Neshamar 3, The Legend of Kalundborg. Nestled in the serene rolling hills of Zealand, where the lush landscape meets the embrace of the northern sea, lies the quaint village of Kalundborg. This village, with its scenic beauty and quiet charm, was home to a tale that would be whispered through the ages, a tale of love, determination, and the formidable power of a promise, the challenge. In Kalundborg, the formidable Lord of Nesvek ruled with a proud heart and a steely gaze. His daughter Helva was the jewel of the land, her beauty renowned far and wide. Among her many suitors was a man named Esbern Snare. Though humble in origins, Esbern's heart was aflame with a fierce love for Helva, and he was determined to win her hand. Lord Nesvek, with a dismissive wave, set a seemingly impossible condition for the union. "When thou shalt build at Kalundborg a stately church," he declared with a scornful smile, "then will I give thee Helva to wife." Esbern, undeterred by the daunting task, left the Lord's hall with a burning resolve. That very night he journeyed to the ominous Ulshoy Hill, reputed to be the abode of a powerful troll. The villagers spoke of this troll in hushed tones, a creature of immense strength and dark magic. But Esbern's love for Helva was greater than his fear of the troll. Hash the bargain. Under the cloak of night, Esbern stood at Ulshoy Hill and called out to the creature within. "Troll of Ulshoy, hear me, I seek your help." The ground beneath him trembled as a deep voice rumbled from the depths. "Who dares disturb my rest?" the troll bellowed, his voice reverberating through the night. "It is I, Esbern Snare," came the unwavering reply. "I need you to build a church at Kalundborg. Name your price." From the shadows the troll emerged, a towering figure with eyes glowing like smoldering coals. "I will build your church," the troll growled, "but when it is finished, you must tell me my name or forfeit your eyes and heart." Esbern, driven by his love for Helva, agreed to the perilous bargain. With that, the troll set to work. The sounds of construction filled the air day and night as stones were hewn and set with superhuman speed. A magnificent church began to rise, its form taking shape against the backdrop of Kalundborg's landscape. The desperation. As the church neared completion, Esbern's anxiety grew. The troll's name remained a mystery, and the weight of his promise bore down on him. Each night he crept to Ulshoy Hill, pressing his ear to the ground, hoping to catch a whisper of the troll's name. But there was only the relentless sound of labor and the eerie silence of the earth. Helva, learning of Esbern's desperate plight, was filled with sorrow. She spent her days in fervent prayer, her heart aching for her beloved. "Please," she implored the heavens, "let him find a way. Let him be safe." The revelation. As the final pillar was set in place, despair overwhelmed Esbern. He wandered the fields near the quarry, the burden of his impending doom heavy upon him. He sank to the ground, his spirit broken. "I have built my tomb," he murmured bitterly, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. In this moment of despair, Helva appeared, her presence like a balm to his tortured soul. Tears glistened in her eyes as she approached. "Esbern," she said softly, "I would give anything to save you. I would that I might die in thy stead." Esbern looked up, pain and love etched in his face. "Helva," he confessed, "for love of you I have risked my eyes, my heart, and my soul." At that very moment, a faint but unmistakable sound reached his ears. It was the soft, melodic voice of the troll's wife, singing to her child deep within the hill. "Hush, my little one," she sang, "for tomorrow Father Fine will return with a mortal's eyes and heart." "Fine," Esbern whispered to himself, the realization dawning upon him like the first light of dawn. The troll's name is Fine, the Triumph. With renewed vigor and hope surging through him, Esbern raced back to Kalundborg. As the troll placed the last stone, Esbern cried out triumphantly, "Too late, Fine." The troll froze, the echo of his name hanging in the air. With a roar of fury and defeat, he vanished into the earth, leaving the final stone to tumble harmlessly to the ground. The villagers, witnessing this miraculous event, later claimed they could hear the sorrowful sobs of the troll's wife and his angry rebukes echoing from within Ulshoy Hill, the legacy. The church of Kalundborg stood tall and magnificent, a testament to Esbern's love and unwavering determination. Helva and Esbern were wed within its grand hall, the first couple to be united at its altar. The villagers celebrated their union with great joy, their love story forever etched into the heart of Kalundborg. For generations, the story of Esbern's snare and the troll of Ulshoy Hill was passed down, a legend of love conquering all, even the dark forces that lurked beneath the earth. The church became a symbol of faith, perseverance, and the enduring power of love, a beacon of hope for all who heard the tale. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the wind whispered through the trees and the stars twinkled above, the people of Kalundborg would recall the legend of Esbern and Helva. They would remember how a humble man, driven by the purest love, defied the impossible and carved a path through darkness to build a future bright with hope and joy. Napsh number 4, The Magic of the Dwarfs. In the rich and vivid landscape of Norse and Germanic mythology, dwarfs, or dvergar, hold an esteemed position as master artisans and wielders of profound magical powers. These small, subterranean beings are renowned for their unmatched skills in forging and enchantment, often dwelling in hidden realms beneath mountains and deep within the earth. Despite their diminutive size, dwarfs exert a significant influence on both the divine and mortal realms, primarily through the wondrous artifacts they create. The ruler of the dwarfs. Dwarfs were often ruled by a powerful and wise king, whose identity varied across different cultures and legends. In Norse mythology, this ruler was Andvari, the guardian of a cursed treasure and the magic ring, Andvaranat. Andvari's hoard and the curse attached to it play crucial roles in the saga of the Nibelungs, setting off a chain of tragic events. In Germanic legends, the dwarf king is known as Alberich, the protector of the Rheingold, and a central figure in the epic tale of the Nibelungenlied. Alberich's cunning and his control over powerful magical artifacts make him a formidable character in these stories. Other names for the dwarf ruler in various Northern European traditions include Eldbegast, Gondomar, Loren, and Oberon. Each of these figures presides over a magnificent underground realm, a testament to the industriousness and magical abilities of their subjects. The domain of the Dwarf King is described as a stunning underground palace, glittering with precious gems and metals mined by his diligent followers. This subterranean kingdom is a marvel of both craftsmanship and magic, showcasing the extraordinary talents of its inhabitants. Among the treasures held by the Dwarf King are not only vast wealth and powerful artifacts, but also magical items such as the Tarnkappa, a cloak or cap of invisibility, a magic ring conferring immense power, an invincible sword, and a belt of strength that grants extraordinary power to its wearer. Kahash, legendary creations of the dwarfs. Dwarfs are celebrated for their creation of extraordinary weapons, jewelry, and magical items that play pivotal roles in the sagas and eddas. These artifacts are often imbued with powerful enchantments, making them invaluable to gods and heroes alike. Here are some of the most legendary creations attributed to the dwarfs. Sif's golden hair. A notable story involving dwarfs and their remarkable craftsmanship is the creation of Sif's golden hair. After Loki mischievously cut off the beautiful golden hair of Sif, Thor's wife, he was compelled to seek the assistance of the dwarfs to replace it. The sons of Ivaldi, renowned dwarf smiths, fashioned a new head of hair from pure gold, which grew naturally upon Sif's head. This miraculous creation not only restored Sif's beauty, but also exemplified the dwarf's unparalleled skill in combining magic with artistry. Skidbladnir. The ship Skidbladnir is another testament to the dwarf's mastery in crafting objects of both practical and magical significance. Created by the dwarfs, this ship was large enough to carry all the gods, yet could be folded up like cloth and carried in a pocket. Skidbladnir could always find a favorable wind, making it the ideal vessel for any journey, showcasing the dwarf's ability to seamlessly blend functionality with enchantment. Gungnir. The dwarfs also crafted Gungnir, Odin's powerful spear, renowned for its perfect accuracy and its ability to always hit its target. Gungnir became one of the key symbols of Odin's power and played a crucial role in many myths surrounding the Allfather. Draupnir. Draupnir is another legendary creation, a ring with the magical property of multiplying itself every 9th night, producing 8 new rings of equal size and weight. This ring symbolized prosperity and abundance, further underscoring the dwarf's capability to create objects of enduring value and magical significance. Gullinbursti. For the god Freyr, the dwarfs crafted Gullinbursti, a golden bristled boar. This magnificent creature could run faster than any horse and illuminated even the darkest places with its golden glow. Gullinbursti's magical properties made it a valuable companion and a symbol of Freyr's divine power. Mjolnir. Perhaps the most famous of all the dwarfs' creations is Mjolnir, Thor's mighty hammer. Forged by the dwarfs Sindri and Brokkr, Mjolnir could summon thunder and lightning and was almost always invincible in Thor's hands. Despite its short handle, a consequence of Loki's interference during its forging, Mjolnir remained a powerful weapon, essential for protecting Asgard and its inhabitants. Brisingamen. Brisingamen, the exquisite golden necklace of the goddess Freya, is another masterpiece attributed to the dwarfs. This necklace was renowned for its unparalleled beauty and craftsmanship, symbolizing fertility and beauty. Freya's possession of Brisingamen underscores the dwarf's ability to create objects of profound aesthetic and symbolic value. Additional legendary artifacts. Beyond these well-known items, dwarfs are credited with creating numerous other magical and powerful artifacts, each with its unique story and impact on the legends of Norse and Germanic mythology. Tyrfing, the sword Tyrfing, forged by the dwarfs for King Svafarlami, was a blade of immense power capable of cutting through iron and stone. Tyrfing was cursed to bring death to its wielder and could not be sheathed until it had drawn blood, adding a dark and fearsome element to its legacy. Angurvadel, another legendary sword attributed to the dwarfs, is Angurvadel, inherited by the hero Frithiof from his ancestors. Its hilt was made of hammered gold, and the blade bore runes that blazed red during battle, striking fear into the hearts of foes. Angurvadel's fiery runes highlight the dwarfs' ability to infuse their creations with magical properties that significantly enhance their effectiveness in combat. Dwarfs in the Sagas and Eddas. The rich narratives of the Eddas and Sagas are filled with tales that highlight the ingenuity and critical role of dwarfs in Norse mythology. These stories often portray the extraordinary outcomes of the collaboration between gods and dwarfs, emphasizing their importance in the mythic world. In the Prose Edda, the story of the forging of Mjolnir reveals the complex interplay between gods and dwarfs, showcasing the incredible craftsmanship and magic involved. Then said Brokkr, "Do you have what I should lay in the forge?" Sindri put a pin in the forge and asked Brokkr to blow the bellows and not to stop until he came to take out what he had put in. But as soon as he went out of the forge and Brokkr was blowing, then a fly settled on his hand and stung. But he kept on blowing as before until the smith took the work out of the forge, and it was a boar and its bristles were of gold. Similarly, the Poetic Edda recounts the acquisition of Draupnir and Gungnir, highlighting the dwarf's ability to create objects of immense power and enchantment. The Volsunga saga delves into the story of the cursed ring and Varanaut and the tragic fate it brings to its possessors, demonstrating the enduring influence of dwarf's magic. The Hervarar saga Oke Heidreks tells the tale of the cursed sword Tyrfing and its insatiable thirst for blood. Forged by the dwarfs Dvalin and Durin under duress, Tyrfing carried a curse that would bring doom to its owners. This saga illustrates the darker side of dwarfish magic, where their creations can bring both fortune and disaster. Conclusion. Dwarfs in Norse mythology are more than mere craftsmen. They are keepers of ancient knowledge, wielders of potent magic, and integral figures in the grand cosmic narrative. Through their legendary artifacts, they have left an indelible mark on the mythological landscape, influencing the fate of gods and heroes. Their ability to create objects of immense power, imbued with both practical and magical qualities, underscores their vital role in the mythic traditions of Northern Europe. The dwarfs' creations continue to captivate and inspire, reflecting their deep connection to both the divine and the mortal realms. Chapter 5. The Passing of the Dwarfs. In the ancient sagas of Norse mythology, dwarfs, known for their unparalleled craftsmanship and profound wisdom, also played a surprisingly communal role in the lives of humans. These beings, often associated with the subterranean depths where they forged wonders from the earth's treasures, were also depicted as benevolent helpers in everyday human endeavors. Yet, their existence in the realm of mortals was as enigmatic as it was transient, their departure shrouded in mystery and linked to the shifting tides of belief. A conditional helpfulness. Unlike the aloof elves or the capricious spirits of other myths, dwarfs were depicted as practical and hardworking, extending their legendary skills to assist humans in mundane tasks. They were often portrayed kneading bread, grinding flour, brewing beer, and even helping with the harvest. This collaboration between dwarfs and humans suggests a mutualistic relationship. Humans benefited from the dwarfs' expertise and labor, while the dwarfs perhaps received compensation, whether in the form of food, shelter, or simply the satisfaction of contributing to the community. However, this helpfulness came with conditions. Dwarfs were known to be easily offended by mistreatment or ridicule. Tales abound of their swift withdrawal of services, or worse, their turning to malicious acts if they felt slighted. This duality highlights their complex nature. Beings of great benevolence when respected, yet formidable in their retribution when wronged. Departure from the North. The disappearance of the dwarfs is deeply entwined with the decline of Norse paganism. As the ancient gods of the North began to fade from the collective belief of the people, so too did the dwarfs who thrived in that mythological framework. The rise of Christianity and the corresponding decline in pagan beliefs led to a diminishing world for these mystical creatures. This transition is poignantly captured in many legends that describe the dwarfs' departure as a result of the unbelief of the people. With the spread of the new faith, the old ways and the beings associated with them were pushed to the fringes, their presence no longer woven into the fabric of everyday life. The vitality of these mythical creatures was closely tied to the belief systems that sustained them. As faith in the Norse gods waned, the dwarfs, along with other supernatural beings, began to retreat from the world of men. A mysterious farewell. The story of the ferryman adds a layer of enigmatic farewell to the dwarf's departure. One particular legend tells of a ferryman who, one night, encountered an unusual request. As he rowed across the dark waters, he found his boat unusually heavy, as if burdened by a multitude of invisible passengers. The weight was such that the boat nearly sank under the load. Upon reaching the far shore, the ferryman was approached by a mysterious person who revealed the identity of his unseen passengers. They were the dwarfs, leaving the land of men. This mass exodus painted a picture of a wholesale retreat, as if the dwarfs had decided collectively that their time among humans had come to an end. Reward and revelation. In recognition of his service, the ferryman was rewarded generously. This gesture reflects the dwarfs' enduring sense of fairness and gratitude, even in their departure. The mysterious person's revelation about the passengers' identities underscores the profound shift taking place. The magical beings were leaving because the world no longer believed in them. This tale captures the poignant moment of transition from a world where the supernatural was interwoven with the everyday to one where such beliefs were fading into legend. The ferryman's experience serves as a symbolic bridge between these two eras, his story a testament to the passage of the old ways. In conclusion, the departure of the dwarfs marks the end of an era in Norse mythology, a time when gods, giants, and other mythical creatures walked alongside mortals. Their exit is a powerful metaphor for the decline of the belief systems that sustained them. As the vitality of the Norse gods waned with the advent of Christianity, so too did the presence of their associated creatures. The tale of the ferryman and his mysterious passengers leaves us pondering the final journey of the dwarfs. Where did they go, these masterful beings who once thrived beneath the earth and in the hearts of men? Their departure, filled with mystery and silent farewell, reminds us of the fragile and transient nature of belief and the mythical worlds it creates. The passing of the dwarfs from the human world stands as a poignant reminder of the shifts in cultural and religious paradigms and the enduring power of myth to shape and reflect our understanding of the world. Chapter 6. The Duality of the Little Folk, Helpful Dwarves and Nightmarish Trolls. In Norse mythology, the depiction of dwarves, Vergar and Maras, nightmares, represents a fascinating contrast between helpful craftsmen and terrifying entities that haunt the night. Dwarves, master craftsmen and enigmatic figures. Dwarves are celebrated in Norse lore as master craftsmen and miners, residing primarily within the mountains of Svartalfheim. They are credited with forging some of the most iconic and powerful artifacts in Norse mythology, including Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and the magical chain that bound the monstrous wolf Fenrir. These creations underscore their pivotal role in the divine and heroic sagas of ancient Scandinavia. However, alongside their revered craftsmanship, dwarves also possess a darker aspect in Norse folklore. Tales speak of their envy towards human children, leading them to replace infants with their own frail offspring, known as changelings. These changelings, described as deformed or mentally impaired, posed challenges for human parents who sought to reclaim their true children. Desperate measures included setting impossible tasks for the changeling or using fire to reveal its true nature, reflecting deep-seated fears and anxieties about the unknown and the uncanny. Maras, nightmarish entities of the night. In stark contrast to the industrious dwarves, Maras are nightmarish entities associated with sleep paralysis and terrifying dreams. According to Norse belief, Maras sit upon a person's chest while they sleep, inducing horrifying visions and rendering the sleeper unable to move. This phenomenon, known as mare riding, was a source of great fear and superstition among Norse communities. The Norse believed that maras could be thwarted or controlled by blocking their entry into the sleeping chamber, a practice that sometimes led to legends suggesting a man could marry a mara if he trapped her in human form through such means. However, these unions were inherently unstable, as the mara would regain her freedom upon the removal of the obstruction, highlighting the precarious balance between human control and supernatural agency. Symbolism and interpretation. The narratives surrounding dwarves and maras in Norse mythology reflect the dualistic nature of the natural world, its capacity for both benevolence and malevolence. These tales provided explanations for phenomena that were otherwise inexplicable in ancient times, from mysterious illnesses to the unsettling experience of nightmares. They embody the Norse people's attempts to comprehend and navigate the forces of nature, fate, and the unseen realms that govern their lives. Overall, the myths of dwarves and maras in Norse culture offer profound insights into human fears and aspirations, serving as timeless reminders of the enduring power of storytelling to explore the depths of the human psyche and our eternal quest for understanding. 7. The Trolled Tindine, a monument to a frozen feud. The legend of the Trolled Tindine peaks in Norway is a striking example of how Norse folklore weaves together with the natural landscape to both explain and mythologize the formations we see today. According to the ancient tale, these majestic peaks were once the battleground for two fierce bands of trolls locked in an epic struggle. Their battle raged through the night, oblivious to the approaching dawn, a perilous time for trolls, as sunlight turns them to stone. The mythical transformation. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, they fell upon the battling trolls, freezing them in their violent confrontation. The trolls, caught unaware by the break of day, were instantly petrified into the jagged rock formations that now define Trolled Tindine. This transformation from living beings to stone monuments is a common motif in Norse mythology, reflecting the vulnerability of trolls to sunlight and serving as a cautionary tale about the consequences of ignoring natural rhythms. cultural and mythological context. While specific references to the Trolltindin legend are not found in the written Eddas or sagas, the theme of trolls turning to stone when exposed to sunlight is deeply rooted in Norse mythological tradition. This motif appears in various stories and legends, passed down through generations orally and later recorded in medieval texts. These tales not only sought to explain natural phenomena, but also imbued the landscape with a sense of wonder and enchantment, linking the mythical past with the physical present. Symbolism and legacy. The towering peaks of Trolltindin, shaped by millennia of geological processes, stand today as a testament to the enduring power of these ancient myths. They remind us of the intimate relationship between folklore and the natural world, where stories of gods, giants, dwarves, and trolls intertwine with the geological formations we admire. The legend of the petrified trolls at Trolltindin captures the imagination, bridging the realms of myth and reality, and inviting us to contemplate the deeper meanings hidden within the landscape. Conclusion. The Trolltindin peaks serve not only as a geological wonder, but also as a cultural landmark, embodying the mythical narratives that have shaped Scandinavian folklore for centuries. They invite us to ponder the intersection of myth and reality, where ancient beliefs about trolls and their vulnerability to sunlight continue to echo through the ages. In this way, Trolltindin stands as a poignant reminder of the enduring legacy of Norse mythology and its profound impact on our understanding of the natural world. The hypothesis suggesting a link between dwarves in Norse mythology and Phoenician miners presents a compelling perspective on the origins of these mythical beings. According to this theory, the Phoenicians, renowned for their maritime and mining skills in antiquity, may have been perceived as mysterious and skilled craftsmen by early Scandinavians. This perception could have contributed to the Norse concept of dwarves, who are depicted as masterful artisans dwelling in the underground realm of Svartalfheim. The Phoenician influence. The Phoenicians, known for their proficiency in navigating the seas and their expertise in mining metals, operated in regions where darkness and seclusion were commonplace, conditions that align with the descriptions of Svartalfheim in Norse mythology. The parallels between the Phoenicians' secretive mining activities and the dwarves' association with subterranean craftsmanship strengthen the argument that encounters with these skilled foreign miners could have influenced Norse folklore. Considerations and limitations. Despite its intriguing premise, the Phoenician theory has several limitations. The timelines of Norse mythology and Phoenician history do not perfectly overlap, as Phoenician influence in the Mediterranean and Northern Europe occurred primarily during different periods. Moreover, there is no direct archaeological or textual evidence linking Phoenicians to the specific development of Norse myths about dwarves. Interpretation and mythical development. Nonetheless, the theory underscores the role of storytelling and cultural exchange in shaping mythological concepts. It suggests that myths often derive from real-world encounters and experiences, even if they undergo significant transformation through oral tradition and cultural interpretation over time. Conclusion. In conclusion, while the hypothesis linking dwarves to Phoenician miners offers a plausible explanation for their origin in Norse mythology, it remains speculative. It highlights the complex interplay between historical encounters, cultural imagination, and the enduring power of myth to explain and interpret the world around us. As such, the Phoenician connection enriches our understanding of how ancient societies crafted narratives to make sense of their interactions with the unfamiliar and the extraordinary. Chapter 25, The Elves. 1. The realm of fairy. In the rich and expansive tapestry of Norse mythology, the light elves, known as Ljósálfar, occupy a celestial realm of ethereal beauty and benevolence. Unlike their subterranean counterparts, the Dvergar, or Dökkálfar, dark elves, the light elves dwell in Alfheim, a realm nestled between heaven and earth. Governed by the god Frey from his resplendent palace, the light elves embody the purity and vitality associated with light and the heavens, the ethereal Ljósálfar. The Ljósálfar are described as radiant and beneficent beings, their name derived from Old Norse words meaning light and elves. This linguistic connection underscores their association with brightness and purity. akin to the Latin word albus, signifying white. In Snorri Sturluson's Gylfaginning, the light elves are contrasted vividly with the dark elves. The light elves live in Alfheim, and they are more beautiful than the sun, but the dark elves live down in the earth, and they are blacker than pitch. Gylfaginning, chapter 17. This distinction highlights the dichotomy between the ethereal light elves who dwell in the celestial realm and the shadowy dark elves of the subterranean depths. The enchantment of elves. Elves are often depicted as diminutive and delicate beings, capable of flitting about unseen. They have a profound connection with nature, tending to flowers, birds, and butterflies with tender care. Legendary for their love of dance, elves were believed to descend to earth on moonbeams, where they held enchanting nocturnal dances. These dances left behind fairy rings, circular patterns of lush grass, believed to be created by the elves' feet as they danced in intricate circles. In English folklore, standing in the center of a fairy ring was believed to grant mortals the ability to see the elves and potentially win their favor. However, in Scandinavian and Germanic traditions, such actions were often fraught with danger, leading to potential death or misfortune. Sir Walter Scott captures the enchanting essence of these beings in his verse. Merry elves, their morris pacing to aerial minstrelsy, emerald rings on brown heath tracing, trip it deft and merrily. This poetic imagery evokes the lively and elusive nature of elves as they weave their magic under the moonlit sky, leaving behind traces of their nocturnal revelries for mortals to discover and ponder. Conclusion. The light elves of Norse mythology embody a realm of celestial beauty and enchantment, contrasting sharply with the darker and more mysterious entities of Norse lore. Their existence in Alfheim, governed by Frey, underscores their association with light, purity, and the ethereal aspects of nature. Through their dances and interactions with the natural world, the light elves continue to captivate imaginations, leaving behind tales and legends that enrich our understanding of the mythical landscape of Norse mythology. 2. Elfin encounters and folklore elves were not just mythical figures, but integral to the folklore and beliefs of the people. Their interactions with humans could be both beneficial and dangerous. The tale of Sir Olaf, or Master Olaf, serves as a poignant reminder of the peril that could accompany an encounter with the elfin folk. According to legend, as Sir Olaf was riding to his wedding, he encountered the elves dancing in their ring. Enticed by their beauty and magic, he was drawn into the circle. The next day, instead of a joyous wedding, his family found 3 bodies, Sir Olaf, his bride, and his mother, all dead, overcome by the enchantment or sorrow. The concept of the elf dance extends beyond Sir Olaf's tale. These fairies, or fays as they were called in England, were said to possess an irresistible musical magic. Their elf dance was a melody so captivating that anyone who heard it would be compelled to dance until they died of exhaustion. The only escape, playing the tune backward or having someone mercifully cut the musician's strings. This story further emphasizes the elfin realm's power, a power that could be beautiful but ultimately deadly for mortals who aren't cautious. Master Olaf rode forth ere dawn of the day and came where the elf folk were dancing away. The dance is so merry in the greenwood. And on the next morn, ere the daylight was red, in Master Olaf's house lay 3 corpses dead. The dance is so merry in the greenwood. First Master Olaf, and next his young bride, and third his old mother, for sorrow she died. The dance is so merry in the greenwood. Master Olaf at the Elfin Dance, Howitt's translation. This tragic narrative illustrates the dual nature of the elves, simultaneously enchanting and deadly. Their beauty and allure could lead mortals to their doom if not approached with caution. In Havamal, a part of the poetic Edda, Odin himself warns against the danger of succumbing to the allure of the supernatural, including the allure of elves and their magic. Better no prayer than too big an offering. By your getting, keep your gift. Better is none sent than too much consumed. So Thund Odin carved ere man's birth. This verse underscores the importance of balance and caution in dealings with the mystical and supernatural, including the enchanting yet perilous elves. 3. The Will-o'-the-Wisps. Will-o'-the-Wisps, mischievous elf lights. In medieval Scandinavia, will-o'-the-wisps, also known as elf lights, were feared as mischievous sprites that delighted in leading travelers astray. These flickering lights would often be seen hovering over marshy areas or near bodies of water where their playful dance could lure unsuspecting travelers off their path. The folklore surrounding them portrayed them as both captivating and dangerous, embodying a supernatural allure that could spell doom for the unwary. Travelers of the time took precautions to avoid falling victim to these deceptive lights. They believed that carrying iron or reciting prayers could ward off the influence of the will-o'-the-wisps, protecting them from becoming lost in the darkness that these spectral lights inhabited. Jack-o'-lanterns, restless spirits of murderers. In contrast to the mischievous will-o'-the-wisps, jack-o'-lanterns in medieval folklore carried a darker and more ominous symbolism. They were believed to be the spirits of restless murderers condemned to wander the earth with lanterns made from hollowed-out pumpkins or turnips. This punishment was seen as a form of perpetual torment, with the spirits compelled to carry their lanterns eternally, seeking the scenes of their crimes or lamenting their fates. According to the lore, these spirits would mutter, "It is right," as they walked towards the places where they committed murder, and they would lament their deeds upon their return journey. The jack-o'-lanterns thus embodied a profound fear of punishment and the restless nature of the afterlife, serving as cautionary tales about the consequences of wicked deeds. A duality of fear. The folklore surrounding will-o'-the-wisps and jack-o'-lanterns reflects a duality of fear prevalent in medieval beliefs. The wisps represented a playful but potentially dangerous kind of fear, the fear of being misled or losing one's way in the darkness. Their unpredictable nature added to the mystery and danger they posed to travelers navigating the night. Jack-o'-lanterns, on the other hand, evoked a deeper sense of dread, the fear of eternal punishment and the restless spirits of the departed. Their association with murder and wrongdoing served as a stark reminder of the consequences of immoral actions and the haunting presence of those who had met violent ends. Insights into medieval beliefs. These beliefs offer valuable insights into the anxieties and perceptions of people in medieval times. The fear of getting lost at night was a genuine concern, amplified by the vast stretches of unlit countryside and the dangers lurking in the darkness. Likewise, murder and its consequences were viewed through a lens of supernatural retribution, with jack-o'-lanterns serving as a spectral reminder of the moral codes and punishments of the time. Will-o'-the-wisps and jack-o'-lanterns provided a means for people to explain the unexplained and to rationalize the potential dangers that surrounded them. They reflected a cultural need to understand and navigate the mysteries of the natural world, even as they imbued it with supernatural significance and peril. 4. Oberon, Titania, and the Mischievous Fairies, a glimpse into folklore from demons to fairy kings. In earlier times, fairies, often associated with dwarves, were viewed with suspicion and even fear. Their connection to the underground realm and their mysterious powers led some to consider them beings of malevolent nature. However, with the influence of Christianity, their image softened. Midsummer revelry. Fairies were particularly active during Midsummer Night, the summer solstice. This time was believed to be a peak period for fairy activity, with grand revels taking place in their realm. Shakespeare's play A Midsummer Night's Dream beautifully captures this belief, depicting fairies dancing and celebrating under the midsummer moon. Mischief and tangled manes. The enchanting world of fairies, as depicted in folklore, is rich with tales of their magical prowess and playful antics. The concept of elf-locks, where fairies are said to entangle the manes and tails of horses, serves as a charming example of their mischievous nature. These acts, though seemingly trivial, are emblematic of the fairies' delight in harmless pranks and their whimsical spirit. In the broader tapestry of fairy folklore, we witness a fascinating evolution. Initially feared, these supernatural beings gradually became symbols of enchantment and celebration, particularly during the festivities of Midsummer Night. Oberon's metamorphosis from a feared figure to a revered monarch mirrors this shift in perception, illustrating a cultural transition from dread to reverence and admiration for the mystical. 5. The Norsemen's journey with their gods. carved doorposts, the Elder Edda, and the birth of Iceland. Elves on doorposts, household guardians. In Scandinavian folklore, elves played a significant role as both protectors and sometimes tricksters. They were revered as household guardians, and their presence was often symbolized by images carved onto doorposts. These carvings served not only as decorative elements, but also as talismans believed to ward off malevolent spirits and bring blessings upon the home. The benevolent aspect of elves depicted on doorposts reflects the Norsemen's belief in their protective powers within the domestic sphere. Exiles and the Sacred Cargo. In the year 874, a group of Norsemen faced exile from Norway due to Harald Harfager's centralized rule. Forced to leave their homeland, these Norse settlers embarked on a remarkable journey across the treacherous North Atlantic. Among their belongings, they carried carved doorposts adorned with depictions of elves, gods, and heroic figures. These carvings were not mere decorations, but sacred symbols of their religious and cultural identity. Divine guidance and the Icelandic landing. As the Norsemen approached Iceland, they displayed their unwavering faith in the Norse pantheon of gods. In a ritualistic act, they threw their carved doorposts overboard, trusting that the gods would guide them to a suitable landfall. According to tradition, they settled wherever the currents carried these sacred objects ashore, even if the terrain was not initially hospitable. This act underscored their deep reliance on divine providence and their belief that their gods would ensure their safe arrival and prosperous settlement. Preserving tradition. The Elder Edda centuries later, the collected oral traditions and poems associated with these carved doorposts were meticulously compiled by Semund the Learned. This compilation, known as the Elder Edda or Poetic Edda, became a cornerstone of Norse literature and mythology. It preserved the rich tapestry of Norse myths, legends, and cosmology, offering invaluable insights into their worldview and religious practices. Without the Elder Edda, our understanding of Norse mythology would be significantly diminished, as it remains one of the most comprehensive sources of ancient northern literature. Greenland and Vinland, following the gods. The Norsemen's practice of following divine guidance extended beyond Iceland to their settlements in Greenland and Vinland, North America. According to sagas and historical accounts, they chose their landing sites based on where their household gods drifted ashore. This practice further exemplified their profound trust in the providence of their gods and their commitment to preserving their cultural heritage in distant lands. In conclusion, the Norsemen's journey with their carved doorposts stands as a testament to their deep devotion to their gods and ancestral traditions. These artifacts, laden with religious significance, guided their migrations across the North Atlantic and helped them establish enduring settlements in Iceland, Greenland, and Vinland. The compilation of these traditions into the Elder Edda ensured the preservation of Norse mythology and continues to enrich our understanding of their cultural legacy and worldview.